These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill the standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swim. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live and tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's falling for you. Can y'all hear me okay? Everything working good? Hopefully. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Garrett, Remote, Chrissy Cat, Carl? Hit Gal, Chuck, what's up? Figured I'd go ahead and start it a little early. I looked up and Chuck was gone, and it was like, uh-oh. Let's see. We'll put a link in there. Anybody wants to kind of come up Hey, what's up, 420? Man, I tell you, I don't know. It's been one crazy ass weekend. Hey, look there. There's Mr. Remote.
Hey, how are you, brother?
What's up?
I thought I'd give you the news. I don't know if you caught it there in chat, but Nespresso warehouse in Switzerland busted with $50 million in the candy
Oh.
in a coffee shipment today. Just thought you might want to be aware of that because we know that Nestle is one of those really, 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 really dirty companies.
Yes.
So something might be happening.
Man, I'm praying for the best and preparing for the worst. But,
Same.
there's a lot of good stuff that's I'm hoping that this 2,000 mule thing kind of makes some of these people that are in some other positions kind of go, okay, it's time. We just can't keep going like this.
Well, and I'm hoping here in Canada that one or two politicians grow a set and go after our prime minister for his investments in this whole thing.
Yeah. I watch you heard of Viva Frey?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I was watching him. I watch him and Robert Barnes, and I was listening to him yesterday.
He's pretty good.
He was talking a little bit about Canada. What was it? He said something. I was like, "Holy shit!" Oh, all the trucker stuff, and how they actually, and people were getting fired for it because it's like they donated anonymously, but since they got all disclosed on who did what,
Yeah, they got
literally
jobs.
called their jobs, and then next thing you know, they're called in, and I'm like, "Holy shit, dude!"
Yeah. Oh no, they're going full dictatorship on the people, man. We're in big trouble up here, and if something's not done real quick, there's going to be a full-scale revolt up here.
That's, yeah.
Because the
Yes,
people have had enough already.
Yeah, well, that's everybody is peaking out, and just with the actions they've already taken, there's a tsunami of stuff that's coming because of the whole shortages, and so that's coming. I've been saying that for a month, going, it won't matter if that dude comes out tomorrow and takes it all back. There's still a tsunami coming because we've been without stuff too long.
Well, but I'm wondering if the whole parliament is sold out on that whole thing too, because they're all keeping their mouths real shut.
Right.
And I've been sending out emails and letters to my member of parliament and my member of the legislative assembly in my province, and crickets. Oh, I got a form letter back from both of them once. Not even related to what I sent my inquiry about.
Dang.
Yeah, so
Wow.
they're all sold out. Yeah, Chuck, I realize you posted that on your channel, bud, and I appreciate it. I think that's a way bigger story about the Nestle thing. I think that's a way bigger story than anybody realizes. That might be the start of the D5 wave right there.
Think that'll do it?
Well, that's one of those big corporate companies that's been pushing people around, stealing people's water, selling our good water. They messed with Flint, Michigan, right? Nestle.
Yeah.
You know, and so they've been taking good water all around the world and reselling it for a great markup, and leaving the people in a pickle. So they should all burn.
If they will. Where was that at again? What country?
Switzerland.
Yeah. See, and that's what worries me.
Well, Switzerland is the octagon. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's where all the filth comes out of. There's a reason they've been a neutral country forever, because they're the ones doing everything.
Oh, that's home base.
Exactly. And that's the Davos crowd. You know, that's Klaus and friends are all there. All the so-called elite.
The board of CEOs. trying to do some global labor force.
Carl, you're right. It is likely only a small part of a bigger operation, but that's $50 million of this nose candy. If that's a drop in a bucket, that's going to be huge.
We'll just have to see if anything really comes out, because it's kind of like, that's what, I don't know, I griped about it actually back then with my wife. It just shows you how out of, I guess as everybody around here says, I was out of touch, but I just didn't dig into all that, just live life. But one thing that pissed me off was when all this started, nobody ever addressed the media. And I even told my wife going back, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just too old school, but I'm sorry, if you're going to like try to get a message out, don't you want to kind of like go and make sure the media is doing right? No, it just kept going and going. And next thing you know, here, they literally just bald-faced lie to our face.
Oh, absolutely. There is no truth left in the media, and this is part of the problem. We are the news.
Yeah, right.
When we say that, that is the truth. We're the only truth getting around the internet anymore.
This is very true. And I'm sorry, Chad, I'm not ignoring you guys. I just, well, it was a 30-minute head start. So 30 minutes I would be doing this without anybody seeing me. So
what Chrissy Cat said, she says, I send out emails and they answer me with a donation request. Same thing happened to me. I sent an email to Pierre Poliver, who's running for the Conservative Party leadership here in Canada. And a while back, somebody alleged that he is a member of the World Economic Forum. So I sent him an email saying, you need to deny these allegations, or you're not getting my vote, and you're not going to get many people's votes, because a lot of people are not very happy with Klaus and friends, and he hasn't denounced them yet. But he wanted me to buy a party membership. Yeah. Not happening. I don't believe in the party system anyway. I think it should be all independents and no more lawyers, all lay people that are serving their constituents.
Right. Instead of professional politicians.
Yep. And 2 terms max.
Yes. Term limits.
Yep.
Well, that's over here. I don't know. I just try to encourage everybody. Find out your county clerk, your county judge, and your sheriff. Because over here, those are 3 critical parts. One enforces the law. You got your county clerk that's going to count your votes and handle that side. And then you got your county judge, because it's all going to go before them. So you just...
I wish I had a sheriff, because who am I dealing with? The RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Who are they but the Queen's occupying army in this country?
That's it.
Yep. Well, let's venture. It's me. Says I need a 2-man snack. Be right back. Get a 3-man snack and share. Come on.
Oh no, I think that's a 2 a.m. snack.
Oh, 2 a.m. snack. Okay. Still, bring. You can't drop that on us. I got a napkin here. I'm drooling already. I need some snack too. Yeah.
So, did you have a good weekend, sir?
I rested a lot. I got exposed to some fragrances on Thursday.
I heard you didn't feel good.
Oh, no! It kicked my keister. So I basically been sleeping since then. I did my show Friday, but I struggled through that. I did pretty good and was pretty upbeat, but I went right and laid down right after, and I was gone. And when this happens, I have nightmares. Like the chemicals, what they do to me and my nervous system or something else, and the nightmares I have when that happens are crazy.
Hey, what's up, Billy? And welcome everybody in chat. Like I said, I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm a little distracted preparing. Welcome, everybody. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that falls. Hopefully, all the women had a wonderful Mother's Day.
Well, Lisa Anderson's cracking the whip again. I got to get my water. I'll be right back.
All righty, sir. Got to hydrate. So, man, I don't know. Thought I was ready for today, but I don't know. Be honest, God works in funny ways, because here lately, I don't know, he's been working on me, because what he does is I go to have these little thought bursts and stuff, and something makes me stop. And then I start saying it in my head. And as soon as I do that, all of a sudden I start going, yeah, that doesn't sound very good. Okay, that's not really. And then I've changed the whole narrative. And I chuckle, because then I realize what he's doing to me.
He's given me the edit button too the last 10, 12 years of my life too. I get it. It's like, oh wait, let me think about that before that rolls off my tongue.
Man, because I got to tell you, dude, I was borderline ready to get on yesterday with some little tirade, just shit around here with my direct connection. It did not go over very well. So yesterday wasn't bad. The day before is when everything kind of peaked, and then I bubbled on it for a while, and then I'd go, no, I'm not. And of course, you always go that, oh, I'm not going to let it get under my skin. And then an hour later, you're still going, man, I can't believe you said this. Like, yeah, because it kind of got under your skin. So,
well, and that's the thing that I'm working on the most right now, is not letting others get under my skin anymore. Because it's like, they win, right?
Yeah. They're like emotional vampires.
Yep.
They will just drain you.
They get a kick out of it. They go and they got you going. Oh.
Well, and there's so much just ugliness, and it's the way the common tongue is being used now, and just the way just normal talk is, and it's just, you get garbage in, you'll get garbage out.
That's right.
And it just, kind of butted heads with my son. Well, I didn't really butt heads. Hell, I kind of just sat here and got cussed out in a way, just kind of looking at him funny, going, really? So that's really?
How old's your son?
Oh, 28.
Living at home?
Oh, no.
Okay, good.
No, I brag about him, because budget-wise and handling his business, it's just, but unfortunately, that's why I get real anal retentive over like vulgar language and stuff, is because if you pump negative crap into people from a small age up, it just affects the way they think. And it's like, my kids were raised in, I say it was basically like a hostile environment. It was a negative environment because of my in-laws, and I plugged in the good fight and date, but you realize at the end that they're grown. And plus, I think I pissed him off because the guilty conscience, when people, if you start to talk about something that they feel guilty of, they react either sympathetic or they start getting angry.
Defensive.
They're either apologetic or something, or empathetic, or they get real defensive quick. Well, he got defensive real quick. And the next thing I know, he was going down the hallway, and I'm getting the middle finger, and I'm hearing, F you. And it's like, okay. And then my wife come in going, okay, what the hell happened? I go, I can figure it just maybe some guilt started to sink in, and next thing I know, he just burst like a water balloon. So I don't know.
Yeah. Either way, it's bye-bye for now. Go cool off.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't stress no more. I don't do that. Hey, Auntie, T-Girl. Hey, how is your, what was it, T-Girl? And I'm sorry if I get this wrong, so just a little leeway. Was it your sister or a cousin that was sick? Somebody in your family was sick, wasn't feeling good.
I like what she said. She said, no son should curse a father out no matter what age they are. I agree with that 100%. Any parent.
Yeah.
Especially when you're in their house.
Yeah. Yeah, that I know, that's, yeah. I wish, man. And, and sometimes it's very frustrating because you just realize that there's not a lot you can do. I mean, it's like you're grown. It is what it is, and just I figure eventually it'll change or it won't. I don't know. I know I just find my little existence, and believe it or not, my little virtual living room is what makes it all doable here for me, because I really can't. I live in the rural woods, so literally without this, I just sit out here and talk to the birds. There's
not that there's anything wrong with that.
This is true.
That has its time and place as well. But I understand, having done both, I understand that the old cabin fever can be a little disconcerting.
Oh, man. And I got to tell you, Remote, the most frustrating part for me the past couple of years has been that my brain has not slowed down. So I still see and I think of things, and then it's kind of like, no, I can't do that. Wait, let's go. Nope, can't do that. And it's like, man, but I don't stop thinking. So it just keeps going. It's so frustrating. It's like my house. I know things that need to be done. I just physically can't do them.
I'm in the process of going to sell this house and move to my land. I've got 9 acres of land, of farmland. And I'm thinking of doing that off grid and doing the garden and the chickens and the fruit trees and that sort of thing, and maybe get a young calf each year and raise them up till fall and that sort of thing.
There you go. Hey, Ridge Runner.
Tennessee Ian, good to see you, bro. Camel Carl in the house. Chrissy Cat. Tina P.
Yeah, I'm hoping at some point I can get some of the gardener people in, and I'm trying to field some ideas over some stuff, and because I got to watch the food I eat, so it's not so much like survival food for me kind of thing, because I do chicken noodle soup. That's what I exist off of. So some carrots, some noodles, a little bit of celery, piece of chicken or two. There we go. But I was thinking, dude, I got these Folger coffee cans. So I've got these plastic Folger kind of cans.
Right.
And what I'm wondering is like, okay, tomato plants. Can the pot that they're in, can they be that small to just like grow a single tomato plant out of?
Well, they got a pretty extensive root system.
Okay.
And so you probably are going to need a bigger pot. In fact, you're better off not to put them in pots. They should be in open ground, because they got quite a root system. And if they get root bound, it really impacts the growth of your fruit. Also, you would need to drill holes in the bottom of it. If that was your last resort, you would need drainage. But you could, if that was your only option, yeah, you could give it a whirl.
Well, I can't, because I can't go out and just kind of like do it above ground or even get me a regular garden, because I just can't. My ground's on the slope. Hell, I can't even hardly go out in my own yard. I got to hover around. And
could you not do a terrace system?
Well, that's why I was wondering with those, and then on my porch, and I'm thinking, well, if I could make those to where they kind of hung up and at an angle, and if there's some stuff, even some other kind of flowers that could grow in that, which I live in Texas, so that's all indoor stuff.
Well, some people do hanging tomato plants.
See, that's where it kind of kicked me in on the idea of those, because I have like 12 of those things, and me and my wife laugh going, I don't know what to do with them.
They hang upside down.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe if your land is like that, that might be the way to go, because you could put a couple poles in and have a strut across the top and hang a bunch of those, and that wouldn't be hard to do.
Huh. Tomatoes hanging.
Yeah, they're called hanging tomato pots, and I saw them once, and they're supposed to be really good. And there's supposed to be a high fruit output from them. If anybody has any info on that, could somebody post that in chat? I'm gonna look for it here for you.
Hey, Billy. So you're officially signing off. See you from around the world. Or you bought a Jeannot 440?
Oh, here, brother. These are super cool. Can I share a screen with you? I don't know if I can blow this up any more than it already is. Let's see.
There he is. Oh wow, okay.
So you can get 4 of these for $59. I don't know if that's US or Canadian, probably US. And then you just fill those with dirt. You say you put your 2 poles in the ground, and then you have your strut across the top, and just have it so you slide them on there, fill them with dirt, and your plants hanging out of there. That'd be the way to go. I'd get the black ones so you get lots of heat. Well, I don't know. Where do you live? Are your
Texas.
summer?
Texas. Southeast Texas. It's like yesterday was 90-something degrees.
Yeah. So the green might be better, because that's almost going to be too hot for tomatoes. You're gonna have to screen them somehow too. Then put a screen over top to keep them from getting too much direct sunlight, I'd think.
And so those hang, but then the tomatoes will grow out the bottom.
Yep.
Ain't that something?
And I've seen other things too. I'll find some other stuff here. Let's see. I had how to grow upside down tomatoes. Let's see what this one says. Prepare the bucket to hang. And so they're talking about doing it in a bucket. There's no pictures with this one. Let's see.
Oh, well, Carl's saying you can use 5-gallon buckets for it.
Well, here we go. Here's some photos.
Oh yeah.
People are using all sorts of stuff.
Oh, look at there.
Yeah.
5-gallon buckets.
There you go.
Man, see, now that would be kind of... because I could hang those on my porch.
You could, and if you're in Texas, I would say get the white ones, so they're not attracting as much heat from the sun. They're actually reflecting some of it away. That might be the way to go. Let's see what this is here.
Oh, that one looked like just a flower pot.
Yep, it looks like they're using, like, here's an ice cream pail, or no, that's another one of those similar pail type. Oh, and here's some people that are doing it from just over a screen. So here's something you could do for your area.
Holy moly. Son, look at the tomato harvest on that bad boy.
That's a good one. Here we go. Here's another person doing the buckets.
Oh, yeah, there you see.
Yeah.
And they're just hanging from the eave.
Yep.
Oh, man, I could do that.
There you go.
Because I even got to thinking, because I worry about tomatoes myself just because of the seeds. And I could take the seeds out and then do it. So it's not that. But I was thinking, most people love tomatoes, and they'd be a good trade thing.
people are doing potatoes in buckets too.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Boy, now that'd be slick, wouldn't it? Just pick the bucket up and dump it out when you're ready to harvest.
Yep.
Hey, what's up, Patriot VW?
Oh, Patriot VW's in the house. Good to see you, dear sister. I'm just trying to find some more.
Hey, Miss Connie.
Connie Carlo?
Yep.
Hey, Connie Carlo. Good to see you. Love you, love you. Patriot VW, love you, love you.
Yeah, that's what I ought to try to do.
Yep, so there's looks like all sorts of little ways to do that hanging basket thing. And there's some pre-made baskets like this one here. The over and under the upside down tomato planter. So you could.
That is something else.
Let's find the potato bucket. That's a little more complex. I would suggest watching. There's some great videos on it on YouTube, actually.
Right on. Oh yeah. So this is doable. I'm just trying to find something, that keeps me where I feel like I'm moving forward. Because I don't got any help. So whatever I do is I get my little short wife to help.
Carrots. Get some carrots going. You could do carrots in buckets too.
Now let me ask you this: so when you do when carrots, does it like the sprouts coming up? That's per carrot. So can you take a pot? Say if I got a bucket and you put like 6 of those sprouts and it grows 6, or you're just planting and then it might come up with 6, might come up with 8, might come up with 4.
No, for each top is 1 carrot for carrots. But so one of those 5-gallon buckets, you could probably get 10, 12 carrots in each one. Okay. Good sized carrots, but you'd want to space them out properly, and you don't want them right out to the side of the bucket because they got to be in solid dirt. So yeah, just figure out how to space them and give them enough room to grow.
Oh, Layla Venture says that their buckets are in buckets and growing good. So okay.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are just doing it that way now. They're not even bothering with the hills. It's because it's way easier. Now it's a bit of a process because you'll put in a layer of dirt, or put in a layer of dirt, put some half potatoes in, some seed potatoes down, put a little bit of dirt over, let them grow up, and then put a little more dirt in and put some more potatoes in. But you got to keep the leaves that are coming up. They got to stay exposed to sunlight to keep them going, right? So you kind of do that in layers, but then I don't know how long it would take, maybe a couple weeks. Then you got the bucket full up and it's all growing, and then eventually you got a bucket full of potatoes.
So now when you said you put dirt and you put the potato halves in there and then you put some dirt on tops and then you let it sit, and as they sprout out, you want those in sunlight. So do you...
Yep.
You only put enough dirt in to still keep that showing and let it keep growing. That's up right. The dirt. Okay.
That's right. So you got your shoots coming off those leaves coming up off your potatoes. You put a little bit of more dirt in, and your seed potatoes just on top. So you got a little space for growing. So maybe maybe a couple inches, and then put your potatoes in again. And kind of space them out so they're not sitting right on top of each other. You want to keep them altered. And then a little more dirt, give it time to come up again, and then do the same thing until your bucket's full. Okay. And then once you do that, you've got your leaves all coming out the top, and you're just growing potatoes the rest of the year.
Oh man! And then whenever harvest time, I could just pick the bucket up and dump it out over some hog wire or something, and shake your dirt off, and there's all your potatoes.
That's right. That's right. And you make sure you got some drain holes in it.
Oh wow! Oh, Patriot VW says the EU is signing up for the jab mandates for digital ID shopping, and all your freedoms are bye-bye. Brazil has already replaced the ATMs for digital currency only.
Yeah, they've just replaced the ATMs at my bank. I think that's part of that going on too.
It's a coming.
Yes, Connie, you got to put drain. Anytime you've got pots, they have to drain. Otherwise, you're going to get root rot. Always drainage.
Layla said that she put holes in the bottom and put one on the side.
That's probably not a bad idea. And a little bit of gravel in the very bottom of the pot's not a bad idea.
Always give your water float.
Yep. And it gives your roots a place to go to draw water when they need it. T-Girl says laundry baskets work great for potatoes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Look at this team go.
This is where the cool kids come.
That's right. Oh, Chrissy Cat says vermiculates is good for drainage too. Kevin Carl says, LOL, we said the same thing. Yep. So nobody should not be growing a garden this year, at least in a few pots or something. Everybody should be growing something this year, folks, because it's looking real scary, real quick.
Yeah.
Because and Biden even warned us about a long, cold winter, and he didn't mean last one.
Oh no, that's man. Come July and August, I'm really. That's I worry then because everything's going to be real hot down here. Everything with the cost of everything going up, there's going to be some elderly issues around here come July and August because we're so remote. It's like I left to be. It's my wife. It takes my wife 45 minutes to get to work. So I live in the woods, and so the people around me are all up in the elderly people in the woods. That's why I try to encourage people to look for the little things too. It's Q-tips, cotton balls, gauze pads, just little things that you might just slowly trickle. Go ahead and see if you can get you a bulk, because there might come a moment when they aren't around for a while.
And learn the natural resources you've got around that you can use for things too. It's like Ark Wildman Survival, going out on his land and finding everything that he does. This is important to know what you've got available to you in case you need it as well. Patriot VW says remote nightmares also stem from sleep interruption. Well, I've got bad legs, 2 bad hips, and a bad back. I have to switch my position about at least every hour. Maybe I might get away with every 2 hours. And so my sleep is about interruption, really. So yeah, I realize it's part of it. But the nightmares I've been having are they're like persecutory nightmares where I'm just under constant attack. But it's especially after I get these chemical exposures. Wow. Who you calling fresh, Garrett? Lawless Venture, it's me. Yeah, I'm just like that. I get, Lawless Venture, I hear you. T-Girl says, God's been watering my garden lately. Amen to that. Yeah.
Natural water.
Yeah. Connie Carlo likes the cucumbers. For me, one of my favorite sandwiches of all time is a cucumber and bean sprout sandwich with a little salt and pepper and just a little bit of mayonnaise. That's delicious for
There
me.
you go. Oh yeah, growing up, I've always snacked on cucumbers like carrots. We just skin them, and then you just sit there and just start gnawing down on.
Garrett's laughing because I called him fresh. He says I misspelled something in my statement, so I fixed it, but he's giggling. Fresh.
Fresh.
Exciting.
So fresh. What is it? Law said, if you're under attack, then evil is trying to attack you because evil attacks what Yah has. So it's a constant battle.
Amen. You're absolutely right. It's funny, my dog Choopy and my cat. I just got a new cat. She's right here. I don't know if you guys can see her or not.
All right, put you full screen. I'll put you full screen.
Yeah, it's because the name's there.
There you go. So you got you a new chair.
Well, she keeps stealing my chair, so I had to go downstairs and bring the other desk chair I had up. So I'm playing musical chairs with her all the time now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, because as soon as I get up, she goes to the warm spot.
Yeah. So then you just roll that one over and roll the other one over.
I just switch them. Because the first time she did it, I just sort of tipped her off. And then the second time, she wasn't letting me tip her off. She was holding on for dear life. And I thought, okay, I gotta figure out a little easier way to deal with this. So I went and got the other chair. So it's good. Camel Carl says, I like my homemade tater chips on a cucumber sandwich. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
That sounds good. Strawberry pie. Chrissy Cat. Just wait a second.
I saw that. Connie goes, actually made my mouth water, so I had to go back up and I saw strawberry pie. It's like, what?
Oh, man. Quit.
Get all that drooling off.
Oh, man. Connie laughs when I misspell half the time. Just ask her. Yeah. It's all good, Garrett. We love you, buddy. Food comms. That's right, Camel Carl. Food comms. That's what we call them on my channel.
Oh, it's funny, too, because we've had nights here where we get to talking about food. And next thing you know, everybody's going, man, I'm not supposed to be eating this late, but I done got hungry. That's
Picture Big W says, Happy Mama's Day.
Remote tell
Mama.
Fable Happy Mama's Day.
There she is. See her?
There she is. Here, I'll put you full screen. Bam. Oh, she disappeared.
I'll bring her up.
There she is.
She's huge. She's a Maine Coon. Watch when I pick her up. Look how long she is.
Oh, wow. Yeah, she's a big one.
Her tail's a foot and a half.
Dang. She's like, well, you didn't have to put me down. Look, Connie says these streams are making me fat.
Making? I got some winter weight to lose, I tell you. Connie, she's a beautiful cat.
Hey, kiss off. Hey, what's up, Steve? Aloha, brother. I see what you did there too, kiss off. I didn't slide by unnoticed either. I noticed that do. I was laughing one day and my granddaughter just had me I couldn't, that song, because the baby shark. And it was like, oh man. And then they all got to picking on me because then it'd be out of nowhere. All of a sudden, like Kiss Off would be going, baby shark doo 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 doo.
Obviously, I haven't been around kids much the last while. I'm not familiar with the song.
Dude, that's a repetitive song, and somehow that's the thing right now is baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo.
Don't get it in my head.
Yeah, then it goes to mama shark doo doo doo, then it's daddy shark doo doo doo.
Oh, okay.
Then it's sister shark. It goes through the family of shark doo 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 doo. And once you get that doo 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 in your head, it just is one of those tunes that just doesn't go away then.
Kind of like a round in a way.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian Plott, good to see you. It's been a long time.
Morning, Brian.
T-Girl says, remote Christian view, or I have to have hypoallergenic everything. Shampoo, conditioner, dryer sheets, laundry detergent, body soap. I'm allergic to perfume. Same as me. Are you? If you're in Canada, in fact, I don't think you have to be in Canada. Rocky Mountain soap products are wonderful. What a blessing that's been for me. And then I use a President's Choice laundry soap and borax for my laundry. So.
Hey, Chrissy Cat, that's my song there. That's becoming my theme song. It's my little intro song, my Breathe Underwater.
I'm not familiar with that one either.
It's an independent artist called New Breed, Nubred, and
Are you doing a 420 there, mister?
Yes, sir. It's the only way I move around.
Well, I guess I should be sociable.
Yeah, you can usually tell mine because all of a sudden you just see Duck Commander. But then I
actually rarely do, but I this last couple days with the pain I was having is quite helpful. Probably just.
What's that? T-Girl says I bought some turkey gravy in jars and stovetop dressing just in case we have a shutdown.
It's foggy in here.
I usually get what you're saying. There were two streams on. I was sharing a link and shared it on the wrong stream. I bet they thought that was really random. Oh, look!
Here it says remote midterms are coming up for DC soon. We'll see what happens. Yeah. I don't know. I've been seeing some pretty interesting. I think sometimes I just do way too much study because I'm starting to see some stuff that kind of discourages me.
Well, I gotta tell you, I'm on. If I have to expose my dark side, what really is concerning me is, and all I can tell anybody listening is wait till I get to the end. Don't jump on the topic, but it's this. So the Roe versus Wade thing and the Supreme Court. Well, what really has kind of perked my interest was the leak. But then it's not just the leak of that document, but the leak of the justices' home addresses. See, you don't hear about that in the news, but their addresses got leaked. Well, that means you're placing these rioters outside their homes that their wives and kids now have to deal with. What is that going to do?
Yeah. Well, also consider this. The demand for the things that Roe versus Wade was talking about is going to come way down after this. So maybe it was a handy diversion because they really didn't need it anymore anyway.
Could be. Because see, all that really does is put it back on the states. That's what that whole case thing is, just really putting it back in control of the states, which if you put it in just a general way, it lets where the state you live in. You can go down and vote whether you want to do this or not do that, and that's your state instead of the federal government. Plus, it's not tax dollars. So that's really all that changes, but it's become the topic.
Should never have been tax dollars. It is here in Canada, and I don't think that's right. Because in a way, against my will, I'm contributing to the demise of another human being.
Yeah. Well, then you get no say in how about we educate morality back, so then you don't end up in that particular scenario. But see, they always just stop right there. Nobody ever wants to go any farther. It's like you're just, this magically happens overnight all of a sudden one day. Oh, look. And it's like, no, how about we address how you got to that point?
You don't like that M word, rescue.
No morals. Morning, Holly. And that one.
Kind of like I grew up without the L word.
Well, and actually, Holly, there is something. I was going to look into it in another couple of days, because there's something that Cornyn from Texas and a Democrat, and that's what perked my interest. It's like, wait a minute, a bipartisan bill? Okay, well, the way things have been going, that means we're giving up something, because the other side has not participated for shit. So,
yeah, where was all the civil liberties groups here in Canada when our Prime Minister was doing what he did in Ottawa and arresting people for peacefully protesting and that sort of thing? Where were they for J6, for that matter?
right.
Lots of people zipping their lips because they're already concerned about their social credit score.
Yeah.
They've already sold out to the communist system. Some of them are crying for it. I mean, those other peaceful protesters that didn't seem all that peaceful to me are crying for it.
Rescue, honestly, in my opinion, I think they're using a real way to take guys off midterms. Oh, yeah. The way I don't know, man. This is like a rewind of 2 years ago, only change sides. Because what's 2 years ago, they were burning buildings down, assaulting people, looting, all this stuff. And every place was like, nope, keep the feds out. We don't want no help. Nope, keep the feds out. Where this time around, here in another couple of months, when no shit starts again, then it's going to be like, sure, no, let's bring the feds in, because now we can now use this as the guys to come in and put everybody in their homes, lock it all down. And
to go after those people we've character assassinated. This is also a distraction from the mule thing right now, I think.
Oh, dude. Okay, here, remote. So there's a guy named Brian Lupo. He's a retired Marine. Okay, you know Brian? Yeah. Dude, he pointed it out because he was walking out of the theater from the release of that, and literally minutes before the very ending of the premiere of that, not this one we just watched, but the one at the beginning last week in the theaters. Oh, guess what happened on
Protest
Twitter?
Already.
No, well, all of a sudden, here comes the leaked document. Blink.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Now, what are the timing? Just at the ending of the movie theater release of 2000 Mules, all of a sudden, oh, here's this little leaked document that is dated February, which means whoever leaked that's been sitting on it since February.
And what better thing to use as a cover than the very thing that they think conservatives would never guess? Just saying, right?
Yep.
But because of this, they know it's becoming moot anyway, because there are not going to be a need for them.
That's what's sad. So many people affected by that.
420 says all planned 5D chess. Yep. Well, I hope so. But at the same time, I've been telling people since this all started. About 5 years ago, we were looking at this, and the whole movement that I've been involved in started about then, because it was pre the 17th letter groups. Like, we were already digging on this stuff before that, right? So about 5 years ago, and but I always said, Yeah, I hope we get somewhere at this, but I'm not holding my breath. I'm preparing for the worst.
Well, I'm hoping. I mean, all you can really do is hope nowadays and kind of wonder which way, because there's no people can come out and this is it. We won't know until they do it, because this is so. Unless you know how to play with trillions of dollars and just unlimited power, then we really can't kind of get into their head quite the same. But because they operate on a weird. Plus, unless you're evil like that and have no regard for human life, you can't hardly manipulate the games that they're playing, because they have no concern. So they make a decision, and if that were to kill 10,000 people, okay,
Yeah. So
yeah. Acceptable loss. Well, who can really sit here and go, oh yeah, my brain operates that way? No, that's not normal. You don't accept
one life is not acceptable.
That's it. So if you can kind of write off 10, 20,000,
Yeah.
hell, even
Madeleine
100.
Albright or Janet Reno.
Yeah.
You know.
Sure.
Well, we think 5,000 lives is unacceptable. Well, really?
Yeah.
And that was, and then which I forget which one was Janet Reno. I think that was at what was the supposed cult, the Christians, the Branch Davidians.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was in on that. And then Ruby Ridge. Anyways, somebody asked about Mr. T earlier. What did we think? I'm gonna go find it again.
I'm probably about 4. I think about 4 hours is under what it is. T girl, about 4 hours from San Antonio, 4.5 maybe.
Oh yeah, what do you think about Oz? That's what somebody asked.
You know, I mean, I don't know. I kind of. I didn't understand where that came from, where he came. It's like, man, that just out of nowhere. But then I don't really know much about up there. So the competition per se. So it's kind of like, well, was this like out of the little pool of possible people that you could promote to try to make an impact in the midterms right here, right now? Is that what they viewed? Was that this will be the best play for now? Or was this on the bad side and going, well, let's try to get him into, because there's just.
I think what you're saying is they're thinking about using his media potential to their advantage.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz's. And that it makes sense. It only makes sense from that perspective, because otherwise I'm not a big fan of it. But that could be it. And what do you guys think about Mr. T converting to Judaism in 2019?
I didn't even know he did. I didn't know what he was before.
Yeah.
What was he before?
Well, he was apparently a Christian.
And now
Bible quoting Christian, and then, but there's apparently a thing about with his relationship and his family that he's related to Ben David or King David. And do you remember when he did the I Am the Chosen One?
Okay.
So, anyways, I didn't care for that when he did that. And that made me start second guessing everything that he did. And then when I know that Jared Kushner went out of his way to buy 666 Fifth Avenue, where in the 7th floor penthouse suite is located Lucis Trust, or formerly Lucifer's Trust Publishing.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So once you start looking around a bit, things get a little weird. But then that could be part of the PSYOP too. I don't know. But and who's playing the PSYOP, or is it 2 or 3 PSYOPs going on at once? You don't know. It's really convoluted, right?
Well, yeah, because it's just you got evil, and then you have evil in various forms, and it's. Best of
And
now.
how do you battle evil that is trying to infiltrate good without playing along with their game and infiltrating them because you're playing a role? So that, I think that's where all this confused characters and gray and white and black hats comes from. So
All the smoke and mirrors.
yeah, lots of smoke and mirrors going on.
Excuse me.
Anyways, I get really philosophical when I smoke. So.
See, Remote, did you know that The Devil's Advocate was filmed in the penthouse in New York?
Oh my gosh. Oh, with what's his name?
Was that Pacino?
Al Pacino, yeah.
Okay, I think I remember that show.
Yeah, he played the devil, and who was the other actor in that?
That wasn't Pitt, was it? No.
No, it was. Wasn't it Keanu Reeves?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Keanu Reeves, if I remember correctly. Just going to answer. There was a couple of questions here, actually. Okay. Lala's Ventures, it's me, said, I heard he has the keys to the city of David. And then Trump made Jerusalem the capital of Israel. What else? See, there was a few questions about. Garrett said, I hate Oz, period. I hate that T-Man endorsed him. He was at the Turkey Economic Forum last year. Yeah. Well, he is Turkish. So is he a member of the Muslim Brotherhood? Along with Valerie Jarrett and Justin Trudeau and Barack Obama and Mikey? That's where that whole Pantifa blammers comes from.
Yep. See, and it's like them, with all the stuff that happens in here and all the little communities on here and stuff. And I've said it a couple of times, but it's a couple of years ago, there were people out on streets, burning buildings, kicking people in the head, looting and doing stuff. Well, we're not rioting right now. You think those people didn't just disappear? So that's part of, I think, the social media getting people pissed off, creating all the ruckus.
Well, there are no rules anymore. We keep thinking, well, we'll do what's right, and we'll file a lawsuit, or we'll do this, or we'll report it to our police, or whatever. But there is no format for a justice system anymore.
I got you, Lala.
But there is.
That's me.
Hey, Lala.
I got you, Lala.
Hey, I'm going to turn off the TV now because I had you on the big screen.
That's got to be scary.
I was giving you double views, watching on TV and on my phone.
I saw what you were saying earlier. Give us your take on the whole thing we were talking about.
I'm going to tell y'all a story, and I don't want anyone to think I'm crazy, okay? I worked at the state, and I have, with one of my disabilities is the chronic ear ringing, and I believe that has to do with all those towers they were putting up around our buildings in Montgomery. Okay, so I'm working at the state, and I work till 5:30, and everybody else, got off at 5. And Trump I had learned about them filming The Devil's Advocate in his building, his son-in-law buying 666 Park Place, and they changed that address during the election. I don't know if y'all knew that. And so,
I didn't know that about the address change. That's interesting.
Yes, they did change the address. They did. From what I have learned over the years, that's where the RSV chip, it was actually formulated and founded in 666 Park Place. Okay. And then I found out about Trump.
Hold on though.
Okay.
So 666 Fifth Avenue is Lucifer's Trust Publishing. So they publish books and a lot of Bibles just by chance. Yes. So I'm not sure that the QR would be done there, but That's the penthouse suite. There's 6
Well,
other
they were
floors
doing,
there.
the ones that they put in your hand, the chip they
Yeah.
put in your hand.
Yeah.
That was formulated in that building before the address change.
So it must have been a different floor.
Well, that's a big place.
There's 7 floors there. Yeah. So
And if they're publishing Bibles, did you know every time they copyright a Bible, they have to change a percentage of the words in it?
yeah.
So be careful with your new Bibles, people.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Exactly. Look for old ones. Keep going.
Right. Anyway, then I found out about Trump, them filming Devil's Advocate in Trump Tower. And I'm like, now that's kind of, all those scenes looking out over the park there in New York and all that, that's all coming out of, it was filmed out of Trump Tower, his penthouse, where he lives. Now, when you looked at Trump's house, where he lived before he became president, it was all gold. And one of my best Christian friends told me, she said he's a worshiper of the sun god because he's got all those cherubs and the gold in the ceiling and, the things that they do. So I don't know, because I know when he came down the stairs, God said vote for him. So I don't know if we got a reprieve of 4 years, or I don't know what's going on with that, but I stuck with it and voted for him, and we saw how that went. Anyway, I was watching him one day, and the rabbis were there in the Capitol with him, and they were having something. And I was really mad at him about something at that particular time. I'm watching it on computer. And so I'm telling Trump, I said, you need to so-and-so, look at me when I'm talking to you and that kind of stuff. I'm going to tell you, I had watched, was it RSV in the one out of Auburn? I had watched it through his whole campaign and everything at work. Well, listen to it. I had never had it just stop and spin. Do y'all know that Trump turned around, looked at the camera, and it stopped and started spinning? I'm like, oh, shit. I turned my computer off. I'm like, because I don't know what these people are, the evil in them. And I know that sounds funny, but he was doing something with the rabbis and at the Capitol, and but it started spinning. He looks at the camera and it starts spinning like it's looking at me. I'm like, oh, I done called out the devil. I'm just kidding, but that's kind of how it felt. Yeah. That's the truth, ever told it. I left y'all all in like, oh my God.
You're muted, remote.
Is it me?
No,
I
it
was
was
yapping away. Yeah.
He was talking to me.
And yet the boards say Israel last. And so you wonder what's really going on? What are the angles here? Like, it's all over the place.
Okay, I'm not going to say that letter, but we all know it.
Yeah.
When it first started, I was early on the ship on that. And I remember it was like a Saturday or Sunday morning, but I remember it very well when it says, you'll never guess who you've been talking to. And I literally had to sit back down on my bed and said, please, Lord, don't let it be the devil. And that was my first prayer when I heard, you'll never guess who you've been talking to. But even if it was the devil, Satan, whatever, trying to pull us through on that Q thing, he did something. If either the Lord was doing it or the devil was doing it, we're not real sure right now. But it taught us all to research, and all of that research we were doing online, you realize the computers were pulling all that information. They could have never researched and found out all the information that the letter people figured out during that time. They were given a topic and they dove into it, and I was among it, and we pulled up all kinds of stuff that we didn't want to know, but we did need to know. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yes.
I just put a word in the channel chat there without that letter, and I wonder if and they've even goaded us a few times and said there's only a few potential letters it could be, or names with that letter it could be.
Right.
So
I'm not sure
that
what.
name has always
who-
occurred to me.
I've heard that it was a computer that was like a quantum computer that was seeing, and they were feeding it information. We fed it information, so it popped up new things for us to go explore and look into.
The AI angle is the only thing that makes sense, because this is
Yeah.
also complex. It had to have been laid out by a computer, because it's all timeline stuff. And
Yes.
actually, it could even be involved with CERN. It's that deep.
Yes. This we thought these rabbit holes, we had hit bottom in some of them. No, they keep going. If you look around a little bit further, this is some really, really deep, dark crap. My 15-year-old told me this was years ago. He's fixing to be 20, so 5 years ago. And I had just learned about that frizzle stuff, and what I'm talking about. And I had come home from work. I'd listened to commentators, had seen stuff, was very upset about it. And we were talking in the hallway. Of course, I wasn't telling him exactly what I was learning at the time, but he just looked at me. He said, "Mom, think about the most evil thing you can." And so that's where my head went to Hillary and who. And he said, "Well, Mom, that's just where evil starts." And all those pictures of those drills and stuff in that room. And, I'm so, I guess, innocent thinking that it wouldn't, I would realize, he'd pull hair out. I didn't realize how deep and dark these people are until really my kid's like, "That's just where it starts, Mom." And out of the mouth of a babe, right? Because he taught me something that day that I was like, it upset me real bad. Cause
Kids have no veil. They see everything.
That's it.
this one wants to be governor. This one is not getting his nose dirty. He don't go out drinking. He don't even like to really drive. He's I'd say a computer nerd, but he's an architect. And he's like, "This is just a step, Mom. I'm going to be governor. So you know what Mom's doing? I'm getting the books and all kinds of stuff." And he reads all this stuff. He can take the Bible. I'm not lying, y'all. He can take the Bible and history, and he can give you a lesson that most preachers can't give this day and time. And he is just fixed to be 20. I've raised a good young man, because he, y'all know I've hurt myself and I had to file for disability, which is embarrassing, but I paid into it, and I'm fixing to be 56, so no judgments, people.
You got nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm also on disability, so
No, I have to be. I can't
worked
even hardly.
50 years of my life.
Yes, me too.
Good morning,
So,
Sharon. And good night, Patriot.
I had already had a bad back and bad hips, and I came out of my bathroom one day, and my dogs had knocked a hanger over that I didn't know about, and I stepped on it on the wood floor, and I totally ripped my hamstring, all of it, tendon and hamstrings from the bone under my butt. It affected my vascular bundle in my left leg, which we all know that's I kept saying, "Am I going to get a blood clot? Am I going to get a blood clot?" Because we know that left leg is a direct return to the heart.
Did you see what Camo said? He said when the flu thing came out, the address of the lab was originally a 666. Yeah, or like that.
Now you
Yes,
can't find
Camo. It's 2000 06 06 06, I believe, or 2021. I think it's 2020. 060606 was the patent. And we all know who owns the most farmland in America now, don't we?
Oh, yes.
I'm not even going to tell you what I told my nephew last night.
He's also
like,
buying up desert land.
And I'm like, well, somebody's got to do something.
Yeah. Well, when you realize he's also buying desert land, you understand why he's blocking the sun.
Yes.
And changing the weather systems, because he wants to create fertile land on the land he bought.
Well, he died and made him king. that's what, my last night when we were talking about it, I'm like, he has no right to this. The way, I mean, I understand he's got the money, but all this money has been gotten on our backs, people.
Money is the root of all evil. Actually, the love of money is the root of
Yes,
all
It's
evil.
the greed.
Yep, because he can buy anything he wants.
exactly. And he will. But what they're doing to people
That
and what.
guy's he's been a
Mm,
slick oil salesman since the beginning. I remember watching him whenever Windows first came around and we were doing all the beta testing and stuff. He basically got rich off of the wording of contracts. That's what
yep.
created his whole foundation. He was selling Windows to places like Sun Microsystems that didn't even do operating systems. They create server blades and shit. There were some other companies back
The
in the
reason some people call him the Blanks of Hell,
Yes.
based on his last name.
Well,
day, the Gates.
yeah.
Dude, and he was some dorky little dude, just had no social skills back in the day. I've laughed and told my wife
Still doesn't.
because I just,
Well, let me ask
that
you
was some
this.
weird times back then. But yeah, just,
In
and where he's at now.
2013, in 2013, if you go to Ancestry.com, him and his wife both perished. Did you know that?
Oh,
In
no.
Africa.
Huh.
And it wasn't a very nice send-off, if you hear me. So who is it now playing his part? I mean, this stuff is really crazy, people. And I know it sounds like you've lost your mind when you start telling people about this stuff. But people need to know that because I've been involved in all of this since before Mama got, started running.
You
And
mean
we
we're
had,
not crazy?
no, you're not.
Oh my goodness.
You are not a conspiracist either. You're a realist. And
Exactly.
God has given you a vision of what's coming, and you're trying to warn people, and people will not listen.
I feel like I'm hitting my head against the proverbial wall.
Amen. You
well,
understand
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think that's the hard part when it comes to a relationship with God is it's kind of like we've polluted things to where we forget, but it's like a lie. A lie is a lie, regardless of the topic that it's about or at the level of a lie. To lie in itself is the same as any
sin.
So yeah, one's no greater than the other. So
Yes.
we kind of, this is, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. This is where I probably crash my channel, but this is kind of where it's personal character and how you carry yourself and the way you do throughout your day-to-day life. Well, are you carrying the word? Are you relaying? Are you respecting God to be a living example of his blessing?
Yes.
Like you were saying about speaking properly earlier, even that's part of it.
Very much so.
I'm going to tell y'all a
Come on,
secret
Andy.
that I learned, I believe, 2 summers ago. Might have been last summer. You know how time goes when you're in a battle for your life. But anyway, I had always feared decapitation. I'll just tell y'all, it was something in my heart of hearts, because as a new Christian, as a young, teen, I read it all, and the more you read it, it says in Revelations, the more you read Revelations, the more blessed you'll be blessed for it. Now I realize in my older years, yes, you're blessed because you can see what's coming, and God tells you what's coming. You can just see it, and you start warning people, and they act like you're the nut.
And it doesn't seem like a blessing, does it?
No, it's not. It doesn't. And he will let you get to the very bottom of yourself to show you him. And, that's how, like you're talking about, someone was talking about the being attacked. You were RCV.
If he has to cut you off at the knees, he will. That's what it takes to get you to be dead to self.
Yes, he will bring you when you're his. Expect it.
Yep.
I mean, this pain that we're in, there's no coincidence that we are up at this time talking about this subject. God has it. It's all planned. And even though we have free will, when you love the Lord, your free will wants to do what He wants you to do. Now, I'm not saying I don't sin, because I try so hard not to, but every now and then
I can see your halo glowing.
you can see what?
Your halo glowing.
Oh, thank you. I
Oh
love
wait,
the
you're
Lord so
human
much,
too.
y'all, and I talk about Him a lot. And I
Hey,
know
Holly.
some people who have lives and talks don't want people to talk about Him that much, and I can't not talk about Him because He's the reason I'm alive today. He's my breath, and I'm only one breath away from Him. Is that not? Does that not give you chill bumps to think we're one breath away from the Lord in His arms? Now He's with us and in us. That's one thing, but knowing that final breath, you're going to be in His arms when you're His. There's no fear. The head thing and all that, I don't fear that anymore. He totally took that away from me. And when the Lord goes from your head, and this is very important, it has to move from your head into your heart. You can find me during the day. I'll be just talking to the Lord, just like He's standing right there beside me. And people think I'm crazy, but I know He's right here with me. And He cares about what I'm doing. And He wants to walk with us. That's what God was doing with Adam and Eve. He wanted to walk in the garden with them and be their friend. But the snakes, slithered up in there and totally messed everything up. But that's what the Lord has been working for with us as humans this whole time, is having a personal relationship with you.
And when you understand that the enemy has tried to make your personal savior the enemy, you are speaking the truth, just saying.
Right. When it goes down, when you can let it settle into your heart and really give Him the glory and live for Him every moment of every day, you have nothing to worry about. I don't worry about war. I don't worry about any of this stuff, because I know in the end, He's got me. And He's preparing me. I can see my niece went to her son's graduation this weekend, and she goes, "You would not believe the stuff these kids were throwing away." And she brought a basket out. And they probably had a doctor, because it's a nurse doctor school, sending them stuff
He's
for
really
their
got you
backpack.
now.
Gauze.
He's got you, so you got a savior for life.
Yes.
Girl, He's really got you now. You got your Jesus Christ coming for life. Yeah.
There you go,
Amen.
remote.
I'm going to put more of my videos that I've had come up, and when y'all listen to them, just overlook what we're saying sometimes, because we get very excited when you can see stuff. Not everyone can see what's going on in the sky. And I know that sounds like I'm being crazy. I'm not, Rescue. I'm really not crazy.
Oh no! I personally, I've died twice. So but I just we all have our own relationship.
You told us to watch the skies.
I think the way we walk is our testimony too. That's one thing why the past couple of years is. And He humbled me. I'm a hard-headed person. I've talked about that numerous times on here, and that's.
Yes, He has
humbled me, but then that's when it really put things in perspective. So it's the way that I talk, the words that I choose, and I try the thought process and what I'm doing, the focus. That's why it's like translating a more positive image to younger people, I think, is a very important thing, because it's one that's walking the talk.
Yes.
And I think we just need more of that. And it's focusing on the good. You're going to promote it. I don't know how to say this to where it's going to sound so all cushy, but this isn't eternity here. So whatever happens right here happens, but it's to get right in your relationship right with God. So, I personally, I'll throw a wrench in everything, but that's me and Him talk on a day-to-day basis, because I'm personally ready to go any day He's ready to take me. Because
I understand that conversation.
And you say that out loud to some people, and then they do this whole depression thing, and it's not a depression thing. I'm tired
Come
of
Lord
being
Jesus.
here, and I'm ready to
Anytime.
Anytime.
The
And you know
water's
what? He's gonna
fine.
keep us here because
That's right.
we're his mouth right now. You
Amen.
get what I'm saying?
Well, everybody learns a lesson, and that's how I've said that whenever the last time I died, the paramedic that actually, they said you're dead, and they put me on life flight, and then he looked at me a couple months later. I was at a gas pump, and that's how I met him, because the dude kept popping around this gas pump looking at me all crazy. And I finally, when he did it, I said, "Can I help you with something?" He said, "You look familiar." I said, "Well, I kind of been around here for a while." He said, "No," and he started to point to where I had been ran over on my bike, and he goes, "You look like," and I go, "Oh, you talking about the wreck?" "Yeah, that was me." He goes, "I put you on life flight. You were gone." I said, "I don't know. What can I tell you? It ain't always up to you," is all I can say. I mean, it's
You
like,
can't kill what
I've been
God
here and done
meant
that.
for you.
So it's not a shock and all. God, but you never know. So did a nurse somewhere along the way, did the flight helicopter, did he figure, was there a wind change or something that he had to learn a new maneuver?
God would have
Where
found
does
a
that
way.
play? We act like our little few decades here are the big picture, but this is,
Everything works through good through the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
that's it. You never know
Thank you, Jesus.
if your message was for you to learn something or for you to teach somebody something. So it's just
Well, that's what
all
I've
this
said.
man-made distraction crap. It wasn't the intent. The intent
I've
was
had people
for us
tell
just
me
to be here with nature and interact.
that my pain is like a faith, and I'm like, they do say faith can move mountains and faith can heal. I believe in it. But I know Paul, he had a thorn in his side. Wasn't it Paul? Was it Peter? Paul.
See, what is it?
I can't remember.
Kiss Off says, "Tell me the story of how I died twice." Well, one was real. I mean, it's an easy, quick story. I was pretty much going to pay the electric bill, and I got tagged in the rear on my bike by some pilled up lady that was doing about 55, 60 miles an hour, and I was doing 20 in a school zone. So that's how that was. And then I got slung like a rag doll, from what I was told. And I woke up 3.5 days later in the hospital with one eye. And I looked at my wife and was like, "So what happened?" Because to this day, the last thing I remember seeing was the school zone sign and it blinking and kind of go underneath it. And then next thing I know, I'm one eye and my wife in a hospital bed going, "What happened?" She goes, "Oh, it was bad." And I was like, "What do you mean?" "Oh, it was bad." But see, and here I actually tell this story too, because we were talking about kids and the innocence of kids. Here's a prime example. So when that happened, the officer that was working the wreck, I knew him and he knew my family and everything. So he called her job, got her manager on the phone, said, "Look, I'm fixing to give her some bad news. You need to kind of be prepared." Told her that it did not look good, but that I had been life flighted down to ICU. And well, she got the kids. The kids they're bawling, snot coming out all the way down for like 2-hour drive. They walked in the ICU, and my wife said the minute they touched my hand, they immediately stopped crying and started just looking at the machines and kind of talking to people. Their whole demeanor totally changed. And I just, to this day, still say that just shows you that they're not shrouded with all this man-made crap. So they actually can feel that touch. And so once they realize that I'm still there, and it's like, okay, it's all good. And it's kind of like, and I see things in a different way, I think. And that's all. I'm a little unique, I guess. I've been called an anomaly before, but I think that a lot of this is, we've put and I don't want this to seem rude to anybody. We put so much on God when really kind of God gave us everything we needed right here. We just need to get back to what's actually true, what's actually good and pure for us, what was here for us, not these man-made division things that we've created and then unleashed upon ourselves to then cause all this division and fracture.
Yes.
And the first time I died was an overdose. And that was when I was a drug addict. And that was actually before God realized that I was not. I was going to make his job really hard if he didn't slow me down. So all of a sudden, I kind of got cuffed and I got sent to this nice little vacation home with the state of Texas. And there's a lot of people that spend the rest of their life bitching about that moment, going, man, they got me up. You know what? That was my saving grace, because if it hadn't have been for that nudge over into that little confined area so I could slow my roll, then I would have made a really hard job for God to keep me here, because I was hell bent, and I was a Tasmanian devil cut loose, buddy. I was spinning out of control and
flying by the seat of your pants.
I was, and that's matter of fact, the night that I overdosed, all I remember was the whole room went up in my head, because I was trying some new drugs that were freshly cooked, and it's like, oh, try this. Oh, okay, sure.
It cut you off at the knees to save your life.
Dude, and it's just like here lately, this is what it did, because, you know, one thing somebody asked me the other night kind of what my I guess religion background kind of is, and how I kind of come to where I'm at, you know, in the belief. And I kind of told him, you know, I wasn't raised going to church every day and Sunday or type thing. I wasn't raised that way. I wasn't raised against it, though. Back then it was acceptable. You had friends at school that would go to church. You had friends at school that didn't go to church, and but Sunday was still the day of rest, even if you didn't do the church. So you kind of still half acknowledged it, and kind of that's just growing up. And plus it was just a good old yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, may I please, thank you. It's amazing what basic morals does. But it was when I got older, you know, I first time I got locked up, I read the Bible, because everybody that pretty much gets locked up finds God, or at least they think they do.
And that's the only reading material you ever get?
Yeah, they're willing to pass that out, and it's amazing how they're willing to pass that out, but then they shoot at it like it's a moving target. Every chance they can, they try to butcher everything about
because there's a law that they have to give people a Bible. And the same as a hotel room has to have a Bible in it.
Yeah, there's always one in the drawer.
So when you're that down on your luck, only way you got to go is up, and God is up.
Well, I've had different conversations, different interactions is the way I guess you could say. And at first you don't realize. And so sometimes when I talk, I make it sound like I kind of recognized all this as it happened. And it's not that I recognized it as it happened. But you can start to self-reflect, and then you start to see. And there's where I think a lot of people, if you ever, and I just laugh and say, if you ever slow your roll long enough to take a deep breath and look up and give it a moment, he will talk to you in sometimes the most obvious ways, that it's so obvious it just went right in front of you. And then sometimes there's just little things. I mean, and I know this sounds really corny, but it can be goofy shit too, like a bird that whistles at the right time. And you kind of look that way. Well, you look that way just in time to notice that car down there veer around that person, and now they needed to know what happened. Well, okay, well, I'm sorry. Did that all kind of play a part? I don't know. My brain cannot comprehend developing the universe, so I don't even begin to interpret the big plan of things. There's another big step. People now, like God, this, I don't know, man. You really kind of, your brain can expand out to the universe, and that you created all this and put this all in play in a perfect balance and everything. And see, I accept defeat. I'm here. I'm humbled. I'm good. And that all kind of came, man. It's this last time I really came in, because he physically brought me down. I got humbled because I was just hard-headed. I was doing right, but I wasn't being right. I was trying to do it. And so, you know, I've always been polite. I've never been an ugly person. Even when I did batshit crazy stuff, I wasn't an ugly person about it. I just did the unthinking things. But man, I was laying in my bed a couple years ago, and I was really in panic mode, because I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to bathe myself, wasn't going to be able to wipe my butt when I go to the bathroom. And I'm 6'4", so I weigh 275 pounds. Well, actually, I think now I'm down to about 230, because I've lost a lot of weight. But I'm a physical person. You know, I've never asked for help. I I do it. If I don't know how to do it, I learn how to do it. That's been always about my neck, is I can learn. He gave me that talent. I can, if I need to learn something, I can learn it. Give me time and I'll do it quick. And so I just was operated that way. Well, see, that always keeps me in me, because I keep thinking I can do everything. I'll do it. I carried myself. I carried my family. I carried everybody around me. This has been my wake-up call here lately in the past 6-8 months. Is that's what he's really, the message he was trying to get through to me is that this isn't about me, and that I can't, there's times when I need to feel helpless in a way. I need to feel that alone, because then I reach out, and when you reach out, then you get a better connection, and it puts you in. And that's where a lot of this, it's like people think, I'm timid because of the choice of words and no vulgarity and stuff, and say, man, I've done that. I've been there, done that, had the t-shirt, got rid of it. So it's a choice, because then it becomes, once you have that relationship and you start to acknowledge him, and that you're a representation of his creation. I mean, you're a walking, representation of that. So
Ambassador.
I need to carry myself in that way. And my character is my testimony, my actions are my testimony. And then that becomes important. And I think that's more, if more of that spread out across, then we could achieve way better things. We're handed everything, and we've screwed it up.
You're a soldier of God ambassador on this world.
That's exactly.
And so anyway, that's my story. Sometimes that happens. I just get on them little soapboxes and I'll just get to talking.
Well, Rescue, you're doing God's work here.
Amen.
That's my story.
You just miss doing cartwheels, don't you?
Man, I tell you what, it's the simplest things too. Now you just kind of look over at something and you kind of go, oh yeah. And it's like, yeah, no, you don't just reach over and lean. You now turn and it's
called body mechanics. Yeah.
Yes.
Be very aware, because one bad turn.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've learned to move slower. I used to be in a big hurry all the time. Then I stepped on my old cat once. Well, I sort of did. I knew she was there, and I just threw myself face first because I didn't want to step on her. I just threw myself, and man, I got my knee hurts thinking about that one. Right where it was, where I heard it, I could feel it. When you're sensitive, it's like that, right? You get memories.
I guess at the time, my 26-year-old who's married Satan's daughter. Anyway.
Morning, Michelle. Morning, Bonnie.
That was ugly of me. But anyway, he told me that I was too sensitive. Now, this was like 2 years ago. And I needed to get over that. And I told him then, I'm like, don't you think if I was going to get over my sensitivity that I believe God put in my heart, that I would have gotten over this years ago? I mean, that's not something at my age that's going to just go away. Do you not agree? I'm going to be bad in a minute.
You're going to be bad?
It's part of the being a warrior for Jesus Christ thing. It's part of the package. You're going to get grief. For you shall be hated. He was hated for his name, so you will be hated mostly, as the Bible tells us.
Morning, Angela. Yes, and we know we're going to be hated. But in light, people who are light, dark does not like it, and it will attack it every time it can. But light wins because we know who wins.
Okay, cool, Chrissy Cat. Thank you, man.
Matthew 10:22. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that endureth to the end shall be saved. Amen.
Amen. Well, I believe we're all here. Excuse me. I believe we're all here at this time in this place for a reason. I believe He put us here.
Pretty cool.
Born
And
for
that
this
we're
very
supposed
time.
to do His work.
Amen. We were born for this very time, sis.
Yes, we were.
Kiss off. That is awesome. Lung cancer gone. Loss of legs. I now walk again. Yep. God's got my back.
Amen. Kiss off.
Amen.
There's a praise report right there. Amen. Thank
You
you,
know-
Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
We really have more blessings than we realize in life.
It's true.
Oh, well, the blessings are all around us. We're the ones that actually take them away. We refuse to see them. We refuse
Negate
to acknowledge them. We refuse to, interact with them. We refuse. Because we've chosen to go down another path that was easier, because this one was a little harder, because this one took self-accountability. You had to hold yourself accountable. You have to maintain. You have to not give in to the other side.
Tennessee Ridge Runner said, amen. People can hate me all they want. I know God loves me. Amen to that. And I love you too, Tennessee. And you know, if push came to shove, I'd have your back. We've spoke about that before. We'd be standing back to back. Let's go. We're here for the Lord.
We
Amen.
are, and He's calling us together.
That's right.
He's
Yep.
been telling me to go on a mission, but I don't know how to even get it together. But I know when it's time, I'll just get in the car and go.
Well, that's
Head
why
to the
some people
mountains.
call it taking the higher ground. And it's not that you take a higher ground, but if you walk in the good and you carry that message of good, you're going to catch flack from the bad side. Because that's to me, I guess and I don't know how to really explain it. It just kind of has happened over the past year and a half or so. But it's just everything is on a balance. So there's a balance to everything. So whatever,
And it goes against their agenda.
yep. Where there's a good, there's a bad. Wherever there's a love, there's a hate. Where there's a happy, there's a sad. So
I agree.
all that negative that you start to feel or encounter, you've got to find a way to flip script on it, and there's an opposite. So whatever that is, that means that there's another side that's the positive side. That's just and I laugh and say, for every problem there's a solution. Well, it's that simple. And I will say, I wanted to address something, because somebody said it earlier about forgiveness and how
Did
hard
somebody say shark? Independent?
right, the baby shark. That's it. No baby shark. But
No
somebody
baby
said about
shark,
how
please.
forgiveness is hard. And I guess
No baby shark.
what became easy for me here lately is I basically, before I retain that, whenever I either meet somebody or remember somebody that I had a bad feeling about, or that I feel that's kind of screwed me over, because I went through a lot of that. I've just kind of realized that, I was in my own shit. So I'm now coming to have a relationship with God, and I talk about that, and I share that with everybody. Okay, so I take all that, and what I do is I flip that, and I say, okay, well, who knows what that person was all going through? They have their own relationship and their own path. So the more I let it occupy space in me, it's taking up space of good that I can replace it with. So you kind of you don't forget, but you realize that it's taking away from you to remember that negativeness, because once again, there's a balance to everything. So if you're retaining space on this negative thought, you need to replace it with something positive. Either look at yourself and where would you want to be? Treat somebody like you want to be treated, kind of thing. So,
Exactly.
and that goes a long way. And then you just realize that, I don't know, it's a tough world right now. We're exposed to a lot of distractions, a lot of man-made polluted stuff, and everybody's confused at different levels. Nobody's got there's no perfect person. He's waiting.
What? Confusion?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
that would be the word. Oh no,
So,
now I hear that, right? Baby
Connie
shark.
was asking about some drops earlier, so I pulled one. So the first one was, shall we play a game? Nothing can stop what is coming. Then there's a website there for CISA.governmentsafecom and CISA.governmentbriansware. And I don't recall looking up those before. I don't know why I missed those before. I wonder if they've been slipped in. Anyway, more coming. Why is this relevant? How do you show the public truth? How do you safeguard U.S. elections post-POTUS? How do you remove foreign interference and corruption and install U.S.-owned voter ID laws and other safeguards? It had to be this way. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you see, you know what? The light.
Mm-hmm.
I just cut off a bit there. That's all. So that's that one, and then there's a long one here, and this is weird. And Connie said these were the drops for today. Like these were the annual ones, right?
The new ones?
Yep.
Yep, go for it.
So I don't recall seeing those websites before, so I want to look at that. Anyways, this came out June 7th, 2020. Holy Trinity Sunday, Mr. President. In recent months, we've been... Oh, here, I'm going to share it with you. I keep forgetting that I can
dirty
share
my
it.
feeling is.
Hey, Indy, if you will you drop the J6 links? By the way, it's a reminder because we don't want to forget about those people.
Good idea. So in recent months, we've been witnessing the formation of two opposing sides that I would call biblical: the children of light and the children of darkness. The children of light constitute the most conspicuous part of humanity, while the darkness or children of darkness represent an absolute minority. And yet the former are the object of a sort of discrimination which places them in a situation of moral inferiority with respect to their adversaries, who often hold strategic positions in government, in politics, in the economy, and in the media. In an apparently inexplicable way, the good are held hostage by the wicked and by those who help them either out of self-interest or fearfulness. This is so true. These two sides which have a biblical nature, follow the clear separation between the offspring of the woman and the offspring of the serpent. On the one hand, there are those who, although they have 1,000 defects and weaknesses, are motivated by the desire to do good, to be honest, to raise a family, to engage in work, to give prosperity to their homeland, to help the needy, and, in obedience to the law of God, to merit the kingdom of heaven. Wow, we were just talking about that. On the other hand, there are those who serve themselves, who do not hold any moral principles, who want to demolish the family and the nation, exploit workers to make themselves unduly wealthy, foment international division and wars, and accumulate power and money. For them, the fallacious illusion of temporal well-being will one day, if they do not repent, yield to the terrible fate that awaits them, far from God, in eternal damnation. We will also discover that these... Just wait, I gotta get a sip.
And by the way, yeah, Garrett, so you saw him a couple weeks ago, but has anybody seen Huckleberry here in the past few days or anything?
I haven't seen Huckleberry since I was here last, I think. We will also discover that the riots in these days were provoked by those who, seeing the virus is inevitably fading and that the social alarm of the panic is waning, necessarily have had to provoke civil disturbances because they would be followed by repression, which, although legitimate, could be condemned as an unjustified aggression against the population. They're trying to paint us that way right now, aren't they? The same thing is also happening in Europe in perfect synchrony. It is quite clear that the use of street protest is instrumental to the purposes of those who would like to see someone elected in the upcoming presidential election who embodies the goals of the deep state and who expresses those goals faithfully and with conviction. It will not be surprising if in a few months we learn once again that hidden behind these acts of vandalism and violence there are those who hope to profit from the dissolution of the social order so as to build a world without freedom. Salve et coagula, which is a Baphomet expression written on the forearm, see inside, as the Masonic adage teaches. Although it may seem disconcerting, the opposing alignments I have described are also found in religious circles. There are faithful shepherds who care for the flock of Christ, but there are also mercenary infidels who seek to scatter the flock and hand the sheep over to be devoured by ravenous wolves. It is not surprising that these mercenaries are allies of the children of darkness and hate the children of light. That there is a deep state, there is also a deep church that betrays its duties and forswears its proper commitments before God. Thus, the invisible enemy, whom good rulers fight against in public affairs, is also fought against by good shepherds in the ecclesiastical sphere. It is a spiritual battle, which I spoke about in my recent appeal to, which was published on May 8th. In society, Mr. President, these two opposing realities coexist as external enemies, just as God and Satan are eternal enemies. And it appears that the children of darkness, whom we may easily identify with the deep state, who you wisely oppose, and which is fiercely waging war against you in these days, have decided to show their cards, so to speak, by now revealing their plans. Well, it's very clear they think they can do whatever they want with impunity. They seem to be so certain of already having everything under control that they have laid aside their circumspection that until now had at least partially concealed their true intentions. The investigations already underway will reveal the true responsibility of those who managed the COVID emergency, not only in the area of healthcare, but also in politics, the economy, and the media. We will probably find that in this colossal operation of social engineering, there are people who have decided the fate of humanity, arrogating to themselves the right to act against the will of the citizens and their representatives in the governments of nations. Anybody else been feeling like that just spoke for them right about now?
Yeah, right.
Just saying. Better hide that.
So now who wrote that?
That was on the board.
I don't know the board though, remote. So
Well,
you got to remember, this is all I really do is just this little part.
okay,
for
yeah,
everybody.
you can't. It's that 17th letter.
Okay.
You know what the 17th letter is. Don't say it out loud.
Don't say it out loud.
Yeah, it's.
But what if you had a question?
Or you wanted to quote something.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I was quandering that thought.
Yes. I was questioning whether you were quandering it as well. 17, Connie says.
Well, it's funny too because see, now you got me kind of questioning. I don't know how to Quentin, man, because poor old Quentin over there. Well, I can say it. I'll just say it. Hell, I'll defend myself. I don't, because there is a Q, and we call him Q, but it's Q, and it's for Quentin, and it's Q out of the darkness. And he's actually a Christian guy. He's pretty solid. You'd probably like him a lot.
Sounds like it.
He used to be on YouTube, but because he covers like a lot of the COOF and the election stuff and all the crooked stuff, he's not here. So his thing is over. I think he might be on, I think he's on Rumble. I know he's on Locals. And and people get turned off by Locals because of paid subscription, but you don't have to do paid subscriptions. The real people over there, like Brian Lupo and Quentin and them, they have the paywall if you want to participate in the text during when they do a live or something. But for everything they say in their video, they put out there for everybody to be able to see. So,
Nice pop. Aw, thanks for sharing, Lala. Little Shih Tzu?
she's muted. She doesn't know.
Lala, we can't hear you.
Yes, there's shit. I have two Shih Tzus, the mama and the baby, and I had the daddy, but he passed away on me.
Oh, sorry for your loss there.
I can't even talk.
I'm a critter
that
guy.
happened years ago, and it's still. He was the dog.
I got a cat and a dog, and I love my critters. I've
love my
lost a few.
critters too. They're spoiled. They rode to the store tonight to get a bone because I was out of bones, so we had to go to the store like a child.
See, I love that our channels. You know how you know good people. You know how you know who they are. They love pets. They have pets, or they go gaga over them, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh.
That shows you that there is there's a sliver of empathy in there somewhere because they have compassion for something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ones that don't, those immediately I know. Oh, we got a bad seed. Run.
You know, it's weird.
Clean up
too,
aisle
because
7.
when
Run.
I was young, you know, you kind of didn't see puppy kickers like everywhere. They were rare nowadays, and that's what I call them. I'm sorry, I'm just not a fan of people that get pets and then chain them up out there, and they have a dog house in this fence, and it's like, wow, so you have a pet. Can I do that to you? Because I think they take me to jail if I do that to you. But I just, oh man, because you know it's a breathing, living thing, and if you're not going to accept it into your family and make it part of your family, then you shouldn't interrupt its life. Otherwise, you're being an ass. So I call them puppy kickers because it's just people that have no concern. They don't care. They just want.
I consider myself the maitre d' for my pets.
Oh yeah.
That's what Lulu came up here. She got right up here next to me, and Lily's laying at my feet. I don't like for her to sleep above my head though, because you know they say they sleep above their head, they rule you. Well, you know, sorta.
Now, see, I will say I'm a dog person too. Not that I have a thing against cats. I'm just a dog person. Dogs are
I'm
mine.
a dog person.
And I even go one step farther because I'm one of those vicious pit bull owners. You know.
Oh yeah, me too.
My kids rode one like it was a donkey years ago.
We visited with one today.
Huh?
Choopy visited with one today. My little 10-pounder with this big pit bull, and he's just a big lug.
Oh, I guarantee you, if mine now, the one we've had for the past few years, is another rescue, and he's a pit boxer mix, dude. I laugh. He's my entertainment. Once again, you never know how God's going to work in your life.
I agree.
He's my buddy. I mean, and he's so smart that this dog will go look at the security cameras if he hears a noise outside. So he doesn't go to the front door. He goes to the door. He goes to the alcove where the monitor is for the securities, and he looks up there and he starts looking. But then this smart dog is liable to get excited, and I can say something like, "Where's your bone?" And he'll take off running down this hall and head first into the couch, just out of nowhere. So it's best of both worlds. I mean, he does the goofiest shit and then the smartest stuff. So.
That's funny. He watches the TV monitor. That's awesome.
But my grandbaby will walk over there and take the bone right out of his mouth while he's chewing it, or go over there and just pull the food bowl right out from underneath him. And he does it. He just kind of stops and looks at her, kind of, damn, okay, I guess. But then when you listen to people talk about the pit bulls, and it's like, well, wait a minute, which pit bull? Oh, you're talking about the ones that get put in the cages, treated like a herded animal. See, because ours, we interact with him as hell. We walk into the kitchen and see him, and we say something to him and acknowledge he's part of our family.
Have you seen Nicky B's Hank? He's a boxer.
Oh, there you go.
He's a beauty. He's another big lug. Just I'll give you some hugs here.
Dude, they're transmitting love if you'll let them.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll help that fester inside of you if you'll just pay attention. And I'm not ignoring chat, by the way. Man, it just sometimes it goes by and I get caught up in conversations, and it's a Monday and I haven't even fired up enough momentum. I'm still in putter mode.
I agree with Kathy. I'm having trouble talking now. Chrissy Cat said, "I think I love animals more than people. Sounds weird, but they love so unconditionally." I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got somebody new.
Your animals they're almost lifesavers to me. But I'm the one that can go to your house, and no matter what kind of dog you have, That dog wants to sit at my feet and talk to me.
Hey, Hetty, welcome. Hope you enjoy. Glad you're here.
My sister-in-law has a bunch of them, and it'd be like they have to take turns. They come. We have to have a discussion and talk.
Hetty Lamar says, hello, fellows. Let me introduce myself. I live in North Georgia. I'm a Christian and a patriot.
Amen. Welcome.
Welcome to my virtual living room, ma'am.
I just love Rescue's channel. He's got the best channel on YouTube.
This is my way of I learn what I ask. I ask to be taught something, and boy, let me tell you, careful what you ask for, because somewhere along the way in my younger years, I think I slipped up and asked for patience, and well, he's been educating me on that ever since. So.
Oh my goodness, you didn't pray for patience in your 20s like I did you?
Apparently so, because I'm still trying to learn it.
You did that too? Wow.
RCV, did you do it too?
Oh, of course, yeah. Part of growing up, I think.
I love it. It goes to show you how good God is to bring people together like this in your virtual living room, and to be able to talk to one another and encourage one another in the Lord on this Monday morning. Isn't that beautiful?
Absolutely.
Well, that's kind of...
I'm enjoying it.
By the way, Heidi, I pretty much, so you'll know, now all my times are in Central, so I usually start like on a Monday at 2 o'clock Central, 2 a.m. Central, and I kind of go sometimes 8, 10. I don't really have a set ending time, so, and then I do that Monday through Thursday. The Friday morning, 2 a.m. is the last time I get on, and then I take the weekend off. So I try to do that. That's my own little, because that goes to what I was telling you earlier, remote with my brain is always going, but I can't do anything. So I feel like that's like, no, I'm used to working. I work 12, 14, 16, 18-hour days. And all of a sudden it all came to an abrupt stop. And it was like, so this kind of gives me, that's why some people are like, and I understand people worry about me, and they're like, don't push yourself too far. And I try not to. Sometimes I do a little far. I don't do any of those 16-hour jobs no more. Yeah, I think that'll be a while. But this is it gives me a format. So it kind of gives me a purpose to where it's like, okay, I need to, Monday, 2 a.m. Let me go set my little broadcast schedule. There's been times when I didn't want to get up, and it wears on me. And then it's, you need to get up, you need to get up, you need to get up. And then I'm like, man, I don't want to do this. But I'm down. See, I'm down. There's like a little pressure pushing me down, and I push up, and usually within an hour of starting the show, I'm now sitting here laughing, and I'm smiling, and something's happened, and then it clicks to me, and I'm going, yeah. You shake that pressure off, because you've got to keep good positive around you, and that's been the biggest lesson.
Well, you're focusing on something other than your pain.
Yeah, you don't sit and dwell in your stuff. That's, you get out, and that's what this does. And it also teaches me ways to interact with people, because like I said, it's not that I was an ugly person. I was just a very loud and aggressive person, and I didn't choose my words. So, a lot of times a good message can get lost if you drop the F-bomb during it.
Absolutely.
So the minute you drop the F-bomb, then all the focus on the words that were coming out of your mouth just all stopped and went to that 4-letter word. And it's not that I have anything against it.
It stopped midair and just dropped.
Yeah. I mean, it just, and I'm not criticizing anybody that drive. I still do. If I get mad, it's not like I'm talking like this is right here, right now. I'm okay. I have pissed off moments still. It's not, but for me, it's that step to try to correct that. That's actually a new hurdle for me. So it's kind of baby steps. So sometimes that's why you can go back and look at some previous things that I've kind of gotten so pissed off.
I'll probably just stay with this and move forward.
Well, every day is a challenge. So every day,
I know this has been a progress for me of learning. I did this because of my multiple chemical sensitivities. I can't really socialize anymore with anybody. I get sick. Like, somebody could use deodorant or their shampoo or whatever they use to wash their clothes with, doesn't matter. And then I get, the more people I get around in an enclosed area, the worse it is, right? Can't do it. So, and I can't have my home contaminated with fragrance. So I'm really turned into a hermit. So doing this socially and doing my own channel was very therapeutic for me in that social aspect, that it gave me an outlet in that regard.
Yeah, I have a friend like that. She's very sensitive to stuff, and especially like, people who've this SP, where they spike a football. No, when they get a ticket for that. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
When a hockey player scores a goal and they go, blinking A.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never liked that. When I played hockey, it was like, you guys don't need to do that. We got to come up with a different one.
Right.
But with that, the Hell's Gates or whatever had come up with for us, that little thing, she, in these towers, she can feel all that stuff. Just it makes her really sick. But she is a very good Christian girl, and honey, she can, when the demon comes up on her, she gonna call it out. She gonna band it back to hell in a heartbeat.
There's a reason we are empaths, because we have the gifts of the Holy Spirit that are needed to protect us from evil.
Yes. She says she's gonna go on my mission with me, so she's gonna get rid of the demons. I'm gonna come see all you folks. I'm gonna be somewhere near, because I know the Lord's sending me out to do something, and I don't know where quite yet. I'm praying about it. Y'all pray with me about it, so it'll be clear.
More than four corners.
Go ahead and pray. I'm a spontaneous prayer guy.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Lala.
Pray for us.
Break it down. Come on, Lala, it's your prayer.
You want me to pray?
Sure.
Oh, Lord, thank you for this day, and thank you for these people. Thank you for all the blessings that you give to us. You are holy and the only Father, Yah. Abba, please hear my prayer, and wherever you're wanting to send me, that it will come to me, and that these people will help me know and be centered as to what your plan is for me right now. And Lord, I pray for all of these people in chat right now. I pray your wing of protection is around them, and comfort them and pull them close to your heart, Lord, so that they will know in these times that we are in that you, Lord, are the only one that we need to get us through these hard times that we face, and that you will provide when we do not even see any provision for ourselves. Lord, I pray for our families, that they will come back to the Lord in such a way, come back to you in such a way that there'll be a revival in this country, unlike something we've never seen before. Lord, I pray for my country and its leaders, and I pray that you will have your hand over them. Even though they have evil in them, you are the ultimate God of all, and you can control them too, Lord. So I pray that you will give them what they deserve for what doing to your children. Maybe that's ugly, but Lord, I pray like David. As they want to hurt us, we pray it back at them tenfold.
They
And
send
Lord,
it out. They get the boomerang. It's not our fault. They sent it out in the first place. Amen.
Amen. You understand what I'm saying about praying like David?
Yes. Amen.
And we have to. Thank you. Amen, Lord. Thank you. And I hope that everyone can feel the love that I send out from the Lord to you today.
Amen.
Everybody
Great
good?
prayer. Somebody's a little overwhelmed over there, Lala.
Huh?
You just got a little overwhelmed by the Holy Spirit, didn't you? I could tell.
I pray like that a lot.
Amen. Amen. That was a
You
lovely
have to
prayer.
give him
Thank you.
praise. You thank him and you give him praise before you
Amen.
ever say anything else. And really, you should ask for forgiveness before talking to him, because he cannot be around sin. A lie, anything. I mean, the Lord cannot be around sin. So you need to come clean to the
He can't
Lord
stand a liar.
to talk to
Yeah,
him
there's some sins too, like for example, if you harm one of the little ones, you may as well hang a millstone around your neck.
and throw yourself into the deepest parts of the sea.
Exactly.
Amen. They're going to get theirs. What they've done
Certain
to the
things are
children.
unforgivable.
I mean, when I've learned this stuff, I could never have even thought the things that I've learned. I couldn't have come up with it. And I said to my son, I told y'all he's very bright, about the vampire thing, I'm like, they just went sitting around one day and said, I think I'm going to write a book about vampires. No, there were actually people that were vampires. And he explained to me how it sort of started and
Night, Heidi.
Night, Hetty.
Have a good
Nice
night.
meeting you, Hetty.
Rest.
We'll see you again. Come over to my channel sometime too.
Yep. And as I always try to tell people, is to smile or be the reason somebody smiles.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday to Friday on my channel, Hetty. If you want to come over, we do prayer and fellowship there. Amen.
Oh, amen. I'll come over and visit.
That'd be great, Lala.
Oh, I've already grabbed the link to your channel, but I can't go to it until I get back over at YouTube, because I got only my phone.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun, folks. I'm kind of a goofy character. I got a bit of a sense of humor, and sometimes I'll break into song just because I like singing an old blues thing. But I often do verse and stuff like that to blues, and that's just like I broke into that song earlier, except I made kind of a slightly crass rock and roll song into a gospel song. So that's just the way I am. That's how I roll.
Well,
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm going to have to check you out.
For sure.
You mean you're not subbed to Remote's channel?
No, I didn't. This is the first time I'm meeting Remote, and I just love him.
Oh.
I love you too, Lola. I like the way you talk. You echo the way I feel. I really enjoyed your fellowship and edification tonight. And Independent Men United just put my channel in chat there if you guys want to grab it.
Independent Minnie,
yeah.
I love you.
Yeah, she's
you
awesome.
said hi to me earlier, and I didn't say anything. I just want you to know.
And Chrissy Cat and Tennessee Ridge Runner. I love them folks. Bonnie's, Camel Carl. You got some great mods in here, Rescue. Just saying. And Shifty's been in here too, right?
Yeah.
This is where the cool kids hang.
Exactly. Yeah. Connie Carlo. Four Corners. Garrett 01. Cindy Fuller Stevens.
And once I kind of get to know people, I'll make people a mod, because that way, one, if it's blue, I know it's you. So.
Well, thank you guys for adding a. Bonnie said, "Remote, reach out to our friend, please." Which friend? My cat? She's not here right now.
No, I think it might be the person. I guess there's a friend of y'all's that's been having some issues.
Oh, is this Angela? Angela says, I was caught praying.
Bonnie, when she said to reach out to our friend, please, I think there was somebody she was talking earlier about somebody that's self-forgiveness is having a problem with self-forgiveness, and she was trying to work with them. I don't know if that's who she's talking about.
Okay. Well, I was just looking back. Angela G said, I was caught praying in tongues. My daughter said, I didn't know
Hebrew.
We are Hebrew, LOL. So I don't think that was really too bad. Let's see. County Carl, I was praying like someone was here, and when Honey come home, he was wondering who was here. I said, I'm talking to Jesus. No, not that.
I wanted to get some type of traveling um, like where you can drive it, like an RV. I don't know what they're called.
Motorhome.
There you go. I wanted to get a motorhome. I want to have it shrink wrapped with Yah's coming. You know, Yeshua is coming. You know, the Messiah is coming, or something that would, make people realize that going down the road, even you're spreading the word. But I had one of my Christian friends tell me, it just seems like the more you tell people now, the more they just reject it. And I don't understand that, guys.
Well, you can't force people. So I don't know, the way I view it is you make your changes, and then the people will notice changes. And then when they get inquisitive and they go, well, I've noticed this difference in you, and then you can say, here's how it came for me. Because then you lead people, because you can't browbeat anybody. Matter of fact, the more you try, the farther you push them away. So the best
You're exactly right. They will be repelled
by that
by
phrase
that.
of lead by example, kind of. So it's in your character, it's in your testimony, it's your person.
Yes.
Is your testimony. So it's,
Somebody sees your walk and is interested in having one, and then they ask you about it, then you have your opening.
I'm the girl at the register that when I'm checking out, I can kind of feel when they're Christians and, stuff. And I'm always going to try to leave a message of Jesus with them.
Of course.
If they have it or if they don't.
Part of the walk, yeah. So you're not going to push it on somebody who's unwilling, but you will know them by their fruits, and you will know by their response immediately, whether they're open to it or not.
Yes.
Exactly, Connie. That's Connie said, people will know you by your works and fruits.
Wow. Well, I didn't even read that. That's awesome. Thank you for that confirmation right there, Connie Carlo. Amen.
Well, and it's self-accountability, and that's people need to really, what's the message you put out? I mean, is it compassion? Is it calmness, or is it fear and desperation?
Well, it is having faith in being born again in the Holy Spirit, and we would like to reaffirm that in Cindy Fuller Stevens right now, because I think in response to her question, it's appropriate that where 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, so shall he be in the midst of us. And
Amen.
Cindy has asked, Remote, what are your thoughts about a virtual spirit cleansing or baptism? Is that possible? Well, I think we can pray for our sister in the Holy Spirit right now, can we not?
Yes, we can.
Heavenly Father God, for our dear sister, Cindy Fuller Stevens, we need to understand that we're born again in the Jesus Christ, and that the only one putting any doubt in our mind is the evil one whispering in our ear. Once we are the new man in the Holy Spirit, there's no turning back.
No.
And we are in the Lord, amen, and rescued by our Savior, our Lord Jesus Christ. And we reaffirm that right now in Cindy. In the Holy Spirit, we wash her in the blood of the Lamb. And with the breath of life, renew, restore, and rejuvenate her completely as we speak.
Yes, please, Lord.
That she's lifted up and out of anything. And that anything that's trying to harm her or change that supplication will be cast into the abyss from whence they came.
Amen.
Pray this in the Holy Spirit, in the holy name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Yes, sir.
I just got the willies myself, just saying. That was some Holy Spirit fire going.
I can feel it. I'm just got my cheeks are just glowing.
I know. Something up my spine just.
And my pain is not as bad. It's all good, y'all.
Amen.
But there's nothing like the Lord, y'all. I could tell you examples of the Lord speaking to me and telling me to speak to others, and how blessed I have been by just obeying what he said to do at that moment. Sometimes, it's taken me 3 times one time. Like, no, Lord, I can't do that. No, Lord, I can't do that. And the third time, he's like, yes, you can. And I did. And it was just another spirit-filled moment with people I did not know. It was just, Lord's so good. He's so good.
Amen.
Oh yeah, man, just little things. Hell, the enlightenment. I shedded the sugar, change of the whole body, the health. Man, well, I got the spinal thing, but man, heart beats better now, and just breathe better. That's been a big help. It's little things. It's just, I don't know. There's a reason for everything.
There is.
Hey, I need 2 minutes, guys, so I'll be right back.
You bet. I'm just answering Carl back. Just give me 1 sec. I got a good thought here.
Y'all aren't leaving me to my own devices, are you? This is scary.
No, you can do it. You can do it.
I got you, people.
Yeah.
I want to tell you all how much I love you.
You can
And
do it.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm going to have a mission. And when I come into your area, I hope to get to meet everybody, at a restaurant or a park or, stuff like that.
So Camel Carl asked me, remote, what biblical figure made tents? And I said, Camel Carl, a guy with a camel named Dodge and a sewing machine.
Yes, the Holy Spirit's been up in here, and everybody brought it together. We've got to work at this together, people, because we know who wins, and we're His army. We're His servants here on this earth, doing His job, and we just have to remember that.
Chrissy had the proper answer. She said Priscilla was a tent maker and the Apostle Paul. Amen. Thank you, Chrissy. I didn't really know the answer to that. So look, see, you seek and the Lord will provide that answer. Amen.
I'm coming to Tennessee. I'm hoping to go to Mississippi because I want to go see Sean Vaughn? Professor Toto. I want to hear him preach live. I've got a few preachers online that I want to
never heard
check
those
out
names.
live to get,
Just going to get a water, just a sec.
I got a lot of deception. Ooh. That's not the right word. What is the word? Where you can feel if somebody else has got the Spirit in them or not. We have to be... I can't think. I guess because, it's late. Early, one or the other. I'm hoping to go to Missouri in June or July. I know the trip is coming. I really wanted to get something to travel in. Had a whole business plan to get this going.
Hey, what's up, Ricky?
Yes, he is definitely on the list, Cindy. I was listening to him one day when I was working, and I went into the lounge area where the women were eating, and I laid my phone down, but you could hear the music, and I'm like, ask everybody, I'm like, who's singing that? And it was, Bob, and they were telling me it was Elvis. I just couldn't believe them.
Take a minute and welcome everybody in chat. Thank you. Good evening, good morning, good day, wherever that's fallen for you. I appreciate you being here, sharing your time and space with me in my little living room.
Andy, that is very, very good that you have an awake church. That's the problem here, is awakening our churches. They're so into man-made laws, if you get what I'm saying, that they're not seeing the truth, and I feel partially to blame for what happened to my church. because God told me to get up one Sunday and go talk to the church. And it was one of those bad days, and y'all understand when your back just don't want to walk, and you just, he's telling me to go, and I didn't. And it was the Sunday that all of the people that were trying to change things were gone. It was the perfect Sunday, and I didn't do it. And so I've had to repent from that because I feel guilty.
I'm not a fan of churches really myself as far as around me. I'm not knocking nobody else's church, so my term is just around me, and that's just because I'm not.
Well,
I don't see the act of God. I see the act of man. I see a lot of fanciness. I see the gluttony and stuff. I see the hoo-ha-ha. I don't
501c3.
see the education. I don't see the caring. And
I'm
my
gonna-
prime example is if
501c3.
you take a church and go within 5 blocks of any church and you see somebody that's hungry or that's short on their bills, then
yes.
that church is failing.
Oh, well.
That's my 2 cents. But then that's around here because I'm also close. You got to remember, I'm only a few hours away from people like Joel Osteen.
Yes. But you're right. And our church started doing that kind of, I'm like, school was going back in, and they were giving out like notebooks and, pencils and stuff, and, going house to house. And I was involved in that. This is a few years back. And I'm like, I'll do my neighborhood, which my neighborhood is the closest to the church. They didn't want to do my little, old neighborhood with,
I'm
really
not
don't
a
have
fan of that
nothing.
whole. That's a
They wanted
building.
this
It's
big house.
man-made representation of it, and that's
Right.
where we start polluting God with a man-made image and dress up fancy houses, and it's just I don't.
Oh Lord.
It's not my forte.
Oh,
So
Lord.
sorry if that makes anybody upset, but that's just not my forte.
Nah, you nailed it, brother.
Insane.
You nailed it.
I
And
understand.
if I may jump in here a little bit,
What's
oh
up,
my
Rick?
God, it's so cool to have people baptized in the Holy Spirit, being perceptive and, this church thing, let me tell you, it's bad. It's really bad. They've got buildings filled with 30,000 people, and they don't see the problem. They don't see what's happening to our country. They don't understand because they're deceived. But the preacher's up there saying, Isaiah 54:17, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. But come on. I've got churches here. I had a radio station. My wife and I had a radio station. We had a radio station. We broadcast here locally and on the internet. I pulled in a pastor and said, hey, come on, I prayed with him in the Holy Ghost at his church. And the Holy Ghost wasn't there. The Spirit of the Lord was not there. The battle was not there. I didn't see the battle. I called him out. I said, look, you're preaching your gospel from a, what do you call it? Where you got 1 ABC, 2 ABC, 3, whatever. It's nothing. There's no Spirit of the Lord in there. And I put his radio station on the air I put his sermons on the air for about 6 weeks, and I pulled it. He was advertising me, and I was advertising him. I pulled it because there was no Jesus in there. There was no Holy Spirit. There was not, it wasn't there. And he said, why'd you pull my show? And I told him straight up. I said, you're lying to your people. And this is a fairly big church in my community. I said, you're lying to your people. And I said, you need to repent and turn away from your sins. And I asked him, and he's freaking out. I am bold. I am telling you, I am that guy. I'm that guy. Don't make me get up in your face kind of guy. And I told him, I said, look what you're doing. I said, our country is being destroyed by demonic activity, yet you're preaching $100 by Friday to your flock. I said, that ain't right, man. You gotta quit that. And he didn't. He didn't. His name's pastor of the church down the street. I'm not gonna name his name. You know. And then I went to another church, and they got
Morning, Benjamin.
missionaries. Huh?
No, I was saying morning to
didn't mean-
Benjamin.
Right. I didn't mean to jump in here, guys. Thank
I'm
you.
aware two or more gathered guy myself. Well, and I think God
Absolutely.
works in great ways, because He made me multiply chemically sensitive, so I can't go to a church anyway. But I think He almost is sending me a message. Well, you can't go there anyway, so get over it.
What about these mega churches and all these people that have all the power and authority through Jesus Christ? Holy crap. I'm sorry, but somebody is preaching to these people that they can get $100 by Friday. Excuse me, that ain't us. That ain't the church. I'm sorry. I mean, there's so many believers that understand the power and authority through the Holy Spirit, yet they're not doing anything because they're hemmed up in these mega churches. And I got a little history with the mega churches. I grew up with them. I was a producer and director and cameraman and all kinds of stuff with these mega churches. I'm not going to go there. Not important. It was an education. I learned. I got an understanding that I've got power through Jesus. I have the ultimate power through Jesus, because He said to me, He didn't lie to me. He said to me, He said, anything, the things that I have done, you shall do in greater things. Okay, cool. That's easy. Raise the dead. Okay, I'm going to go out there and lay hands on the sick. You know, do the best I can. You know, He said, it's better that I go. All the guys were hanging out on a campfire. This is awesome to me, guys. Let me tell you something. The way I see it is not through the church. The way I see it is all the guys are hanging around a campfire. They're hanging around a campfire. Jesus stood up and He shook his drink, took a hit off his bong, looked at the boys and said, guys, I'm leaving. And the guy said, what? You can't leave?
Can't go now.
Serious? If you leave us now, they will kill us. And he shook his little glass, took another hit off his vodka and cranberry. And he said, boys, it's better that I go, because when I leave, I will send unto you the Paraclete, the teacher, the Holy Spirit, the one that walks alongside of you. Holy crap, people, when I realized that, I said, I want a triple dose. I want some of that. I want a triple dose of that. I put my hands up in the air and I said, I want a triple dose.
I guess I froze up.
I want all that I can get. And then I prayed for patience.
Everybody asked for it. Man, I've been being locked up twice. I've heard all kinds of people ask for all kinds of things and going, and I didn't know it back then, but boy, nowadays it's like, yeah, careful what you ask for. You can get plenty of chances. I don't know. God's everywhere and He waits. We're so far into this crooked world that people just need to really participate. They need to, it's their core. It's in what you do and the decisions you make with your body. Matter of fact, Ridge Runner said it. The world is the church. Your body is the temple. And you need to treat it like the temple. It's what you put in it. The way you treat it.
Hold on. The world isn't the church. The followers of Jesus Christ that worship together are the church, the body of Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, and I think that's what he meant was people over the ball of dirt. I mean,
So, but I needed to clarify that because that's an
oh
important.
well, yeah, no. If it bothers you, that's I understand that. He meant it in a general term, and that's how I meant it. Was just a general term. I don't. You mean
Now,
actually the world, like this world order government, and I didn't mean it like in that world. It was just world as in everybody here on the ball of dirt.
You know
yeah,
what?
well,
What?
that's the thing. Everybody on this earth has the opportunity to accept Lord Jesus Christ as their Savior.
Right.
Yeah, and if
But
they're
What
fellow
about
Christians, then
all
it
the?
would be fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. So it's the world is kind of like a church. That's your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. That's the way I view it anyway, is all I can say. That's
Yes.
for me, it's that. And then my body and the way I carry myself is the temple, and that's
Yeah.
my testimony.
Yeah, the temple's very important, and so is the body of Christ. Amen. And that varies depending on somebody's acceptance or not of the Lord Jesus Christ. The wheat and tares are that dividing line.
Okay, so what about all the sins I've committed? What about all the bad stuff? What about all these things that are like garbage bags on my shoulders?
Well, they
That the
were
enemy.
washed. I mean, well, I guess
Yeah.
it
Let me
depends.
finish. Let me finish. I'm going somewhere. What about all these things
well,
that are on my shoulders? All these things that I have done wrong. Well, the book says, and it's a roadmap to life. The book says that if any man is in Christ, he is a new creation.
Exactly.
And all those things are gone. And that's the first thing that you will experience if you ever take that walk, if you ever decide to take that walk. If you ever want to walk in there and see if it works, that's the first thing you're going to experience is complete peace and forgiveness. The most awesome thing in the world. I had to throw that in there. I don't know why, but I got goosebumps and I yelled.
We were
Well,
just talking about that just before you came in, Ricky, actually.
and it's not just words, and that's some people are distracted with words, and it's not words, it's actions, and it's in your heart, it's your soul. People think, well, that's what kind of, and I feel actually bad saying it like this because I'm not trying to be judgmental of anybody anymore, but I used to kind of always make fun of the preachers, like the Joel Osteens, because it's amazing. You have this thousands of dollars worth of suit. You get up there, and it's all about you, and the light's shining on you, and it's like that's nowhere in the book at all, where the light's on you. But they always put it on them, and people go for that, and they think that, well, I showed up on Wednesday, I showed up on Sunday, and gosh, I went the extra mile and I went to Sunday school. So there you go. I'm good for the rest of the week. And it's like, it just doesn't quite work that way. It's every waking moment. It's what's in your thought. You didn't even have to say it. You didn't have to move your lips to form the words, but the thought was in your head, and how you follow that up in your relationship that's critical for me.
It's about prayer without ceasing and never doubting that you have been saved by the Lord Jesus Christ for anything. Because when you become a doubter in that regard, that's like poking God in the eye. He's forgiven you, and he hates when you do that you allow the devil to whisper in your ear and create that self-loathing again. You've been cleansed of it, washed away when you were born again in the Holy Spirit.
I have something. Is my audio any better?
Yeah.
Okay. I have something, and it's one of my pets. It's one of the things that really...
I'm going to share a prayer that I've been praying. And
Ricky's just saying something there, Lola.
I wanted to share a prayer with y'all that I've been praying.
Well,
go ahead,
Ricky's talking. Hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Ricky.
You're fine. You're very fine.
I couldn't hear you very well.
One of my pet peeves.
Yeah, your mic went down some, Ricky, just so you know. When you first said, "Can you hear me okay?" it sounded clear, but then it kind of went down. And there went Layla. She hit the wrong button. I don't know how y'all do it on phones. I've tried StreamYard on a phone. That's just so small for me. There she is. I figured she'd come back. All right, try again, Ricky.
I'm actually on a computer. Let me, man. Okay, so one of my pet peeves, I'm going to work this while let's levels.
Can I ask you a question, Ricky? And I don't mean this disrespectful. Is when you said pet peeve. So are we going somewhere with this though? Because I will say I'm very I try to be upfront about everything. I'm a solution kind of person, so I don't mind problems.
I am too.
But I only do problems to a certain point, and then we start focusing on the solution somehow.
Yes, I am too. I agree with that.
Okay. And I didn't mean no
pet
disrespect in that. So.
Oh no, brother, I love you, man. My pet peeve is all these Christians that are being deceived by the churches. You know, I have met with the pastors. I've called them out. We, the Christian community, are supposed to be the ones with all the power. But yet, our country is being destroyed. Our country is being turned into a third world country. That's my pet peeve. Is we the Christians have all this power and authority. Why aren't we involved in politics? Well, everybody brings up 501c3. Well, get out of that church. Get away from that pastor. Get away from that building. Find your service within the Lord. Stop and listen. Say, hey, yo, Dad, I want to hear from you. What do you want me to do? And follow him. Get away from the building. Get away from the church. My pet peeve right now is our country is being destroyed by the enemy, by the devil, and by the Satanists. And the church is sitting on their thumbs. And I yield with that.
Well, look at you going all committee meeting hearing format here. I yield back.
I raise you a stay.
Well, I agree. I tried to talk to our preacher, and that's when I realized that I'm concerned that a lot of the churches have, I'm going to use the first letter, Family Employment Management Association. And that made no sense, but you get what I'm saying. I feel a lot of the preachers have been put here by them so that when the time's right, they can say, okay, Mr. Smith, it's okay. You can give them your boom boom. And then it's going to be, okay, Mr. Smith, it's okay to get on this bus and go with them. Do you hear me?
Hey, what's up, Chuck?
Did
Yes,
y'all
ma'am.
understand what I was getting at?
Yes, ma'am.
There?
Absolutely.
And so it's scary for the ones that are in the church that are just sitting under these preachers not realizing, because they're not preachers.
Call them out.
They're
Not really,
I
though,
know.
when you look. It's see,
We've called ours out.
Well,
We'll
and
call them all out.
when you call them out, I don't know.
How many?
Do you what the message? I mean, I guess it would depend on how you call them out. But if you like any, I would say you just like I don't engage them. I mean, now if people from there, that's to me how you do it. You interact at the church. I mean, you can point it out, but because I just don't know. It's kind of like hollering at somebody for hollering at you. I mean, it's just
Pounding your head against a wall.
well, and there's gonna be people. Evil's been here, and it's just it's been in people. So those people have grown and had kids, and those thoughts and the diversion from a relationship with God has been embedded. So I mean, there's whole layers to that. So
Sure.
that's why there's gonna be. I mean, maybe that's some of that revelation people really look at it, and it's not going to be all. It's not going to be good. I mean, it's because it's going to be off your who you really are, your true soul, and your relationship with God. That's my take anyway. So but I just think that if you That's why you've got to walk it. You've got to find it in yourself. It's the way you talk, the way you walk,
Yes.
the way you interact with people, and the message that you send by doing that, I think, has the biggest ripple effect. Because that's
You know
really
what
what's
it-
happened.
You know what it is? It's love. Oh, believe it or not, it's love. It's seeing your comrades at the fire department saying, "Hey, I love you," and they're looking at you like, "What are you, gay?"
Well, it's compassion, it's empathy.
Right. It's love.
It's
Love
Mhm.
and compassion.
But see, we
That's what they
justify kind of like being negative. We just don't view it as negative. We still say we're doing positive, but we're griping. Well, you're griping, you're still feeding the negative energy because you're feeding the
Absolutely.
beast. You're throwing cookies in the
Right.
pond type thing. And the
I have a
carp are coming to
reaction
eat
in
away.
formation to growing up in a home that never said the L word. Now I tell everybody I love them.
I love you, man.
I love you, Ricky. I love you, Rescue. I love you, Lala.
I love y'all too. I really do. And when I tell the chat and people that I've met in chat and those I don't know that I love them, I mean it from my heart.
Hey, Rescue, I love you, but I need like 6 feet distance, okay?
You need what?
6 feet.
That's good.
It was a
I was
joke,
going to
brother.
tell y'all though, there's a prayer I've been praying, and I'm not going to pray it, but I'm just going to tell you basically what it is, that the Lord would put a bubble around me, his bubble around me, that no evil can penetrate and, steal my joy. And since I've been praying that, I promise you, the evil ones that I have had around me, they won't come around me. They don't come around at all. And it's awesome. So I just wanted to share that.
Cool. It's the armor of God.
It's what it is. It's putting on the armor of God. But when you just ask Him for that bubble, and then when you realize that you're sitting in the middle of it, you don't have to worry about Russia, China,
Right.
your next door neighbor. You don't have to worry about anything because God has it in control for you.
Right, but remember, He gave us armor to go into a battle.
Yes.
That's why He gave us armor. He gave us the armor. I could go through the different parts of the armor, but I want to go through one very important, and that's the helmet of salvation.
Salvation.
The helmet of salvation protects our brain from all the propaganda
Yes.
and all the
And
BS that's going through our planet right now.
yes,
That
and it
is
also shows
right
us the
now.
future.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Morning, Amy.
People just don't give the Lord as much credit as He deserves, because He will show you the way.
It's here
Okay.
every day. It's outside
don't
every
give-
day. It's all around. You just
People
gotta
don't give themselves
remove all the man-made crap to see it.
people
Yes.
don't give themselves as much credit as they deserve. People don't give themselves as much credit as they deserve, because when He left, He gave us armor.
Mhm.
And then He said, "The things that I have done, you shall do, and greater things." Go out there and kick some ass.
Well, to me, you got to earn
Amen.
the right to wear it, though.
We need some of that.
They're coming after all of us that are Christians, people.
Oh, I know, Miss Cindy. That I watched that when that happened to that man a couple of times.
Absolutely. You're just, your time is going to be based on who they want more.
And yes, you're right. And if you find yourself in a situation, never forget, give God the glory through it all.
Amen. So,
Now, who you're going to help in doing that. And it's going to be hard, but you need to wrap your mind around it now. That if this
call on
happens,
Him. Jesus Christ, destroy our enemy right now. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
There you go, Chuck.
Send it back to hell where it belongs
That's right.
and lock it.
cast you back into the abyss from whence you came.
Amen.
Chuck says God will help you, but won't do everything for you. He gives you knowledge and the ability to see for yourself and do for yourself. And this is true because He built us a beautiful place. And He gave us all the means. We just place all our importance on man-made stuff.
That's why He gave us a conscience.
Just think, folks, He picked us before the beginning of time to be His children. Do you not? I mean, look how blessed we are and how special we are.
We were preordained. He knew every hair in our head from even before when He created us, folks.
I mean, doesn't that just stir in your gut how great He is? Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the Lord with all my heart and all my soul. What was that preacher out in California? I know his name, and he did those books, The Purpose-Driven Life. Rick Warren. You got to watch him too, people. I'm just saying.
I remember the title of the book.
Yes. Our church had us do that, and had us do. I had Bible study at my house. I know Lord has shown me so much, people, and at the time I didn't recognize everything. And, you know, when you look back, you can see His hand in it. But anyway, we were having that Purpose-Driven Life on CD. I'd do snacks and all kinds of goodies for people because I like to entertain. And we would have the prayer meeting with this Rick Warren thing. And the very first night we did it, cell phones were kind of a new thing, and been to the grocery store and came home, set my phone by the stove, cooking and doing and cleaning and being Miss Betty Crocker, I guess. Anyway, I looked at my phone and I had a missed call from 666. I should have known I had brought evil in my house that night, because I do believe it helped cause a lot of the problems that I've had by doing that study, because he wasn't right. Just saying, people.
Morning, Grumpy.
Grumpy.
Whenever you come up with that situation where your God-given gut sense, your instincts are telling you, get the heck out of there, get out of Dodge.
Yep.
Don't ever negate what the Holy Spirit's telling you. It's happening for a reason.
Yes. You got to listen to that. What's it called? Discernment. That's the word I was looking for earlier.
I said that earlier, but I was muted. It was too late.
That's what. And another thing the Lord, a blessing He's given me, is I don't remember things like.
Oh, wow, Angela.
We have a spat, me and Rescue, and 2 months from now we're running to Rescue, and Rescue's like, "You cool?" And I'm like, "Cool about what? I love you." I don't even remember what happened here, and because I still love you, and I've even asked my best friend at times, I'm like, maybe I'm a little, and no one take offense to this word, but a little, off, a little retarded kind of, because I love people like that.
I want to point out real quick, Angela said had an electric line cut, the water main busted, and a tree limb fell on their fence.
Oh, Lord.
So I'm very sorry that happened. I don't know where you're at. I guess it's a storm. I guess it's going through. And Michelle, you have to do your camera.
Me?
No, Michelle.
Here I am early in the morning. I could take my hair down and it would stand straight up. It's been up all day. I'll take it out and brush it later.
No camera.
Tennessee said it right there, and he and I would be the last two guys that anybody'd want to, if they were coming after either of us, and we knew.
Okay, there you are. I got you now. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Remote. I'm just trying to deal with somebody backstage, and they can only hear me if I talk directly to them like that.
I receive your prayer, and I pray in agreement. This is what we got to learn how to do, people, is pray in agreement with others. when it's a good prayer and it's for prosperity of the kingdom, pray in agreement and bring it on, because when two or more are together and believe and ask, great things will rain down for you.
Amen. Michelle, did anyone ever tell you you're a bit bananas?
Oh yeah, I'm a bit bananas. Check this one out.
Yeah. See, that was the thing. She had that one going backstage, and it was kind of like, well, but I need to see the camera because that could be anybody when you come up. So,
we got a wise gal in here, you know.
I
Good
love
night,
the wise
Bonnie.
gal.
Good night,
Just
Bonnie.
me.
Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile.
I
good
can't
morning,
smile
Scat
once in a
Pack.
while, right?
I'm gonna have to mute. I'm laughing so hard.
You can even be a stack of corn. Hey, everybody. I'm floating.
Now you're being corny.
I said I was thinking today, I was crying earlier because, Mother's Day, and I'm missing Anna. And I'm thinking, what would Anna want from me today? Just to laugh and be silly, because that was her. So I'm being silly. Try not to cry.
There you go.
So happy Mother's Day to all you people, lovely mothers. I know it's kind of past Mother's Day, but happy Mother's Day.
Well, I don't know.
Thank
Some of my
Mother's Day
listeners
to you,
are
Michelle.
ahead of us, and some of my listeners are behind us. So it
That's
might
right,
even still
that's
be
right.
Mother's Day somewhere.
That's right.
Cool.
So
Trying
and
to be corny.
hopefully everyone did. Did you have a good Mother's Day, Michelle?
I did. I slept until about 3, and then my daughter had a card for me, a candy bar. She bought me makeup and some pajamas. Yeah, I had a good day.
There you go.
Michelle, a kernel of humor goes a long way.
Yeah.
I lend an ear to hear.
That was good.
Hard here, people.
I like that. That was funny.
The corn cob.
Yeah, we had a hard time with Mother's Day around our place too. I've got that child that's a prodigal son, but he was taught right, and I taught him on my bed every night, so he will return.
Yeah.
There's a promise there. And but my youngest son, he came and planted 3 of my peach trees for me, and we gave up. We have 2 apple trees to go, and I'm gonna have to get an auger because that dirt outside is it's packed. But I put good dirt in. I put some cow manure in with my peach trees and put regular dirt. We got them. They're nice, but I'm going to stake them anyway. They're little babies, so I think I could take the little apple trees and put them in some containers and keep them going and get them a better root system going, because it's such a tiny root system. But they were $15, and I got them for $5 each.
There you go.
Did I not do good? I thought so. Pat on the back. That was the Lord. I mean, because the woman came around the corner. I didn't even notice it. My niece was with me. She goes, "You're going to be marking these down to $5 from $15?" And she goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "Ooh, I need some peach trees, need some apple trees."
There you go. Yeah, Cindy, I got to say today it wasn't a difficult day. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it was a little downer because I sat and thought about my mom because, yeah, she's kind of was my best friend, and that'd be a good time for her around. But then again,
Yeah.
I'm glad she's not, because she was kind of had cancer from head to toe, so she's in a way better place. So.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it gets.
Were you?
It's hard
know?
on us that are left, but they're
Just remember the memories. That's all you can do.
Oh,
such a better place than us.
Oh, I've held her when she passed, so it wasn't like even at a distance. For 9 days, I watched cancer take my mom down from fully functional down to dying in my arms in 9 days. Yep.
Oh
That
my
was-
God, dude, are you serious?
Yeah, I got a phone call at work.
Damn.
And it was my daughter who had been staying with my mom, and in another different town. And I got a call that she wanted me. She was at a rehab center, and she wanted me to come over. And I'm like, well, and she goes, no, she wants you to come over. So I went over there, and she goes, I want to go home. I said,
Oh my God.
well, I said, okay, well, let me see what's even going on. Well, I want to go home. Well, I talked to the staff, and they're like, well, she really needs to stay till tomorrow. She'll need hospice or something. And because she needs, and I said, okay, well, let me talk to her. No, I want to go home. Well, I talked to hospice and actually got it escalated and got her home that evening. They actually bum rushed a van with a bed and everything for her. And she came home. She got out the car. She walked up the stairs into the house, sat down. We talked. The next day, we even had sausage biscuits and gravy.
Nice.
She sat there, she ate, we talked, full conversation, and then from then the conversations, the days got a little shorter, and I think I was on about day five or six, when MD Anderson called and wanted to talk about her appointment, and I said, excuse me, and by this time she's now in the bed, and that. I won't talk about a certain part of this because every time I do, I get very touchy.
Go ahead, brother. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
You know, this whole, and sometimes this is where I tread carefully because I can drop the F-bomb quick because I get so
That's
pissed
fine.
very fast. But they give you morphine to give to them in liquid form, and they go, here, just give it to her. And I'm like, excuse me, how much? Well, you start with this. And if that doesn't do it, I'm sorry. No, I'm not in the medical profession. I'm sorry. You want me to give my mother narcotics? Well, yeah. And I go, why don't y'all hook an IV up and put one of those little machine things that do it or something? Well, no, because then you'd have to have a nurse. Excuse me? Well, yeah. If we do an IV, you'll have to have a nurse 24/7. So wait a minute. So if you plug saline into my mom, then you have to be here 24/7. But if you set this box of morphine on my kitchen counter, you can just walk out and it's all okay. Does this make sense? And oh yeah. Well, that's still, I don't. So I've come to terms that I know I didn't overdose my mom, but I
They
gotta
did that
say
with
the
my
first
uncle,
few
too.
moms, I really sat there and always questioned myself, going, "Holy shit! Did I give too much? What did I?" Because I hated that responsibility, dude. I hated that burden. But,
They did that to
Damn.
my uncle Peter too. When I went, my aunt called to say, "You better get over here and say goodbye." So we went over there, and I'm glad I did because he died within an hour after we got there. But yeah, she gave him his last dose of morphine. No nurse was there, and she even said that she didn't feel right doing it because she didn't know what to administer to him and that. So yeah,
Real quick, by the way,
They gave my
Michelle.
mother a final dose too.
it's hard.
Real quick,
Oh.
Michelle. Good evening, and thank you for streaming the.
2,000 Mules.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I actually
that
did
was
it
you,
twice
Michelle.
I did it twice that night.
Well
Which,
done.
by the way,
I watched them both. Well done. I enjoyed that.
hey Chuck, if you're still in chat and if you still have that link to the BitChute one, if you feel like putting it up for anybody that hasn't seen it, BitChute,
Michelle,
got
you
it, can
streamed
get
it?
Yeah, I did. I ended up buying a ticket, but I couldn't get on the site. There was something wrong with it.
That's
I
right.
bought a ticket, so I hopefully I'll get my money back. I had to go buy a digital
good,
copy off
Mr. Chuck.
another site.
That's
Yeah.
what I ended up doing. I ended up
I'll
buying the
replay it
digital
again.
copy on the Salem.
Hold on, I'll look. I could look for it. I
Yeah,
had
where
it.
she showed it on hers, and that's how we did it because I got the digital copy.
I'm gonna
And
also
yeah, Chuck
do.
had a thing that went to the BitChute. You can
Yeah.
download it and watch it.
I'm gonna do Rig 2020 again because I know a lot of people want to watch that one too.
Hold on.
We're
Back
in
here,
a
I got
battle.
it. I got
And
it.
that one's a really good one. I recommend, since you watched that 2,000 Mules, you must see Rig 2020 because it fits together.
Yeah.
How old
Right,
is Rig 2020?
It was just released 2 weeks ago.
You can go to D'Souza's website. I'll pull it up and I'll drop it. You can go to his website and you can
BitChute's
donate,
probably
or
got
you
it
can
for
just
free.
Watch it for free.
Oh,
He's
you
that
can
kind
watch
of
it
guy.
off of his for free?
Yeah.
Oh, now you probably can, yeah. I wish I
There's
would have
a-
known that, but that's
There's
okay.
private. Here's bitch.
You don't
Oh,
even have to go to.
But you could have put it on the open chat, Chuck.
I'm doing it. I was putting in both. I didn't know if somebody wanted to save it back there.
Oh, okay.
I guess they could have grabbed it from anywhere.
I recommend watching all his films, Dinesh D'Souza. He's got a couple
Absolutely.
documentaries out there.
Yeah, and what's he talking about? Them against stuff. That's all he talks about. Them
Andy,
against
don't leave
us.
me out
Who
of
are
that.
And to think when you watch the Reagan, how much Facebook was an influence in that election. To think Dinesh D'Souza went to prison for donating so much money, but Mark Suckface, I call him, didn't go to jail at all.
Right.
And he donated, we're talking millions.
Why did he go to prison? Just curious.
Dinesh D'Souza?
Yeah.
Because he over donated the amount that was allowed to a campaign.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
Well,
And
yeah,
Donald Trump had pardoned him, correct?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's why they attacked him, because he was pardoned.
He's good.
Just
stuff.
to me, the other ones, the 2000, which I guess, yeah, Amy heard yesterday that apparently when the 2000 donkey thing is a trigger word now, and it could be for the algorithm, who knows?
Okay.
But I mean, man, it's a movie. If they don't like it, kiss my butt. That's all I can say. It's there.
Right.
It's legit. So it's not like, ooh, conspiracy. They can hide whatever. But it is what it is. Facts are facts, and they don't care about your feelings. So
You can't find it on Amazon like you do
no,
with his
well,
other ones.
and that's their choice. See, and that doesn't. For me, it's not a shock.
why would they
at all,
allow the
because
other
it's
ones,
the
but
same
not
thing they
that
did
one?
to Parler. You know, they told Parler to go create their own, so they did.
Yeah.
So then they took it to the next layer. Whenever they went ahead and achieved that, they took it to the very next layer, which was Amazon and the server farm. But I'm an IT guy, so for me, I know with a previous history of that. So I don't understand how the whole damn country let the whole internet database get consolidated down to an Amazon server farm to begin with. But that's where everything is hosted now. So all these apps and all these independent names, it's like, in all honesty, if you really want to know something scary, I'm not quite sure where like Blaze TV and all those are hosted. It wouldn't surprise me on the very back end of things that it's probably on an Amazon server farm. So
Sure.
they could be cut off in the flick of a switch.
Yeah.
It's so, because this is big wealthy people that have been there for going.
Oh.
Well, why would Amazon Prime sell the rest of his documentaries and his books, but not this one?
Because this one, see, the difference is the actual facts involved with this one. This one has evidentiary facts in it. So not just, oh, look at what we've pieced together. Look at this. Kind
Right.
of like the D word, the machine thing, because that was like, hey, but you couldn't actually go, no, watch it go. You got to explain how it could happen and how it probably did happen. But with the geo tracking, oh no, this became evidentiary facts. So this is shit that can now be used to build a RICO case. And, it can be used where,
But-
like most of your other
yeah.
stuff is an opinion-based type thing. This is actually factual based.
Now the question is, now that this got dropped, will they do anything about it?
Well, this is what we'll see. And this is what I would encourage everybody writing any of their local representation on their local level, plus their state representative
My
for
local
your area,
representative
your
is
district.
Schumer,
I would
and,
write them saying, have you seen this? What are you going to look into this? What are you going to, because it's now out. Nobody can hide. And you're going to see the character of a person when you confront them with, here's the fact. Have you looked at this? What are you doing? Oh, well, no. Okay, we know where you are. You don't care. It's that simple to me.
Yeah, my senator is not a big guy. He just got in, Senator Barlow, and the rest is Chuck Schumer. He's the majority leader in New York, so no help there with me writing a letter.
Well, this is true. Well, I don't know,
I'll
though.
jump in there.
Might be worth just chiming in.
I've chimed in it a couple times. I'm surprised they don't block my address. But yeah.
What's up, Ricky?
They say
Yeah,
that
okay.
with every letter they receive, they know that there is 100 people in their voting district that feels the same, at least 100 people in their voting district that feels the same way. So
I can
They
believe that.
They don't have to listen to us. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll jump in there. Okay, so a couple of things that were mentioned. One was, what if Amazon is controlling all the internet and everything? They shut it down. Bam! I can't talk to uh, anybody. I can't talk to any of you guys. Bam! It's over. Okay, so
Not unless you know
that's
their
one of,
IP address.
well, right, exactly. But that brings us to the bottom up government where we, the people, have to be in control locally. Oh my God, it's all happening locally, and I go to the local churches and I say, hey, you're a 501c3, not involved in politics because you'll lose your 501c3. That's demonic. Do you realize that, you idiot? And but it's not what the government can do for us, but what we do to strengthen our voice in our government, what we can do. When it all goes down all of a sudden, if it may or if it does, we have to be surrounded by like-minded survivalists and everything, prayer warriors. If you're going out, if you know that a person is going out into the county commissioners meeting and speaking their piece, you should have prayer warriors back there. You know what I mean? Prayer is huge. Man, we're in a situation right now. They don't care about us. They're actually trying to kill us. If you look at the statistics and
Yes.
what they've done to other countries and what they're doing to our food producers and everything that's on the coast waiting to come in, and our economy and this and the other,
All the things we didn't pay attention to.
right, all the drama,
that's
all those things. What we have to realize is we're the ones in power. We the people, through Jesus especially.
We need to stop being lazy. We need to become active. We need to become involved. We need to become participating members. We became kind of complacent in the way things are, and then all of a sudden now things have finally reached a level to where it got everybody's attention. And I will say this is the part where some people get upset with me, I guess, but see, that's where I just don't do the they too much, because there's a they, yes, but then the only way you can counter they is you have to start with a me first. Acknowledge, I didn't pay attention to this. I need to pay attention to this. I didn't pay attention to this. I need to start paying attention.
You're
I didn't
100%
participate or be
correct.
active here. I need to participate and be active. If we keep shooting for a 10 square mile patch.
You're 100% correct. Who am I? Who am I and who are they?
Well, it's accountability. I mean, we can blame the bar for the drunk drivers, but at some point the person behind the wheel has to go, yeah, I probably drank too much. It wasn't that I got served too much.
Right. Oops.
And yeah, Chuck, I'm good, brother. Thanks. And let me see chat.
We gotta be bold. We gotta be, I'm that guy here in my county. I'm that guy that'll call you out, call you a dumbass. I don't care if you're a pastor, preacher, teacher, politician, county sheriff. If you screw up and you don't understand the battle that we're up against, I'm that guy. I am. If you're that young, and we all have to be assholes. I'm sorry.
You're right, Amy.
that young lady that is buying soda at City Market for your 2-year-old, I'm going to be that guy that says, hey, wait, you know what? You're a dumbass. You know,
But
I'm
why?
sorry.
See, I don't understand, Ricky. Sorry, brother, but I just don't. Why? Why does what somebody else do? Why do you feel the need to play a judgment role on them? Because that's really what you're doing. I mean, we can categorize and we can dance around it with different terms, but if you look at somebody and
Sure.
go, hey, you're doing wrong, you shouldn't be drinking that, you shouldn't be doing that, well, you're really just judging because you're
Well,
saying right and wrong. Where are all your, what is that about the splinter? I forgot exactly how that goes because I'm not just a scripture phrase person, but there's something
well,
about the
you know,
splinter and
you're saying
stuff because you should
why
take
would I
care of your house
criticize
first.
you if I don't take the splinter out of my own eye?
Yeah, well, and that's
Right.
why I don't think, I don't know. I just don't. I don't. It's just me, brother. That's all I can say. I don't, because I
All
used
right.
to be
All
like
right.
that. I used to kind of could easily call people out and kind of do that. But in all honesty, looking back now, all I was doing was justifying my.
Okay, so what
That's
about our government? What about our
that's holding them
county?
accountable. That's not calling them out.
Right.
That's holding
That's
them
calling them
accountable,
out.
which is
That's holding
different.
them
That's when
accountable.
you're actually up on the same honest level playing field with them, and then you hold them accountable to those standards. But to
Absolutely.
just
That's
throw
how I
things
see
at
it.
them to hold, that's different.
Well, okay, I agree with you. Okay, what right do I have? I agree with you 100%. What right do I have
And your volume
to
is
call?
low, by the way,
Dadgummit.
unless you're
Fix
just
it.
farther away from your mic than normal.
No, it's my audio. What I agree with you 100%. What right do I have to call somebody out in the grocery store? I get that, and I agree with you 100%. But as far as our politicians and everything, we have to be the voice of reason. We have to call them out. And I agree with you 100%.
What are you laughing about, Michelle?
My daughter just handed me a note. She wants me to go get her donuts.
I like
She just
donuts.
woke
Oh,
up.
wait. Oh,
Will you
yeah,
get them
because
for all of us?
it's 5:45 for you, so yeah, it's a donut time.
Well, yeah, it's almost school time too, because she has to start a little early today. I got threatened to go to court again. Like, I put 140 hours a month in for her. That's not good enough. Like, you people are insane. I think you're just trying to intimidate me to get her back to school because my lawyer told me
God.
I'm doing everything right. So I told this homeschooling person who's in charge of the homeschooling that she can just call my lawyer from now on.
Exactly
And
what
then,
you do. You don't need that harassment. Tell her you can just talk to my lawyer. I'm done with you.
yeah, and the superintendent goes, "Oh, you didn't have to call that lawyer again, did you?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, but the first time you threatened me, that's when I called him. Because the first time he sued the school because at the time my daughter Anna was alive, during you know the COVID that everybody was remote. Well, the teachers stopped helping her. All they kept doing was throwing packets of homework at her, but not helping her, not even offering a Zoom class help. So my husband found a lawyer, and he sued the school. And it wasn't about money. It was about getting the proper education for Anna. And if it would be homeschooling or a public school. He wanted what was best for Anna. And I'll never forget, 3 months after Tom and Anna passed away, he called me, said, "By the way, we won." And I said,
Wow.
"Please tell me I don't have to pay the bill." He goes, "Oh, no, ma'am. The Gowanda school has to pay me." Yeah.
Oh,
I think
very
it was
cool.
like, I think it was up to like $8,000 in legal fees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's
Hey,
probably why the superintendent told me not to probably call a lawyer again, but oh well.
Benjamin said, I'm thinking that there will be temporary local blackouts and internet disruptions while arrests are happening, in my opinion. I don't know on the arrest sides. I will say when it comes to the disruption, it's going to be I think it's going to be pretty easy in a way because now that all the media signals are digital, so that's a flick of a switch and then that all gets just in the blink It's not, there's no grainy wave to pick up that you can search for that'll kind of be, no, it's a digital. So it'll just be a flick and it's off, and that'll be that. Just like all these server farms. And I will say it depends. They could be tied into the actual fiber backbone. I worked on parts of it, but never the main trunks. So there's no I know that every one of those head end and transfer stations are highly secure. I mean, they're pretty intensive, and you could just kill the power and kill all that feed through all that fiber. So it's a possibility that everything could just go dark. And oh, heaven forbid, you can only imagine what the country would look like after just one day without Facebook. Look at the uproar.
Oh, my kids,
The
my
public
kids
couldn't
go
hardly
nuts.
handle almost
my-
12 hours the one
My
time
kids
it happened.
cry when the Wi-Fi
It's
goes out
panic
for an hour. It's the end of the world. God forbid,
Exactly, yeah.
no internet.
By the way,
They're
I
so
got to work
programmed
on
by that.
I got to work on the servers for the fiberglass. For the fiber. Uh, Unbelievable technology. Glass. But yeah, turn off the power, it's over.
There we go. Yeah, the static. You had some static coming through, Ricky. Thank you.
Yes, Cindy. Yep, harassing me. You're right. That's what they do. It's not going to work now, though.
These bastards, they want it both ways. If you're homeschooling them, they still get paid and they don't have to deal with your kids.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you don't, they treat them like garbage anyway. So
Yeah.
so that
Well, they start school at 7 a.m., okay, and they get out at 2:10. According to them, Sarah has to start like at 6:05 to 2:10, which is bullshit, my lawyer said. But she was sick last week, so she does have to start a half hour early today. So, but yeah, it's bull crap. She'll finish up, because she does this Excelius homeschooling, and it's an awesome program. And she'll be done in 3 weeks, technically. So we'll be doing extra work until the last day of school, because they go to school until the second week of June, where her online school finishes up in about a week or two. So she'll be completed with their work. Imagine if I said she was completed early, they would go crazy.
And you're right, Andy. They showed their hand when they tried to use the Homeland Security against parents.
Oh yeah, they threatened me family court.
No, she's talking about labeling the people
Oh.
going to the board
Yeah.
meetings as domestic terrorists.
Oh yeah, I got kicked off the Zoom thing. I'm not allowed to attend. And when it goes back
there's
to
been
in
people that
person,
have
they
gone
won't
to
let me.
jail and stuff. It's going crazy in some of the states. It's unbelievable. And see, and it's just like that. I'm just being honest, because I don't do a lot of the. I could get excited and stuff, but I try not to so much. But I don't understand some of the other states, because it's like, how does it? I mean, I just didn't. How did it get so bad? And I say that like, oh my, and it is, part of it is kind of like a, holy shit, how did it get so bad? But then I understand some of it, but it's like where I'm at.
Some of them, they're
the
being
local school
silenced.
by me literally has one building for elementary, junior high, and high school.
One
The
building?
next biggest town, yeah.
Wow.
The next biggest town, there's, I think, 3 elementaries, 2 junior high, and 1 high school. And the high school stadium is actually the old one. So they haven't even built a new one in decades and decades. And so everything is so small, and everything is so, it's like they still go do the flag thing. And maybe it's because the county's, under 50,000 for the whole county, where everybody's town is larger than that.
Wow, it's not much larger than ours. I never looked at the town count, but the village, we don't have that many people here.
Yeah, see, my county as a whole, the whole county is less than 50,000.
Wow. See, they closed the school that would be only like 10 minutes from me going east. So, and then they kept Cattaraugus School open, and then the Gowanda School's open. But yeah, next town over would be North Collins, but I would have to pay their taxes for Sarah to go there, which is a better school, but still, it's the same thing. They stopped educating and started indoctrinating. So
yeah.
it don't matter where I go in New York.
Well, and I gotta say, we talk about like a lot of these other things and how we see what the media, how they do. It's like when we talk about the election thing and we see facts, and then we talk about what the media puts out, and then you talk about the coup, and we talk about fact. But when this whole critical race theory stuff and the topics and the way that it's being portrayed, it's more subtle and worse than that, because some of the stuff that I've listened to with these parents that have come home with these books and went up and looked at their kids and they're reading it, and it's like you kind of got to let them read the whole paragraph, and then you kind of go, wait a minute, what did you just read? Because it's so subtle in some of those spots, and it's kind of like
you got to catch it.
Yeah. I mean, some of it's obvious, yes, but some of it is so, and it's kind of like, wait a minute. So if you're this slick right now, plus I got to say, just listening to I don't know, I didn't realize how they had stopped teaching history the way they do, you know, because my kids were taught history. But then I'm
so was I. It was called American History.
I'm in what's used to be made fun of as, those little hick towns, the redneck hick town kind of thing. Well, I guess we're kind of coming out to shine now.
Oh, they taught my daughter in school, the history teacher that she had, that Benjamin Franklin was a rapist, our founding fathers were racist, and all this other stuff. And I was like, what? So I'm trying to undo the damage now. What's a good thing about her schooling that she does now, our class videos literally recorded from a 1985. So she's not only learning the proper education, she's away from the Common Core too. So I'm trying to undo the damage that's already been done. But yeah, they indoctrinate more than they educate now. They really do. It's sad.
Oh, totally. I mean, there's nothing remote
like the
as far
Holocaust.
as from what I've seen of people showing and listening to y'all talk about it and everything. There's nothing remote about what they're doing that's educational.
Nothing in the books about the Holocaust at all.
Well, I'm sorry. How come the graduation rates haven't gone up? The testing averages, if you test them, they even show that they're a lot lower in a lot of these cities. And it's kind of like, well, that ought to explain a lot that you're not even being taught basic arithmetic.
Yeah. They got rid of the high school equivalency test. What they do now is, even if they fail, they just pass them to the next grade. Yeah, they don't care.
Hey, morning, Dakota.
And for the kids who have learning disabilities, those are the ones that really get dumped. I feel bad.
Yeah, they get neglected. They get shoved over.
Like they did to my son. Yep.
They get used for money. They get used as a title on paper and a checkbox. That way they can get funding that never actually gets handed down and put where it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
See, that's what I would like. And here's one of my little hopium type things. So when the dust settles and then we can come out of this, I hope that we can pay more attention to where all our tax money goes and stop sending so much bullshit out and start putting in. Because, I mean, in all honesty, this last 20 years in Afghanistan alone, just this little experience that I've watched and just this current, all the schools that we built over there and all the roads that we built over there, we could have repaved America damn near. And there's no telling how many cities would have whole new school districts. Instead, we kept spending our tax money in another area where we knew that when we build this and we get done and we leave, they're going to blow this up and we'll come back and build it again. Yeah. With those people's tax money. And somehow, and I speak it from myself, so I don't speak in a judgmental way for anybody else. This is all because I don't know. I always used to just go to work, pay your taxes, go to work, pay your taxes. As long as you're taking care of your family and the primary responsibilities, that was the goal. Well, now I realize this thing. Now, I should have probably been paying attention to where they kept spending all this shit.
They don't even do home economics like Connie just said. They don't even do wood shop. They don't have technology. I had all that in my school.
Now, there's the benefit where I'm at, though. See, like where I'm at and that nearest biggest school that has the one high school, that's actually the main high school years are in FFA, doing some kind of cattle or agricultural stuff or
so
welding.
That's good. It gives them something to get a job and gives them some kind of trade. Yeah.
And then, there is the college that you can do the junior college stuff if you want to choose like a different, whether it be law enforcement or medical or whatever. But it's not, see, that's what I'm saying around here. It's not, it's like way of life still understands that you're, everything doesn't come from behind the desk. So it's getting out, and because everybody lives kind of rural out here, so you kind of, you got to go out and tend to some shit. So
they even had a mechanic shop in my high school.
Yeah, well, we got paint and body in our high school. They teach them paint and body. You can actually, depending on the year and the sign up and where they're at in their progression, you can, some years you can even you pay for all the material and then they'll paint your vehicle. That becomes a project for a class. They've built trailers. Hell, a lot of people around here, their hay trailers and shit were actually trailers that were built there at the high school in the shop class, because they build them as a project to teach them how to do it, and then they teach them how to actually auction it off, so then they'll have an auction where they can auction their stuff off. That's why I said that's when you start to really realize the disconnect between rural and metropolitan. Metropolitan life is just so, there's a disconnect. I didn't realize how much until kind of engaging with everybody, and then it's kind of like, wow. Yeah. I didn't think of it like that, because once you think of it from that and that populated type area, it's like, okay, well, no, I totally can understand now. I understand a lot of things.
Well, God forbid to bring those back into school, because you're literally teaching these kids a trade. So when they leave high school, they can go get a job, or they can get more of a trade, like in welding or something, and get a good job. But nope, they don't even do that no more. Not by us, at least.
Nope.
I try to get my son to go to Job Corps, but he won't do it. I just did movie night tonight. We watched Wind Talkers. You ever see Wind Talkers? That was a good movie.
Wind Talkers. Oh yeah,
about the code
Nicolas
talkers.
Cage and
My grandfather had a friend who had a friend that was able to do that. And I remember the stories that when he used to go to the BFW, my grandfather served in the Navy, and you would have all kinds of veterans there who served in World War II, Vietnam, and they would just sit around just telling stories. And I remember just as a kid just sitting there just being intrigued and just listening to these men and women talk. It was just amazing, just listening to their stories. And I remember a story about some code talkers.
Hey, Miss Lala, you got some static, some backfeed noise.
I do?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry.
I was going through the webcam. I fixed it. Is that better?
No, it wasn't you. It was Lala.
Oh.
There was some static.
Oh, I'm surprised I didn't have funny noise. My sound was going through my webcam instead of my mic.
Oh, hey, morning, Kush. I'm sorry. I didn't see you come in. Which morning, everybody in chat. Morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's fallen. Glad you decided to step in have a seat, kick back. Hopefully you'll smile before it's over. That's the goal anyway.
Sarah, what? Hold on, guys.
Ooh, Mr. Benjamin, I don't even know about September through December. I think come July and August. At least I know down around here, because we're already hitting in the mid-90s. So it'll pick up. That heat's going to be a whooper. We'll hit hundreds here before shortly. You know, so much her books are also very good. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Iran is. Did you hear about Iran had some kind of? I don't know. Somebody told me it was some kind of not a nuke, but a missile or something that could reach U.S. I'll have to look into that.
Oh, I looked at it and I saw I was reading. Yeah, the education thing. Hey, morning, Tony. Here's a buddy from over the pond. How are things? But yeah, see, it's just like down here and the whole history with education down here. I mean, these were you had little outposts, and as these outposts grew, they became towns. And then a town said, hey, well, you know, these little kids are keeping us from being productive. We've got to tend to the farm and stuff and building the farm and doing things around here. So why don't we go teach them how to read and write and count numbers and stuff? And it kind of grew, and it's just, I don't know. Now all of a sudden you look at where we're at, which
Okay, sir, I'm going.
I think Grumpy said something about it became like almost babysitting, and it did. The whole work type mentality thing, and then making a living. All of a sudden you don't have parents at home. You have both parents going to work, and then you literally have an 8-hour babysitter that you work around.
Mm-hmm.
And you get used to incorporating that, and then your parents raised you, well, then you do that with your kids, and your kids do it with theirs, and this is how we've gotten to where now. But see, everything is kind of coming to out, the light's shining on everything, and now it's, hopefully we find the fortitude to address it.
I should make Sarah walk to Tim Hortons, shouldn't I? She's got the legs for it. But the problem is I give her my credit card, she probably would. No, she wouldn't. She would just get the donuts. I don't think nothing's open where she could go shopping.
Oh, good night, remote. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't see you or nothing. I apologize. Thanks for bringing it up here. I appreciate it very much. Much love and
You're
thoughts
going to
and
be on
prayers.
for a while, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm usually on for a few more hours.
Well, I'll catch you up in a little bit. I'm going to go grab her donuts.
Alrighty, ma'am.
I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
You got it. Be careful.
All right. I wish I could send some donuts to the computer, but we're not there yet.
There you go. Not yet.
All right. We'll see you guys soon.
Okay, Michelle. And Lala, I guess Lala went too. So good night, Lala. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. Much love. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, it's kind of weird lately. You're in the night crew. I guess you largely don't pay attention a lot through the day, do you?
It just depends. I'm kind of not on the weekend. I don't too much. I'm kind of like just like actually. I could show you my little project I've been working on. Here, I'll show you this. This is I was talking with Zach yesterday, and I showed him my little project. Ah, shit, that damn cord still ain't long enough. So, yeah. Anyway, that computer, I had my little Linux server. Anyway, I'm putting a water pump in it, and I changed out that block right there from the old fan to the water block. So, I've been doing that. That's one of my little Linux servers that I have.
Liquid cooling it.
Yeah, and I watch this. Zach said he could hear it, so I don't know if you can hear this, but
Yeah, I hear something.
that's my fan bearings went out, and that bad boy the other day went. All of a sudden, I was sitting here and through my headphones, even I heard, "Wee," and I went, "Holy shit!" And the bearing went out in that fan, and so I decided, well, what the hell? I'll just go ahead and put a water block on it.
Yeah, them fans aren't supposed to do that.
Dude, that particular heat sink is from about 98, 99. That was an old AMD. It was actually designed for the old Barton 2500 chip. I just happened to have it. It was one of my this little server setup is what I used to do. I just take parts that I either picked up from somewhere else or I've upgraded something, and then I kind of get them together, and then I used to put something together, and then I find a use for it. Not so much nowadays. That one there's been my little file server for a while though, so kind of partial to it.
You keep it on the internet or just for you, or
Just me. It's just my local. I connect my motherboard that I have has 2 network jacks. So one jack I can have that goes out and connects into my WAN, which is my wide area network, goes out. It's the household. And then my other jack just stays right here internal and bounces from a printer to my server and cameras. So then I can play with both without actually having to switch.
that's cool.
Yeah, the sad part is if I had to change that all up today, I'd have to go, damn, how did I do all that again? Because I've thought about that. I was going to change something out, and I was like, shit, what did I? Man, I forgot all them damn settings. Do I want to look all that shit back up? No, I don't. I'll just leave it that way. That's how my wife still gets pissed off at the printer. Well, why can't I print to it? Because it just wasn't set up that way 10 years ago. So it's still not that way. Grumpy, I've seen steaks produced by a 3D printer in Japan. Miss Cindy, much love, but no, you saw what they tried to convince you was a steak that was being printed. Because that was some gooey, gnarly, chemically induced shit that was being formed into the shape of a steak. No offense. I'm just picking. I'll take a minute and thumbs up, please. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Lola. Yeah, it's kind of weird if I say that. I still feel I went to say it out loud before, but I guess if y'all would hit the thumbs up, y'all are here, so it works for me. That's the way I see it. But it does, I guess, look good. And I don't know how the algorithm part really for me works, because I don't know where my little channel forte fits in. Oh yeah, that was a funny thing. I need to look it up. I'm not sure if it was actual strike or not. It was some kind of like, because my shit isn't for underage people or something, and I'm like, well, I thought I had that checked anyway, so that then I didn't, because I forgot what it was when I first did it. But it's like you don't have to pay attention to some shit if you already have it set or something like that. So I thought I already had them set to where did I see that? Well, Yeah, your content may not be appropriate for all audiences. So we've placed an age restriction on it. It's like, well, that's funny because I thought that's what that other little box that I do before all these. Because it's like, well, matter of fact, yeah. See, when you first do it and you've got the little title and the description and then the schedule spot in the studio right down there, it's not made for kids. And it's like, so what more do you want me to do? And it even says it up in the audience. This video is set to not made for kids, set by you. And it's like, no shit. So I don't know what I supposedly did. So oh, I think it's the live chat. That's what it is. And I love it when you go to review content and it says not available. It's like, well, I'm sorry, what? Ba-ding. Ba-ding.
Yeah, it's me talking, somebody getting messy.
Oh, let's see, did I miss anything? What did I miss? Hey, morning, Lauren. Down in Houston, there used to be this guy that used to say slime in the ice machine. Do you remember Marvin Zindler, Chuck? Did y'all ever get him up there?
Name sounds familiar.
I think he was like Channel 13 out of Houston, and he used to wear blue glasses. And he would do this slime in the ice machine and do it were restaurant reports, and where they would inspect and they'd look in the ice bins to see. And that's what I thought of when they were talking about the red 3D printed steak, and then she said red slime. I'm like, yeah, that was a slime.
It's kind of nasty, huh?
Man, how can no.
That's some of that DNA modified McDonald's like baby made, whatever you want to call it, GMO, what do they call that stuff? Stem cell.
Dude, that's got to be some crazy shit when you think that's, because that's not just fake food. That's 3D printed food. So that means it had to come to a form that it could be pumped in and then squeezed out and by temperature or whatever, and it's forming a shape. So it's like, how is that happening naturally? That's like, so that is a chemical.
A lot of them, they
people
grow it in a petri dish used by living cells they get from where.
Yeah.
Printed.
Not nasty stuff. Cannot see it happening. Chucksy, all good. Just relax. I love you. Try to help everyone a little with a limited injury. I had to cancel on Slow Country today, and then I feel guilty. Chuck, I don't think you're the type of person who would turn a blind eye to the suffering of our world just because it's not in your head. Just say you got a big heart. Oh yeah, Chuck's a good dude. What did I miss something up there? What happened, Chuck? So now I looked up, I scrolled up and saw we're trying to figure out what is going on, but I need to just not care if it isn't in my face, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I try to be, Cindy. I'm just trying to figure out some questions. I was not bringing it out. Something a troll said the other night, and it's kind of been eating at me.
What's the matter, brother? If you want to talk about it, that's up to you.
And I dropped it in private. I don't know if let me figure out where it is. I'll drop it again. Oh, right here. I'll let you read it. I don't really want to bring it out because it's pinpointing names. Okay. It's on the very bottom. Because of that, I've noticed too, a lot of people don't come to my show or get on panels, what have you. That happened over the weekend.
Okay.
And I'm like, I didn't choose a side and all that. I don't want to get involved in all that. People were picking sides and arguing when it started 4 or 5 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago, whatever.
Yeah, see, that's that whole inner channel, and then because people happen to both arrive here, then you get pulled into stuff, and that's not right. It's just, I try to tend to them here. If I don't want it to happen here, and I just try to be open about that, going, okay, look, nope, don't want that here. Whatever your issue might be, just don't bring it here is all I can say. Don't let me say, I don't want nothing part of it.
That's like, not saying that nobody does, but somebody didn't like you and they tell me they're going to condone or talk crap to me because I talk to you and hang out with you on your show. And like, that's not your business where I go. It's not like we're plotting.
Well, it's the same concept of the people that are, like we sit here and talk about the bad that's happening. Well, that's a part of that same thing. You're just sitting there going to start judging people because they talk to so-and-so.
Yeah.
It's like
high school gymnasium recess bullshit.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't participate in a lot, is because it just, sometimes it seems like shit just spins out of control. And it starts getting all, and then back and forth, and people don't need to let themselves get pulled into that. So just shrug it off, brother. If you,
I am. I got this bad habit. It's like I just put on there about stuff not directed at me or having to do with me or my business. I don't dwell in it, don't care.
There you go.
You've been like, hey, Chuck, what do you think? Blah, blah, this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, is it secret or out in the open? He says it's out in the open. I'd say my piece.
By the way, Grumpy said, what? Was it Subway where they tested the tuna fish salad and could not identify what exactly was in it? No tuna, though?
Wow.
I don't say what? That would be, that would be bad, but at least I wouldn't feel so like, because it's been like 5 years since I've had a Subway, so I've purged.
I almost choked to death on a corner of one of their packages because I don't have jaw teeth on the file, but they've been gone a while on one side, and I always chew over there because it's a natural side I chewed on. But I got one of their seafood and crab sandwiches, was hungry, so I was wolfing it down. Out of that, my wife's job, talking to her because she ran the store, and they had a lunch area. And my son was there, and this was 13 years ago. He was little. And I was wolfing that sandwich down, and I thought it was a piece of the spinach in there that I felt, and I wadded up, gobbled it. It ended up being a corner piece of hard plastic with 3 or 4 layers and melted together solid. Oh, it was shaped like a triangle, and it stuck between my tonsil, my uvula, and the back of my tongue, and buried in all 3. And I couldn't cough it up. My throat locked up, half swallowed with food and stuff. And I finally got up and slammed my solar plexus into the counter and fell over it, and it all popped out.
Oh, wow.
And I called them about it, and they told me to come up there. I brought it.
You'll get my free meal.
They told me I can eat Subway free for a year. Especially we it killed me. I just want, well, it didn't kill you, so it's not our problem. I'm like, I had them recorded. Their lawyer, I told the guy there when I showed him my phone, I said, I just recorded what you told me. And I'd already gave my number, and his lawyer called me, wanted to know what I could do to resolve the issue. I'm like, make it safe for people to eat.
Right.
You're not after restitution? I said, no, I'm not saying that either. It just depends on how y'all react. Well, I'm kind of limited what I can give you. You didn't die. You didn't go to the hospital. How we know it didn't happen? Well, I kind of showed the guy the piece that got stuck in my throat where it cut me up. How do I know you didn't do that on purpose? I'm like,
that was crazy.
yeah, that's what it was, self-heimlich. I didn't know what to do at first. My wife didn't see it. My son was hollering for her. She was busy. We had customers. When I hit that counter, though, everybody's seen it. She had cameras, and I told them up there, but I finally just let it go. I blasted it out on Facebook. A lot of people that lived around that area I knew, and they spread it, and it really affected their business for a long time. I don't know if they're still working or not.
See, I've taken food back when they've screwed it up, and there's a lot of times, and matter of fact, the majority of times I don't even want them to remake it. I'll say, never mind. Oh, well, what can we do to make it right? You know what? You can go teach your people how not to do this anymore. I said, I don't sit here and complain about the food because I got nothing better to do. I'm doing it, and I'm telling you so that you can correct the problem. That's why. Oh, but see, I live in a local area, so it actually pays off because it's actually funny too, because when I was the cable dude in the surrounding areas running the lines and the communication lines, then you know everybody and they know you. So you go to complain about something, they kind of go, oh yeah, and it's like, yeah, I could ignore your complaint too, and your shit wouldn't work for a while.
Yeah, I told him too. I said, if it had been my little boy that happened to, I said, I'd have been.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I said, me and you'd have issues. The person that made the sandwich would have issues. And before it's over with, I'd own this store.
Yeah, there would have been issues right then and there. Everybody would have known of everything at that moment if that had been my kids.
Yeah, because cops have been involved, news would have been involved.
Oh yeah, that would have escalated really fast. And like,
my wife went over and snatched away his stuff he had, and it wouldn't let him finish it. It would have been bad, but the widest part of it was probably an inch and a quarter, and then it was probably an inch and an inch up. And it was like, I should have noticed it, but being a pig. Yeah, remote, I didn't know exactly how to do that, but I knew where you had to do it to do the Heimlich maneuver on somebody, so I kind of just followed where I knew to push and shove myself into the counter, and it worked. Vicky being 5'1", 100 pounds, would have probably been able to do it to me, and the customers would probably just watch me fall to the floor.
Yeah, they would have been like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, wait, get my phone.
Yeah. You seen that one kid in the gymnasium?
You see what's happening? Oh my God. It's like
when people videotape that kid that fell out from the Jabberwocky.
I got to tell you a bad joke. So this woman's choking on her food, and she's like, and so her husband runs over there, spins her around, bends her over, lifts up her skirt, and licks her bum, and then she coughs up the food she was choking on. She says, "Oh, honey, I'm so glad you know that Heimlich maneuver." That's a sick one, but it's funny. I like it.
It's funny, yeah. My wife lost it over after she realized what happened. She seen me jump up. She said my face looked weird. But then when she looked over there right before I did what I did, she said it was a shade of purple she never seen. And
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, I'm
That's-
glad it didn't like puncture and then, you know, like turn into something very devastating.
Yeah, because it
I beat the shit out of a guy with no arms and no legs once until he finally coughed up the food he was choking on.
it's hard to find that right spot.
It is. Well, and the poor guy, because there was nothing protecting him. But I had to just bash him against the ground and try and get it out. Right? It's like I was glad when it came out. And then he's looking at me. He's laying on his back, then getting his breath, and he's looking at me with these eyes this big. Who's this big guy slamming me around?
They got that thing now that looks like a mouthpiece looking plunger thing that it sucks it out, but don't everybody have that? I don't know if it might have worked. Food might have pulled it loose.
I don't know. I don't, unless you get a real good take on the face with.
This stuff probably wouldn't.
Doesn't work, right?
That's
Well,
it.
yeah,
This-
for us, we'd be
You're
hooped.
gonna seal.
We're handsome, but we could probably die easier. Just saying.
Yeah, like you need to wear a mask. I'm like, what good? It wouldn't seal anyway. And
Yeah, and don't tell me what I can do. Thank you very much.
I had one of them. You ain't wearing a mask, and I went.
Hey, that's what I used to do. Actually, that's why I used to trim it all right here, and I'd trim it along because it was actually still the shape where I could put that in, and I would cup it, and I could go up, and it would still seal. Of course, it felt weird because this gets all in your mouth. But hey, man, I could still seal a mask.
But it doesn't seal perfectly. There's not even the N95 mask will not work.
Oh no, that's a cloth. That's a
Yeah.
cloth edge mask. That's not.
You need. So are they going to start handing out bio suits to everybody? And then if these so-called
Not
ones
to
that
everybody.
they had,
They don't want everybody to live remote.
well, that's right. But the problem is people don't understand that nothing's getting spread in that way anyway. It's this that's doing
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
But they had to do the ruse.
I worked at a body shop. You're talking about the 95s. I watched the guys work for a half hour sanding body work, go away blowing their nose and look like they had a pound of cocaine in each nostril. Then I've seen them also wear the full face mask, and none of the stuff would get through, and their ears would feel funny. They like suck in like you're trying to cough a hawk or a booger up. And I don't know if it's pulling it in through the ear canals or what, but then they cough and they blow their nose and they'd have white stuff coming out like that. So I'm thinking it'd even go into your ears.
And those paint particles are a lot bigger than anything that they're talking about. So
Paint
Yeah,
You have
so-
to go with the
no
SCBA.
particle.
SCBA is about the only way as far as out, just walking around to seal off without going full hazmat type suit.
exactly, that's what I told my employer. They were always, "Oh, go get your mask fitting, I said, "Well, I'm not going to get one of those because it doesn't work anyway. I'm not wearing it."
Yeah, you'd
And
have
you
to have
can't.
a secondary
I showed them
breather.
the box. I showed them the box. It says right on, even those ones, the N95. It says right on them, will not work.
Against virus. Yep. Yeah, I had
Can't
I-
say that though.
I asked at a pharmacy. One woman was mad because I wasn't wearing one, and she's sitting there had hers on. She had her eyes not covered, and I'm like, for one thing, that don't help, and another thing, you can catch those for viruses and germs through your eyes faster than you breathing it in. She goes, no, they wouldn't tell us that if not. I looked over behind her, and I know that pharmacists and pharmacy techs both have to have some medical experience. I asked a pharmacist, I'm like, can you catch germs and viruses through your eyes faster than you can breathe them? He goes, yeah. I'm like, well, he goes, well, you can't ask people to tape their eyes shut. I'm like, so they want us to breathe the crap in through them.
Yeah,
What-
no, it's all a farce. It's all a cover. Okay, there's several problems, reactions, solutions being taken care of at the same time right now, folks. they want that. Bill keeps telling you that he wants to reduce something, right?
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily the thing that starts with a V. It's more carbon based.
Yeah, the POP.
Exactly. And and then they also wanted to start bringing in the CRT divide and conquer team. You know, the one that wears the panties.
Yeah.
Fa better. Those ones. And they've got blemishes.
And now they're
the E out, right? Blem.
Yeah.
And then so they get to wear those so they can perpetrate their safe, peaceful protests. Meanwhile, the rest of us are character assassinated and told to go get these so that they can.
It's got to do with them Georgia Guidestones.
Sure do. They need to be taken down. What are you doing on my counter, missus? Who's going to get in trouble in little plants?
I guess I'll have to look into that.
There you guys. I just got
Guidestones.
Yeah. I've heard that reference so many times.
You know that in the old days of Egyptian stuff, they made people cover their faces. You know, that was basically, it's all subservience to their worship.
Oh, well, yeah.
There you go.
I was like, who was it? Somebody, there was the women, the certain high-ups or something didn't show their face to the servants or something. They weren't allowed to look upon them, or I don't know. I forgot that part of all
And
that.
the veiled women and all that. Yeah, Remote, I don't know if you heard that last part I told, but it's all got to do with subservience to their belief system, and the chattel are to be masked so they're in control. Because when they're like this, it's almost like they got your hands behind your back.
They have assumed control. They have assumed control. I remember a Rush song that had that in it.
Yeah.
They have assumed control. This is a satanic ritual that they are perpetrating against us for an end, trying to will our compliance by using social credit scoring and intimidation and tyranny and dictatorship kind of tactics. But they don't know. They don't realize that God's people aren't afraid to die. And at one point, they will, if they have to, they will fight to the finish. If they are harmed in any way.
Yeah, like the people that wear the little thing on their chest that's shiny, that got the things on top of the vehicle that spin around and blink. When they come up and say, "Do you understand me?" That's saying, "Are you beneath us?"
Exactly. No, I would say, "No, I overstand you, and you are dust on my shoes."
I'm like, every time I get them, I'm like, if they knock on my door, I'm like, did I break a law? Am I under investigation? What law have I broken? Well, you haven't done anything. We need to talk to you. I'll just come in and close the door. Unless I've done something, they don't need to talk to me.
Yeah, I'm afraid that the peaceful revolution is fast coming to an end soon. And they're gonna bring it to us. This is the Albert Pike Morals and Dogma Divide and Conquer by any means necessary plan being put into place, as well as the Georgia Guidestones at full work, along with the Gates of Hell and the Swiss end guy. And I'm not talking like they use in rap.
Yeah. And people being hungry, they're very compliant, especially if they have children.
Yeah, well, they use that against them. They'll use that against men, fighting age men. They will use that against them. We're going for your family. Oh, okay, I'll back down.
Oh, you need food? Okay, well, we need this sign right here.
Exactly. But when it gets to that point, folks, if you allow them to subjugate you some way, like maybe putting new jewelry on your hands behind your back, then you're done. You don't let that happen. It's fight to the finish then, because if they do that, you're going to the showers, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Been there, done that.
Time to get on the rail car.
You're going back without a cause. That ain't happening. I'm too old for that now.
I will take at least one with me.
Well, I'd like to think that as it peaks, I don't know. I don't think it's so bad in Texas right now. So hopefully we'll be kicking to the end.
Hey, Hurricane.
Hey, morning, Hurricane.
Yeah, but you got the enemy coming in too down there.
Oh yeah.
The infiltrators.
Well, and it's really kind of bad to say, but in a way we do. But when you think about it, then also they're also shipping them out just as fast as they're coming in. So a lot of them don't even stay here. They're going to all the interior.
What's to prevent them from getting shipped back?
Oh yeah, there's no telling where all they're going. I mean, it's unbelievable. They're across the country.
I've heard estimated numbers of 100 million have passed in that last year and a half.
I think we're up to 2.7 or 3. Might have been 3.3.
I like what Sharon Steinspring said. She said, "I was born with a terminal disease, ready to go when God's ready. No fear here." And we should fear not. 365 times in the Bible, one for each day.
I think we're up to like 3.3 million, and I think that's just the known. So there's no telling about the unknowns.
The unknown.
And it's like the fentanyl. The fentanyl is increased multiple, and it's coming up closer because of this Title 42 shit. And it's just
they want to take almost 7.
But part of our CIA actually established these very cartels that are hustling people across there and that are doing that. So it's all. They can't expose them. They won't call them out because then it just calls them back out. So this is a feed the beast cycle thing, and that's what they're doing. It blows my mind at just how obvious they do. It is because and it's out and just straight up on the house floor stuff. The facts, details that get pointed out, but that's when you just see how intent. That's the one thing that worries me is because one side, they focus on hate. There you go. Just the evil side, bam. So it's a real focus. On this side, everything is so fractured that if we don't pull together, I think it's going to be really bad. It's already fixing to be really bad just because of things that are already in play. But it's going to get a whole lot worse if we can't pull together. It's just we're so fractured on this side.
And I think we got about 30 days for people start working things out. But then I'm also worried about the stock market. If it falls, it could even quicker.
Oh, yeah. When that goes, that's, people talk about what they've seen about the depression back then. It's like, I don't think people connect those times and those character of people in that particular era versus 2022. This is the very society that couldn't hardly sustain a day without Facebook, much less the collapse of the dollar.
If you think people were lawless in the Old West, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Nope. It's going to start between the bad people first. Then the bad people are going to regroup. They're going to go after everything they can get their hands on around them food-wise. And then they're going to start doing like The Walking Dead. They're going to be herds of people going different directions.
Gangs. It'll be gang warfare, and it'll actually be tribal. And this is everything that Albert Pike predicted and wanted is coming true, folks.
Yep.
See, I don't even think when that, I don't even see it being really tribal, to be honest, because it's not. I can see where that picture plays, but it's just there are world powers. There are bigger people that are salivating, just waiting for the opportunity. And the minute we collapse to that level, oh, they'll be here. They'll be here in sections.
But when we go into a reconnoitered protective spot, it'll likely be 3 or 4, like for us, 3, 4, 5, 6 white fellas protecting their families. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Not
yeah.
to say that it couldn't be another ethnicity, but the likelihood is that it will be sort of break down like that, because what are they doing? They're playing the races against each other, right? They're doing this fifth column critical race theory, this color what do they call it? Color war. It's a color war.
Pigment war thing.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the benefit. That's what I was talking about a while ago. That's the benefit of where I'm at. That we're so intertwined that doesn't play down here. It just doesn't, because everybody went to school with everybody.
That's good.
I mean,
that's good.
You know, and then when you only have those limited buildings, everybody goes to school together, and everybody grew up together. Well, now everybody knows everybody else's kids together, and it's kind of like their kids know. You know.
Yeah. So you have that small town mentality, which is going to benefit that group absolutely.
Yeah.
But in the cities,
oh man, it's
going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I'm gonna sack down to the night. I had to come tell you that joke when we were talking about the hind liquor.
A hind liquor.
Yeah, that's right. Have a good one.
All right, remote. Thanks, buddy.
That's one of those black nursing jokes, right? I nursed a long time. It's not much I haven't seen or done. So
there you go.
Guys. Haven't licked any ass though.
No hind liquor.
That's right. Love you.
Love you too, brother.
Later, love you, bud.
Let's see what Grumpy said. There is nothing wrong with tribalism. We all practice it on a daily basis. The problem arises in the culture the tribe creates for itself. Oh yeah, and that's what I foresee as the main problem. I mean, if you're not happy with the leadership right now, and you say, "Well, this is all jacked up. Look at all this." Well, okay, who leads your group? And who decided that? So we kind of, at some point, you got to just hold people accountable. You have to have a moral compass in play. And I don't know. I worry about the whole, if we go down to where we're too fragmented internally because of like an economic collapse or something, that you got Cuba sitting right over there. You have China, you have Russia. Oh, you have the UK.
We aren't the only ones this shit's going on at either.
No. And so you just, I don't know.
It's kind of funny it's happening everywhere. Not funny, ha, but.
Well, you know, I guess if you put it in a dumbed down way, but if you're at the golf course sitting around and all your buddies that own these corporations and they've got all their little franchise companies and all their things, kind of like their BlackRock and Vanguards, you know, but it's like, man, this is like, oh, why don't we consolidate? Yeah, let's consolidate, because then we can make this a lot easier. Well, that's kind of, if you take all these countries, and we're the pinnacle and the pillar of freedom and God-given rights. That's us. So, but you figure if you take us down, you can gather everybody under. And dude, it's like old world shit when you look at it. If we go down to a couple of tyrant rulers that are controlling the whole ball of dirt. It's just in a different look now because we have all this technology. Night, Cindy. Get you some rest. Be sure and smile. Or be the reason somebody smiles. That's Chuck's channel for anybody that didn't subscribe.
Lala asked about it. Yeah, Ben, that's the Three Stooges. Miss them. I used to like this hell out of that. Yeah, my show earlier, I don't know if you were in there when I brought it up to him, Rescue. I told everybody, do me a favor. Go out there and buy you some food that you might appreciate having 6 months from now.
There you go. Yeah, because, well, and actually around here, we this weekend talked with a few people and told them to go get some cotton balls, some gauze, Band-Aids, some typical everyday stuff that you know, because that's
Triple antibiotic ointment.
either gas prices, the collapse of the dollar, or just not it being on the shelf. There's 3 options on the table right now, so you might want to get what you can.
Possible EMP.
Oh yeah.
If they keep poking the bear, or worse. He's already said, I got this and I will use it. And they're like, still just.
Yeah. That's, man, and they're trying to push it hard too.
I guess they figure if they hem him up in a line down there, that's going to make him more reasonable. And
well, I'm afraid they're going to keep going too far. Just like, look at the extreme actions that they've taken against U.S. citizens. Okay, well, they're pulling in even global people to initiate this fight. And, dude, what scares me the most is how much bullshit media has been put out because of it. Because then that tells you, after going off of this past history of just the last current events, it's like, so if you're going to this extreme, then what do you get? You're trying to push him, no matter what happens, you're trying to push him that far. And I think it's all intentional. That war machine's fired up, buddy. They're ready to make money. They're ready to collapse this place, get on with the agenda.
You like researching a lot of stuff, and your idle time looking up this, that?
Yeah, I sit and I listen to a lot of people when they're kind of going over a lot of the info.
I don't know if you ever use the Index search browser, but check it out. A lot of questions you can ask through Google that'll be answered there, because they're not from here.
Oh yeah, Google's funny. I used to play around with it. Now I don't even bother.
You can pull up anybody that you can't find anything about. You can find out about the laptop through there, and it'll show you everything that was on the laptop, and it'll.
Dude, you know what's funny? There's shit you can find on Bing that you can't find on Google. It's like, so did y'all forget about Bing over there in the corner?
Okay, Lala. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Yandex, I think, is something to do with RT or the Russian influence, maybe, or something over there. One of the ones that's not involved in all this silence, and they okay, do what you're going to do, whatever, unless it's okay here. You want to see about what they're doing? Here you go.
Oh yeah. RT. I got stuff from them. Go ahead.
But you can look up anything about HRC. It'll show all that videos of the stuff that they supposedly did in underground, and there's a lot of stuff that's like, and it's a complete browser like Google, like Bing, like what's the one I use all the time? When they had DuckDuckGo, which is turned bad. You can find stuff easier through them than I ever did anything on DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, well, they're slowly getting taken over and polluted like the rest. because they're all using the same. When it comes down to it, they're using the same DNS type databases. So unless you can go kind of people that are, because it's a collective. So the more that'll start to use, then the more that database will start to gather information. But that's why Google used to be good, but
Yeah.
they also know now their power too. So now they kind of go, yeah, we'll just take this category and stick it over here.
Because they're all combined in with FB, Facebook, and the rest of them that we know
Well,
ain't benefit.
You know, a meeting of the minds, dude, and these people are all wealthy ass people that live in worlds that I don't even think most people can understand, because these are the kind of people that think of shit and then somebody goes and does it for them, or they find people to go do that for them.
And then blame the guy over there.
Yeah. Yep, there's always a scapegoat.
Like I got asked today if I thought there was going to be any arrests, and I said, if it is, it'll be some intern that just started a week ago. And he'll be blamed for shit that happened 3-4 years ago.
That bottle's always so loud, I forgot about that. Somebody pointed that out to me. I did that one day, and I thought it was all quiet because I did it under the desk, and so I was like, crunch. And somebody goes, so what the hell was that? And I went, oh shit, you heard that? And they were like, yeah. And I was going, oh, okay, damn. I thought I had it under the desk. You couldn't hear it.
That's like that mic picks up real good. Like you shook that earlier with the bearing. It sounded like you was shaking a rattlesnake rattle that was tinny, though.
Oh, wow. I guess I better stop flopping this butterscotch around in my mouth. You probably hear it rattling against my teeth at some point. 53 people in chat, but I think they must have gone to sleep or something because chat hadn't moved a bit in a few minutes.
Yeah, because usually they're talking amongst themselves. Maybe they're waiting for us to jump up and down or something.
I think Ricky done went to sleep or something, or else he's focused on the news.
Either that or our conversation had him riveted.
So shocking. His jaw's still on the floor. He can't say a word. Oh, there we go. Connie's listening on the TV and laying here by the laptop dozing.
Yeah, I slept so much earlier today. I took a nap, woke up, looked around, got a drink, come back, sat down, kicked back in the chair, turned the TV on, and fell back to sleep. Figured I needed it. It was too hot and too wet to do anything outside. Then I woke up, hanged around, did a little bit of this, that, made spaghetti and meatballs. The old lady got up.
All right, what's Grumpy got here? 0600 and the only time zone that matters. No, wait a minute. What is it? Is it really? Yeah, it sure is. You're right on, Grumpy. Need to get up and around. I'll leave y'all with this. Men have been barbarians much longer than they have been civilized. There is the propensity to revert under stress and strain, under neglect or temptation, to our first natures. Walter Lippmann. Right on, sir.
Yeah, nature will take its course.
Take care, Grumpy. Have a great day.
Have a good night, Grumpy. If we carry a lot of memory in our DNA, there's no telling what can happen when the primal shit kicks in.
Well, I mean, we're built to very strong, so we can physically do things, and but we have a heart, so we can show compassion and empathy, and it's the merging of those two. And sometimes, well, one you got to call forward. Morning, Kim. Scat back. I think I will freely go out and leave some black marks on the pavement today.
Yeah, especially if you're ready to get the new tires, you might want to get them now. I'm here in the military having an issue with tires and parts and computer chips and plastics and aluminums. Dollar store here told me a lot of their drinks they carry normally they can't get because of plastic shortage and aluminum shortage. So that means beer cans are going to go through the roof, or the aluminum problem.
Well, it's like little things like that. People see these recycle places and the salvage yards, that recycle and all that.
Yeah.
But they gather that shit up. That actually gets sent down to ports and then loaded on boats to get sent over there and processed, most of it. So it leaves here and then comes back as a product.
Here it'll sit out in the ocean anchored with the rest of it.
Right. And that's why a lot of shit, there's going to be, that's why I said before, it's these damn water bottles and the containers that those are in. That shit won't be coming back over this way for any time soon. So the bags for the cereal go in, the bags your chips are in. All those little back end things that we've outsourced all that shit.
It's pretty damn sad, as self-reliant as we were. Now we can't even make our own damn sandwich.
Right. See, it's like that. And, I gotta say, that's the other side. They did a hell of a job, because when you do look at just how much took place, dude, we were energy independent for the first time. We were right there. And then marketing was coming back. Businesses were actually starting to come back. And this was going on during all that chaos. And so can you only imagine if that chaos hadn't been going on, what we would have been able to accomplish? So that's why I say that's what worries me now, is because, okay, so we were where we were. Then he came out. That whole America great thing, people swarmed together under that flag. All this chaos is going on. He achieved these things, but then this collapsed, and then all of a sudden, all this gathering started to fall apart. That's what I'm worried about. Does that make sense?
Yeah. A lot of it too is hold on, don't do nothing. We got this, and so many people sat on their hands.
Well, that's where the RNC, when it comes to gathered up. Except now, the one thing I wasn't for sure about that I was new was the RNC knowing beforehand. That one I didn't know. I didn't know that they were aware of some of this beforehand. And it was like, oh, okay. But then it's not a shocking thing, because you're talking about career politicians, and that's the problem. That's why I think Orange Man there gets a lot of blame for shit. And I don't think it's so much Orange Man as it was that there's some career people up in there that were like, you're causing ripples in our little pool of tranquility, so you need to go, buddy.
We've been here 87 years, and you're causing people to wait in line at the water fountain.
Yeah, so that was people on his own side, and underneath him right there, he was changing things, and he exposed a lot of shit.
He put their ideas behind too for 4 years. They were supposed to be further ahead of this, so they went into overdrive.
Yeah. Well, and they created this chaos storm that they've been able to basically get away with stuff, and we're still like the dust particles that are falling around, and we haven't even hit the ground so that we can gather back up into a force, Hey, what's up, Wizard?
never should have lost the Made in USA thing. You'd thank the early 70s for a lot of this.
Oh, dude, the Clintons. So Clinton helped play a part in the World Trade Organization. So it goes back, and yeah, then you start hearing little pieces, and you can see where that whole, where their wealthy minds started coming up with a way that they were going to be able to collapse this from the inside. Because I think that's what it comes down to. I think that's 2 world wars, some incursions. We've been involved. We were to a point to where you can't just come at us front on. So it's going to have to be from within. And I think
Reagan even said that.
Yeah, and I think it's been I think it's been a target ever since we came to be. It was too small, too remote. We had too much momentum going for so long that we kept going and going, and now we've become so complacent that we literally got up to the part to where we just float along. So now we're floating.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, what's up, Ron? Oh, he said it's a ghetto raid. Oh, yeah, I guess so. There's Milkmaid. I didn't know ghetto was on, but that's cool. Ghetto raid, more than welcome. Come aboard. Got room. Somebody's asleep on that part of the couch, just prop them up.
Yeah, push them over, put your feet on them, whatever.
Right. Rescue confused ones say, you guys asked someone to put something in chat and I put something. Guess now that it's moving, it's mute. What?
Might be when I brought up about Yandex earlier. I read it.
Okay. Rescue confused ones say, you guys asked someone to put something in chat. I put something, guess now that it's moving, it's mute. What the hell are you talking about into your chat? Damn, you gonna make me all of a sudden go to work. Here, okay, it's to Chuck. And yeah, it's the issues with Yandex is it's Russian and uses JavaScript among other things, not going to jump up and down though. So is that it? Do I get brownie points again?
AVR.
Did I do okay?
Hey,
Did I get a thumbs up? Huh? What's the deal, Auntie? Do I get a thumbs up? Hey, what's up, Virginia? Damn, Auntie, that Jack beating up on me, always picking on me, I swear. Chuck got a few naps in his recliner, I think. Kim asked if you got any sleep. Hey, what's up, Eric? Morning, sir.
Yeah, I slept all day yesterday on and off. I've still been running hard. I'm about to see if I got any tea left. I'm about a half a quart low on caffeine. But I've drank a gallon of tea since the time I put my show on earlier till now.
I was reading when you went on, and oh wait, what is this now? What's up, Eric? Get out, brother. Right on, man. Hell yeah. So I don't know, for anybody that had been sitting in back then, I don't know how many SandLots ago, but I put some pictures up of this barrel table that Eric Steel and Tree had made, and it had this old barrel and then half a spool table on top. Well, he sold it yesterday, so that is very cool. Somebody got him a cool Mother's Day gift, didn't they? Hell yeah. What's up, Billy? Morning, sir.
cigarettes on the sale. Yeah, that's what I tell a lot of people. My caffeine's got too much blood in it. Like a caffeine crackhead.
My caffeine level is getting a little much blood in it. Too much blood in it. Oh, sweet, dude. Hell yeah. Eric's international now. Steel and Tree International. Some coordinated stuff, huh, Ridge Runner? Rico Act stuff. Old Billy, old Scat Pack was asking how the chicks are. Had a great day at the flea market yesterday. I got to have good mac and cheese when I got home.
I can't remember the name of that movie. They said that I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Well, I live my life 24 ounces at a time.
There you go. Rico Suave.
I think old Ricky went to sleep or something.
Oh, yeah. I guess I could. I guess let me put him backstage.
Yeah, Fast and Furious.
I'll go ahead and put him out, and then that way if he's asleep, he can chill and crash.
And if he's up and away from the thing, he can say, hey, I'm here.
He can come back. Link's still there. Which link's up top? Hey, Billy, you want to come up? Anybody want to come up? You're more than welcome to join. We've just been kicking back, chilling, just kind of talking various things. Okay, Dakota. I reckon. No FaceTime. Dakota said you guys are going to have the pleasure of taking a shower with me.
Yeah, Ridge Runner, and I hope that every time they pick their soap up, it falls on the floor in front of them.
Right. Let's see what he say. Ridge Runner said, rescue. Yes, it was. I want each and every one of us to spend time with each other. We had charter trees in our house. I thought, yep. Amen, brother. Amen. Hey, morning, Nikki B. How are you, man? When I was married, I told the wife she eats too much. That was the moment she became fat and furious. Damn, Eric. Oh, you're so funny, brother. Crack me up.
Hey, Nicky.
Good deal. Bling. I can't tell my baby mama jokes anymore. She found my YouTube channel. Well, the noisemakers are ripping down 41 already. It goes for miles. What are you talking about, Auntie? No FaceTime, no FaceTime. Yeah, let's see. What is it Hutch says about living rent free? You got to hit the likes button. Be living rent free or something. Let's see. It's my living room, so you got to hit that cover charge. Hit that thumbs up, the cover charge. I don't know. Doesn't matter. You guys are here. That's all that matters. You're hanging out, chilling. Hopefully you got a smile on your face. If not, hopefully you get one. Everybody ought to have one. Hey, T-girl. Y'all ever heard of Tri-State Speedway? Not me, Kim. Not right off the top of my head. But I haven't done a lot of racing thinking in a while. There you go, Billy. You got it, brother. You got it. Ba-ding. You've got mail.
Son's got his truck off for sale on Facebook. I put it on there for him, so now I get to deal with it.
Oh, yeah. All joking aside, when the wife and I start having problems, I get through, so I just keep them talk out of it. Okay, you've got that one copy and pasted, Eric, because you said that one identically too many times. I've seen it. That's on your little library. I know it. It's a hotkey. Bam. Okay, Dakota. Don't slip. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. Of course, I say that, and I don't know. I should not joke it like that at all with my channel. Shit, weirdest stuff happens on mine. I'm actually scared now that you're doing that on my channel, because hell, there's no telling what's liable to happen. Next thing I know, you're going to be in chat going, "Oh my God, this just happened." You'll be like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, like what's his name?
Yeah.
Scooter, don't do nothing stupid. Oh, next thing, blah, 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 blah.
Yep. Well, and then what was it? There was Scooter. There was something else. Was there something with Bug Out?
Yeah, arguing or whatever with somebody.
Well, there was the Peacock. That was something. Damn, I can't remember. Weird shit happens. That's all I can say. But had to take her everywhere I went. She was too hungry to kiss goodbye. Oh, Lord have mercy. Now that is a new one, I gotta say. That's funny. Steal your towel and then wow, or just think you were all over that at LOL at one point. Damn, brother, what the hell? I didn't even have to say it 3 times. I just said it once.
That's funny because I haven't caught 1 second of your stream, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, we were just talking well, short version of a long story is somebody is fixing to go be taking a shower and was like, see you guys after the shower. And I was like, oh shit, there's no telling what could happen. I mean, weird shit happens on my channel. Look, Scooter had to crash. And I said, damn, wasn't there something with bug out? Oh, there was the peacock thing and then something. And then I'll be damned, we kind of paused for talking and bink, and here you are. See, all I had to do was say it one time. Bug out. And there you are. I'm still said you got talked to and given number 1 or 2. Oh, yeah, well. Could be. Oh, wrong. He's here. Yeah. It's the bug out. He's here. Gaston emerges. So what's been on your mind, sir?
Nothing much, man. Apparently, if you're into the drama thing, there's been a bit of that going around. I missed all of it, but I guess, like Ray pulled its channel or something. I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh, hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, like he got caught up in a wording issue, something about veterans wanting participation trophies. Now, I didn't hear what he said, so I can't say anything. But some people, I don't know whose channel he was on. It was Fat Man Prepper, but he
Yeah, sort of heard something about that. All right.
Yeah, and then he said it was a misunderstanding or whatever. But I don't know. I guess the wave hit him kind of hard, and he made his channel private, so he's kind of in hiding, in witness protection right now.
So good night. So wow, I don't know. Maybe this is why I take weekends off. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, me too, man. It's I'm kind of glad I missed that because I'm trying to sort of extend the benefit of the doubt there and hope that he didn't say something that would piss me off, you know?
Yeah, that just wow. I mean, maybe you know what? Now that you mentioned that, come to think of it, yeah. Usually I see him whenever I first come on. He'll at least pop up to say hi, and I haven't. Come to think of it.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times when you first roll on, by the time I hit the channel, it's usually the 2 of you sitting in here. So that's why
the world lost 1 channel here not long ago, and I guess they killed him this morning.
What channel was that?
End of the World, George.
Oh, I don't even know if I knew about that channel.
They took it down.
He was another channel. I forget what it was, and they took it down. Him today. I guess the sermon files was having audio issues and kept his audio cord. He was back and forth going on. And they told everybody he's going to reset his computer, so he restarted. I'm guessing a troll renamed himself after him while he was gone. They let him on panel, put on porn. Somebody reported him as soon as it happened, and his channel got pulled. Sounds like an organized thing. But
Yeah, that's kind of frightening how people can do that stuff.
Well, that's the whole point, doing the camera and backstage just to show, because you just never know. You can't, just gone are the days of complacency.
Yeah. And dude, the only reason why I brought up the Ray thing is because he's normally with you. And I was just wondering if you were wondering where he was. So I was just kind of trying to help you out there.
Well, there's been nights that he hadn't been, so it's not like shocking and all. But now that you say that, it's like, wow, yeah, he is in here, and I hadn't heard from him, so that is kind of.
I think Indy's talking about it. She was
From
there.
what I saw, it was a BS twist on what he said by the people we know do that. So, and then what is it? Benjamin said Ray was arguing with CBC. Who's CBC? So is that some other prepper?
Cold beer. That was that one.
Yeah, cold beer or something.
Oh, okay. This is the. Oh man, I even hate saying it out loud because it's like I feel like you say it. It's kind of like calling the Sandman or some shit. But so is that the same name that was connected to Christina's thing going on there and all that?
Yeah. I tuned into his stream today because I was kind of trying to get some back info on what happened, and he had used her name a bit as well. So I guess I guess it was the two of them talking is what happened. Like whatever
No.
two of them.
Starting the robot.
Now I haven't heard.
Damn, that was a weird
Shit.
sounding.
Let me know
robot
when you
there.
can hear me again, and I'll.
Like less than a robot over there.
Man, that sounded like
Am
a
I
weird
still-
one too. That even sounded like a robot with a ping pong ball. But I think you're now trying now bug out.
How about now?
Yep, you're good.
Still nothing? Oh, okay. So I don't know the slightest part of the Christina end, and so I can't speak on that. But I did hear him speak about the Ray stuff, and I mean I heard a couple of clips, but with context and stuff, it's I mean I know what I heard, but if you can arrange stuff that people say and make it kind of seem one way or another. So I'm trying to be impartial here. You know what I mean?
Cindy's talking about it now too. She was there, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were two Cindys, apparently.
Well, this is Cindy Ledudis Loon, and she said
Yeah, I think
I was on his live, and Ray and Christina were trashing vets in the military, made my blood boil. Man, hate to be a party pooper or something, but I just that's
Not good, but I wasn't there.
well, that's and I mean I don't want to affect my own self potentially getting upset over something that I really don't know the details of. That's where, because
and I mean what CBC was saying, kind of I can totally see where he's coming from, where he says, the people that call out the dirtbag veterans are the veterans. He's like, you don't have to get involved. Leave it to us. We got that. We got it covered. And I do sort of subscribe to that idea, because I try to point out shitbag veterans whenever I come across one, and it's sort of like, you pick on your brother all day long, but nobody else can pick on your little brother, It's one of those kind of situations. And I do totally, in real life, I adhere to that for sure. Where I'm a little confused is when the internet steps in. Where does that jurisdiction begin or end? I don't know. I'm a little confused, because now we're getting into internet etiquette where, it's
internet
ran by.
etiquette is drop it, because rescue has no clue what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I do, but what my take is, man, I'm real simple with my shit. I mean, I'm going to call you out, and I guess if you're a vet, then you're a vet. But then I was one of those too. If you didn't do any kind of firefighting or any kind of public service, I'm going to call you out on that. Why? Because I did that too. But I hold myself to the same thing that I'll call you out on. So that's the way I view things. Now, I don't know what all transpired with all this. I can't even. I'm trying to reflect back on some other previous conversations with Ray about even kind of the whole, and I'm like, I don't even understand the connection of those dots. And then I'm kind of like, do I want to know more? And there is the part, don't get me wrong, there's that part of me that wants to know, but it's like, no, I really don't, because it's just, it's,
Yeah,
if
you
he
But this
got my
does
email, if
spur
he wanted to reach out, he could email me, but I don't need to
it.
look for it.
It
There's a,
spurs a thing with me though, and the thing that it spurs with me is, how come we don't care about the service of nurses or like the guys that put the power back on after the hurricane? You know, I mean, I can understand why we don't care about firefighters because they don't really do anything. But I'm talking about all the other people. You know,
I was one of those too, so now what? You little shit. I see what you tried to do there, but no, I get what you're saying. We do. Well, we forget you know, there's a lot of groundwork. It's the middle class. It's the backbone of this country. People that put in the work to carry.
I tell you what, man, there's going to be a time, hopefully not soon, when I have some kind of like cardiac event and I'm scared shitless, right? I mean, I'm going to be like a baby back biatch, right? And some 20-something nurse is going to say, sit down, I got you. Just relax here, take this. Let me stick you with this. I got this. And I'm going to be so glad that person is there. I'm assuming it's a girl in one of those like pornography nurse outfits. I'm just kind of assuming, but maybe it's a guy. I don't know. And, but yeah, like I would remember that for the rest of my life, you know? Like just that vulnerability and somebody saying, I got you, you know, I think it could come in any form. It doesn't just have to be a veteran, you know, and I'm not trying to just change the subject, but I'm like, why don't we expand that? You know, I've always wondered that why we don't include so many more in that. And I do like when people say first responders, but what about the long-term people too? Like, what about the people taking care of your parents in the old folks home and all that other crap, you know?
Yeah. The pulse of this country really beats with the caretakers and the people who keep our shit running. We need every facet of society and every single person, from your Walmart greeters and your baggers at the store to the home care aides that go and take care of elderly. Like in Japan, you take care of your ancestors. There's sort of an ancestor worship. You take care of your parents and your people. That's just now breaking away in the last generation or so. But the point is that you do not have old folks' homes. You don't have as many people being left to just sit and rot and go away. We do that with our drudges of society, with the people that cost too much, that weigh too much.
Yeah, but Japan is a small island because with America being bigger, we've more specialized in ancestor storage instead of worship, you know?
Yeah.
Because we have all this space to build these big homes to stick them in, and then we can forget about them. And then we can all fight over the will when they're gone. You know, that's sort of the American way.
It's when you have relatives you didn't even know were in the mix.
Right.
Hey guys, I guess I'm gonna drop down. I gotta run to the store.
If you drive, it'll be a little easier on you.
Yeah. I don't know if I could run out of the yard.
You could say you're running off the porch, but probably half of that's going to be falling down.
Yeah.
Wear some pants.
Trying to catch myself.
Right.
Well, his problem is finding pants with no holes in them.
No, they should be no shirt, no shoes, no service. They don't say nothing about pants.
This is true. Just let them hang
Well, the
in their
shape I'm
glory.
in lately. The shape I'm in lately, I can run across a parking lot as long as it's not Black Friday, you know, because that's a little, the competition's kind of stiff on that particular day, but.
Right.
I tell all them around me, I say, you see me running, you better run.
Yeah, shit's in, if they got that bad, you might want to move.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night. I might come back after I get back to the store. Or I might just go to sleep.
Later, brother.
Much
All right.
love.
Be
Y'all
safe.
have a great
Yeah,
night.
man. I'll see you later.
Everyone is an essential worker to make the thing work. There you go, Bullfrog.
Yeah. Well, that's Bullfrog says everyone is an essential worker to make things work. Essential worker kind of is a connotation toward what certain states did with certain workers and industries in the last couple of years, you know, with
For the
various
thingy thing?
yeah, for the thingy thing. But what I mean is that we need all levels of society. We need all levels of people, from the greeters at Walmart all the way up to the executives, to do their jobs with some integrity and keep the ship running. I mean,
Well, you know, Virginia, to piggyback on that, there became the neo-essential during the thingy thing. Like, for example, those Uber Eats drivers and
yeah,
people who were like, we made fun of for American fat, lazy excess. And then
Right.
suddenly they were the lifeline of the country the second that everybody wasn't allowed to leave their house, you know?
the lifeline of this country really is in the heartland. If you think about it, though, what are we losing? The farmers, and we're losing the core of self-sustaining to selling out.
Oh, yeah, we've been sold out for quite some time now, though.
Yeah,
People have
agreed.
totally become disconnected with what it takes to sustain the life that we've all grown accustomed to. A lot of people are disconnected with where that comes from, the whole foundation of that, how that operates.
Mhm.
And it's all sitting under the ground, you know? Either it's iron ore or soil or oil, you know, aluminum. I mean, we don't have titanium or lithium, but we got everything else. We don't need anybody else with the exception of one or two things. Why are we doing this? You know? I think it's time for us to divorce the world, you know?
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Hold on a second.
I'm not saying we got to fight them. Let's divorce them. That's what I'm saying.
The average person is already mentally divorced, though. I really do believe there's like that silent majority. I've said it more than once. I really do. There are people who bitch about it like we do, people that get up on a platform or in some way expose themselves with these thoughts. But there is a majority that don't do that at all.
I'll expose myself if you want me to. Just check your inbox.
The inbox is soiled.
Hey, I think that means
situation.
that's privilege, though, because I think most of the response is the OnlyFans or some shit like that. So now you're getting
Only fan. I only have one fan, and it's my alternate troll account,
Yeah, it's itself.
which I don't have a troll account, by the way. I've never understood that. On Facebook, I never did it. On this, I've never done it. I've never had a second account on any of these things that I've done, you know?
And one is a headache enough. Why the hell?
Right? Yeah.
Two. Damn, there ain't enough drama on this one. I think I need another one. It's like, no.
The other thing, and I do run the risk of stepping on toes here, but I think having one account keeps you a little more honest, you know? Like, I have to watch what I say because this is my only ticket in this game, so I can't screw it up. So I gotta watch my temper. I gotta watch what I say. I gotta watch what I joke about. I gotta watch who I'm offending. You know, it just helps me be a little more responsible. If I had another account, I'd go, oh, let me get on this other account and talk a bunch of smack to somebody. You know, and if I had that tool, would I use it? I don't know. I mean, I'd say no now, but the second somebody fired me up and I got angry, I'd think about it, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the thing, is those are looking for the attention, and we should stop giving it in any way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Zach's new show.
Yep.
He was saying he wanted to do a. One of the things he wanted to do that kind of spurred me that I heard was he wanted to get into the Patriot Act, which I think is a great topic because something that probably the three of us, I could say, what we forget is there are people that were born after the Patriot Act came out and they don't really know jack about it.
Right.
Or what life was like before it.
This is true.
And I mean, I'm not even talking the Patriot Act, man. I'm like, let's go back to the smoking section at Perkins Restaurant. You know, I mean,
Yes.
how much life has changed. People smoking in shopping malls and doctors' offices and stuff. You know, airplanes even. You know,
Airplanes
like
were the best.
people go, why are there ashtrays in airplanes? And I'm like, because people used to chain smoke on them. You know.
Yeah, hell
Used to
yeah.
smoke in the emergency room, waiting room.
Yep. In hospitals.
Yes, you could go right out there in the emergency room, waiting room with a chain.
100%.
And, you know, I'm not equating smoking with freedom, but what I am getting at is life has changed a lot, man, you know? And some of it has been good and some of it has been bad, you know, but lately, these last few years, I'm going to pin the tail on the donkey with the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was the beginning of that was the first domino. You know, I just interrupted myself. Isn't that funny? But
Morning, milk, maybe.
yeah. First domino was the Patriot Act. I think the Mayans were right. I think 2012 was the beginning of the end. You know, I'll stand by that one.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling it.
And now we're looking at some Nostradamus stuff, man. I mean, the first person to get it right, I guess, wins the prize.
Oh, it's funny you say that. Nikki had a smoking section in high school. Yep. So at 17, I quit high school, joined the Army, went off. That didn't go as planned. Came back, thought, man, I need to get a diploma. So I went back to school, and it was so ironic because I would literally, other people were taking breaks. I'm standing over there, and I still actually had my field green shirt that I used to wear as a jacket because that was actually a thing back then. And I would sit there and smoke cigarettes, dude. I had a pack of Marlboro in my pocket sitting in class type shit. It's just so weird to think about that nowadays, kind of going, yeah, that used to happen a lot. Anyway, not taking away. Morning, Milkmaid. Morning, everybody in chat. Morning, Greta. If I haven't acknowledged you, I apologize. Morning, Josh. Welcome. Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever that works.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning.
Oh, shitternet.
Oh, the shitternet.
No, you're good. You sound clear.
Well, she's probably said that 5 minutes ago, though.
Oh, she might have.
That's
I think with her internet being that bad, she should do a fake 1940s radio announcer voice like, today in the news, Superman dodged a bullet today. The stock market has crashed. It's 1929. The Hindenburg is on fire.
Oh, damn. She hasn't caught up with us yet.
Not sure.
Oh, the humanity.
We'll see. Man, it's
Nope.
like agony waiting.
Yeah.
If there was an AOL soundbite going on right now, it would be perfect.
And she's back with hates the shitternet.
Oh, shit.
I didn't hear anything y'all said.
That's
You
okay.
missed
We had
that
fun time.
We
Man,
were
I just
welcoming
packed
you
a,
with open arms.
I packed a whole lot in there, man, and she missed all of it.
That really sucks. Or maybe it's a good thing. I don't know.
Oh. So how was your day, man? How was your Mother's Day? How was both of y'all's Mother's Day since both of you ladies are up here? Not clowning you, pushing.
I took a nap. I had a big ass margarita in Mexican.
Oh, What was the Mexican's name?
Right.
She had a nap and a big ass Mexican. Hell
She
yeah.
said it too.
Love that shit or dead.
How come nobody asked the men that have had babies about Mother's Day?
How
How does that work?
You haven't.
Bug out. How was your pregnancy?
Insensitive.
How did that affect you?
No. I'm talking about the men who actually delivered babies from their man vaginas.
Well, because they haven't. So.
Yeah. If there were
There's
one
something
here,
to
we'd
that.
ask.
This is true. Just out of morbid curiosity.
Yeah.
I mean, is it still Father's Day? Because then you're getting screwed. It's like you could be getting flowers and candy. Instead, you get a tie. You know, like a 1975 Brady Bunch tie.
You get your own day, bitch. And I've had 3 children, and none of them have come from my vagina. Not one.
So,
Like
are
a
they truly yours?
virgin. Hey.
Are they like up for grabs? Like a
No, I'm just saying. I can't relate to the question as far as what's it like to give birth out of your vagina, which is the first thing you said. I have no idea.
Oh, so now you listen to what I say.
Painful.
It's
It's
I
painful.
believe painful. I believe that.
It's like, yeah, you better respect me a little bit, because no person in their right mind does that over and over and over again. And yet it is.
So, should we thank you for your cervix?
Yes. This is a contentious topic.
Oh, geez. Yeah. No, I've actually had a C-section too. I'd take the former over the latter any day because the recovery was so long.
C-section is fucking torture.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I've never pushed something out of my vagina, I still say, I don't care who you are. That is some brutal ass fucking shit. Recovering from a C-section.
To compromise your core is, believe it or not, I honestly think, and you know, pain aside, let's forget about the pain part, okay? But what you're doing to your body, having a C-section, is devastating. You know, that is like mortal wound type stuff. Like you know, Greek superheroes survive being stabbed in the stomach like that, and they write books about them. You know.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. They didn't know I could see.
Oh, and thank you, Ginger. Just, I guess, in a way, get a little bit of understanding, although I really still don't pick sides.
Yeah. Anti is not impressed. Says such an old joke. Well, which joke?
It only seems old to you because, well, you're old as dirt then, maybe.
Tell us more. What if you pushed out of your vagina?
It's Billy. You just don't understand what you're saying.
I took my mom told me what my plan was for her, which was nice of her, and so I did what she told me my idea was, and it was a pretty good time.
For what?
Tell us more.
For Mother's Day.
Oh, gotcha.
She was like, "You're gonna take me," and there's a place. It's called Seed to Table down here, and there's a guy called Alfie Oakes, and he's like in cahoots with Trump and the My Pillow guy and all that stuff, you know. And he's got it's the first time I went there. It's like a bar, restaurant, and grocery store all mixed together. It's really weird.
That's some strange shit. Morning song.
Yeah, we sat at a table and we ate food, and I drank a bunch of beer, and then I looked at like sauerkraut and pickles and cheese and stuff afterwards. And they have like a butcher shop and a deli and a seafood counter. They got all that crap. It was weird, man. Like,
now, are they attached to a farm?
but maybe you're gonna. Well, they have a bunch of farms, and actually, they also have a thing called Sea to Table. And they have aquaponic farms and a bunch of other stuff. So there's a lot. If you're not looking at regular grocery stuff, okay, because they do carry a lot of the regular stuff you'd see at a grocery store too, you know. But if you're going to like the produce and the meats and all that stuff, it's all like more old school. The hands that touched it brought it to the store kind of stuff, you know.
That's cool, honestly.
That part's cool. The grocery store part, as my wife told me about 17,000 times, she was going, well, they have that in the grocery store. It's just $1.50 more, and that's at least 77 cents more than I can get it at the other store. And I was going like, okay, don't worry, I'm still having a good time. Just keep yelling it out for about another 15 minutes, okay? How about that?
Well, you learned a price comparison, but you know, somebody had a good point the other day. They were like, well, okay, I'm spending a little bit more, but I'm not driving as far and I'm supporting people in my area.
Well, yeah, where's the product coming from that you're paying more for too? Is that an American product?
Well, the stuff in this particular case, the regular grocery stuff, they're doing a smaller volume, and smaller volume always equates to a higher price because they're not getting the bulk discounts and all that other stuff, you know?
Yeah.
We drove further to get there than a regular places that we would go. But the thing that I like about it is this Alfie Oakes guy, and I forget how much he's worth, the dude that owns the place, but he is like basically funding the Republican right-wing resistance in Florida. You know, he's like a right-wing George Soros in Florida. Let's put it that way. You know, and like on the door, the sliding doors going into the place, there is a picture of Fauci with a clown nose on, like life size. You know, it's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, then that right there already gives you bonus points.
Right.
Oh yeah, he's not having it. That part I like, man. And I do like how, like, you know, if you were an extreme alcoholic, this is the place for you, because if you're shopping and you go through 5 or 6 aisles, there's a bar about every, 70 square feet. There's a beer tap, you know. It's like, oh man, I just went through 4 aisles of vegan cheese. I need a beer, you know.
Oh, meat and cheese is good though.
I still ain't made up my mind. Give me another beer.
If you think about it, it's brilliant marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Have a few beers. Shit or net.
They had a beer. They had a beer called Florida Man, but it was an IPA, and I wanted to drink it so bad because, Florida Man, what could go wrong, you know?
You tell us.
But I hate
Florida Man.
I hate IPAs. I hate IPAs with a passion.
I do too.
I like the original IPA. Like, if anybody doesn't like IPAs, I challenge you to get it's an old school British beer called Kingfisher. It's an actual India pale, like the real deal, like what they would sell in India, itself and that's a awesome beer. It's like a cream ale, I love it. Get some Indian food, get some Vindaloo and get some Kingfisher. You will be so happy. But this stuff that they make in the microbrews, it reminds me of when I'd get in trouble in school and I had to clean all the erasers on the chalkboards.
Why were you cleaning the erasers and not the board itself?
Well, you'd have to clean the board and then you have to go clap all the erasers out,
All work and no
you'd
play makes Jack a dull boy.
Breathing all that chalk dust, and that acidic chalk flavor is what an IPA tastes like. It tastes like nasty chalk dust.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Now, that's a comparison I haven't heard before, but it kind of sort of makes sense.
It doesn't make sense to me at all, but word.
Well, if there's somebody that goes, oh, yeah, I totally get it,
Chalk dust with IPA, because I do not like IPA either, but I don't understand the chalk dust analogy.
Right, the connection.
Well, go to a chalkboard, clap the erasers out, and take a deep breath, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Chalk dust, don't get me wrong.
Okay, will you guys hold the fort down for 2 minutes for me?
Yeah.
Thank you much.
We'll try.
So when I drink IPAs, it reminds me of chalk dust and the flavor of chalk dust. And when I think of the flavor of chalk dust, it reminds me of clapping erasers, which reminds me of bitchy nuns, because that was who always made me go
All
outside
right,
and do it.
so you got the clap from a bitchy nun. What was her name?
And so now when I drink an IPA, I think of angry nuns. That's what I'm getting at. And
No,
I don't want to think
what
of
you're getting
nuns.
at is subconsciously getting the clap from a bitchy nun. Bring it. Let's go.
It's the association.
There was a couple hot nuns.
Was her name
There was
Mary?
a couple
I bet her name was
hot
Mary.
nuns. One was named Margaret. I remember that.
All right, that's a Mary. Yeah, like I said, Mary.
Sister Margaret. Yeah.
Yeah. Insane.
Oh no.
I'll tell you what, man. If y'all have not been corralled and institutionalized by nuns, you have no idea what
You know, the first porn I
passive
saw
aggressive
in
brutality is.
Never mind.
Is he breaking up for you, Virginia, or is it my shit or net?
No, I was just interrupting him. He's not breaking out.
Oh.
I will be. I'm about at breakup central here. So give me a minute. And I'll be falling apart.
I'm bringing y'all out with me to move the cows.
Is that a euphemism or?
No. Literally moving the cows.
Moving?
No.
Yes. Moving. I don't know how you make a euphemism out of that.
What was the first porn you stumbled on?
What?
Who? Me?
Yeah, well, anyone. What was the first porn you stumbled on?
Well, my parents thought they were slick, and they copied a bunch of porn movies onto regular VHS tapes, and they labeled them other movies. But the problem that they didn't realize was I got so bored one summer that I was just going through videotapes and going, you know, like, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. All right, well, I guess I'll watch it. And I pop it in like, whoa, this is not what I thought it was. And that was the first time that I was ever alone with a pornographic movie, you know. And I forget the names of them, but some of them were the classics, because when they talk about classic movies like that, I recognize the names. So I've seen some of them, you know. But before that, the first dirty movies that I ever saw was a friend of mine had old parents. You know, there's always that kid that had the old parents, and like everyone else had their kids in their 20s, and they had their kids, like they had him in their 40s because he was like a whoopsie daisy, you know. And they were the coolest parents ever. Old parents are always the coolest, man. He had like a ginormous train set in his basement, and like, you know, he'd get into model cars, and his dad would be like, well, let's build some, because, you know, he was old and he had the patience and all that stuff, you know, and he was gotten the guns, and he said, well, let's go shooting. And I was like, wow, parents actually do shit with their kids. That's amazing, you know? And, but anyway, he said, hey man, let me show you something. It was one of the rare days that his parents were gone somewhere, you know, because they were always at home because they were older, you know, they didn't give a shit about going out anymore. But he set up a reel-to-reel, and it was an 8mm pornographic movie. And like, it sounded like, you remember like in school when they would play the reel-to-reel films and the machine made more noise than the movie did, you know, and all that stuff? Yeah. Yeah. And it's all grainy, and there's like sunspots all over the film, and like there's a hair like moving around in the screen and shit.
So sexy.
Like people are having sex, and there's like Charlie Chaplin in the background looking for his bowler hat, you know.
And just like from the movie Fight Club, in the upper corners, those holes are called cigarette burns.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when you change the reel.
Yeah.
I remember those days, man. But that I
Okay,
just
so
remember
you didn't
like
answer about your first fucking porno you saw. For fuck's sake, like answer the question.
I thought I just did that whole dissertation.
You,
Oh, I
you
thought
told
that's
the
what I
whole
just came
diatribe
in.
on your youth with clicking reels.
I don't know the name of it. Let's call it Exhibit A. That was my first one.
All right, we're moving cows. First porn,
Oh,
moving
let me put
cows.
you full screen. Damn.
I'm not saying anything. Come on.
Whoa,
It's boring.
those look delicious.
Right? Well, and you can see her udders. Come on. And the calf is a dummy over there. She hasn't figured it out yet. Move your butt. Go on. She's not terribly bright, this one.
She's like, man, the grub was good over here. Why we gotta leave?
Right?
Well, this is actually my garden area that I have to, like,
That's why it's good.
finish up.
Look
Get,
at her. Yes, girl.
Once they figure out that a gate opens and they can move through it, then they just do it.
That is so cool.
But anyways, that's them.
Real
I gotta
fun.
go feed the pigs while y'all are talking.
Oh, dang.
I'm sure I told you about it, Milkmaid, but my mom has a Frenchie that can't figure out the doggy door. So if you think you have a dumb animal, no, you don't.
Oh my god, but sometimes, like, you just, like, everybody went through the gate. Why can't you figure out how to go through the gate? But I'm glad they're stupid, because then they'd probably rule the world. So, anyhow.
Yeah, it's very cool. Well, thank
That
you,
was
man.
Not
awesome.
with a
So
not with
now, have you
opposing
already
thumbs, baby.
have you already milked them this morning? So now it's like,
Is this their yard
No,
time?
I'm doing evening milking
oh, okay,
today.
got you. Oh, attack of the shitter net. You're on the move. That must be why.
Probably. It's hit or miss. It got worse recently.
Seems more missing than hit.
Right? That's okay. If I had good internet, I'd probably never get anything done. So it's probably a good thing.
And let the people know chocolate milk does not come from brown cows.
Oh yeah, Milkmaid song says, "Where's my Hershey milk chocolate cow?"
Right?
He still hung on that, so he didn't buy the last reason. So
Song of the South wants a straw to put right in that Hershey box.
I mean, I guess you could put like some chocolate stuff in the bottom of the bucket and then milk it out into
Ooh,
that.
That's a
Already
thought,
warm.
actually.
I wonder how. I mean, I know you can do it because I seen it, but freeze drying milk, like how much milk do you have to freeze dry to make a significant amount to like put in a bag? You know?
Well, I think actually, speaking of Ray, I think he talked about that one day with the dehydrated, and he pulled out this big bag of this dehydrated milk, and apparently you hydrate it, and then, which I'm sorry, I don't go with that. I'm not a 2% kind of person. But they say that supposedly he says it doesn't taste different. It tasted really good. He tried it, and I think it was some cereal or something.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it a bunch, man, especially as a kid. Oddly enough, we always had a stash of powdered milk for when we ran out of milk. And I've actually put powdered milk in milk before, like just to see what happened, like to see if the world would explode or something.
Does it get milkier?
Yeah.
Oh no.
But I have a lot of I got a lot of freeze-dried milk. If you do the big buys on 4 Patriots, they give you big giant bags of freeze-dried milk. So I have a few of them. Probably got maybe 5 or 6 of them. I don't know how much a serving size is, or I never read it. I just like went, oh cool, I got that, and threw it back in the box, you know. Which freeze-dried, man.
Did you taste
oatmeal and granola? Do people really eat that stuff that much?
Granola?
And oatmeal and all that crap?
Yeah.
Yeah, oatmeal's good for you.
Yeah, especially if you're poor.
Yep. Porridge.
Let's see. I mean, who wants to be poor though?
Oh, come on.
I'd rather be poor and happy, I'll tell you that.
A lot of gourmet foods now were poor people food back in the day.
Lobster.
Whether, grits,
Lobster.
polenta, and lobster. And yeah, absolutely right. Seafood was not served as much as beef and pork for the, elite.
Stupid laws, the little website of laws that seem ridiculous now. There is a law that says that prisons in Florida are not allowed to serve lobster more than 3 times a week.
Oh, wow. Why?
Because they were like the cockroach of the sea. Nobody liked them. Everybody hated lobster back then. So they
got too much.
They would just take truckloads of it and just feed it to prisoners all day long. And then it was so bad that they must have lobbied the state government at a certain point and said, all they're doing is feeding us lobster. And then they said, okay, all right, only 3 times a week. That's our final offer.
Yeah, but no matter what it was, if that's all you got 3-4 times a week, would you not go again it, whether it was a steak or lobster or something that, wouldn't you kind of be at some point like, wait a minute.
Well, I'm glad
I don't eat like 20 times a month.
I'm glad I don't eat steak as much as I do, because whenever I do eat one, I'm like euphoric about it. But I will tell you a story though, and this hopefully is a short one, but you never know.
God help us. I hope so.
But a guy that I know, he lives in Montana now. He was just down here visiting actually. But when he was here, he had a bunch of places marked on his GPS, which this is illegal, by the way, and you shouldn't never do this. But
never.
He did custom glass, and actually I worked for him for a few years. Heavy glass showers, hurricane windows, mirrors, that kind of crap, custom mirrors and all that stuff. Well, when they would do retrofits, which a retrofit is like if somebody has a bathroom and they're like, that's it, I'm just going to replace everything. And they just gut the whole thing and start all over, right? Well, on these retrofits, they'd get rid of the toilet, they'd get rid of the bathtub, they're getting rid of the sink, they're getting rid of all that crap, Well, when we would go there, as were the standing orders, I'd go in there and I'd say, hey, I'm delivering all your glass, I'm installing your heavy glass shower, this shit's going to look right as rain, I'm working with the stone and the tile guys, because you have to do some things in certain order. But I look at them and I'm like, hey, I can get rid of that sink and toilet and that tub for you. And they're like, oh, would you? Because we don't know what to do with it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take it for you. I'll get rid of it. And they're like, thanks, man. Well, I go back, I give it to the boss. He takes it, puts it in his boat, goes out to his little secret spots, and he throws them in, and he makes a fake ecosystem. He makes an artificial reef,
Mm-hmm.
And then he marks it on his GPS, and he didn't tell anybody. Well, a bathtub, when it's lobster season, you can have those bathtubs, you dive down, and it's just full of lobsters. You can get your limit in 15 seconds. Instead of looking for them, you just, as fast as you can reach in and throw them in the net, you got them, It's like take a laundry bag down there, fill that effer up, and you're good, right?
Right.
So what we would do is he had some that were by these saltwater islands, they're like mangrove islands, imagine. And another really cool thing about him is the Caloosahatchee Indians, like back in the prehistoric times, these islands were not the size that they were. It's all crushed oyster shells because they ate so many oysters that they doubled the size of these islands, and they're small islands, they're tiny little things, but they were smaller before, but they threw away so many oyster shells that they added to the size of the island. It's just kind of a cool thought. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, we would go there. We'd camp because we would eat lobster all night. And then we'd go back and we'd get our fill again, and then we'd bring it back, you know. And at the end of that one day, I was lobstered out. I mean, lobstered out to the gills, man. I didn't want to have a lobster for 6 months, you know. And that's what got me in the habit of not eating lobster, because I'd go, I don't want to eat one, man. I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to do some lobster diving here in about 2 months, and this might ruin it for me, you know. No thanks, I pass, you know.
Yeah, too much of a good thing.
Oh, yes. That's why I don't do seafood.
Oh, man, it's lobster. It's so good, but, man, you eat like 12 of them in one night, man. It gets to you. You start, your fingers and your toes and your feet swell up and shit. It's weird, man.
Morning, Jeremy.
What's up, Jester?
Sorry, I've missed most of chat. I'm out of breath.
And don't they do like that lobster butter? Isn't that kind of pretty much made from ghee? Like
clarified butter.
What did I say that again?
Clarified butter.
Clarified, okay. Because I've noticed, I noticed that the first time it was, I don't know if it was when Ghetto did ghee or somebody else, but man, held it up and I was like, well, hell, that looks like the damn butter that they give you for the lobster stuff.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, good stuff. If you got good lobster and good crab, you do not want to put butter on it. You heard it here first.
Oh, well, what do you put on it?
If you have a lobster?
Nothing, man. If it's good, it's like Dungeness crab. If you put Dungeness crab in butter, you're effing it up, because that stuff is immaculate, man. It doesn't need any help. It's already it comes out of the box like pristine.
A1 on filet mignon.
Out the box. I like that. It comes out the box. Morning, Mama Red. I'm so glad you're doing better, ma'am. And it's good to see you. Much love, ma'am.
But yeah, I just got we just got some Dungeness crab in that from Sitka, Alaska. And they're sending us some shrimp, and they have this, I don't know what kind of shrimp it is that they have over there, but you know, with seafood, the rule of thumb typically is the colder the water, the better the fish. And I have noticed that to be true. So
I could see that.
It's I'm calling it true, but
if you have too much of
it,
it's plenty, you know?
Yeah, and I don't have an aversion to eating seafood. In fact, I love prawn and shrimp and crab. That's particularly my favorite. You know, scallops are my ultimate favorite. But man, like sable fish, cod, permit fish. Oh man, like, you know, a good light fish is there's something to be said for that. It's kind of an art form, but it is sort of funny that the better the fish, the less you taste it. You know. And I can't stand cooked salmon.
Wait a minute, hold on. How is it the better the fish, the less you taste it? I mean,
that is
the less you taste it, how does it become the better fish?
It's true. That is true. And the less you
yeah,
smell it.
Yeah. And I don't like cooked salmon. Well, if you have a light, flaky fish, and a lot of game fish are like this, okay? Fish that you can't buy at the store, but you know your snooks and your permit fish and stuff like that. Well, mahi and tilapia is trying to be that way, but it doesn't quite pull it off. The lighter and the flakier that it is, the more neutrally flavored it'll be, you know. And you can get it so neutrally flavored that it almost doesn't have a flavor. But if it doesn't have a flavor, that's a really good fish. So really, you're almost right, like, because a great fish doesn't have a taste, you know?
Right, or a smell.
Yeah. But man, sushi, if you're ever at a sushi bar, get some salmon, because I not like salmon cooked, but I love it raw.
I've ate at a Panda Express one time.
Or smoked.
What about smoked?
Smoked.
Oh,
is
yeah.
good. I don't like salmon fillets or anything. I would never order a salmon entree, but smoked or raw, I can do that. Yeah, sashimi or smoked.
Yeah, smoked. I can have enough of smoked rather easily, but I do love it. And really, smoked salmon is really good on cream cheese and bagels, man. That is like where it
bagels
belongs.
and lox. Yes, love a Jewish deli.
Yeah, there's something about that. That was a match made in heaven.
Gag. The wizard said halibut makes me gag. All right.
Awful.
Wizard, have you had halibut cheeks? Like, halibut is one of the only palatable fish, in my opinion. So good. And halibut cheeks, best part of the fish, but they're thrown away in processing. So the
Like on the face?
catchers get, yeah, it's behind the gill area right there, it's called the halibut cheek. It's around the face. Delicious piece of meat.
I know people tell me that they hate tuna, and I'm like, well, have you really had tuna?
Right.
Or are we just talking about opening a can? Because a tuna steak,
Yeah.
or like ahi tuna,
Yeah.
or toro. If you've ever had toro specifically, and it looks like it would be the garbage tuna, because you see that bold red tuna with the real thin stripes in it, but toro is the top grade tuna, and it's almost pink because it's got so much fat in it.
Right.
But man, you take a bite of that stuff and you just sit back in your chair and you're like, oh my God, I had no idea it could be like this.
Right.
It is so good.
For sure. As a non-fish
God,
lover,
make me want to.
I can attest for halibut cheeks.
This is making me want to go to this sushi place already.
Don't you
Mouth is
always?
watering.
Sushi for breakfast. Oh wait, are you getting off work?
I can. Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then it's supper for you. There you go. Go to the sushi bar for supper.
That's the other thing I miss about when I was working in Alaska, man, because when we would hit Anchorage, their sushi places there are so good. We have one that's really good here, but man, it's crowded because people are starting to catch on, all these freaking New Yorkers that moved here during the thing. And man, it's kind of wild because all the people that work at that place know who I am. And like, now they're all so busy that they don't like say hi or anything, you know. It's like I don't feel like a local anymore because they just kind of look at me from across the restaurant and do that whole "sup, dude," shake your head thing, you know, because they're just like sweating to death. And I'm like, this sucks, man.
Well, but that could be also a sign of accepting you into the family, and now you're just one of them. You're a normal. You're a regular.
Right.
Oh God! At one point, I was taking my wife there so much that like the owner's son and the owner, they're Koreans. Like they would, if they had a minute, they'd just sit down at our table and get a glass of water and just take it easy and bullshit with us. You know, it was kind of cool.
Yeah. See, so they're just taking you in. They don't acknowledge you much because they're busy right now because they're so busy, and they just accept you already. So you're just kind of getting a head nod. Yo, what's up?
They gave me one of their shirts.
Oh, there you go. You got a shirt. Who else gets to see?
They have the people that work there have those like dry fit shirts, and they have the Korean flag on each shoulder, and then it has like the name of the place on the front and the back, you know. And the owner's son, he's like he's into the MMA stuff, and he works out, and he's, you know, on the fighting and all that. And he was talking about tactical stuff, and I was bringing up airsoft, and he was like, "You do that stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, man." And he was like, "Dude, the next time you go, wear one of these, man, so you can be like an advertisement." I was like, "All right, sure," you know. And I did. That's the only time I wore it. I need to do it again because it's kind of cool. Because all these tactical dudes are like, you know, they got their American flag patches, and I'm like rocking a Korean flag patch and like gold glitter and white. You know how the flag is all weird in Korea.
I worked for some Koreans for a while.
Free sponsorship.
I ate a bunch of Koreans. Or oh no, you're talking about the people.
Back it up. Wait, backpedal.
I thought you were
okay.
talking about the wax marking pencils.
That's what she was talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about for sure.
Bullfrog.
Hey, is it just me, or do you instantly hate people that call them crowns?
Crowns? Like, called crayons crowns?
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I've called them both.
Who calls them crowns?
Oh.
There are people that call them crowns, and you'll hate them if you ever meet one. You'll hate them instantly. The second, in fact, that should be one of the. If I was hiring somebody for a job, no matter what it is, I would push a note card with that word on it, and I'd say, "Read that to me."
Right.
And if they said crown, I'd be like, "Get the fuck out of my office," you know.
Interview question number 1. Pronounce crayon.
So you've heard people call it a crown? Hey,
Yeah.
that's a
All the
crown.
time.
Hey, hand me a
It's
crown.
a thing.
Wow. Never in my life.
And I'm like,
yeah, I'd
and-
have to
and
say I have to give you that.
You try to
gift.
cut them some slack, and you're like, "Do you mean a crayon?" And they're like, "Yeah, a crown." And you're like,
Or a crayon.
"Yeah, I'm a little more forgiving for that."
At least you
But
get the
I'm
gray
talking.
part.
You say crown, instant eugenics, sterilized on the spot. That's what I'm saying.
What about crab boil?
So
Okay.
you wouldn't eat purple crowns?
No, never a
I
purple
mean,
crown.
eating crayons has nothing to do with it.
Where does that originate from, I wonder? Because I've heard it both ways in Virginia.
Syntax.
What?
Well, yeah, but like from where?
Well, this is how different languages have arisen all throughout history. You get a colloquialism that becomes a dialect, that becomes a
language.
sub-language, that becomes a language, you know?
What are we talking
Makes
about now?
sense.
It's imported.
Well, people say crown, and the next thing you know, they're speaking another freaking language, and they become a whole other group of people. And then they try to attack you when you're having your Independence Day parade, and then you end up having to pave their roads and build their schools for 20 years. That's what I'm talking about. It starts with a stupid word like crown, and it ends with... Or what?
When if you say saint, then you're heading down a dark path.
And there you go. I'll accept it.
That is not a word.
Right?
Ain't a word.
No.
It ain't?
Oh.
I beg to differ.
I'm gonna refrain from comment.
Ain't
Yeah,
is in the
throw the
dictionary
culture
now.
thing
though.
out, man. It's a culture thing. So there, take that. I'll just throw that card in there. It's a culture thing. So now what?
It is kind of culture things. Same as saint and crown.
Y'all come back now. You hear?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's one of them.
Or
little-
dunno. Or gonna.
That's it.
How about
Or
fixin'?
axe.
Fixin' is my favorite.
Yeah. Fixin'.
Because, I mean, fixin' just opens a door. It's like, hey, y'all, I was fixing to go down to the barbecue joint. Y'all fixing to roll with me?
I think they,
Skippy.
I think they have a sale.
Take.
Now, in the
They even
hood, if
provide
Ghetto was here,
crowns.
if you take the word fixin', you just take the X out and throw 2 T's in there. Fitting. You fitting to roll?
Oh, dude, we can't get into the semantics of ebonics. I'm sorry, we can't do that. There are way many.
My favorite Ghetto word, though, that from growing up, the one that still makes me turn my head, and it's just so over the top that I use it. If a person of color is referring to
No, well, hold on.
now y'all are gonna hate me for saying this. No, I'm kidding. But if a person of color refers to another person of color, but it's a very light shade of a person of color, okay? They say, "Oh man, she's thick. She light skinned it too. Oh, you like them light skinned it?" And I'm like, skinned it. Skinned it. light-skinned. Okay. All
Oh,
right.
there goes that stream.
Right.
Did Ghetto show up?
Yeah, Ghetto showed up.
Ask him about light-skinned.
What? Like,
He
oh,
knows
so
all about
wait a
that.
minute, let me see. Let me
Crap.
break this down, Bug Out. So let's see. So you're gonna say it out loud, but then you want me to tell you to hold on so that I can repeat that same statement out loud, so that then he won't
But
hear you, but he can hear
It's a
me.
trap. It's a trap
It's a
rescue.
setup.
Just say, Bug Out
I
said,
can't stand it. I know you planned it. I'm gonna set it straight this Watergate.
just say, Bug Out
What's
said,
sad
ask
is
you,
Virginia does
do
that
you
by
know
picking
light-skinned?
her skipping rope too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bug Out.
So about them
No.
crowns.
I mean, I think you heard it by now.
There's no point in leaning on a shovel unless you're going to dig a hole.
I don't know. I'm gonna lose connection for about 10 seconds.
That's what they all say. It's 10 seconds here. I'm gonna lose connection. You know what I'm saying?
It's an
It was like
excuse.
3 minutes or something.
What?
Oh, he's probably switching.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 minutes is right.
I just turned the car off.
Oh, Ghetto said he couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
What'd he say?
Ghetto said, I can't hear Bug Out. What did he say?
That's why you need to say it. I totally.
Hell, I forgot what the hell you said. Now so
He's
you're gonna
trying
have
to get
say it.
I thought I had headed this whole situation off at the pass. This is the story of my life right here.
You started leaning on a shovel and forgot what it was for.
Now I can sit down and look at chat. Oh, not really.
How many?
Oops.
How many people are
Who
in
else has
chat?
birds?
Wow,
76.
that's me.
Oh, it's you.
76 people.
I've
in
got
chat.
dogs barking on the other hill.
Which, by the way, everybody in chat, thank you for being here, sharing your time with me. Appreciate it. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that's working. Hopefully you bring a smile.
On Ghetto's stream earlier, that's about how many people we chased out of chat.
Yeah. My bad. I'm surprised
Maybe.
he's still
He should-
working on here.
He should rename that stream "Worst Case Scenario."
Just
I don't see it
twisted
surviving.
at all.
Like he can't even make that one private, you know?
Well, you were complicit, so
Yeah, that's the thing.
no
You can
denial.
knock all the furniture over at somebody else's party because you don't have to clean the place up later, you know?
Well, that's why I said no public show.
Yeah, you might have said that once or twice if I remember
Yeah.
right.
Like a million times. I've made it very clear.
Looking at all my plant babies.
Oh, let us see. We'll take a walk with you.
Oh, these are just the ones by the house here. Let me see if I can get my shit together here. That one. Yeah.
Okay, Melvin.
Let's see. No, I was trying for these. I'm gonna throw some new seeds in here. The seeds I got, I'm using the old ones first, and they're not really taken. And then a lot of them they popped, but like this arugula, the sun is just killing it. I had one onion survive out of the seeds because I want to raise them from seeds because I keep cutting the bottoms off. But you know about P&G generations, right? Like when you're essentially cloning it, the age increases and eventually your onions start like getting old, so you have to start new ones. So that's what I'm trying to do. But I got like some beans, and this one here, and I got a couple over there, but this is about the third or fourth time I've raised these babies from seed from the same one cayenne plant that I got like when I first moved here.
Oh, hell yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
these will be
cool.
melon and squashes. And this is funny, but the children have all kind of died off, but this is a new shoot of the original plant, the cayenne that I had. And you can see there's all these like dead branches and shit. I just keep kind of breaking them off and new shoots come up. These plants aren't supposed to live that long, but it keeps coming back. So, you know, I kind of roll with it. And yeah, see, got some cayennes growing already.
Hell yeah.
But I still don't have sunchokes coming up, man. It's funny because I dug one up the other day and it has white roots on it, but it's not pushing out, and it's kind of pissing me off.
That's weird.
The frost destroyed these pineapple plants, but the pineapple's still alive.
Not the pygmies.
Dang. Yep.
They're a perfect handful.
You know, but these are kind of in their off season because they all put out the last season, so a lot of them are in hiatus. You know, I bought this plant, but I'm just kind of getting it weathered here. It's an avocado. We keep buying avocados, and I'm like, why don't we grow one of these? You know, so you know. My mom will probably be dead by the time this thing spits an avocado out, but at least I'll freaking have one, you know? And this guy needs to get repotted because the leaves are getting lighter, so it's not getting enough. But I'm going to work on that. I got the pots. I just got to get some new dirt. This is a papaya that the frost killed. You can see the top of the tree there. I had to break it off, and all the shoots came up, so this is going to be a bushy one. But I'll put that in the ground soon. Just a lot of peppers, man. Like you can see the bell peppers already coming.
Well, hell yeah.
And this is a habanero. You can see them ugly ass habaneros right there.
Deformed looking little thing.
And I mainly grow like peppers and onions and shit like that, you know. Although I do have a dragon fruit in there.
How old was your seed for the onions, out of curiosity?
A lot of the stuff I have is pretty old, but I do have some stuff that's I've got seed vaults that are all sealed up in Mylar and vacuum sealed and stuff, and I don't want to open those, but some of the seeds that I have, they're the onions that popped, they all germinated, but the sun kills them is the problem. But they're probably 4 years old now, but they're still going. So I mean,
now, what kind of onions?
Oh man, you name it, dude. I try all of them. You know.
What's the best sweet onion you've ever had?
Sweet onion? Man, you're in Texas. The best growing onion for your area, if I had to guess, would be the Granex. It is a hybrid though, but Granex was an onion that was made for Texas. So
yeah, what about Vidalias?
Yeah, of course Vidalias are good. The Walla Wallas and all that stuff. I mean, I mainly go for the reds though. The Spanish torpedoes are the best red onion flavor I think that I've ever had. But they're shallot shaped and they're kind of shallot sized, so they'll never get big. Right. But it's so worth it because the flavor, especially if you're making like if you're doing some sloppy hot dogs with sauerkraut and you throw some onion on top, dude, it's perfect for that. Perfect.
Now, what'd you call those?
For the reds, the Spanish, they're Spanish torpedoes, and God, man, I'm trying to think off the top of my head another good one.
How deep of a soil do you have to have?
Not deep at all. I'll turn my camera on. I'll show you because I raised this guy from a baby. Okay, and he started in here. I pulled it out. I stuck it in here. I threw this is like a clump of like basically like dryer lint just to keep it wet on top. But the onion is like right in the ground and the roots go down. And a lot of times an onion will, half of it will be sticking out of the ground when it grows. I mean, it's okay if that happens. It'll survive. Let me see.
I've seen techniques where you spoon the soil away, almost like a well.
Yeah.
So that the bulb will get larger.
Yeah.
I don't know if it works,
I'm kind of doing the same thing right now. And this guy hasn't gotten big yet, but you can see this is it's about 2 knuckles deep before the onion starts blowing out. Maybe 1.5 knuckles for this guy. And this is a pretty established onion already.
Yeah. So do you choose which, oh, sorry.
Well, no, go ahead.
Do you leave some of your better ones to go to seed for the next year?
Like if it happens, it happens. I don't have a lot of onions right now. At the raised bed over at my mom's place, whenever she cuts onions and I'm paying attention, I take them and I plant them. And then we end up eating them later. So they don't have a chance to really go to seed,
Okay.
because they grow. And once they're big enough that I can grab them again, I yank them. And we might use the whole one that time, but she buys big bags of onions, and whenever I see a good piece cut off, I'm like, whoa, let me have that. I throw it in. Or if she gets an onion that's sprouting all by itself already, especially if it's a runt, I'll take it and I'll just throw it in the ground, just let it do its thing. And if you do that sometimes, you'll feel like you got ripped off, because you'll throw an onion in and the onion will die. Like all the onion layers, they'll just like melt and turn into nothing. They just like evaporate, because there's so much water in an onion that the shit just disappears. But when it comes back, it'll come back pretty strong, like it'll come back faster and sooner than especially if you started from seed. But even if you started from like a cut off half, it'll come back faster than that too.
Does it bulb when you start it from a cutoff?
It will, yeah. If you leave it long enough, when you're saying bulb, like will it turn into like a softball shape? That's what you mean, right?
Right.
Yeah, it will, but you have to let it go for a while.
Yeah. Well, because like onion, celery, a lot of that stuff is biennial, and that's why I was wondering if it would bulb up again.
Well,
Especially
the trick with replanting is a lot of times that onion didn't know that it died. So
nobody told it.
Yeah, it thinks that it's healing and it'll grow back. But if they go dormant, then yeah, that's basically there's the rub,
Uh-huh.
You pull them out of the ground, you use them, and you stick it back in, and it's like, wow, that was a bad thunderstorm. I just got ripped in half. I need to grow faster,
That'll happen with stuff going to seed and stuff like that. Bad conditions will actually make it bolt or go to seed faster.
Yeah, but if it's ripped in half because you just put it on a salad, the part that would go to seed is the part that got cut off, so it doesn't have the option,
Right.
Later, Josh. Have a good day. Smile, brother.
Because you
Well, okay, I got a question for you. So these red torpedo onions that you're talking about, is that the same thing as a Rosa Lunga?
That you're talking of like a specific breed.
Well, I don't know. I went to do Spanish torpedo onions, and then there's one that's listed, and it's called, there is a red torpedo, but then right next to it's one called Rosa Lunga torpedo onion seeds. And it's like,
and that's probably a specific strain of torpedo onion. There's different kinds,
Got you.
They're like tomatoes.
Here's another question for you. What's the difference between the heirloom seeds and other seeds? I mean, I've heard you guys talk, but
there is contention to that because the definition of an heirloom seed has changed in the last few years. And what it used to be, and this was what I always remembered it had to have been an established breed for at least 80 years. But if you look up the definition of an heirloom plant today, it won't say that anymore. It just says an open pollinated seed. But that could be anything at that point, you know? So they took the value out of the word heirloom. Now anything can be heirloom. And that's because Obama appointed that stupid agriculture czar. And the guy was a Monsanto employee, and he basically wanted to make all of his shit organic and heirloom because people were buying organic and heirloom to get around Monsanto. So he took over all the names, and now you have no idea what you're buying, you know? And now you have to track down the actual breeds, like, you know, Dakota's Tears or Zapotec Pleated or, you know, blah, blah, blah.
That's why seed exchanges are getting so popular. Is that you have small growers who are starting to, but I mean, it's kind of a shot in the dark too, because you don't know if their technique was right or not.
And man, I'll tell you, a company that used to be freaking awesome, now they're okay, but they used to be the best. It was a company called Seeds of Change, and you can still get good stuff there. You can still get good stuff there, but you used to be able to get so much more, but they're trying to branch out into shit like meal plans and vegan to-go boxes and stuff. And it's more, it's more yuppie gimmicks than it is seeds anymore, you know? But
Southern Exposure, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say Southern Exposure Seed Exchange is one that focuses on some quality heirlooms, and then Baker Creek. Those are the two companies that I know that really put a focus on doing that.
But you know, like tomatoes, if you're talking tomatoes, those came from the New World, and you go to the source with tomatoes. If you can actually track different breeds of tomatoes down to different tribes of Native Americans, like they had their kind of tomatoes that they grew. And
really?
yeah. And it's kind of cool, you know, to get into that. And I'm like a total history retard, so I'm kind of into that sort of shit. But if the thing that you can do though is you could look up what the Native Americans in your area and find out what they grew and grow that, and it's going to be 100% suited for your area.
That is kind of cool, and I'm really actually interested in doing that. Unless I move, and then I'll have to start all over again.
Well, it's just something you could do to augment, and all those seeds are usually ridiculously more overpriced than the other ones. But if you're buying a bag of seeds, I mean, we're talking, you're paying $5 instead of 75 cents at the dollar store, you know? And
yeah,
you know, if you can find a couple and do the research and narrow some stuff down to your area and go, okay, I'll get this kind of squash and this kind of bean and this kind of tomato. Well, I mean, you're in the whole like $15, but if you think of the fun you'll have with it, and then the fact that you're giving back to the land what it was used to putting out, you know, you're sort of like doing that circle of life, because The Lion King is one of the best movies ever made.
You only did that because Virginia dropped off.
Right.
She won't hear it. Don't worry. We won't tell her.
Yeah, for some reason she said she went to the box. I didn't send her to the box.
I don't even know what that means.
Me neither. It means she went out there into the chat.
I think it means she's trying to get back in the back.
And she said, "Tell him I heard it." So she apparently heard you.
Can you ask her if she's seen it?
Has she seen it?
Such an ass.
Oh Lord.
He gets two birds with one stone on that word.
There's a pause in the response from her, so it's kind of like, okay, so is this when you just clicked on the link, so now you're coming in?
Come back, Virginia.
Oh, she says, I'm going to make a sandwich. Synced is not a word. So there, you stand corrected, sir.
She's making a sandwich. She can't make a sandwich while I'm making macaroni and cheese while I'm standing here talking to people.
Oh, apparently Ghetto said she was headed under the blanket with him to watch the stream.
He always says that dumb shit.
So I don't know if that's after the sandwich or before the sandwich.
See, if this was Facebook, you could get Snopes on that, and they would myth bust that shit pretty quick.
Fact check.
What was funny? The leftists that I knew would quote Snopes like it was gospel, you know? And I would do my research and I would prove Snopes wrong time and time again. I'm like, no, you know, they would, whatever dumb stuff Snopes would say at the time. And they were open disinformation, you know? And I never thought that we would need a truth minister to tell us what's disinformation and what isn't. But man, if we have a ministry of truth today, where the hell were they when Snopes changed all of our language and all of our thought processes and all that crap? Because the damage has been done for 15 freaking years. And now we get one. Now that Elon Musk buys a freaking internet company, now suddenly we have a ministry of truth, you know? Mighty convenient.
Yeah.
They're shaking in their boots, dude. Like, they know that they're about to get their PP slapped in a humongous way, man. They know it's coming.
I hope. Yeah, my uncle used to quote Snopes like it was gospel, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like you're just gonna believe something on the internet?" Okay.
It's got to be true. It's on the internet,
right?
No, wait. That website's wrong. Look at this website. It's like.
Well, there are things that I saw.
Check the process plants on fire, and all they would do, their fact check consisted of arson is not proven. And it's like, wow, that's it? So that's the best you got? It's still on fire. It's still gone, but hey.
Wait, are you talking about the factory fires and stuff? Sorry, I'm putting wood on the fire.
Various fires, that's been their response to a lot of them when they get brought up is that no arson's been determined or no arson found, or you know, and that's all they'll stick with.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, man, that guy cut his wife up with a chainsaw, and they're like, there's been no confirmation or denial that they were married, so let's just stop you right there.
There was no proof that it was a steel chainsaw there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm all done with chores, thank God.
And the baby shark, not the baby shark. Oh, kiss off. What the do.
Kiss off's gonna eventually get banned, poor thing.
Roots, I didn't. I just asked.
I have we have this freeze-dried chicken that we give our cats, and it's pretty expensive. So my wife gives them a little bit every day because she wants to be the hero. But for my cat, the one that latched onto me, to reward her for her loyalty, when my wife's not around, I give her a piece, even though she says, don't give the cats any of this because it's expensive. And I'm like, so you want to be the one to give it to them. I get it. Yeah.
Yep. That's what that means.
You want them to be like,
score the brownie points.
Oh, you're home. Thank God. We've been waiting on you now.
We're so glad Mama's home now. Look, she's cool. She treats us best.
That's exactly how. That's how she thought that was going to go down, but that's not how it's going down.
Maybe just not today, but probably for the most part.
She drops those hints too, where she's like, man, this bag, it sure is getting empty fast. And I'm just like, yeah, man, that's crazy. Man, and that stuff's expensive too. God, you think it would last longer.
She's going to set up a baby cam on your ass.
Yeah, God, if she set a nanny cam up in this place, she wouldn't even know where to begin, dude. I mean, that's how I know we don't have one. You know, because she would just come home and she would just be like, pack your shit, get out of here, just drive. I don't care where you go.
Oh, dude.
Okay, hold on. We'll see if this actually works or not.
Yeah, it was working.
Am I in and out?
No,
Or no?
you're all here. Just remember, wherever you go, there you are.
Well, there is that. I feel bad. I was making a bunch of noise earlier, so I had to mute myself.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, no.
You heard some of the other noise up here before. I mean, shoot. Hell, I've accidentally sat here without thinking and just coughed like, and realized that, oh, shoot, that was right here. Plus, oh, what was it? I think it was bug out. Yeah, it was bug out. I was telling Chuck about it earlier because these water bottles. I said, I think it was bug out. Wasn't that you? That I sat under the desk and we were talking, and he's up here, and I crushed that bottle thinking that it was under the desk so you can't hear it. And all of a sudden he goes, what the hell was that? I was like, oh shit, you heard that? It's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, I didn't think you
I
heard
burped
it.
by accident and hoped nobody heard it.
My psycho cat is staring at the other one.
You could help detoxify them or help the skin and eye problems and related problems with liver disease.
It's kind of pathetic, but all of our phones in this house are filled up with pictures of our cat. It's just
Dang, I
completely
thought I
taken over
ended
the
the
house.
ghetto stream. Y'all are correcting this. Oh no,
You must be behind.
this is where the cool kids come. Bug out, milkmaid, everybody. It's all good.
We'll see if this actually works or not.
What?
Camera. I'm all done with my chores.
Oh,
I
there
can
you
relax.
go. Now you can kick back and chill.
Until the next thing.
There's always the next thing.
Oh God, it's a never-ending list. It goes on and on and on, like the song that never ends. But I figure I work 7 days a week, so I can take some breaks here and there.
Oh yeah, that's how you,
You know?
enjoy life. Try to find
Well,
them
yeah.
little moments. So okay, so are you familiar? Well, here, let me just show you. So these containers.
Okay. Hold on.
Got some
Let me
gardening
see if I can-
questions. So these
Yeah.
Folger coffee containers.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So with the size of this, I should be able to maybe plant like 2 onions in one of these.
Oh. You know, you don't even need that much, man. You know what I would do with that one? I would plant a basil plant. That's the perfect size for those.
Yep.
Basil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basil or like, you know, your herbs and stuff. That it's a good size for that. But to drill some holes in the bottom. A good thing to grow onions in is like, think a dog dish, a size like that.
Okay.
It's about all you need. The roots come out about as wide. The width of the onion that you get at the store,
help
that's
it.
about
Let me
as
ask-
wide as the roots go.
So you know
Or-
those foil roasting pans? Like a foil, you know how
Yeah.
you get those little deep foil? So something like that would work. So if I even made like a little wooden box that was like that, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to concoct some ideas where I can grow some shit like right here on my porch.
Mm-hmm.
Or
And
Rescue, you could get like, sometimes you'll go into thrift stores or whatever, or even if you just buy them outright, but you can get those kind of more shallow Tupperware containers. And as long as you have, again, holes drilled in the bottom so it can drain and stuff, you could grow onions in that because their root system is not deep at all.
okay.
Or even, I've seen people cut out the top of a bag of like potting soil, plant right in that shit.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about doing like 5-gallon buckets for some potatoes, and then a couple of 5-gallon buckets for I'm thinking about those hanging tomatoes. I was talking with Remote Viewer. I don't know if you know him, and
I think I've seen
he
them.
does the hanging tomato thing, and so we were talking about that. And it looked like people just commonly do that shit off the eave of their damn house with 5-gallon buckets. And I'm thinking, hey man, I can go outside the front door. I could hang 2 just right there. So that way I got the handrail and everything. I could just...
Right. People get really creative. Even with pallets vertically.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine. He was really good with that stuff. He made all of his gardening stuff out of pallets. He took them apart and then put them back together kind of strategically, and it works. I don't know, man. For me, the one time that it makes sense that I would do that is when you go against a fence, you can throw those pallets down and you can use them as herbs to grow herbs out of, and you can use the length, the height of the fence to your advantage to grow more and kind of terrace it out, you know. That was smart. But I didn't really like the other stuff he was coming up with because it was so fragile. I'm like, man, in a year or 2 you're gonna have to redo all this, you know. It just seemed like a pain in the ass.
I use fence lines for climbing things like loofah sponges or gourds. That's what I use for all my dishcloths or scrubbies. I grow them.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're pretty neat. I have some seeds that I need to send to Hutch, and I haven't done it yet. He's gonna be mad if he sees this because he sent me bird gourd seeds.
Hey Michelle,
hello, chat room. Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
Doing good. How's everybody again?
Did you get your donuts earlier?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
Cool deal.
Everybody seemed to be getting their coffee at the same time, but yeah. We did. I didn't think you were still going to be on.
Oh yeah. It's only, coming up on 6.5 hours, so I usually try to at least last for 8.
Put in a full work day.
Well, you know, and that's kind of what I was talking with remote earlier. I think mentally I've thought about it this weekend kind of because I was kind of like, damn, man, I feel like I need to do something. Well, this has become like, and I don't want nobody to feel like, but this is kind of like a job. It gives me something to do. It gives me something to focus on. It gives me a purpose in a way. So I can go, okay, let me just, Monday, 2 a.m. Central, and let me start my broadcast. I'll be there. I don't know what the hell I'm going to talk about, but hey,
eventually it falls into place.
Yeah, and there's been actually many a times when I have not wanted to even do it, and I just come in here going, I don't even know why I'm doing this. I don't want to do this. I just, I don't want to do this. I'm so sick of this shit because the drama at first. Now I just tune it out. I don't care, man. People go do whatever. I don't care. I'll sit here and talk to myself if that's all it comes down to. Because there's just so much, and man, things are coming, and if people don't see what's coming, and that's all they still got time to do, then shit, who knows?
Definitely a lot of drama lately, though, I've noticed.
Oh yeah.
That's why I do movie nights now. I'll go live for a little bit. I don't know if you guys know me a lot, but I'm a pro-life advocate, which means I talk a lot against abortion. So I'll talk about a little bit about what's going on with that kind of news, and then I'll just cut it off and just watch movies offline.
There you go. I got a question. So TJ, you said hang your tomatoes and make sure they are not in a windy area. They will snap off. Let me pitch this question to you.
Point.
So if I hang these things from an eave and they're in a 5-gallon bucket is where you start, can I keep it lowered down where it's easy to, because I would assume I water from the top still.
Oh, hell no.
So as you water it, then if it were to grow out the bottom, then I would slowly raise it up till it got towards the top, and then I have the vine hanging down. I wonder if I could put some netting just kind of like up at that point to brace it.
Sorry guys about that noise.
You could suspend the vines with
hog wire. Can you wrap hog wire around the base of that bucket?
I wouldn't use wire, but twine. That jute twine would be really good.
Maybe
wire
or
cut into it. If it gets, yeah, t-shirts. But I'm saying if he ran a twine a twine thing off of what he was hanging the plant off of, so as they grew down and they got about to where his business level was, his workspace, he could have it tied up to where the vine just kind of stretches out and he can just roll his chair down and just get the tomatoes as they pop.
Oh yeah. A
Instead
lot
of
of
hitting
people
the
do that
ground,
in
you
like
know?
greenhouses, where they and I've done this before. I grew my tomatoes along the fence line, but what I did was at the top, I would tie a string, and then I would kind of spiral it around the plant and secure it. Or no, I'd tie it to the bottom of the plant as it was growing, right, with a loose slip knot, so it would have room to grow and it wouldn't cut into it. And then I tied the top of the string up, and every so often I'd undo it, wrap it around that main stem, and then it eventually it doesn't climb it, but I'm making it so it's climbing. I don't think I explained that well, but you know.
Well,
you're
it's
trying
growing. Yeah, you're growing it out, and it's growing naturally, but you're raising it up, and you're controlling which direction it goes with the string.
Mm-hmm.
But now, if I'm hanging them, is that kind of what you're talking about? Is the opposite? Bug out was doing that from the bottom of the bucket.
It's the first time I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Well, if
Oh,
you were
guys, they just picked up my trash, right? And they used a
Well,
Penske
yeah.
rental truck to pick up the trash in.
Oh yeah, it's equipment rental. They
That is
got
the
it.
first time I've seen that.
Oh, so could I attach the string at the bottom of the bucket, like? Because I'm assuming you have the hole in the center where your plant's coming out.
Well,
which, by the way, how the hell does that work? So if you're stalk, I mean, if you plant it,
well, think of what you're hanging it from, right?
Yeah.
Which would be if you're growing it on your porch, it would be like the awning, right? Something like that.
the eave, yeah. Your
So if you ran,
facial.
if you ran more string down from there and had it to where it looped out as it was growing, when it gets tomatoes, it's going to get heavy, and it's going to want to go straight down. But with that the ball of that ugly kind of it looks like hemp almost, like the your regular like twine stuff, like the thick kind of like straw looking twine. But if instead of letting it fall straight down, if you pick it up and you let it grow straight out, one, it'll catch the sun better, but two, you could keep it right at hip level, because I used to tie tomato plants to corn plants sometimes, when they'd get the offshoots that and I'm like, man, when these big beefsteaks ripen and they start getting bigger, they're just gonna break that whole limb off. So I would just tie it to the corn stalk, just be like, whatever, I don't walk by there.
How does this go in the bottom of the bucket though? Because like that, when you do a tomato plant and as it grows, the stalk's getting bigger. So do you just have this bigger hole, and that's basically the
Probably.
Well, and there's the upside down plants, but you don't need to do that. If you're growing, it depends on what kind of tomato plant you have.
Okay,
but
so what you're talking
like
about
a
is
vine.
doing it on a flower bed setup and then growing it up and over, doing a string.
Yeah, tomato plants, they don't prefer to grow up. They want to grow into the ground because the type of plant they are, potatoes are the same way. If that vine touches the ground, the part that's touching the dirt will root, and it'll get roots out of it. It could be 3 feet long. It'll hit the ground, and the part that hits the ground, it'll root into the ground, and it'll basically make an anchor point. That's where tomatoes want to be.
Sprawling.
And the reason why you take them up is so critters don't get to them. And if you have a tomato growing on the dirt, the part that touches the dirt will get rotten. So it'll never be a delicious looking tomato. The trick to that, a thing that works really good, and I let my shit sprawl sometimes, and I can't do it anymore. But back in the living in the city days, I would save those little white plastic things from the pizza boxes, and you just stick one of those in the ground and put the tomato on top of it, and boom, it doesn't get rotten,
I do that with my mulch. I'll put mulch underneath because cucumbers are the same way. They'll sprawl.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they root though necessarily, do they? I can't remember. I mean,
I don't know,
tomatoes
but
want to root everywhere. But
your cucumbers and all your pickle type plants, squash included, zucchini, all that stuff. I mean, whether they root or not doesn't matter. They explode. I mean, they're like, it's like an invasive species. So you want to keep that shit way the hell away from the rest of your garden. I made that mistake.
The first year that I was here, I had tomatoes and I put T-posts and then those cattle panels, the flexible ones, and I would just weave them in and out of the cattle panel, and they were indeterminate, which means they'll keep growing past a certain height. So they would end up flopping over the side, and it was kind of funny because I had 2 rows of them, and they ended up being so heavy because they were San Marzano and Amish paste, I think is what I was growing. And they ended up making this tunnel, and I literally would have to crawl through the tunnel to harvest all the tomatoes. And I would come out covered in yellow stuff, and it was the pollen from all the flowers.
I've grown those Amish paste before. That's a Roma hybrid, right?
No, it's an heirloom, like a Roma.
No,
it's a fatter one.
It's a natural hybrid in the Roma family, though. It's got that
is it?
light bulb shape, kind of. Yeah, but it gets longer. It's shaped like a capsule, like a gel cap. But
San Marzano?
I thought it was the Amish paste. I think I've grown both of them before, but
I love them.
The Amish, those paste tomatoes are good, but a lot of the paste tomatoes are in the Roma family. They're sauce tomatoes and not slicing tomatoes.
Right. Well, what's funny is I don't really grow slicing tomatoes. I just grow those and I slice them, and I think they taste better. You just have little tiny slices.
Well, here, by the time a beefsteak or anything with the word beef in it, by the time it ripens on one side, by the time it ripens on the dark side, if you know what I'm talking about, the light side will have split, and it has a big gaping hatchet wound in it, and you just lost a tomato.
Later, Michelle. Have a great day. Smile. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Michelle.
Oh, she just got here.
Yeah, her phone. She said my phone needs to charge.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I had that problem earlier. A lot of the splitting, though, I thought had to do with like large influxes of rain or water.
Well, welcome to Florida,
Right.
But the sun and the the weather conditions and all that stuff, like, man, if you can get a beefsteak tomato, because they stay on the vine so long that it's like having a Ukrainian in a building in Kyiv, It's like eventually they're going to blow that building up. You know it. Now, if they only have to be there for like a week, maybe they'll make it. But if they got to be there for a month, there's no way. They're going to die, right?
Right. Fucked up analogy, but okay.
That's why actually a tomato is a Cherokee purple.
Yes, they're great.
I want
they're
some
so
of those
good.
Seeds so bad. I haven't tried them yet, and I want to so badly.
And the Zapotec pleated, it's shaped like a pumpkin, and it has black marks all over it. And man, it is so good. It's the ugliest thing you'd ever see. It looks like an abused foster child of the tomato world, but my God, they're so good.
The ugly ones are the tastiest, in my opinion.
Hey, what's up, 1A? What's up, brother?
Hey, Possum.
So Cherokee.
And another trick. This isn't a self-sustaining garden shit hit the fan trick. This is we're a bunch of fat guys that live in the first world trick, But get a bottle of carbohydrates. They're extracts. You can get citrus or raspberry or blueberry. If you go to a hydroponic store, get a bottle of those carbohydrate extracts. Carbohydrates will encourage root growth, but it also, those carbs will be absorbed by the fruit, and it'll make them sweeter. So if you're growing bell peppers or tomatoes and you keep throwing a little bit of those carbs in your water when you water them, your fruits will be so much sweeter, and people will be like, "Where did you get these?" And you're like, "I grew them," and Man, I had a boss at this. I was an equipment operator at this factory right before I started contracting, and the guy literally put his wallet on the table and he said, "How much?" He was like, "How much for all of them?" He's like, "I'll buy all of them today. Like, I'll give you the money. Just bring them in tomorrow." And I was like, "No, dude, it doesn't work that way, you know." And
I'd be
Now, what is this again?
if you load your fruit up with carbohydrates, and hydroponics, it works better because it directly absorbs it. But if you add those carbohydrates, if you want some sweet tomatoes, get some. I'll look some shit up. I got your phone number. I can text you some links to the stuff. So when your tomatoes start growing, hit me up and say, "Man, what about those carbohydrates you were talking about?" And then I'll look it up. I'll find somebody selling it at a reasonable price. You know, we're talking $15-20. You know, and that bottle, depending on how many plants you got, it'll easily last you a season, especially if you're only growing like 6 or 8 plants. You know. But if you're throwing in bell peppers and all that stuff, man, they're so good. It's like flavor. It's like instant flavor, and it makes them grow better too.
So in a 5-gallon bucket, how many tomato plants can you see growing in a 5-gallon bucket?
Well,
one.
I would do one, because now what I would do though, if you want to get real creative, put a tomato on one side of it, and the root system is going to fill up the bottom of that 5-gallon bucket. But on the top, you could throw like something small, like think cilantro, dill. You're thin. Well, basil can get pretty aggressive too, though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, but if you harvest it young, not so much. And you can just clip off something and then plant the clone in the next bucket.
That Folgers can is your perfect friend for basil and rosemary. That's the perfect size for those guys, you know. But spinach, anything leafy you could put on the top and share it with that bucket, with that tomato, you know, so because you can have your tomato going down, and then that surface layer could get dominated by that by the leafy crop. You know, anything that doesn't grow a woody stem, you could throw on the top of it. But 2 tomato plants, they'll fight each other, and you'll never get shit out of either of them, because they're just going to be battling the whole time, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Morning, Karen. I'm trying to
I
think
like that interplanting.
Yeah, well, that sounds. See, I was actually. Hey, could I plant an onion or 2?
Oh, you could put a bunch in there.
So, like, if I put the tomato plant on one side, then I could put maybe like even 3 or 4 along that.
Ooh.
If you think about it, a fist.
Sorry.
I know, I just cut you off. I'm sorry. But, you know, and you got a pretty big hand, I can only imagine, if it matches the rest of you anyway. If you make a fist, that's how much space you need for an onion.
Okay.
So you could put in a 5-gallon bucket, you got your tomato plant growing out. That tomato plant is going to utilize the lower portion of the soil, so you could share it with some onions. But the thing is, when the plant gets bigger, the tomato, it's going to shade out those onions. So the onions are going to live longer than the tomato plant is. So at first, your tomato plants are going to get stunted or your onions are going to get stunted by the tomatoes, but then the tomato is going to die, and then your onions are going to still be going strong. You can transplant them somewhere else, give them their own place to stretch their feet out, you know, and then you can start some new ones, and you can keep on doing it that way, you know.
Phoebe, you know what else is like a quick crop? Would be radishes.
Yeah, 28 days.
Because
like a zombie.
They're like, I get the French ones though, because they have a little bit more like meat on them, so to speak. I really like those. And within 30 days, you're having a harvest, and then you can keep planting them over and over and over and over again.
I mean, not to sound like Scarlett O'Hara, but I do hate radishes.
They're so good. Have you roasted them?
They're great in stock pots though. So I will use them, but right. I don't eat them like in salads and stuff, because they're so, whatever that peppery blast is that they have, I hate it.
And yet you like arugula. What the
I love
hell?
arugula. I know it doesn't make any sense, but
It's
what
the
I
same
hate the
kind of
most,
thing.
what I hate the most in life, I mean, going back to sterilize somebody, people that like olives, I hate those people, and I hate olives.
Oh, hush.
And if you
Bullfrog,
like
have a
olives,
great day.
you don't deserve
Be
a
sure and smile,
participation
man.
trophy.
I'm not even gonna let you talk anymore if you don't like olives. So there.
I mean, there I said it.
Just hush.
There I
Quit.
said it.
Hush, hush,
You're probably
hush,
going to hate me if I
hush.
say this,
Just
but
quit.
I hate
Yes.
olives.
Well, you know,
I don't like certain olives. Other ones I
Yeah,
do.
but
Like
Milkmaid-
certain
Kalamata.
is different. He just said olives, so he didn't even want to give olives a chance. He just
Milkmaid, I'll apologize to
he
you.
profiled
Okay.
all of them and then said there, and it's like,
You'll apologize to me? That's
Yeah,
but not rescue.
oh,
but
I
not,
see how.
not that guy. I'm not apologizing to that guy.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Oh, Gma's in here.
What's up, Yankee dog, G-Mo? And I was trying to say, I was saying, have a good day, Bullfrog. There you go. Got distracted
See-
by this olive hater and all this olive hate speech with this profile.
It's got to be in small doses. Like I can't just pop an olive in my mouth. I can't do it.
Oh shit, dude!
I
sit there and
hated
eat a
them
whole
growing
jar of
up.
Them bad boys. Chunk, chunk, chunk.
If I got a press, I would literally plant probably 2 or 3 olive trees here. And the funny part about that is, I could probably just be sending you, should the two of us live long enough for these things to start producing anyway, I could just be sending you olives like left and right, because I'd be like filling up my bottles with the olive harvest, and the rest of it I'd go, well, I don't know what to do with these things.
Well, I already know a bunch of us are going to outlive you because, well, we eat olives and you don't. So then that means you're already one step lower right there.
No.
Well, I got Florida avocados,
climate?
though, which is the superior life form of pretty much any plant.
Well, no, we
as
got
far
that
as survival
too.
goes.
So now,
You don't have Florida avocados. You have Haas avocados, which is the half-step whack MC version of a Florida avocado.
how do you think
What's
them
the difference?
people down there make their money? They sell it to us.
You've never seen a Florida avocado.
Maybe I have.
Well, I don't know what the difference is.
See? I rest my case.
That's all he's trying to do. He was just
Not-
trying to
I'm
get
gonna
a
have to
glimmer
Google
in
this
the
later
door,
on.
and you just had to stick the toothpick in the door. You just wouldn't let the door close, would you? No, man. You just had to stick the toothpick in and just go, no, not yet.
I'm really bad
Actually,
about that.
Let's see what happens. What's up,
flavor-wise, the Haas avocado is better, and that's why everybody buys them. They transport better, but the Florida avocado nutritionally is superior, but it's also like
It's
4
also the
to
only
5
thing you can
times.
use.
Huh?
Huh? It's the only one you can use too. For your point, is the Florida avocado.
I'm curious what the difference is, though.
The Florida avocado is a lot bigger, and it's
And bigger is
like-
better.
No, it doesn't taste better. It's the Haas avocado is hands down the better tasting avocado, but the Florida avocado is bigger. It's larger, the yield, but it also nutritionally it's better, which is hard to do because avocados are like, if you're talking survival, the fat content, which is very strange that there's a fat content in anything that grows on a tree anyway, but
Like olives.
yeah, olives have it too as well. Yeah. But that's why I brought up avocados, because we have avocados, and so I can totally just bump olives off of my list of needs and wants, because I don't ever need to go there because we have avocados, you know.
Well, avocado oil is nutritionally superior, I thought, to olive oil, and it has maybe not, but higher smoke point and all that stuff. That's what I use for cooking. I don't use olive oil for cooking. I use it for salad dressings or something like that, but not for cooking.
I'll tell you what, the calorie density, and this is something, one of the little secrets, you know, but talking about survival food and all that shit, if you're doing a 3-day camping trip, you want to have a bottle of olive oil, because if you start getting cold and the weather starts not agreeing with you, a couple spoonfuls of that stuff and you're good. You can go to sleep like a baby.
So straight from the tap, huh? Like gulp.
Yeah, and if you have croutons, you can soak the croutons in the oil and just gulp them down, or you can just pour it on anything you got, because a teaspoon of that is like 150 calories or some shit. It's something crazy.
Croutons on campouts?
Doritos, Cheetos, potato chips, anything that'll soak up oil will work. But croutons, because croutons are great for a hardtack. Would be perfect, actually, because your olive oil and your not vinegar, but what's it called? The vinaigrette kind of stuff. What the hell is that called? You know how the Italians do with the bread?
Oh, with the balsamic and the
balsamic vinegar. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of. You could do balsamic and olive oil and soak hardtack in that shit. It would be delicious. Man, I've never tried that, but I'm gonna do it.
You should do that, because that sounds really freaking good. Although I think you'd have to soak it for a while.
Hardtack is like that friend that everybody has that you could take him to a bachelor party or a bachelorette party, and the guy could still not have a girl talk to him, like that is hardtack. It is the least sexy food ever made,
But it's very stable.
Really easy to make too.
Oh God, now I'm hungry. Oh, let's talk about balsamic.
Yeah, I would fix that. But yeah, olive oil is like, you get that stuff in your system, man. It keeps you warm at night.
Like a snapping turtle.
So does Spam, though.
Remember that.
Something to think about.
Ugh.
I know, right? But it works.
I grew up on Spam, and I just can't anymore. And especially now that I know like ingredients and stuff like that, I have a really hard time. Like I used to like the little Vienna sausages. My husband ordered a whole case of those freaking things, and I'm looking at it like, oh, I'll be eating my canned meat that I've canned myself.
I have to do a video on stock pots, because all this stuff that everybody hates, if in stock pots, like if you want to keep something in one piece, you brown it on a cast iron skillet. Like let's say a canned ham, those DAC hams, right?
Yeah.
The ones that are shaped like teardrops, and there's like 8 million grams of protein in one can, If you take those and you cube it up and you fry them on a cast iron skillet, it'll stay in one piece. But if you take it and you chop it into little tiny minuscule pieces and you throw it in early, it'll boil out and it'll liquefy, and you won't ever know it was there. It'll just be ham flavored stuff,
Really?
And, yeah, so all your Spams and your Vienna sausages and stuff, you chop them up real small and throw them in early, and you'll never have to deal with them, but you'll get the stuff that's in it, And that's not always a good thing, talking about Vienna sausages and shit. But,
right.
If you're trying to get the most out of it, because I always had to stretch shit out, man, because everybody said they were bringing food. You go somewhere, you're going to be there for 2 or 3 days, and then people got like 4 potatoes and an onion, and you're like, what are you going to do with that? Really, dude?
Oh, that's a huge pet peeve for camping for me. I bring so much fucking food. But
and then they brag about it later. They're like, man, we ate so good. Man, we eat so good when we're out there. I'm like, yeah, you do, dumbass. Like, how do you think that happened? You just rock souped your way. You just Tiger Kinged me into having you eat good. Like, man, get out of here.
Right.
And that's where my wife had a friend up north, this girl named Bethany. Yeah. And she was a big.
Can somebody put Bug Out's link down in chat? TJ was wondering about his link, his channel. So can somebody put his link in? Thanks.
Oh, my videos are pretty boring, man. I'm not gonna lie, but it's just whenever I come across something that I would want to know, I throw something in there. You know what I mean? So
you have a smorgasbord.
Yeah.
It's sort of like good. It's like gear related mostly, but it's like stuff that it's kind of like stuff you wouldn't think of, I guess, But anyway, like, shit, I forgot what I was talking about. Never mind. Oh yeah, but this Bethany girl, she was a large and in charge girl. Okay, like I'm trying to find a nice way to say that. Big girl, right? And she would be cooking for like 4 days before she went camping with us. And my friends totally deserted me because they'd go, "Oh, we're going camping," and here it comes. Is Bethany going? And I'm like, "Yes, she's going." Jesus Christ, you know, like. If I said no, they'd be like, "Oh man, I'm busy. Yeah, I got to work that weekend or something." But if Bethany's going, oh man, they'll quit their freaking job and go if Bethany's going, because she would be making Dutch apple pie in the Dutch oven and stuff. And like, man, she was just cooking nonstop. Like that was camping for her, you know, which worked out because there was a bunch of dudes that wanted to eat food. So like it was her perfect environment, you know. But man, that chick, when the shit hits the fan, and I keep telling her, I'm like, "Look, I don't care that you live up there. You got to find a way to get down here, because that is somebody that enjoys cooking for large amounts of people. Like, how many of those people do you know? Because I mean, I know one, and it's her. You know,
that's a real asset. Oh, sorry.
No, ma'am. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's a real asset if you know somebody that can cook from scratch and then cook like out in subpar conditions. Like that's huge,
especially for large numbers.
Yeah, she didn't do anything small, man, and that was the problem, because we'd be wanting to do patrolling, we were wanting to do like the shooting drills, we're wanting to do all this, and like we're starting to leave, and she's going, "But wait, I didn't even get the gosh, she always made like what's that Greek shit with the pickles in it called? Shawarma or something? Shawarma? Oh, we didn't even eat the shawarma yet." And I'm like, "How many times are we hobbits or something? Like enough with the second breakfast already, you know?"
God, that's my sister-in-law right there.
I've totally that scene from the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit, whichever one it was, where the dude's like, Aragorn's like, "All right, let's roll," and they're like, "But wait a minute, when are we gonna eat?" And she's like, "Dude, we just ate like an hour ago." And then the guy's like, "Second breakfast?" You know, that's totally dude. They turned into those hobbits, man. They overnight it almost happened.
Look, Dumbledore even said the second breakfast is always the best.
But that one scene in that movie, since we're talking about it, that was hilarious. The guy mentions to him, like, "Yeah, man, we gave you those elven MREs, man. You got a year's worth of food." And they were like, "A year's worth? We already ate half of it," you know? I just looked at him like, "Well, okay."
Did you just call them elven MREs?
Wasn't that what they were?
I guess. Yeah, MREs.
You know, like those guys that
still
do
losing it.
the MRE reviews. And, oh, wouldn't that be funny to do a fake one, a spoof one on the elven shortbread or whatever the hell that shit was?
Oh my God, that would be hilarious.
Like, one little piece of hardtack, you're like, "This has 7,500 calories right here. So this is pretty much the whole campaign. You're going to march on this."
And have somebody eat half of it.
But that is what pemmican is, though, if you think about it.
You can live off of pemmican for a while if you do it right, from what I've heard.
And it's
You may get bored.
Let me see. I only have a little bit of pemmican, but I still have some, though. Let me see if I can. It sure don't look like much when you store it, but let me see if I still got it in here. I haven't looked in this fridge in ages. Yeah, it's still here. This is
oh Lord.
Put in big, maybe.
Morning, Hurricane.
There's my thumb for reference. That 2 of these. God, a half pound of this stuff is like 2,000 calories, or a pound is like 3,400. It's some shit like that. And these, I think, are quarter pounds. So this half pound, 2 of these is enough for a day. This size. So this is 3 days of food right here.
2 of those discs.
Yeah, they're muffins.
See? Or whatever. Yeah.
And so 2 of these muffins is now you're going to be starving. I mean, you're gonna, not. I mean, starving as in hungry. but you would have enough calories that you could live on that, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted to get into learning how to make that, and I really just need to do it. And
Well,
then
the best
make a
one that I
video.
found, and I'd hate to be that guy because I ordered the book just for the pemmican recipe, and I just impulse got it, but it was that Old Ways book that was going around on the internet for a while.
That I've been eyeballing for the last 2 years.
Or the
For
Lost
free?
Ways. It's this right there. This book.
Lost. Hold on.
I-
Make you full screen, babe.
I remember
But
you bringing that up because I thought it was a gimmick.
Me too.
And-
But I drank the right amount of beer, and Billy, truth be told, my way into owning it one night. And it's got hardtack in it. It's got all that stuff. It's got all that old stuff is in here. It's pretty cool.
Okay. I might have you take some pictures of that, or maybe I just need to order the dang thing. I heard that like different volumes had different things in it. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, I think that's the only one of those. You're thinking of these books, the Back to Basics books, which I have one. It's the Foxfire series.
Wait, it was in the Foxfires?
No.
It's
But that-
because I
But
sent
that's
one
what
to
you're
Virginia.
talking
I had
about.
2 editions of that.
that the Foxfire
I'm
series
talking about
is
Lost
like,
Ways.
I think there's only one Lost Ways book, but there's like 6 or 8 of the Foxfire series books.
Foxfire. I've wanted to order those so badly, but every time I look at them, like the complete collection is like so freaking expensive. At least for me being a penny pincher.
Yeah, I got the one. God, I think Back to Basics is one of the books, but the Back to Basics one is the one that covers most of the stuff that we would be interested in.
I'll be right back in 2
Okay.
minutes.
But yeah, I don't have a shitload of books, but some of the stuff I have I got pretty lucky on. You know what I mean?
I should just do like a thing where I show people a bunch of the books that I've gotten, because I'm kind of a junkie when it comes to homesteading, gardening, food preservation books, that kind of thing.
See, like, I can make myself look smart here because I'm kind of ahead of the power curve, but I had the urge to pick this one up a while back.
Ooh.
And it basically is saying,
wow.
hey, it was like, hey man, here, look at the picture at the bottom. And let's see.
Right.
What does it have a year on it from when I got it? Where the hell is the year on these things? Because
I think it's like the first couple of pages of your copyright.
come on, date. Oh, it's got to be in here. It's got to be right here.
Either you're breaking up or I am.
It's got to be me because you were crystal clear. 2007 is when this was printed, and it said, "Pandemics are coming. Get ready. You're going to be wearing a mask." It's basically what this book says. In 2007,
Oh, how'd they know?
right? That's what I keep saying. But yeah, backyard farming, chickens
Oh,
in your
shoot. I
backyard.
don't know if I'm shit or netting or you.
Oh, you know what it is? Every time I lean into this this bookshelf, I cut out. That's what I'm figuring out. Can you hear me now?
I heard robot-y, can you hear me now? But I don't know if it's me or if it's you. The chat will say.
It's me.
Try me.
Because when I lean into if I lean into that bookshelf, it kicks me off. I've noticed. And I do have a metal detector
really?
right there. I think it's the metal detector that's probably doing it.
Oh shit, look what Hawkeye just put in the chat. It's available in free PDF. The Lost Ways is available in free PDF, and then he put a link.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good book, man.
Yankee said it was me, so it wasn't your metal detector. Sorry.
I could hear myself cutting out, and my phone was acting weird, so it had to have been me to a certain degree.
Yeah. Maybe it was a joint thing. If I get good internet, that's going to be a problem.
All right, I'm back. Thanks. Eric apparently said, "Rescue, please ask Bug Out if he has a copy of Talking Endlessly for Hours for Survival."
No.
And yet we still enjoy it.
Are we taking notes though? Because then you can write one.
Well, let me tell you one thing. The Druids, going back to the original OG religion,
Uh-oh. Going OG.
They studied in 3 different languages, and roughly by the time you became a Druid, you would be the age of 40. And they passed everything that they knew in like an oral exam, and they had to know everything verbatim in all 3 of the languages. There was Greek, Celtic, obviously, and Latin, I believe, which were the 3 major known languages of the time for that area. And
more than Hawkeye. And what happens if they didn't learn them?
They didn't become a Druid.
Oh.
So Druids would have to practice speaking endlessly, because the time it took to recite all this stuff orally, you'd have to talk for hours, and some people would fail because they just simply couldn't speak that long. So if we still had Druids and all that shit came back, and if I could learn how to do this shit in 2 more languages, I got a shot at being a Druid. That's all I'm saying,
I think you have a shot there.
That's it. Oh yeah, and I don't know if y'all saw that, but in general chat, Hawkeye put a link to a free PDF of that Lost Ways.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go back and grab that. I've been trying to collect PDFs, and I need to get my printer rolling. I bought one of those that had like the... Am I shitter netting?
No, not to me.
No, because Rescue is frozen, so I didn't know. But I just need to print all that stuff off.
No, you were working just fine for me. But yeah, you should save that. I know you got a little stash going of PDFs. That would be a perfect addition. That's got a little bit of everything in it. It's even got some stuff for like building wells and shit, just like off the wall shit. Did I cut out?
No.
I'm not hearing anything. Oh, wow. It's just quiet?
Dude,
People
I don't
bitch
think
about me
anybody really
talking.
know what to say. It was like all of a sudden it just stopped. It's like, wait, what? It's kind of like Facebook
People
stopped
bitch
working.
about me talking. And then when I stop talking, that shit like that happens,
Well, hell yeah. Everybody bitches about commercials, but they still turn on the TV.
You got to think about it. This was one of the first years, and I do tune in sometimes to the Super Bowl to watch the commercials, because I even played football, and I'm just not into watching football. It's not the same for me, But the last 2 years, and I don't think I watched the other Super Bowl, but I saw the commercials after the game, But man, the commercials were lame the last 2 years. Like even the commercials suck on the Super Bowl now. I mean, they're just like, don't know, man. I'm losing hope in civilization. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, that's why I thought your little deal was funny the other day when you did it. So, it's like, oh yeah, it's bad, but come on, you gotta admit it's funny. It's like
That was so much fun.
it's like, there's just some shit is just, man. By the way, I would recommend, because I will say what Scat Pack is saying about best to have the printed, because when the internet, so what you do is when you download the PDFs, put them on a flash drive, and then keep the flash drive just unplugged. Just plug it in when you want to access something. That way, one, nobody can get your shit, and two, it'll be there.
See, I kind of want to do both, because some people will do this thing where they'll put a whole bunch of PDFs on, like, say, a tablet, and then have a solar power source. The thing that I found with solar, and this is the only reason that I don't really dig into solar that much, is I've dealt with solar with the fence chargers for the animals, and if any of your components go bad and you don't have a backup, or say, oh well, this sounds crazy, maybe not so much these days, but like a nuclear winter, or say a volcano goes off and you can't get power from that, then yeah, you're a little screwed. But if you have print, that can burn. So backups to backups.
Well, the trick that I have, like, I've got a solar generator. I turned it on. I made sure it worked. I turned it off. I packed it up, and it's not coming back out until I literally need it. I'm not going to practice or train with it, which they say you should, but I don't want to put any miles on that thing. I want it to be virgin when I use it, because I know that there's a limited shelf life for any of these solar devices,
Right. And same with deep cell batteries too, right?
Yeah. And that's actually the reason why it has a limited shelf life, is the same exact reason, because that's what you're dealing with, is the battery.
Now, okay, so I don't know much about this, but I'm going to ask anyhow in case you guys do. But I was watching Rain Country one time, and her husband Patrick was putting distilled water. I guess there's a component there regarding distilled water to extend, because they do a lot of solar. Like, they pretty much run their home on solar.
That's one kind of battery you can use. There's another kind of battery. It's a more expensive battery, but it doesn't take distilled water. But your distilled water batteries, if you maintain them and you take care of them, they last as long as anything,
well, they're big on the maintenance.
Yeah, you have to maintain them. You really do, because if you run out of distilled water in those cells, it's what batteries used to be back in the 60s and shit. It's the same rules apply. Nothing's changed there. The old batteries had the same thing,
And some people think that you have to have like a distillery in order to make distilled water, but I don't think so. There's a trick you can do where you can distill it on the stovetop, if I remember correctly.
You just have to reclaim steam and it'll be distilled.
Right. Like it removes anything in it.
Eric wanted me to ask you, Bug Out, something about if he has a copy of Braving the Wilds by Bradford Anger. It's supposed to be the Bible of wilderness survival.
I've heard of it, but I don't own it. And there's a lot of books I don't own. Over the years, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I had to pick and choose what I threw money at, and I tried to get some stuff along the way. And I tried to cover a lot of bases, but there's a lot of regrets thrown in there, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's
Same
up,
here.
Ray? Morning, Ray.
You guys mind if I read something real quick?
Oh,
hey, what's up, man?
Dude, your volume is way down.
Yeah, he's muffled.
Really? I'm talking.
Yeah. Like way down.
Like underwater.
I know what it is.
Dude, you've been the talk of the town lately, bro.
Hold on.
Yeah, my battery's dead on my car. Lord, please give me some patience. Oh hell, 1A. So the batteries are dead. Oh wait a minute, you have more.
Okay, that's better.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Let me turn down.
It
Get a
was
little
using
closer.
my camera's mic.
Oh, there we go. That's a lot better right there.
I want to read this to you, if you don't mind. This is the order of the court for my issue.
Oh, okay.
It just got posted to the webpage, the Spirit Court's website this morning.
Cool.
It is ordered the plaintiff's application for preliminary injunction prohibiting the termination of plaintiff's month-to-month tenancy based on the 30-day notice to vacate dated 4/19/22 is granted. Pursuant to ARS 33-1361B and 33-1324, it is further ordered the plaintiff's motion to compel correction of the violation of Phoenix City Code 39-51 described in the City of Phoenix Notice of Violation is granted. The violation shall be corrected within 5 business days from the date on which the clerk of the court files a minute entry order. The court will enforce this order independent of any enforcement action that may or may not be undertaken by the City of Phoenix. It is further ordered setting a continued in-person evidentiary hearing on June 17th, 2022 at 11 a.m., time allotted 60 minutes to address remaining remedy issues, including monetary recovery pursuant to ARS Section 33-1367 and injunctive relief in addition to that ordered herein. I fucking won. 100%.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's good news, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I gotta contact their attorney to see if he still wants me out today. Because I said I'd leave it so that they could make the continued repairs. Now they have 5 days to do so.
Oh yeah, this is true. Well, hell, they still got to do underneath the whole ground and shit out there, don't they?
Oh, they got a lot of shit to do.
Yeah.
And they have to do it within 5 days. So by the end of this week, it's got to be done.
I didn't know what this was about. Sorry.
Oh,
He's struggling with his rent. He got evicted, and it was over, I guess, some bullshit. There's a lot of it I didn't catch, also, but I did pick up some of it. He made a couple videos about it.
Brass taxes. I've been without the use of an oven because they took out the gas a year and a half ago. I finally complained about a month ago, and their response was to say, "Okay, bye, get out."
Okay. I see what you're saying now.
Oh, and
yeah, but, you know, I do have strong opinions about certain subjects, and people tend to take those opinions and twist and turn to their own narratives and don't want to listen.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I caught pieces of it. There was some stuff people were putting out today. Earlier today were talking about, I guess that was yesterday, actually. It's today for me. I work night shift, but a lot of people were talking about that. It's and I didn't hear it. I didn't hear you guys talking, so I don't know what was said. And to be honest, man, I don't really give a shit. But yeah, you've been kind of hot. You've been hot on people's radar today, man, for sure.
Yeah, that's good.
I want to say, Eric said that he got his copy at a yard sale for almost nothing. He didn't even know what it was till a friend told him what that book was.
Copy of The Lost Ways?
No, what was this shit?
Back to Basics?
Braving the Wilds.
Oh, that.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh,
yeah,
and then
bushcraft.
Max says, I just come here to listen to Bushido, the Bushman.
Bushcraft is Oh, go ahead. I don't know.
I was just gonna say, don't blow up Gaston's head.
Oh yeah, that's probably a bad idea. But bushcrafting is something that I knew a lot of bushcrafters before, which is why I don't have a lot of publications on bushcrafting. Because I always knew people that I could just say, "Hey, man, make me some arrowheads," and they would break some beer bottles and make me some, you know. And
right.
They would use the bottoms of a beer bottle. That was their favorite thing to make arrowheads out of. But yeah, I always knew people that did it, and it's kind of funny because it made me not really get into it that much. because I never had to, because I always had, somebody was always trying to do a bow drill on the fire, and then I'd give them 10 minutes and I'd walk in there with my grill lighter and just click the button and start it, you know, and go, you ran out of time. You know what I mean?
Damn. Morning, Rocksteady.
I'll be honest, like I'm fascinated by that, and I want to learn a lot of that, like especially how to do snares and put that into practice, and you know, all of that. But because my focus was more on bugging in and how to survive in place, I didn't put a whole lot of focus on the survivalist kind of thing. But that's actually, I think, was a folly.
Like a cross the board prep where bushcrafters and anyone else can meet in the middle is char cloth. That's something you should know how to do. You should have a box for making it. Like you know those metal keepsake boxes, like a old school pencil box, the pressed metal kind, you know?
Or Altoid can?
Yeah, like imagine a giant Altoid can. And you get one of those, and that's what you want to make your char cloth in. And after you practice it a little bit and you kind of get it down and you figure out your times and your heat and duration and all that stuff, if you got char cloth, a ferro rod will do it. A ferro rod will fire up char cloth every time, like without fail. You'll look like a genius, you know?
Could I make char cloth in my wood stove right now?
You probably could. I've never tried it, but that's not saying that it couldn't happen.
You want natural fibers like cotton, right?
Cotton is the best thing to use.
See, I'm so bad, like old t-shirts that would get thrown out, or anything somebody's getting rid of. Like sometimes I'll get hand-me-ups or to the side or downs or whatever from my sister, because she loves to shop. And so I don't ever have to shop. I just get clothes from her. But the stuff that I don't want, if it's cotton or any kind of natural fiber, I actually hold on to that for material for that kind of thing, or farm stuff or whatever, you know?
Well,
have you ever seen
it? Yankee said an Altoid can. Auntie said Altoid cans are perfect, milkmaid. And then Scatback said old jeans or towels. And then Yankee said you should be able to milk.
But you don't want any kind of synthetics in that mix, right?
I mean, if it's a really low percentage, maybe you could get away with it. But a cotton t-shirt, I mean, literally, if you wanted to make char cloth and you're standing and you're looking around and you just wiped your ass with one shirt sleeve because you're getting ready to be done camping, you know, you look at that remaining shirt sleeve and you're like, char cloth it is, you know, and you just even yourself out to make a sleeveless shirt, you know?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Scatback said cotton towels.
Always wanted to know what to do with that other sleeve.
Right.
Besides a headband.
I didn't even really I didn't realize you had a shirt still on. I thought you smeared poop all over your face and your chest and everything and took off running at this point.
Don't get him started on shit.
Did you play football rescue? I'm sure you did. Being the size that you were, there's no way they didn't let you not play football, probably.
Yeah.
So do you remember the chop tops that you wore under your pads?
Oh yeah.
You know, you cut the sleeves off, and then you cut it off about solar plexus level, and it's just so that where your pads interface with your skin, you don't get burns, you know?
Yeah.
Well, you go to the field, you lose one sleeve, then you lose another sleeve, then you just cut that whole middle section off and make a chop top, you know? And then after that, you're looking around and you're like, well, I'm gonna guess I'm out of t-shirt, you know? Didn't know we were staying this long. Like Frankenstein, it goes in pieces, like in reverse order, you know?
Right. The cat decided to take over. Sorry.
Oh look, yeah.
She'll just
almost
stare
like
at
she's
y'all.
reading chat, going, "Okay, what did they say?"
We're like, oh Lord, really? You want to sit there? Okay, fine. She rules the roost. I'm just, you know, her caretaker.
Auntie
I'm really
says
tempted
jeans
to
are
make
great. And Scatback said, I used my hub's old jeans he had ratted out. Just cut them up, start a fire, and do it all day long.
I might do that today, actually.
But the
Just
first
for
thing you want to
fun.
do if you use jeans is you want to open and separate the two pieces, and you want to cut all the 10 by 12 sections you can get.
Okay.
Because you can save that later for making body armor.
That's right.
And then burn all the other stuff, all the other shit left over. And there'll be a lot.
All the other little bits.
You only get like maybe 3-4 pieces. 2 or 4 pieces is all you get out of a pair of pants that you can use to make armor out of. And then you can torch the rest.
Okay. Well, yeah, because I have a whole bunch of different things that I save. Those plastic bags that you can get, like you get a comforter or a blanket or whatever in. I use those, and I put all of my like fabrics that I'm keeping for whatever use. It might be considered hoarding. I don't know.
Well,
I might be on the border there.
Silk is the best. Rayon's up there.
Rayon?
Denim is good.
I thought rayon was synthetic. It's not?
Well, rayon is a synthetic, but I'm talking about body armor, not charcloth.
Oh, okay.
But rayon is one of the first synthetics, and it's like a hybrid of synthetic. Like, believe it or not, it's considered neither natural nor fully synthetic at the same time. There's something weird about rayon, and I don't know. I don't understand it.
Those shirts are so freaking comfortable. The rayon ones. Oh man.
But man, they grab fiberglass resin like none other, and they're super thin, and they get really strong when you resin them up.
Really?
Good for that. Yeah.
T-Girl
and then
said you should
see the thing is, if you make plates out of just that, rifle bullets will go right through it. But the sister-in-law that comes over that you don't like, she doesn't know that, and she'll have the confidence of a person that has body armor, so you can get her to do her tasks.
Right.
And
he just cut you right off, didn't he, Mate?
I don't care.
Did I?
Yep.
I don't think so.
Sure did.
Did I? Did he?
Yep.
He's such a fucking bully. Sorry, I swore.
No, it happens, but I don't think it happened that time.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
she was actually reading you what T-Girl said.
Well, shit, I didn't even hear that.
That's because you were talking. Notice how that works? I'm just saying.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
She was trying to tell you T-Girl said Bushido should make a video, and she was saying that, and then you just went blah, 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 and right over the top of her.
I heard her said I should make a video. I thought she was done talking.
Whatever. Now it's, I heard her. It's like,
no, I heard her say that I should make a video, but I thought that was it. And maybe it was it. Maybe you jumped to conclusions. Maybe.
No. There's a rewind button. That's what? Go ahead, ma'am. See, I won't interrupt you, but please go right ahead, ma'am.
No, the only thing that annoys me about being on StreamYard is I can't back up if I miss something that somebody said. Because I'll do that often. I'll back up and then move it to 2x, and then you all sound like chipmunks, which is really freaking hilarious.
But it's funnier than it normally is.
You're fine, baby. Yeah, actually. I do that though with almost every video that I watch. I generally watch them at 2x.
Oh no, my cat came up, so
priorities.
I'm having to answer and attend to a cat just like you were doing.
Right. Well, earlier, like, I was standing at the door opening it because she was sitting by the door saying, I want to go in. And then as soon as I opened the door, she sat there for a good 30 seconds trying to decide if she really wanted to go in or not. It's a power play.
Well, cats are notorious for that. And it's their spatial awareness, like they tune themselves to the dimensions of the inside of the house. Then they stand in the doorway and there's just this massive expanse of territory, and they're like, whoa. But then when they get used to being out there and they try to go in the house, it's like this little sardine can to them because they're used to all that space. And then they're gauging and echolocating all this like smallness, and they're going, do I really want to go in here?
Oh, is that what it is? That's the best explanation, other than they just like messing with my head, which is possibly the other possibility.
Before you know that the water's going to be fine in a pool once you're in it for like 20 seconds or so. But you always have that moment before you jump in from the side where you kind of freeze for a second and go, oh shit, do I really want to do this? You know, that's what cats do before they go in the house.
I do the slow immersion immersion.
That's what I do too.
Yeah, like I dip my toe and I'm like,
I'm totally not cutting you off. I was just agreeing with you. Okay. If you feel violated, just show me on the doll where it hurts. And
oh, it was everywhere.
No, honestly, I think you should actually make a body armor video. It might get you banned from YouTube, but you never know.
No, because ZNA Productions made one, and it's been up for years and years. Actually, the first time I stacked,
the one you sent, right?
Yeah, the first time I ever. No, we got a flow. That's cool, but the first time I ever stacked body armor, I had it in my head, and I watched his, and that was when I was like, I can do this, you know. And then I did it. Like, it was that video inspired me, and I've made so much crap like that since, and I've expanded on his idea so much too, and
yeah,
you know, I need to make another one and blow it up and show you how it doesn't work against rifles, because nothing ever does.
Right.
Hey, T-Girl said, Milkmaid, my niece has a drinking fountain for her kitten. It is the coolest thing. It's a small pet fountain for drinking.
Did you say small pet fountain? Are you, yes. T-Girl, are you ready for me to just shit all over whatever you got? Are you ready for that? And I just said a profanity word, but whatever. I don't know. Look at this Cadillac right here. Look at that thing.
Are you kidding me?
Let me go.
You got one for your cat?
Like this. It is bigger than my head. That thing is massive. Which is
pretty big.
Where does it get its water from?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I was trying to blow it up.
Well, the fountain, it draws from the bottom and it rolls it off the top. So you just fill it up with water, you know?
Oh, so it's not a fountain. It's just like a recycling.
It's a fountain, dude. I don't know if you know how fountains work down there in Texas. You guys have electricity, right? I mean,
yeah, but see, fountains down here is water comes in, and then it's not you don't have to just use the same water.
Why does it not become water after it flows a certain amount of time?
As you drink it, a real fountain fills it back up.
That's exactly
you're talking about like
a
self-waterer.
A fountain, yes. Fountain, you know, like when you went to school and you pushed the button, you weren't drinking the last kid's water that he just didn't want. It was fresh water that came out.
First of all, this isn't SpongeBob. Okay, well, like, I'm not at the bottom of the ocean, so like, water is sort of a thing that there's a couple of rules that you have to follow. Like, you can't be in it or you drown, you know. And
tell that to baby seagull.
Shit. I honestly can't. I literally cannot talk about this because it's like kind of fucked up if I do, but they drown, and I know they do, because that's all I can say. You know?
Oh, when I realized that cats liked. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, if you ever hear about missions on like gas oil platforms and shit, there's a lot of drowning that occurs trying to get up those things, because you can't take a bird up if they're taken over and they're hostile. You got to go from the bottom and you got to climb your way up, and oh
geez.
Yeah, it's a high failure exercise, you know. And if you fall off and you fall off the wrong way, they can't even get you. So it's like, if you get knocked out, you're done. You're out of the game, like forever.
Like for reals.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating to like listen to on a radio. I'll tell you that much.
But yeah, from the drivers is a great fire starter too.
Well, yes, but does anybody else want to talk about this before I run my mouth again?
Go right ahead.
But you got to watch what you wash and dry, because the flammability of said materials will vary depending on what the lint is. And this is funny, but we always had a lot of cats, and the lint that I had always had a lot of cat hair in it because you get cat hair on your clothes, you know? And cat hair, I didn't know this until I did the dryer lint trick, but cat hair is kind of a fire retardant of sorts, you know? But where that particular lint shined was when I mixed it with Vaseline. It burned longer than the regular shit. So it was like kind of a give or take. But
later,
yeah.
Yankee. Don't work too hard, brother.
Yeah, see you later, man. He's pretty religious coming in here.
Yeah. Got pretty much a regular crowd, actually. Seems like. We lost Milkmaid again. I guess the Shinternet struck again.
Or she's trying to download PDFs before she forgets about it.
This is true. Oh, she's back. Well, was that the Shitternet or? Can't hear you though. Can't hear nothing.
She's the perfect woman.
Right.
You can't hear her.
No, the mouth is moving. See that all? Got the visual, but no audio.
See, when she moved her mouth, you just went wah 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 wah. That'd be just like when I'm at home on a regular day.
Sounds like Charlie Brown. Wah 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 wah.
I look down the hallway and I'm like, oh, she's moving her mouth again. She's doing that thing where she makes the words.
My wife hates it when we do that. Dude, I used to do that to her. She'd be talking and be like, oh, God. Wah, 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 wah. I'd say, oh, shut up. What's Cat Pack say? Or paper egg cartons with little lint pieces of wood and wax. Let them dry, then use as necessary, then burn for a while. There you go.
There's I got them stashed at my mom's house because they're also really smelly, like in a good way. And I have them in the closets in her guest bedroom. But there was I impulse bought egg cartons.
Okay, and now I can't hear you.
I didn't say
That's
nothing.
insane.
Oh, you couldn't
Hold
hear
on,
Bug
I've
Up?
got to close everything out and restart it all.
Okay.
But there's a company that sells an aromatic version of that for like fireplaces and stuff, so that when you use it as a fire starter, it also smells good, you know? And it's a gimmick, you know, and you're like, man, I'm not going to buy that stuff. But Impulse bought like 3 packs of them, you know, and they smell so good that when I use it for the fire pits outside, the entire neighborhood smells like that stuff. It's amazing, man. It's crazy.
Oh, wow.
I have to look up who makes this stuff, man. It's like one of them is like a cinnamon kind of thing. One is like a pine, and I'm not crazy about pine because it reminds me of like, you know, like that fake pine smell in boot camp from the cologne they'd make you mop the floor with, you know?
Yeah, pine sol.
Yes, that stuff. But then there was another one that smelled pretty good too, and I forget. There was like 3 cents, and I got like one of each, you know? But totally worth it, man. It's a total frill. Like, you do not need it at all, but it's exactly what he was talking about. But it's just like a bougie, fancy version of that with like the scented wax.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what we got. Gmail. You folks having problems with your electronics using wax candles, or those wax incense may be your problem. The residue.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can't hear you. Are you talking?
Wait. Talk.
Can't hear nothing.
Is he messing with me?
I think so.
Can you hear me, BB?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're such an asshole. That was so weird. I had to like X out of everything.
Well, we could hear you the first time.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
No, he's just trying to start shit.
I don't know why I hang out with y'all.
Because we're cool.
Oh.
Hey, don't give me no shoulder shrug, woman. You throwing them things up like that.
Rolling your eyes.
That's
like,
it.
I know all the moves.
Oh, yeah. It's
Mhm.
part of the DNA structure, I think.
There's also the selective hearing. People think only men use that. Nope.
Oh, no. Women invented it, I think.
Huh?
We just adapted to it, that's all.
Let's see if I can adjust this volume. Y'all are sitting on ammo boxes.
Well, then I guess we're going to know
Right
if
now.
the shit hits the fan because we're going to get knocked off.
Dude, those 40 mic cans are the best for sitting on.
The what?
The 40 mil cans for like the Mark 19. They're like almost knee height, and they're real big, and they're wide.
Sage and rosemary wrapped in foil make great bug repellents when thrown in a fire.
Yes.
Oh, that was something I was going to bring up. Shoot, what were you talking about that you were saving? And I was going to suggest something that you should protect them from mice, and I can't remember what it was.
Oh, mint and wintergreen and a bunch of other stuff. They hate it.
Yeah, your solar stuff. Because I don't know about you, but I've actually lost like value on vehicles before. Like my Jeep, I had parked for the longest time before I sold it, and I wasn't able to sell it for as much because mice had gotten into the engine and chewed the hell out of those wires. So I was wondering if that was a consideration for your solar stuff.
It is. It's in that shed over there, and it's in a box. So
Right.
I have these bags, and it's like when you go in there, it almost smells like in school when a kid threw up and they dumped that sawdust on it. It almost has that smell. It's like this scented shit that rodents hate, and I have like 10 bags of it in there. It's just all over the place because I got buckets in there of rice and shit, and I put the sticks of gum in there also, but I throw those bags around because I don't want to take any chances, man. I got cleaned out one time when I lived in Ohio, and I had mice that got into the basement because the neighbor like relapsed and became a meth head again and turned the place into a trap house pretty much, and they stopped cutting the grass and stopped cleaning the house, and we got their mice. And dude, speaking of scented stuff, they ate all the freaking scented tea lights that we had. All the regular ones they left, and they ate all the scented ones. And I'm talking like
wax.
They ate the wax. They ate all of it, and it was crazy, man. Like
I didn't know that was a thing.
They ate some of my freaking deuce gear, like my nylon web gear. They chewed through. I had in the like the plastic, like kind of like Rubbermaid bin totes that you can get. I had bags of rice and stuff in those. They chewed through the Rubbermaid bin and then just ate through all the bags. And I couldn't keep them out. And that was what did it. What finally got them to leave was we just we bought that hippie oil, the diffuser bottles that you stick those little incense sticks in. We got a couple of those, and we doused cotton balls, and wherever they had like a travel area that we could detect, we would throw those cotton balls down, and we never figured out how they got into the basement, but we knew the direction they came from, so we just dive bombed that with those cotton balls. Then we set those diffuser bottles out, and man, if you went down there, you almost needed a gas mask because it was like a wintergreen mint death zone, but man, they didn't want to have shit to do with it. They moved out. They never came back. And we only did it one time. The smell got less and less and less, but they never returned. They said, F that. We're good. They pieced out.
I need to do that in my storeroom because I have a separate building that I keep most of my supplies in, which is probably stupid. I need to spread them out a little bit more. But I need to inventory everything and see where we stand. Because I really feel like by the end of the summer, I think the shortages will really hit. So
another video I need to do is that stuff that I got, those bags. They look almost like the size of a cornhole bag, but smaller, And they're just full of like herbs and a bunch of other crap. And there's a, I think I got it. I want to say I got it at Costco. I got it at some store. Like I didn't go out of my way. It was there. So I got it, you know? And
it was marketed for mice control or
Yeah.
rodent control?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's all natural. It's like totally non-toxic. So if you're keeping it around your food, it's fine, you know?
Right.
But yeah, it keeps and it smells for a long time, especially if you have a area that's not like super highly ventilated. It'll stick around. It permeates, you know?
That makes sense.
Hey, do you know what could chase a skunk off? TJ says that they have a skunk that's moved in under their workshop.
Again.
Ooh. I don't know, man. But I know you do not want to have a schnauzer. That is what you do not want to have right about now.
Yeah. I've dealt with way too many skunks. They, yeah. They're cute as can be, but I will shoot a skunk especially if it looks rabid. I'll leave it alone if it's in the field, but if it's up by the house, I try to shoot away without.
Why don't you make friends with them?
Like Bambi?
Did you make friends with Bambi?
Yeah. You always
Bambi
want to
flambe?
backstrap Bambi.
Backstrap Bambi. Actually, Bambi pisses me off. But anyways, I like wildlife and I try to leave them alone for the most part. There are times though, like the fox that was chasing my chickens the other day and was running around my yard with like freaking feathers hanging out of his mouth. Luckily, it was just the tail feathers. So one of my chickens doesn't have tail feathers anymore. But I couldn't bring myself to shoot it. Like I would have grabbed my BB gun and maybe popped it lightly, but I don't know.
I used to have a camping rifle, and it was a Yugoslavian SKS because it was at the time one of the cheapest semi-automatic rifles you could buy. You know, and I got it for $100. You know, I was like, okay, I got a rifle. I'm going to take this thing down to Red River Gorge. I'm going to hike trails with this thing. I'm going to beat it up. It's going to be ugly. You know, I threw 19 coats of paint on it so it wouldn't rust. You know, I had a folding bayonet, which I used. When I'd go to the campsite, I would fold the bayonet out and just throw it in the ground like a spear. And then that's where it stayed for a day or two, you know? I would just totally abuse this rifle, you know? But back then, these laws weren't so crazy. And I would always buy stuff like exploding ammo or incendiary ammo or, you know, exploding tracers and all that kind of stuff. But we were outside of the Shawnee Preserve, this huge preserve, and his land butted up to it, and the deer had never been hunted before. So like you'd be making a fire and a deer would just walk right up to you, you know, and it'd be smelling the logs while you're sitting there like stacking them, and you're like, this thing is not running away, but you stand up and it would take off. But anyway, one time we're over there, deer comes up, he's strolling up and he's kind of looking around. Dude walks up, just pulls my rifle out of the ground, sticking in there with its bayonet like it always is, and fucking shoots the deer, right? But I had incendiary rounds in it, and it hit the deer, and all you could smell was burnt hair because you know it's a burning bullet, right? So the joke of Bambi flambe, Bambi flambe was the joke for like a month or two or three, you know, like. You know, whenever we'd make chili, it'd be like, is this the Bambi flambe? You know, the thing's like on fire when it hit the ground, you know?
Did
kind of funny.
Did it kill it?
Well, I mean, it died eventually. Yeah, it made it about 30, 40, 50 yards or so, and then it dropped over.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it had a little vapor trail of burnt hair,
funny,
you know. Went through and through though.
Instead of tracking the blood drops, you're tracking the burnt hair smell.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't make it far enough to where we even had to track it. I mean, like we saw it drop, you know, and you know, you can't hunt with rifles in Ohio, so I was a little taken aback, you know, and I was like, dude, WTF over, right? And he was like, man, there's only 2 game wardens in this county,
right?
And it's after 5, so the 2 game wardens are both outside of the county in the bar on the county line right now. It's like, this time of day, you could literally kill every deer in this national forest and there would be nobody here to see it, you know? And I was like, all right, dude, whatever, if you say so.
Did you get away with it?
I didn't realize how much. Sorry.
Well, what I would say, yeah, but to even expand on that, he, just to give you a hint of how the deer breed and live in this Shawnee preserve, he shot a deer with a bow. And that same property at that same spot almost, and it was the largest deer ever taken in the county before at the time that he got it. I don't know if it's been broken or not since then. It's been a few years now, but he had taken down the largest deer that was ever hunted in Adams County, Ohio at the time. So I'm not talking little baby runt deer like you see in Florida. I'm talking these things were like massive, just spectacles to behold, big MFers, you know?
What's up, Donkey?
Man.
Morning, everybody. Morning. How y'all doing?
Hey,
Dude, I haven't seen you in forever,
Morning,
man.
Rescue. Bug out. Milkmaid. Got her hair all up in a bun, looking all pretty and professional today.
He's going
How's
through a
everybody
post
doing?
looking for mates.
Pretty good.
You got
caught
what?
me on the... Go ahead, Milkmaid.
I've missed what he said. Probably a good thing.
Oh, I said you got your hair all up in a bun, and
I missed what everybody said.
Oh.
Well, he said something about your hair being in a bun. I'm not sure where to begin with that.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you just fine.
But she can't. She's lagging.
Dude, it's funny when you first said your hair's in a bun and you're looking all good, and she was shuffling down there. It looked like she was going through her purse to find some mace.
I was just saying she's looking all professional today, like, you know, she's got a job interview or something. Now she's gonna mace my ass. Jeez. See if I compliment anybody anymore.
She was going, taser, taser, taser. Where is that taser?
You know, honestly,
have to
Milkmaid,
write
I would
down
expect to get.
Later.
You should try driving it. You get there quicker.
This is probably true.
You know,
Didn't
honestly,
you hear
I
this joke earlier?
I would expect to get tased or maced by Bug Out, but not you. I mean, you're so nice.
Well, that's
I just
usually the ones
been-
you got to worry about.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I'll learn
I'm
one
doing it
day.
right then.
Yeah, you caught me
I'm
at just at the
pretty
tail end.
tolerant. I am a pretty tolerant person, man. I don't like. I can kind of diffuse people a lot of times, and then if I can't, like whatever happens next, I tried. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's all you can really do.
I try to remain tolerant, but I fail sometimes. Oh man, am I lagging?
No, you're not.
Okay, y'all are just awkwardly silent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I figured I was going to let Donkey come back and give him a few minutes to talk because, yeah, he called. I was fixing to actually tell you guys because I was thinking about cutting it off here in about 10 minutes. It gives me
that's fine.
8 hours and then just keep my little routine.
Okay. I figured I saw you were still live, and I popped in and say hi and everything.
So where have you been?
Yeah, where you been?
Oh, I just been staying off of YouTube a little bit. You know, somebody keeps stirring up shit, and you know, apparently now I've got other people that are, you know, I've been referred to as a internet reject. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Are you a part of this shit going around, I guess?
I guess apparently so. You know, I'm now an internet reject, which is okay. I really don't give a shit. I don't care what people say about me. I have my life. I do my shit.
Well, dude, what team are you on this thing? I don't even know what the teams are, dude. Like, I'm like,
neither do I.
I'm that dude that's showing up at this college like playoff, and I don't even know what teams are going to be there or nothing, dude. Like, who's getting into it with who? Now I know, Batman and Christina set off CBC, right? And
CBC, yeah.
So there's that thing, and then I heard that I heard your name somewhere in there, but I only heard your name one time, so I don't know where you fit into that.
Well, see, okay, prior to that, Sage had come into Christina's, and immediately she went off on it. I guess I don't know the truth behind it, so I've really not been trying to speak on it. But apparently, trolls came in. Then he came up on panel. Everybody started jumping him. I'm sitting there quiet, like, you know, I really don't have a beef with him. I don't know him. I don't know his channel. I don't watch his stuff. I don't watch Cold Beer or CBC. Not my thing. I don't watch it. You know, I don't go into other people's chat, and if, you know, I don't like their content, I don't sit there and make crude, rude remarks or talk shit about them unless they talk shit about me. But, you know, I guess they've said some things about me. I personally don't give two shits. You know, if that's what makes your life go around, hey, knock yourself out. Have fun with that shit.
So
well, I heard a recap of that thing, and your name was only said one time, and it was so vague, dude. It was so vague that I didn't even know. You would have had to have seen what occurred that day to even know how you fit into it, because I was clueless, man, and I still haven't heard any of the Christina stuff, so like I'm out of that.
Well, apparently,
I heard some sound bites of the Ray stuff, and like, yeah, dude, CBC
well, this was prior to the Ray, so that kind of started it, and neither side will let go, so they just keep going back and forth. Okay, so then she went on Ray's channel. And her and Ray said something about veterans. I did not see the live. I did not catch what they said. It's no longer up on YouTube, so I can't go back and watch it. I have the utmost respect for our veterans, our those who served. I do have some issues with some veterans. I do not care for the ones that, and usually you could tell what their rank was because they're the ones that feel like everybody owes them something. You know, and I do feel we do owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. You know, I honestly do feel that way. I am disgusted by the amount of money we dump into other things, and like the VA is so shitty towards veterans. And I can speak from personal experience. My father is a veteran. My uncle's a veteran. My grandfather's a veteran. My grandfather's deceased, but you know, so I have a little bit of firsthand knowledge on how it is. I can't stand when I see people standing on the side of the road claiming to be veterans and begging for money and they're homeless. I hate that we have homeless veterans in this country. There's no excuse for it. We've got all kinds of housing. You know, if we got government housing, we can put a bunch of lazy asses that refuse to work in. Why can't we put veterans in there?
Well, but I mean, at the same time, man, the veteran can become that lazy POS that doesn't want to work also, you know?
Right.
I mean, they're not immune to that. And they're not immune to chemical dependency or mental illness either, you know? I mean,
no, they're not. And I feel for each and every one of them.
And really the sacrifice, to be honest, man, is that they're more prone to that, you know? Yeah. Because your reality gets smashed for some guys, you know? But and that's where, like, CBC, I understand 100% of his points, because we kind of, I guess, are coming from the same background, you know, and everything he said, I'm like, yep, yeah, that's right. But then, like, the stuff that Ray was saying, I'm like, well, now, if he only would have handled it differently, he could have got away with 80% of what he said, you know?
Yeah, and it was probably a way of not saying it in the right manner. Or saying it the right way.
For real.
You know, because like you said, there's some veterans that are homeless. They choose to be, you know, and I don't like it. But, you know, if they choose that life, who am I to judge them on it, you know?
Well, and here's the one thing that I've kind of learned the hard way. You can't save somebody from themselves, you know, and when someone becomes their own problem, you know, you know, every person that you see on the street, and they talk about this homeless epidemic, you know, this is what I think of, okay? Every time I see a homeless person on the street, especially the drug addict types, you know, the mentally ill types also, though, you know, but every homeless, mentally ill, or drug addicted, or both person that's out there, there is a family that are also tore up and scarred and destroyed because they burned every bridge before they got to that sidewalk they're sleeping on, you know? Because if
More
they still
likely,
had a bridge left, they wouldn't be there, you know?
Well,
and just think about all the
sometimes
damage
that's
that
not
happened
always
before
true.
somebody ended up over there. Well, a lot of times it is, man. And I'll tell you, dude,
Well,
like,
I'm sure it is.
I know this a little more than I probably should because there's a lot of friends of mine that kind of ended up that way. And I tried to help them. And, you know, you try to give somebody a place to stay and they steal your shit and they sell it for drugs. And it's like, hey, man, at a certain point, you're like, no more, you motherfuckers, you stay out, you know? And you just got to become
really
that guy, you know?
Puts a bad taste in your mouth for wanting to help anybody. Yeah.
And it's, we have a bigger problem. Like, that is a symptom of the problem. And I think that southern border is the gateway to the problem, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, shit keeps flowing in.
And then somewhere in between there, you know, like a guy like Fat Man shitting on veterans, it's like kind of insignificant when you look at the big problem, you know? And I do see where CBC was talking about where, like, he's kind of forming his attitudes off of veteran channels that talk about shitbag veterans, but it's CBC does have a point where it's different when a veteran does it because other veterans find it funny because they're like, yeah, there are that kind of shitbag veteran. But then when somebody like Radis comes in and carpet bombs veterans and compares them to that dude in Iraq that fragged his own squad, it's like, man, that's kind of fucked up, you know? And like, I don't even want to weigh in on it because if I do, then I'm picking a side and really, like, I don't give a shit, you know? I mean, if somebody offends me personally, yeah, I'm swinging, you know, but
well, at least even if you witness it when you're not part of it, then you're jumping into shit. And there's already so much shit going on. You really got to voluntarily jump in another pool just because, like, there's not enough to get involved in.
Yeah.
And there's already people bringing the heat to these people, man. There's already people bringing the fire to them. Like, I really got to be hard up for some action if I want to jump on this bandwagon at this point, you know? So, like,
well, that's my thing, you know?
Right.
Like, you know, Christina went and, you know, had that issue with Sage, and I was on the panel, and I didn't say shit to Sage. You know, like I said, I don't know the guy. I don't watch his content, so, you know, I really don't know shit about him.
Well, I can tell you one thing about Sage.
Morning, Pamela.
One thing about Sage, man, and this is the only thing I know about Sage, okay? I've watched his streams a handful of times, but he would come on Ron's every once in a while back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He was intelligent. He was nice. And, dude, I bounced ideas back and forth with him. I like his brain, man. That's my opinion of him. Now, I hear all this stuff about Sage, man, and I'm like, maybe, but the dude that I met, the dude I got to know on Ron's stream, I didn't see any of that stuff. And I'm not saying that it's not him. I'm not saying that he's innocent of whatever people say about him, but there's a side of that guy where if there isn't any bullshit, he's a great guy to listen to, man. He's super knowledgeable. He has an impressive intellect. His voice sounds a little weird, but that's not his fault, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that day he came up on Christina's panel. You know, he was very polite. He was very intelligent, the way he spoke. You know, he was very articulate. You know, well, like I said, I don't have anything against the guy. I don't know him. I don't follow his channel. But because I was on her panel, I guess I kind of got lumped into him. But, you know, as far as that, I don't...
maybe.
Yeah, you know. But the fact is, you know, if they go back and watch it, I didn't say shit negative about him. Because I'm pretty much, you know, I'm friends with Christina, but, and this is something I've said to her face. She keeps stirring up a lot of this shit that she's catching hell for, and it's mainly because she can't just leave shit alone. She's got to say something. And I get it. I was there at one point in my life. But, you know, she's...
Well, dude,
she's just causing a lot more problems for herself.
I'll say this too, man. I'll say this about Christina. I have seen her be a little brash, you know. I've seen her be a little pugnacious, I guess, and heavy-handed, let's say, but that's part of her shtick, like she's kind of got the F this, F you kind of thing going. That's the flow of her channel. That's her thing, and I'm like, okay, I got it. But I will say this, I've heard so much stuff about her, but me personally, with my two eyes, I never have seen this stuff that people are talking about, It's just never, maybe the broken clock is right twice a day, but every time I've been around her, she's never stirring the pot. She's never talking shit. She's never doing any of that. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I'm just saying I can't opine on that because just like with Sage, what I've seen of her is not what I'm hearing, And it's the same thing with Sage too, man. And this CBC guy, man, I kind of resonate with him. I love that dude, man. You'd think I'd watch his shit more, but I don't. but and it's almost like I don't have to because I already know what he's going to say about stuff because, like, I know 100 of those guys, and we're kind of. In a way, we're a dime a dozen, man. Like, we're all the freaking same at a certain point, and that's the part that I kind of bounce off with him, where like I don't even have to really get to know him because I already do. You know what I mean?
Right. I see. My thing is, like I said, I kind of got lumped into it, but like, you know me. I'm not gonna go just fucking chasing after people and screaming and hollering. I'm not gonna go into his live stream, start putting bullshit in his chat or anything like that. I'm not going to disrespect him. I'm not going to disrespect his wife, his kids. I don't know the guy. I caught some of what he was saying about, like the veterans and stuff, and I get where he's coming from. Like I said, I didn't catch Ray's live where he said it, so I don't know exactly what he said or how he said it. But I've heard from others, and I mean, it could have been said in a better manner, a better way, because I mean, I know veterans that are still active duty, and I've got one friend of mine, he's a major. We'd go somewhere and I'd go reaching into my pocket because some guy'd be standing on the corner begging for money, and it'd say, veteran, anything helps, God bless. And I'd go to give him $5 and he'd look at me and say, he'd tell me flat out, don't you give him no money. If he's truly a veteran, there's the VA, they'll help him. And that was back before I learned, being with my dad and seeing what my dad gets through the VA. Anything I would learn about that before I actually learned, VA kind of, I mean, they're there to help, but they kind of suck. There's not enough funding and shit.
What's up, you people?
Morning. How are you?
How's your shoulder, brother? Doing better?
Good morning, you people.
Good morning.
I gotta go pull a tire chalk real quick.
All right. I was listening to House Donkey's story over here, and I had to come up as guilty by association.
I've been lumped that way before.
Wow. I just felt it was appropriate.
You know what? I think.
Oh, man, I guess we all missed a good one, I guess, man. Or a bad one, depending on how you look at it. A doozy. How's that?
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad I missed the doozies. I hate it when I'm part of them.
I love missing them, but I do kind of regret not understanding fully what transpired,
Yes. Well, because you can't come to a real conclusion as to what actually happened. And to me, it's like what I see is people painting with too broadly a brush, people making assumptions, people getting butthurt, people going after each other, and they go after each other again on fucking YouTube. And it's like, so what are y'all doing in your real lives? Like, is this really that important? I mean, there are some things that I feel are, important, especially if there's personal attacks and that kind of thing. But quite frankly, I find it all very fucking childish. And sorry, Rescue, I did drop some bombs, but that's
well, you know what they say though, when you assume, you put a big old Boston steamer right on your own chest with your own butthole. I heard that. Is that how they say it? Is that how the saying goes?
I thought it was making an ass out of you and me, but I could be wrong.
To me, it's almost that people can't stand it if it's like they just can't let you do you. And it's like there's a need to interject and there's a need to intervene. And then you have people that just love to see people get pissed off, so they love poking just to see if they can get a reaction. I just don't, you know, I mean, I've seen that. I've seen the gambit of that. I don't know. Shit's over for me.
I'm just here for the laughs.
Right.
So
That's pretty much me. I mean,
you got me to an idea that I had when you said you do you, because I thought of a partial sex change idea. And think about it. Just feel me out.
No.
A guy with a large
no. That was a hell of a choice of words for the topic you're trying to go to, sir. No.
A guy with let's just say a bigger than normal beer gut, okay? He could have a vagina implanted on the bottom of it, and then he could do himself. Right?
What about the boobs?
Think of the money he'll save by not having to take girls out on dates and stuff. He could work overtime. He could actually have sex with himself on the drive home from work. Like, this would revolutionize the workforce, I think.
Are you
Nobody's
sure?
with me? Does anybody want to invest in this? Prestige worldwide.
money's tight right now. Gas is expensive. And
So I'm all alone here. Is that what's going on?
Well, I think you're innovative and definitely think outside the box. So kudos.
Oh, you're thinking way outside somebody's box.
Should I take it to Shark Tank is what I'm asking.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, you know what? You do that. You take it to Shark Tank. I don't even watch the freaking show, but I will for that episode.
You let me know when that shit airs.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
But now hold on. I'm going to side with Milkmaid on this. You know, she said, "What about the boobs?" And I agree. What about the boobs? Because I'm a boob guy.
Okay, but he just wait a minute. This is self-explanatory. See, you just did not listen to him properly. Had you listened to him properly, he said a guy with the beer gut. Well, with the beer gut also comes with the double D's. Because you don't have one without the other. So once you get that down there, you all of a sudden have those up here.
Okay. I mean, you might as well go all out. I mean, if you're going to go that direction, just don't pull any punches. Just do it all.
I got a better idea. Just take and go ahead and put the chain around your ankle. Be sure that the concrete block is big enough for forklift have to pick it up and drop it off the pier.
Well, I think to have the traditional fixation, the mammarial fixation that men tend to have of the days of old, is kind of a transphobic approach to the way we view sexuality today, you know, in our more progressive society.
That is deep.
So I think you're bigoted is what I'm saying. And I think women have to have boobs.
I don't think he has a well. I think he's tapped into some reservoir that was underneath there for some weird experimenting that used to go on in that quasi hut, and he's getting little doses of it.
He went deep sea diving. You
I don't
never
even want
know.
to get into this conversation because I don't even want to get into this conversation because me and my wife got into this conversation and we talked about like non-binary people I don't know exactly what the meanings of these terms are anymore. I'm like, so she was telling me like roughly like they don't claim a gender. I'm like, so they're a Ken doll? Essentially they're a Ken doll, right?
No. Dude, I thought non-binary.
I get confused.
From my observation, non-binary means didn't get picked for dodgeball. Right? I mean, we used to call them nerds.
That shit confuses me.
We used to just say nerds, but now it's non-binary, I think.
Oh, it's killing me.
Because when I see them, I'm like, nerd, you know, and then they go, I'm non-binary. And I'm like, I guessed it. Or it must mean the same thing, you know?
Again, I'm not getting into this because me and my wife got into a big old argument over it. It's like, no, I'm not getting into it.
Oh, me and my wife did too. So yeah.
Wait.
Y'all are
So,
weird. We don't have
I'm-
arguments about
Yeah,
this. We
wait a
just
minute.
say they're all weird.
Okay, so wait.
I'm feeling it, dude. Go
Just a
get
little
it.
bit of clarification here. So wait a minute. So
kidding.
we're talking about pronouns. So we're talking about genders, but you and your wife, and you, Donkey, and your wife have had arguments over this topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As in,
Because like I'm
they figure that there's more than two, or you think there's more than two. How do you
No.
argue over this?
No,
no,
she
my wife
knows,
thinks there's more than
she
two.
knows the meanings behind all of those different things,
Right.
and I don't. And I'm
Exactly.
old school. You know, I'll at
Male,
least
female.
I'll at least say that there's gay, there's trans, and there's bi. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand those. But once you start getting into non-binary or no gender or something like that, you start
Pansexual.
losing me.
I
Yeah,
guess
you start getting into
I'm
like
even a generation.
pansexual and
I'm a generation older than you because it wasn't even a
Hi,
trans. It
baby.
was just called a drag.
How are you? Yeah?
Oh, that's when you dress up. You're not doing anything more than dressing up.
Well, that's to me. I'm
Well,
sorry. If that's
now
really
you-
kind of working for you, then it just kind of
You ought
sounds
to
to
be
me
with
like that
me.
was the beginning. You just changed the term to something else now, and went
Well, you bring me to a point, and my point is, if this is for male to female transition, okay? I haven't figured out rules for the other way around yet, but my rule for male to female transition: don't make me call you a female if you still have a wee wee. You know?
Yeah.
That thing
Well,
has got to go. If you want me to treat you like you don't have a wee wee, then you better get rid of the damn thing, because if you got one, no, I'm not playing that game. You know,
no
like
wee
I
wee
don't,
for you.
I don't know where Caitlyn Jenner sits on that one. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
if Caitlyn Jenner says, "I went to the sausage factory and I'm smooth as a button," I'd say, "Okay, ma'am, have a nice night." You know,
Where is that?
that's where I'm at. If you got, let's call it skin in the game, that's a pun that applies, right? But yeah, if you're serious enough to get rid of that thing, then hats off. You're in the club as far as I'm concerned. You know, that's some dedication right there. But these people that they wear a onesie to go in the women's swim competition, and you see their freaking sack hanging out of their bikini bottoms, you know, and you're like, no, dude, no, bro, that's not what a woman is, you know.
That's not commitment to the crazy. I mean, you need
Exactly.
to go full tilt.
Yeah, right. That's you're a loser. You can't beat another man in your same field. So you're going to go to the women's field and compete there where you can dominate.
And
so
what
you
it
can
is,
actually win a gold medal.
it's
That's a
scholarship
loser.
poaching.
Talent poaching.
No, it's scholarship poaching. They're
scholarship
taking.
poaching.
It's like what Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren did. Now think of this. Here's what I want to know. You want a story that I want to hear? I want to hear the Native American lady that didn't get a college scholarship because Elizabeth Warren got it instead. You know, I want to see the hotel rooms that she's cleaning 12 hours a day to make ends meet, while Elizabeth Warren is in her multi-million-dollar mansion, one of 5. You know, what about the real Native American that she effed over to get to where she's at by claiming to be one and then getting exposed? And here she is still in government, you know? Like, that is the biggest, that is a hate crime. That is a racist action, you know?
Yes.
So,
and
then
you
it's
still
the
gonna be up
same
for a
thing.
while? I got to run and check in real quick.
I'm probably fixing to call it here in just a few minutes, Donkey. I was kind of going to
Okay.
let everybody finish up. I'll start feeling a little rough.
Oh, you got time, man. I'll keep them on here for another half hour, easy. Yeah, I got them. I got them right where I want
okay.
'em.
Go take a nap.
Yep.
All right, man. Bug out. You going on tomorrow morning?
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, it's a
Okay,
work day
I'm
tomorrow.
gonna
I
come
usually
on a
call them on the
little
drive home. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to come on a little earlier. Great seeing everybody. Milkmaid, get off of YouTube. Go milk them cows.
Sure did.
Get off of YouTube. Go milk them poor cows.
I did the chores while streaming, so suck it.
Hey, well, Donkey, hold on a minute. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. You can stay. Go tend to your business and just come back. I might not be here. 1A might be here in place of me, but everybody's
Oh,
still
okay.
gonna be here, so just go do what you got to do.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
I'm
Hey,
there.
milkmaid.
I may not be
Never
here
mind.
much longer anyhow, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna jump down too. So
I think 1A said because he'll come up and he can kind of keep it going, and he said I think he's good for up to an hour, so that way I kind of give everybody to still talk and kind of hang out for a few.
that's cool.
Sounds good. You know what blows my mind about the whole trans thing? You don't hear anything about the, I can never get it right. It's trans men when you go from woman to man, right? Never hear a peep about that. Their woes, their difficulties. Wah. It's only the ones that are going for the women's place.
I think that's all of it, though. In all honesty, because that's I don't know. This sounds so redneck, but here's my in the woods, backwoods shit. But like I told my wife, I can't look back on my life, and never did I walk out of my freaking door and walk a certain way because I have sex with a female. I never talked a certain way when I went in the store because of who I had sex with. I didn't work a certain way because I don't remember referencing that in my way of life. And now all of a sudden there's people that just have, and the whole time they're going, here's this in your face. They're telling you not to pay attention to it and to just accept it. And it's just like, I'm not wired that way. Sorry.
Yeah. I just did shit my way. And something funny, man, like when I was a freshman in high school, I remember people talking shit about me because they like I walk different. I got like the way I walk is a little different, and the way I kind of, my posture is a little different. And like people were kind of making fun of me when I was a freshman. And then I got in a couple bands and they figured out I was a good musician and stuff. And then I caught freshmen 2 years later mimicking the way that I walked and stood and stuff. And I'm like, these people are pretending to be me, but they didn't get their ass kicked for that,
They didn't earn that strut, damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Like guys at the shopping mall trying to pretend like they're Johnny Depp and Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like, no, dude, you got to have a lifetime of destroying your body to walk like that. You don't just pick it up overnight.
Dude. Okay,
mine was a little different than that, but
do this real quick. Hey, 1A, appreciate you, brother. If you sure you don't mind, I appreciate it. Everybody else appreciate it. Give everybody a place to hang out and chill. And I want to go. I'm gonna give me some chicken noodle soup, and then I just want to kick back for just a little bit and see if this shit will chill out for just a little bit. Let's start up.
Yeah, dude, you gotta start thinking about the knife, bro. By the way.
Well, I'm working on that. I'm trying to concoct an idea in my head that I can justify to myself. Hey, I do want you to do me a favor there, Bug Out. If you remember when you get up later, give me a holler.
Okay. Anything critical?
No. Just check your phone when you get off of it, and then you'll see.
Okay.
All right. All right. Later, everybody. Y'all have a good day. Be sure smile or be the reason somebody does. I appreciate everybody hanging out as long as
Bye,
you're doing
Rescue.
that. Y'all be safe.
All right.
Bye, Rescue.
Bye, ma'am.
Later, Rescue.
All right, I'm jumping down as well. 1A, good to see you, brother. But I'm jumping down. I got family shit to do. So
Get that family shit done, brother.
Right. We'll definitely catch up with you guys later.
All right, man. Good seeing you.
Yeah. See you later, bro.
Hey, 1A, how you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
Oh, another day, another dollar, brother.
Look at this, man. My cat's getting their armpit addiction in again. She loves that.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
Lazy ass cat.
She likes her butt spanked, getting a whole nose full of armpit. Yeah.
She must like the way you smell.
I got away with the ladies.
I'm not
With
sure.
your armpits. That's okay.
Yeah, after a 14-hour day, she just crams her nose right in my armpit. Now that is a cat.
That's love.
That's love
you see
right
what I
there.
mean?
My outside cat's like
Daddy's
my
home.
feet. So when I work outside, like I wear the same old shoes, and I know those shoes stink. You know what I mean? Because they're work shoes, and I leave them outside, and I'll take them off, and I'll come back outside, and they're all got their head buried in one shoe. They're laying on the other, and they're just rubbing all over it. I'm like, you guys like funky smells, don't you?
Oh, dude, I take my socks off and I can throw them on the. We have bamboo floors; they're real slick, and I can throw it on the floor and they'll jump on it and rabbit kick it and roll it around and act like they're fighting it and stuff. But they're just like rubbing their face all over it and like going like they're killing it, And I'm like, my God, they just love that nasty, rank foot smell. If you think about it, in the animal kingdom, man, we are the oddballs. We're the ones. Our sense of smell is different from all them. Like they're the normal ones.
We have pleasant and unpleasant, and they have just like a whole variety of things.
Yeah, like if you look at a bomb dog,
I don't think there's any difference
You don't think so?
to them.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? I don't think they know the difference between a good or bad smell.
Right. No, that's exactly what it is, man. Like how we see is how they smell. Like they don't smell a hamburger. They smell flour. They smell beef. They smell sesame seeds. They smell salt. They smell some pepper. They have this spectrum of stuff that they're like, okay, this is what's going on here. And then in their head they're like, hey, we can eat that. But that's like how we see. We can look at trees and we're like, okay, that's green. They're different shades, but those are all leaves. I see some branches. Oh, that red thing, that's an apple. I can eat that. And the correlation is kind of the same.
I never thought of it like that.
I mean, they are
animals. If they smell a pile of shit, it's a pile of shit, period. But they can smell...
Yeah, or eat it.
Yeah. Or
so
like
it's
dead
a totally
things.
different experience, dude.
Oh, yeah. Or like she
word.
said, they eat it because they can still smell that there's still some nutritional value there.
Yeah.
Like dogs with cat shit.
Oh, man.
There's got to be something in Urban Dictionary for that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Herd burglar,
Well, like we used to have these. We had two great names. Like anytime something dies on our property, one of our livestock or anything, we have what we call the boneyard, and we drag it off over there, and it gets to naturally decay and everything. Our Great Danes would go over there. Like we had I think it was one of our calves that had died, but we'd put it over there, and the damn dogs that go over and roll around on its scent or on the carcass, and then come back and you go to pet them and you're like, ow, what the shit? They're like, you nasty bastard. And then you got to give them a bath, and it's like,
wait, so you don't bury?
That's my dog all day long.
no, we can't bury where we live. We live in Florida, too shallow. Go right to the aquifer.
Oh,
you can,
gotcha.
but you can't. You can mound,
Right.
but you can't bury.
Yeah, you can mound, but we just
What about
lay them
burning?
out there, and we've got a pack of buzzards that'll come by and land all in the trees and drop down on the property, and they clean it up for us.
Turkey vultures will make a cat go away in about 2 hours.
Yeah,
Ain't
they
that the truth?
will. They definitely will.
So what's the difference between a turkey vulture and just a regular vulture?
I don't know.
I
but
think it's the
turkey
color of the
vultures-
head.
Maybe. Turkey vultures are freaking gross, man.
I mean, yeah,
And
but at
we
the
have
same
so
time,
many of them here.
I'm grateful for like scavenger animals like that, because can you imagine if there weren't like flies with maggots and all that stuff? Like it would be really gross world if we didn't have the scavengers or the decomposers.
Possums?
They're
Is
more
that what you're saying?
important than a lot of people think. A lot of people look at them as a pest, but they're not, man. Yeah.
Possums?
Possums are.
But check this out. Like turkey vultures.
Right?
Here's a crazy fact about turkey vultures that you'll love. You're going to love this. They have an acid in their shit. Their shit is so acidic because they shit while they eat, and they shit on their feet, and that's why their feet don't contract illness from picking at the dead animals all day long.
Yeah. And another
They're
thing
disinfecting
about
with their shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
another
Yes, shit, I
interesting
guess.
thing about them. Yeah. Another interesting thing about them is that the reason they don't have feathers on their head is because as they dig at that carcass, you know, they get the blood and all the crap on their head. Well, as they, damn it,
die.
That sounds like he. You might want to get that looked at, dude.
Yeah.
That's been pretty persistent. You've had that for about a year now, dude.
There's your
True,
cause.
he's just looking out for you.
I know, but right there's the cause. I know what the doctor's going to say. The doctor's going to do
Well-
this. Here's an inhaler. Stop smoking. Cut back.
It is hard.
It is. It's, you know. But
Well, you had to coop, right?
I've had it twice.
Okay, then that could be lingering. That could be lingering, you know?
Yeah, could be.
Not saying that you're sick. I'm just saying, you know, that the scarring that it does to your, you know, it.
The funny
Who really
part
knows?
is,
Who really knows anymore when it comes to it?
the first time I caught it was in February of 20, just before they announced it was here. And it kicked the living hell out of me. I mean, I was literally down for 5 days. I couldn't stay awake for more than 5 to 15 minutes. I mean,
I got that
between my
one too.
wife, between my wife and the company, they sent law enforcement out to do a wellness check because I went like over 24 hours without answering my phone.
Where were you?
Like I'd hear it ring, I'd open my eyes, see it ring, and then just close my eyes and go right back to sleep.
Were you out west?
I was in New Jersey. No, I was
Oh.
actually in Elizabethtown, New Jersey.
Okay, I don't know that strain, but they traced the patient zero, the flight that was contaminated before the whole thing broke out. I know the West Coast path because that's what we were on. It went from Seattle to Anchorage. So one strain of that initial breakout was exactly the flight path that I took. And I think it met in like Minneapolis or some shit, and then went to Seattle and then went to Anchorage. Well, Seattle was where I got on the same flight with the same group of people, and then I went to Anchorage with it. And one of the guys that had it so bad he lost memory. Like he didn't just get screwed up; he lost like 5 days of memory because he had a fever so bad.
Yep.
Wow.
Dude,
Well, the second time I caught it, sorry.
Oh, well, no, this was completely off topic. I was checking my strawberries and I have some ready.
How
See?
much fresh strawberries?
Yeah, do any of y'all, and I'm not trying to interrupt you, but those are beautiful. Oh, those are already, wow.
Yeah.
Now I'm hungry for strawberries.
Sorry, squirrel. Go ahead.
No, don't. I enjoy seeing that. I love the plants. But do any of you guys like habaneros or serrano peppers?
And habaneros. Both.
Because I'm gonna have probably about like close to 1,000 extra, like I do every year. Because I can in one plant with one habanero plant, okay, in a pot, I can get between 200 and 300 habaneros and serrano peppers. I can't eat all that. I can't make that much damn hot sauce and salsa. I mean, damn man, I
love seeds.
If only there was something else you could do with habaneros.
Well, I mean, yeah, dude, I've done that too. But you know, I've made some mace out of it. If that's what you're talking about.
Some spicy powder.
Yeah,
This is bug out. You know that's what the fuck he's talking about.
Because I tell people all the
Now-
time, if I don't like, if you see me with a gun on my hip, I ain't trying to fight you, right? I ain't trying to throw hands with you. And I also got mace with me because I also don't want to get in a physical confrontation and shoot you and end up in trouble. So what I'll do is if I have a gun on me, I'll just mace the hell out of you and back up and let you make your own decision.
I'm just
You know
saying
what I mean?
those little proximity those proximity triple arms would be a whole lot spicier.
Oh.
God, what were
Like
we
a
talking about
12-gauge
again?
shell where it blew a mist up in the air? Ooh, that's interesting.
Weren't you talking about like
No.
smoke something or others? But they were like pretend, like the oh shit, what's that thing that you do? Airsoft?
Oh,
those tagging rounds are perfect for that stuff. but it would be illegal if you ever did that. So nobody would ever do that.
That would be bad.
No, I'm gonna give them
Don't
away.
do that.
I'm gonna give them away to people. I'm not gonna
Hell,
sell
feeling.
peppers.
Hell, if I can get that way, I'll take a handful of each.
All I ask is for people is just pay for the shipping and handling, which will be like $4 or $5, or I'll pay for it, or you know, we'll figure something out. It really don't matter. I just want to get rid of them. I don't like seeing them.
Oh, dude, I'll take habaneros, but dude, the serranos, check it out, bro. Can them, water bath can them, and you can go on the Canimals and get those things in jars, and you can keep them and use them for months after that.
Hell yeah. What are we saying, Donkey?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Or
we can
dehydrate.
get together. You got my number, right?
Yeah. If you put in a private chat again, because what I just did is I got a new phone. I don't store numbers, and the reason why is because I like to memorize numbers, just in case I'm ever in a situation. So I don't put names on it, but I know who they are.
Look at you.
So if you put your number again in the private chat, I'll send you.
There you go. It's in there.
Cool.
Yeah. We'll get together, and you let me know how much the shipping is, and however I can, I'll get the money to you. I can do it either through like I can Zelle it
Cash
to
App?
you if you have a bank account, Cash App, PayPal.
Yeah. Whatever's easiest. Yeah. I'll set up something
Yeah.
for it.
Or hell, if you got a return address on there, I'll get a damn money order and send it to you.
Okay. Milkmaid, it sounds good, brother. Milkmaid, you were talking about dehydrating them. See, that's the thing is, if you want seeds, then okay.
Remove the seeds first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
you wanna
trying to
reuse
think
the
of a way. If
seeds.
somebody wants seeds, I could just send them seeds, but I don't know how that would work out.
Oh, all you have to do with saving pepper seeds is you literally just scrape them out and then you put them
Just
on a
dry 'em?
paper plate and you let them air dry.
Okay, that's
Now, what kind of seeds did you call them?
Serrano. But what? Yeah, serranos and habaneros.
Right, but did she say Sabian seeds?
No, saving.
Oh,
okay.
saving.
To save.
Saving. Okay, never mind.
Like too bad.
With the headset, sometimes when people talk fast enough, things sound differently. I thought it was like a scientific name or something for a particular type of seeds, like maybe
Oh, you're
spicy
giving me
food type
way
seeds
too
or
much
something.
credit.
It's like, I do
You're
not think that
intelligent.
word means what you think it means.
Saving, you idiot! Saving, like
Bleh.
Saving Private Ryan, you moron!
Which means to
Hey, I'm
bluff.
more on than off.
Hey, Chef Kicker. Good to see you.
Hey, Chef.
Hey, Shipped.
I
and
can't
how
stay
rude
too
of me.
much
Hello,
longer. I'm
everyone in
sorry.
chat. No problem.
Ain't nobody holding you hostage. Shit.
Yeah.
I'd rather sit around and talk, but I've got like plants to plant and a garden that keeps getting put off. So
I'm 5 minutes past my bedtime, but I still got half a beer, so I'm like, I'm kind of torn, you know.
Can't go sleep till after you finish it. I get it. Yeah.
I cannot sleep yet. Why not? My
I'll finish
beer's
out my
still
smoke and then I'll go.
Finish out your what?
My smoke.
Did you just say your smoke? I did not know you were a smoker.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
I don't smoke on camera.
Ah,
I need to quit. I tried one day and then my husband came home and laid a whole bunch of like bad fairy ideas on me and I immediately grabbed the pack and started smoking again.
Oh, shame,
He
shame.
doesn't smoke, does he?
Great.
So he's probably
Does your
like,
husband smoke?
Ish. He dips too.
yeah. See, my wife, this really pisses me off, by the way. Just, you know, before you say anything positive about this, don't.
Now we know it pisses you off. We might.
She's one of those people that, like, she can smoke one cigarette and she's fine.
Oh.
You know, she'll just
And then not
like,
touch one for another
like
6
that. I
months.
hate her.
yeah, she'll sit down
I don't hate
and
her.
at the end of the day, she sits down and she relaxes and she'll smoke one cigarette, and she's like, "Oh, that was great," and then she's good. And I'm like all or none, and I'm not a heavy smoker, I smoke less or up to a half a pack a day, so I don't smoke a lot, you know what I mean? But I am a smoker. And I'm always in a stage of trying to quit or trying to curb it or trying to cut down. And it's just like I'm so consumed with not being consumed by it that I'm consumed by that, And
I know exactly what you mean. Every time I contemplate quitting, I smoke more.
Yes. Yeah.
Because the thought
Same
stresses
thing.
me out.
Yeah. And it's just, the other part is I get aggressive when I quit smoking, and it lasts for months. It's it's not for everyone else. There's 14 days. 14 days. They got 2 weeks where they're real catty. Man, I'm at the longest I quit. The last time was 6 months. It never went away. It never went away. I am just like in people's faces, man, and. I'd have to quit YouTube if I quit smoking too, probably, man. Because I would with all this shit that goes on all the time on this thing.
Yeah.
I would be a different person.
When I'm on
man.
live stream, I chain smoke. It's just it's right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, every time I've tried to quit smoking, it doesn't even. I can't even make it 24 hours.
Hey, Donkey, Gma, put a comment in there.
Oh no.
Donkey,
don't do
look up milk melons. God was thinking of you. LOL. Milk melons.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. See, on one hand, I love Gma Merkel to death.
Oh no, I've seen it.
But at the same time, I have a hard time trusting Gma Merkel.
No, that's real.
That woman. Yeah, because, well, no, I'm not saying it's not real, but that woman's got one fucked up sense of humor.
Yes, she does.
She's as sick and twisted as the rest of us. Look up milk melons. Wow! I'm going to have to look that up.
And then there was something else, but I can't remember what it was called.
I don't know how old Gma Merkel is right now. I really don't.
She could be 20 years old.
I bet she would bang the shit out of any dude that's on YouTube. Like, she would destroy their mind with her vagina. I have a feeling.
What the fuck?
God, really?
I'm just. She's got she'd have mind control over that shit. She would have mind control over. She would just.
I mean, she does tell me all the time she's trying to school me. So.
It's like she would just start barking orders, and you'd be halfway through doing like the last 10 minutes of what she said when you're like, wait a minute, I'm not doing this anymore. But you already like have a dress on and lipstick and shit. And you're going like, what the hell's going on here?
As you sit there rubbing the lotion on yourself.
Yeah, right.
No, what Gma reminds me of is that she'd be like, she'd come over there and she'd force you to work out in her on her property.
Yeah. Like
okay. I don't think of Gma in that sense. Okay. But I think of her as like if I hung out with Gma, she'd be like, hey, I got a bunch of things I need done. The next thing I know, it's the sun's, setting, and I've cleared out all her property and done everything for her, which it wouldn't be really that bad, I'd help her out.
I don't know, man.
But
I think my story's
she's the type
better.
of woman that she's a tough worker. I remember all her comments when I did live streams. She all work it, dude.
Dude, I think my story's better. She would put on the original album that they made the porn music of because he still has it on vinyl. Like,
oh shit!
Oh Lord!
Oh no!
Gma Merkel's gonna stalk us all down and kill us. That's it. We're all dead.
I didn't say it, Gma.
Gma's awesome. I just gotta say.
Gma's gonna be like, "Fuck that! I don't care. You laughed about it, motherfucker."
Right.
Oh no!
You laughed, bitch. You died.
Me.
That's the last thing you
need to
remember.
Respect our elders, okay? Like, come on now.
The last thing you remember saying is, "But I don't want to do that," and then you just black out,
Hey, 1A, just remember, like the possums, play dead, play dead.
Yeah.
No,
That don't
no,
work
man.
for
You
every
got to
person.
remember, she's not young anymore. It's not play dead. It's play organ donor. That's the problem.
Oops.
I have a feeling that she will like outlive all of us, probably.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
She just refused to freaking die, dude. You know, like she'd just be like the Grim Reaper would show up at the door, and she's like, "Oh hell no, you get out of here, man."
You know, she did back. You got a warrant. You got a warrant.
Get the fuck out of
Get
here.
the hell out.
Nobody called you.
Like, no, you take your ass back to the store. You come back here with a pack of Marlboros, and then you get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I was watching this one video. It was talking about people that outlived a lot of their family and stuff. And this one lady, she passed away shortly after she made after her 102nd birthday. And they were talking about, you know, oh, you would think at 102 she was all healthy and ate healthy. No, dude was like, no, she smoked cigarettes, cigars, I think. She drank like a glass of wine or a couple glasses of wine every day. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, damn, so maybe I will live longer. Shit.
Well, the oldest guy in England for a while was a World War II veteran, and he hung out at the pub all day, and he drank beer all day long and smoked cigars. And I'm like, how did that dude live to be 100 and something? He was sharp.
Genetics.
Yeah,
All
for
it
sure,
is,
man.
genetics.
Oh yeah.
If your genetics are screwed in your family, there's really not much you can do about it. You can take care of yourself the best you can. And
it's funny,
still
man,
end up
because
with
I don't. My father's side of the family, I have no idea what their longevity is because they all die in wars. You know, so.
Oh, that sucks.
It's kind of a mystery. My father was 26 when he died, man.
But Milkmaid, old Milkmaid had to say that. Well, damn, that sucks.
Well, I had a lot of long-lived people on my dad's side of the family. They all, well, the women, they lived past 100, all of them. Like, they just don't die.
Well, it got me to thinking.
I will be right back.
There's all these people that hate America and protest and all this shit. And you know what? I'm not too crazy about America right now myself. I could definitely have a higher opinion of this place right now. But the thing that I think is funny is I look at these non-hacker families talking about genetics, these inferior freaking people, these lazy fucks, and they bitch about America. And then I think about it, and I'm just like sitting here thinking, and I'm like, all of my father's family got schwacked somewhere else so that these fat pieces of shit can bitch about stuff, you know?
Isn't that
and then
wonderful?
it just kind of, it puts a little more fire in my tank for a minute there, because I'm like, you know, I'm not asking somebody to thank me for my service, but I'm asking them to shut the fuck up when I talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Exactly. Like, that drives me up the freaking wall, is that people who work hard, give of themselves, work, or go and risk their lives, get shit on, and all the people who are shitting on them, well, they just carry on with their merry lives and just shit on people. Like a Marine. Sorry.
Damn.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, one of inspirational. I had an uncle. He's actually still alive. He's a step uncle, believe it or not, from my stepfather's side. But he was a grunt in the Army, and I thought that was cool. And he would take me out camping and stuff, and like, you know, the whole trick was to use as little as possible. He was kind of like a survivalist before it was cool, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Then he took a contracting job going out to Africa. He did some stuff in Saudi and some other shit. But one of the things that he did in Africa was he was building wells, and he was living with the Maasai, you know, the bush people, and he just had all these cool stories. And I was like, man, you know, like from the stories from my family, and then from listening to him, I was just like, and back then, kids my age anyway, the Soldier of Fortune magazine, it was all about like mercenaries and shit, you know?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And I was just like, when can I get the F out of here, man? Like, I couldn't wait to do this stuff. I couldn't wait. I was doomed. I was just like, I knew what I was going to do at such an early age, man. And I kind of forgot about it for a minute. I got wrapped up in music and girls and stuff, but then it came back, like it was always on the back burner, and the second that I got put on that path, I already knew what to do. I didn't have to think about it, because you know what I did, Milkmaid? I overthought it. I thought about it too much. So then when I found myself on that track, I already knew where to turn. I already knew like the direction to steer myself, and it just worked, but yeah, I don't know, man. With the exception of my brother, who's like pretty gimpy disabled, I'm like one of the oldest of my dad's line, with the exception of his older brother who was older than him. But so there's one of them, that's all I have to gauge my longevity from. But that dude is like, I mean, he can still outbench me, and he's got to be 80 years old by now. 70 something.
You serious?
Damn.
Yeah. No, the dude's a tank.
Damn.
Oh, he's a farm guy. You know what I mean? So he's used to using
big ass forearms and big ass shoulders.
Yeah, they think they're
hands.
Oh god,
they got them little legs though.
But I
don't have lady hands.
I'm the runt of my dad's family though, so like I'm as small as that side gets,
Oh, so okay, like kind of like me, I'm the shortest person in my family.
Yeah, me too. From my dad's family, they're
I'm
like
the shortest person from both sides.
I'm the tallest, so it's weird.
Hey, Milkmaid, I don't want to hear anything from you, because I saw how you manhandled them 50-pound bags of feed. Just fucking snatch them out the back, throwing them on your shoulder.
That was such a joke. Like normally I move way more than that, but I was like, well, I got to make a video because everybody's like, make a video. So I made a video, and that was the lame thing that I came up with. What?
The way you said that, everybody was like, make a video.
What I really want to talk about, people don't want to listen to. So.
Oh yeah,
like, I'd rather
Milkmaid. What you thinking about?
Soil, microbiology, rotational grazing, livestock that can actually freaking withstand the shift, how to gauge people.
So you're saying the Earth's flat? That's cool. Let's talk about that for a while.
I think you got to go to bed, and I have to get shit done.
Jesus.
But that's called leading the conversation. That's.
Oh, is that what that's called? Yeah, I suck at that.
Yeah, bug out. Where did I take those one-on-one courses at?
It's called just pay attention whenever you get pulled over.
Right.
Where they go, do you know how fast you were going back there? It's like, why? Your radar gun didn't tell you, motherfucker?
They want
I've
you
been
to
there before.
admit, like, that you were cognizant.
Well,
My
they go,
favorite
do
was
you know
this
how
one
fast
lady,
you were
she
going
got-
back there? I'm like, 17. They're like, no, you were going faster than that. I'm like, are you sure? They're like, well, my radar gun said you were going 72. And I'm like, oh, you got a radar gun. So
you knew already. Why are you asking
So
me?
someone's a dumbass because you just asked me how fast I was going, and you have a scientific tool that measured it.
You got to get that shit calibrated every month, so it's working perfect. I know it is. Is it? You got to go get certified for that.
I like one I heard. I think it was a YouTube
Really?
short or something. Do you know how fast you were going? Obviously not fast enough. You caught me.
Billy, don't get me started. When I talk dirty, it's actually more about dirt.
Hey, Milkmaid.
Huh.
Let's talk dirty. Talk dirty to me, Mama. Come on.
You want to
Tell
talk
me
about
tell me about
cation
that
exchange
soil.
or minerals or
Ooh.
mulch?
Diatomaceous earth.
Oh, I don't put that in my soil. Let's talk about rock dust and sand, clay.
You know what I put in my soil? Shit, manure.
Yeah,
and then
it works.
And then I put it, and then all I put is soil, some topsoil, and mix it in.
All right, 1A. Fine. I'll stop shitting in your
Okay.
yard.
Thank you.
Rabbit
Like,
shit
I
is golden.
Thank you.
I get so excited about shit. No joke. I got 50,000 pounds of horse shit for my 20th anniversary present. That's what I wanted.
Wow.
Jesus
You've been
Christ,
married
she is
20
like my
years?
wife.
Like, I was asked what I wanted, and that was what I wanted.
I'm like, no
You've been
shit.
married
I'm
20
not.
years? You must be old.
I am
She looks so
ancient.
young, though, ain't she? Don't she look so young, though?
I got married young.
Ah, the truth comes out.
Yeah.
If you go in, if you look up milkmaid on Urban Dictionary, it's called she's called the Golden Epstein Ticket.
Oh, Lord.
No, you didn't.
Jesus.
What?
I'm
Jesus,
I'm
bug
just
out.
saying. I looked it up one time, and that's what it said. Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh, hurricane.
What, you got an OnlyFans hurricane? What the fuck?
Oh, man.
I just don't even know what to do with that.
What did she say about OnlyFans? I'm missing out on this whole thing.
But she said, Milkmaid, people will pay you on my OnlyFans for your shit.
there
That's
we go.
just like jarred fart material right there. I mean,
I'm just saying, there's some sick weirdos out here in this world. You could probably get like $9.95 each time you milk that cow. I mean, men will pay money to see a woman play with another female's teats. I'm just saying.
my mind. I'm like, okay, I have this idea. I'm gonna milk my cow and I'm gonna talk some shit. Not shit, but like talk about a topic, for example, while I'm working.
But
Show
that's
people
the
how to do
problem
this.
is when
all
I
that
do
stuff.
shit out in the yard or with animals, I don't ever think about this shit. I only hear this shit when I come on panel around y'all dirty people.
All I know is when I go under the highway bridge,
corrupting me.
and
What the
when I
hell?
go under the highway bridge and I see all these dirty, like demented people you guys are talking about, all I remember saying all the time as as I steal their Boone's farm and slam it is I'm like, that's it? That's all you got? You fucking amateurs,
Oh, you don't steal their Boone's farm. That's cruel.
I don't
We
steal
used
their
to
Boone's farm
drink
because once I show up,
Boone's
it's
farm.
my Boone's farm. I'm Debo up in
We used to
this
steal
beyond.
Hey, bug out. When we used to go to my mom, my mom lived with my grandparents at the time, and they had this plantation home in Tennessee, in Middle Tennessee, and they had over 400 acres. And we'd be like, time I was like 8 to 12, we'd be out there working out on the farm all day, during the summer, because I go there and spend my summers. And we'd steal like my mom's or my older sister's, even though she was only like 2 years older than me. We would steal her Boone's farm. And we got in trouble big time because every year what we do is all the brush and trees we cut down, we'd put in the field and we'd have a huge bonfire on New Year's every year. And I mean, a bonfire, you got to stand back, 300-400 feet, or more because it's so big. And what we would do is we'd drink the Boone's farm, we'd steal it at that age. And we'd go out there with our firecrackers and throw them in the bonfire. And one night we lit the bonfire on, and it was like, I don't know, it was like the middle of June, and the fire department had to come out there and shit, and like.
What did you do with that fire?
It's the damn. I love fire. I love
I
fire.
do too. Like we'd get extra road flares to set off our brush piles.
See, we
People
were
are always
crafty,
like, don't
man.
use gas. Don't use gas or kerosene.
Uh-huh.
No, that's how you start a good fire. You need to back up.
We were crafty as little
what they
kids,
make
man.
flare
We
guns
had this one kid. His name was Scott, and he would do whatever we told him. And he was cool. We liked him, but he was a doer. Like you'd go, man.
Was he trained? Was he trained by Gima Merkel?
Probably. We would all be
Damn,
ramping
Donkey's still
on
thinking
like.
about Gma. He's like,
We'd be doing like dirt bikes and ramping off of stuff, and then we'd go, well, what if we put 7 cinder blocks up? Man, that'd be crazy. And we'd look at that Scott guy and go, man, somebody needs to do that. And he'd go, I'll do it, And then like he would crash and break his leg, and we'd go, oh yeah, 7 is too much, like 6 from now on, Then he was like, he was that guy, But we took his coat and we cut the fabric on the sleeve put another piece of material in it so it would go out like a bell bottom, and then we put a drawstring on the end. We had to learn how to sew to do this, right? And then he would go, and the small bottles of Wild Irish Rose, as we went into the gas station, he could just take his sleeve and scoop it in while his arm was up. And then he could pull the drawstring and he could walk out like normal. And it looked like he didn't do anything. You could beat the cameras and everything, you know, we had it down to a science, man. No. So it was like Wild Irish Rose. That was what we were raised on, because that was the proper bottle size for what we could get as kids, you know? And,
oh, man.
I found some of that. Thing. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say I found a couple of bottles of that in my son's truck one day. We
as
had
an
to have a
adult?
talk. Well, 17.
Oh, well, he's probably did the same
You should
thing.
have known by then. You should have known by then. Damn.
No, Wild Irish Rose it's a sacrificial. They put it close to the door, and they do it on purpose, because they're like, well, if some dumbass comes in here to steal something, they're going to take that, and we're not out anything, you know?
Yeah, we're out like $1 a bottle.
Yeah, right.
Well,
okay.
Well, he worked at the convenience store, so like I guess he bought it on the down low because he knew the people who were running the cashier stuff.
Hey, I'm gonna take this as a cash advance.
If you could buy whatever you want, why would you buy that though? Although I will
That's
say
what I'm
though,
saying,
that
right?
stuff-
Oh,
that
and
stuff is
bootlegger.
great.
I think there was bootlegger.
It's great on fucking ribs. If you're making ribs, Wild Irish Rose, the red kind, is awesome on ribs. Just saying. If you want to make a sweet
So,
and
like,
spicy,
An adult legitimate use for that particular
Yeah.
substance.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and I was taught
I had-
that
I had
in
a-
the ghetto.
I had a party I went to for my birthday when I was 18. You know, like your 18th is supposed to be, you know, some big blowout, and like there's about 100 people there. It was at a friend's house, and it was all good, but like the person that had the hookup to get the alcohol, and like we already had some alcohol, but you know we wanted more for the people that showed up. And this dude calls me that I'm friends with, and he's like, "Hey man," he's like, "I got all types of alcohol," and I'm like, well, "Pull up." You know what I'm saying? Show up. What's up? You know, you got the Addy, you know, come over. And he pulls up and he's got a damn duffel bag full of damn Chardonnay, like the cheapest Walmart wine that you can find, that he just stole. And everyone's like, oh, excited, like, what you got? What you got? Yeah, what you got? And I look at it, I'm like, oh shit. And it was like I don't know. I'm thinking, like Grey Goose, Bacardi, Jose Cuervo, the simple things that people, drink at that age. And
Well, you get what you get,
people,
though.
yeah, but so people brought over some Everclear, so that changed the whole party.
Okay, I got a question for everybody on panel. I'll start with mine.
Oh, Lord.
How old were you when the first time you got drunk? Not first time you tasted alcohol or got a little bit, but the first time you got like puking drunk. For me, it was like 14, 15. And what alcohol did you do it on? And mine was Mad Dog 2020 Grape.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, that's just
man.
twice as bad coming up as it is going down.
I'm not even sure I
Yes, it
remember.
I gotta figure out
Come on,
which one
Grandma.
was the first one.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell y'all. Okay, the first time that ever like I'd puked before, like drinking liquor shots, but not like because I was drunk, just because of taste and at a young age my stomach couldn't handle it. But I was 12 years old, and I took a shot of White Lightning moonshine, and then took a shot of apple brandy afterwards, and I threw it up like within 30 seconds. I just took both shots and threw it up. But I was still drunk the next morning.
Oh,
Even though it didn't set and absorb in my body, I was drunk
I
while
had
throwing
a
up.
period of
after I
time.
took it.
I had a period of quite a few years as an adult where I couldn't drink whiskey or bourbon because it was 50-50. I'd throw a shot down and my body would just go, oh, hell no, you ain't doing that again, And what I hated,
you're
and the
right,
reason why I quit drinking liquor was because if that ever happened and I threw up, I felt sick the rest of the night and I didn't drink. So I'd be just stone cold sober listening to drunk people talk to each other, and there's nothing worse than that, man. I mean, that's the worst.
That's the worst.
Oh, it doesn't help though. I forgot to tell y'all I was dipping too.
Yeah,
so
that'll do it right there. Or pot, or nicotine. If you're not a nicotine user, nicotine and pot and alcohol is instant puke.
Yeah, because dude, I was drinking. You know, like after that, like a year later, I was able to take a shot or two of moonshine or brandy, like homemade stuff, and then like. I never drank a beer, bro, until I was 16 years old. Okay? I never liked beer. I just liked, what was around, what I grew up with. And then one night, I'm sitting there and I drank 2 beers. I'm like, all right, I feel good. And then I smoked a joint. Bro, I got the worst spins and threw up worse in my life at that age. And worst headache I've ever had in my life. And I'm like, well, this is beer, and this, I've smoked and drank moonshine before. Like, what's going on? It was the difference. It's just not the same. Something in my body said, hell no. We ain't putting up with this thing.
I remember the first time I ever dipped in my life. I think I was about 12, 13 years old. Kid I was hanging out with, his dad dipped. And he had stole a can of his dad's, I think it was Wintergreen Copenhagen. Mm-hmm. And his dad caught us. So his dad, we had already took, a couple pinches out of it each. Well, when his dad caught us, he's like, no. He took a brand new can, peeled that bitch open, split the can in half, and made us each take half of that whole can and shove it in our mouths, and would not let us spit. He said, you're going to swallow that spit. Man, we puked up. Oh, both of us barfed our guts out. And he was like, now, you want my dip again? No, sir. I didn't try dipping again until I was 30 years old. And the place I worked, they would let us dip in the back where we were packaging, because you'd work like 4 hours straight. Then you got a smoke break that was 15 minutes long. And then you'd work some more hours. We were working 12-hour shifts. And I think you worked like another 2 hours, took a 30-minute lunch, and then worked, got a little break, and then worked till the next shift came on board. But they would let us use the little pouches, so we would do that.
Yeah, Milkmaid dropped down. Her shitter neck got the best of her. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Maybe she was just afraid to tell her story.
Well, I was waiting for it, but she was like, I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. And so
she knows.
She was hesitant. She was too hesitant. You know what I mean?
She knows. And you know what's funny is girls always know, because they're way more embarrassed about that stuff than we are. So they always know exactly. Like, they know what time it was. They know what dress they were wearing. They know what shoes they had on.
They were with at the time. You know what I'm saying? They know every name of their best friends that were there. Yeah.
Steve, who was supposed to go to business college, but instead he went to art school, and then he dropped out, and now he's the manager of the television store. That guy? Yeah. We know him.
Oh, I got to bring her up because she, damn, my bad. I forgot that I'm operating the stream. I apologize, Milkmaid.
I heard all that shit talking. I really did. And I'm sitting there backstage going, uh-huh.
So come on, we want to hear your story. When was the first time you got trashed, puking ass drunk?
I'm trying to remember. Like, it was so long ago.
Oh, come on. We know you remember. We know how a woman's mind works. It's a steel trap. Y'all don't forget till you hit like dementia.
I can tell these stories. I can't tell some other stories, but I can tell these. But I'm pretty sure it was like in Montauk, New York. There was a lot of wine, and I don't remember much after that. That's about it.
A lot of lines.
Wine.
Oh, wine. Okay.
Can you not hear? Am I not speaking clearly?
No,
you're not. I'll blame it on that. Hey, y'all shut up. I need all the excuses I can get.
I did have a margarita night that made me not want to touch tequila for about 5 years. But yeah,
That was a buddy of mine's girlfriend the first time she drank, because that was his thing. He loved tequila, and he would only buy the tequila that had the little worm in the bottle. If it didn't have a worm, he would not touch. I'm not judging. I personally am not a tequila person. Hey, you're welcome too. But it got down to the last shot, and his girlfriend had never drank before. She was in her mid-20s.
Oh no.
And this was the first time she ever got drunk. And he told her, you're going to take the last shot. It's got the worm in it. Don't chew the worm. Just swallow it. So she did. She did exactly what he said. Boom. Down the hatch.
That's impressive.
Oh, yeah. Even I'm sitting over there like, because I was drinking Jack Daniels that night. And I got puking drunk.
I can't touch that stuff.
Oh, I love Jack Daniels.
No,
But it
can't
was
touch
funny. She hurled, and he come out and he says, she puked up the worm and it's still in one piece. And I'm like, oh, damn.
Oh, really? Was it? Well, I guess it was dead to begin with.
So if that was a Marine story, it wouldn't be over yet.
Of course it wouldn't be.
Well, I'm not a Marine. I'm not an ex-Marine or anything. So.
Oh,
I
don't
didn't
listen
serve.
to him. Those
I'm a
Marines,
loser.
I swear, they walk on water and shit yogurt everywhere.
No, I'm just saying somebody would have picked that fucker up and swallowed him and said, no, we can't have that.
No worm was left behind.
Dude, back in my day, like we had phone cards. It was before the cell phone stuff really. This was before regular people had cell phones, you know. And we were in line at where the phones were, and somebody clearly threw up on the side. And this guy Pascuccio, I shouldn't have said his name in case he's listening, but the dude was like, he was one of those broke dudes, man. He was always out of money. He bought a car at like 27% interest, and like he did all the dumb mistakes, you know. He's going, man, somebody got a phone card? Just let me use a phone card. I want to call home. And I was like, dude, like I got 2 phone cards and they both got like 8 minutes on them. Like I'm going to use them both. He said, come on, man. I just got to let my mom know I'm all right. And I was like, dude, you lick that puke on the floor and I'll give you one of my cards. And I just thought he'd go away. And the dude went to lean and rest, went down and made a bacon stripe right in the middle with his tongue. And I was like, all right, dude, here's my phone card. You know, like, I don't know. I was kind of stuck in it at that point. I didn't think he'd really do it, you know, but he didn't even think about it. He just did it. And I was just like, I'll be damned.
That's dedication there. That's somebody who really got to talk to their mama.
Well, Bug Out, you also got to think, brother, that if you wouldn't have gave him that phone card, what would he have done to get that phone card from you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, there's that.
You know what I'm saying? If he's that crazy, what if he might have stabbed you, shot you? Know, you don't know what the hell that dude was going to do.
I just
to do something like that.
I did what they call a prohibitive expense. You know, like how they keep the riffraff out of a bar is you go, well, how much is a beer in these parts? And they go, well, a beer's $3 in these parts. And they go, all right, we'll make ours $7. And you're like, $7? People won't come here. And then they look at you and they go, that's exactly the point, you know? And then you look and sure enough, boom, they're like, there's that bar all the rich guys go to. And man, well, I don't go there. Beers are $7 there. And it's like, man, they got this shit all figured out. You know, it's like they're paying for you not to be there, you know?
Dude, that's the same way that it works with housing and rent. Like, I could not figure out why I only had shitty renters in the house that I ended up having to rent. It wasn't because I was wealthy or anything. I bought the house and then went back into the frickin' military and had to move. So I had to cover the mortgage. I kept my rent only just above what the mortgage was. And I got shitty renter after shitty renter after shitty renter. And I could not figure it out. And finally, we raised it. Got a good renter.
Yep. That's
but
same
see,
concept, right?
There's the pros and cons though to that. You know what I mean? Because that person that has that money, they talk a good game. They got the gift of gab, but you don't know really what the hell they're doing, moving out their house. You know, the people they got over.
Oh,
really don't know.
I didn't realize there was this thing where like what ended up happening was there was this family of sketchy type, right? And they chose the youngest person who didn't have a record, any of that stuff. They got her to do the background check because we did background checks and everything.
Yeah.
Got her to do the background check, and then the whole fucking family moved in, and I'm, not even living in the same country, so I have to rely on the lady who was managing it, who didn't check in because she apparently had life issues, and that was more important than doing her job. So I ended up having pretty much drug dealers in my house. They put charcoal in my oven. It was infested with cockroaches. Like, it was really bad and very frustrating. I came back and damn near cried because that was my first house, and like I was all proud of it, and I took good care of it, and they trashed the hell out of that thing. I didn't know that was a thing.
There went that security deposit.
Right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, no, I had to evict
No,
them.
that's normal for people in bad situations and certain areas. They like to put everything in their kid's name because they know when that kid reaches 18 or if they die, then guess who has to take that over?
Mm-hmm.
Their child does.
That's
It's a
bad.
pretty damn shitty way to treat the children, isn't it?
Well, my favorite was all the Oxy bottles next to the kids' toys. So the kids were growing up in that.
That's a damn shame.
Right? Sorry, I
That
totally
makes-
brought all that down. Did you say something funny? Or I'm going to go do chores.
Nipple twister.
Right.
He said nipple twist. Okay, if you're dropping off, Milkmaid, I appreciated talking to you. And thanks for staying up as long as you did. I really appreciate it.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all later.
All right, sweetie. You have a great day.
I'm 44 minutes past my bedtime. So I gotta go too.
Okay. It's great seeing you again, Bug Out. Always a pleasure
Yeah,
hanging
it
out
was
with
fun,
you.
man. It was fun.
Take it easy, brother.
Definitely.
Have a
Yeah,
good sleep.
we still need to get together sometime when you have some free time to shoot the shit and figure out a little camping get together.
Oh, dude, I'd love to, man, because like, to be honest, dude, I don't have that many takers right now. I could probably rustle a couple people up to where we'd have a few, but man, for all the people I know, man, they sure get scarce when it's time to actually get out there and camp. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, my wife and kids love camping.
It'd be a good excuse, maybe. You know?
Yeah. Drag your
Yeah.
wife along with you, unless she doesn't
I don't know.
like the outdoors. I don't know.
Yeah, she's hit or miss, man. Like, if you need somebody to tell you it's hot every 15 minutes, then she's your person, you know?
Do you know there's bugs out here?
You're like splitting firewood, and she'll walk up to you and she'll go, "It's so hot," and you're like, "You think it's hot? Maybe a little bit. Here, why don't you just swing this thing for a couple hours?"
Right. And they not yeah, I know how it is, bro, but yeah. I'm not married, never been married, but I've been in some long-term relationships where, yeah, it's like, you want to go camping? Okay, well, I got to cook, I got to carry everything, I got to put up the tent, I got to do this, I got to do that. And all you want to do the whole time is complain. It's like, well, yeah.
Oh, shit. Not my
no,
wife.
it kind of ruins the whole point of going camping, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
You know,
but see, my wife, she's a doer, you know, like she does stuff. Don't get me wrong, like she's like a task executor, you know. So if she has things to do, she'll get it done. But the whole thing is, you're going to hear about it the whole time, you know. Like, you are definitely going to hear about it.
Like my wife, when we go camping and stuff, my wife she'll start helping unpack. She's right there throwing up tents. Matter of fact, the last time we went camping, she did most of the tent setup. Me and my second oldest son, we went and got the firewood and stuff, and
that's a team. That's how it should be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, you know, while I'm holding down this, you hold down that. It's simple. You know what I mean?
Like, absolute idiot-proof tents now, man. Thinking of just that. I mean, like, you could drop this thing off on Mars, and an alien could pick it up and go, "Oh, I got this figured out," you know. And they would just
pull
put
this
the tent.
cord, poof.
Yeah, it's like 2 shock cords, and then there's another half one for the rain fly. It's like you can't mess it up.
Right. Yeah. My wife really wants to do like camping on an island where like we can bring minimal supplies.
Well,
Like bring
survivalist
some
situation.
food and stuff and do like a survival thing.
Did you see that map pin I sent you?
Yes.
That was that island that we used to play paintball on, man. That's that Caloosahatchee, the Calusa Indian Island.
Okay.
Like most of it was made by used seashells or oyster shells from them eating them from the prehistoric days. And it's rumored to have some of the treasure from Gasparilla buried on it. It's a little bit of everything. But Bob, the guy I know that lives in Montana, he just came down here. He rented a boat and he hit that island. And he said there's no permanent structures there. There's nothing. So we could take a pontoon, drag that fucker up there, tie it off so the tide doesn't get it. We could camp there. The only thing is we want to really be mindful of having a mosquito net. That's the only thing we want to pay attention to. Because the bugs can get a little aggressive out there.
It's Florida. The bugs are always aggressive.
Yeah, but those coastal islands, they're born again hard. You know what I mean? And we're the only game in town.
Yeah, that's like one of them we go to. It's called Big Pine Island. It's over by Shired Island. And you go out there, man, and the biting flies will get your ass. The mosquitoes are out there because it's saltwater marsh. You got, to the front side of the island and out, you've got the Gulf. Behind the island, you got saltwater. It's like that brownish saltwater. Brackish. Yeah. So like you get over in that area, man, you got the biting flies and it's fun. Last time we were out there when we went camping, I caught a stingray out there and I got him off the hook, let him back in the water, and I was standing in the water almost knee deep. That son of a bitch turned and started charging me. I'm like, really, you little son of a bitch? He was like, hook me, you bastard. Oh, you ate my shrimp. Fuck you too.
Yeah. No, dude, that's without breaking the bank trying to hit that Tortuga Island, we could hit that thing. We'd have to score a pontoon from somewhere that would let us keep it overnight. But
did they got Tortugas?
Yeah, but that'd cost a lot of money, man. If we tried to get all the way out there and then stay the night and stuff, that would be like
Tortuga one. That's at Fort.
Yeah, that'd be a big undertaking. If we were a reality show, we would do that, but we're not, so we won't.
Yeah, no shit.
Well,
I still want to find a decent. What's up?
Donkey. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I want to do a camping trip down in the Keys. Just go camping and fishing out there with my family. And I mean, if other people want to show up at the campground and hang out and join us and everything, they'd be welcome too. But that's something I want to take my dad down there because he was stationed at Homestead.
Yeah.
He used to work on the Nike Hercules. He was a truck driver in the military for part of his career, and he would drive them out there and drop them off. But all the time that he lived there, he never made it down to the Keys.
Yeah, the trick there is get a campsite that's not on Key West, and then drive into Key West, get sloshed up, then go out back to the campsite, and because dude, the campsites there's almost nobody on the other islands. I mean, they're like empty pretty much, and you can really get your out. And the key deer, they're the size of dogs, man, but they're deer. They're so cute. You can sit there and just stare
I've
at
seen
them.
Hey, Tony.
What's up, brother?
How are you doing? Yeah, I just wanted to pop in, say hello, join the party.
Yeah, man, jump in, talk.
Can you hear me?
Hey, I was on my way out there, man. So Tony, I'm glad to see you, but I was just hanging up the phone, man. So have fun. Keep them warm for me,
Oh, okay.
Take it easy, bug out. Have a good day, man. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later, man. It was fun.
Cheerio, mate.
Later, brother.
Are you wanting
How's
to
your
shut the
day,
stream
Tony?
down?
No,
Sorry?
I'm not. No, people are jumping off when they want to. That's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it ain't got
Yeah,
nothing
no
to do
worries.
with you. He works night shift. Bug Out works night shift, so it's his bedtime.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, as long as I'm not like intruding or keeping anybody
Absolutely
from
not.
anything.
Absolutely not.
Excellent. Yeah. So how's it going, lads?
Hey man, just another day. Just good weather here. You know, trying to stay positive. Have a good day. You know what I mean? If you wake up in the
Cool.
morning,
Yeah, well,
you know, in a badass mood, you're gonna have a badass day. You know what I mean? So, gotta
Yeah, quite
wake
right.
up. You know that I try to tell people the first hour that you wake up is the most important. The first hour of your day is going to dictate the rest of your day.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You wake up going, damn it, I got to go to work. Screw this shit. I don't want to go here. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Hell, that's every
You're
day
gonna
for me. I
have that
don't want
type
to do this shit anymore.
Yeah, we wake up.
But I
and
don't let
usually-
it leave me in a bad mood.
No, I like to wake up and
Yeah, but-
put rest on and hang out with you guys in the chat or whatever, you know. Can you hear me all right, Bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, with a few hours difference, like it's usually around dinner time here by the time rescue comes on.
Yeah, y'all a little bit behind
Oh,
us.
so it's evening.
Or ahead of
What
us.
is? So what is it?
Forward,
Like,
yeah.
What is it? 5 or 6 there?
It's nearly 5 o'clock here now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and it's going on 10 o'clock where I'm at.
It's 10 in the
Almost
morning.
12 here.
Right,
It's
fully
noon
7
here.
hours. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Mountain
See, I was
Time.
born
I'm
in
in El Paso.
Okay.
Oh, you're in El Paso.
I'm-
So
my
you're on
brother's
you're on
Japan.
Yeah.
Central. You're not on Central. You're on No, you're.
Mountain.
Oh, you like said you're on Mountain Time. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even realize I was on Mountain Time. I didn't realize El Paso was that far over.
Do you ever kind of?
That's why I tell people. What's up,
I'll
Tony?
just put
I'm
the
sorry.
light on. See if I'll just put my light on, see if that helps anything. I need to really think about where I put this camera and stuff. It won't be a moment.
No, you're good, man. You're good. Don't stress too much, brother. You're great.
That's a little bit better, isn't it? Can see a little better.
It was good. Yeah. I can see you better now. But hey, it don't matter, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal.
Okay,
I
mate.
can't see it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. I've got to turn my camera off.
Yeah,
My phone's
so
getting hot.
He's like, bro,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
mine does too. So. But
I'm not really sure. I can't remember how to do it. It always makes me feel. I feel a bit strange when all I can see is like a picture. You know, I haven't really got used to it yet, but all in time, you know.
What,
Yeah,
what coming up on panel?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and you know, that's a little bit of getting used to, doesn't it? Just looking at pictures and,
Yeah.
and talking.
Hey man, it's the same with me. Is I didn't get used to it. The reason why I turned my camera off is because I'm usually doing things while I'm on stream. So, you know what I mean? So I turn my camera off because I'm constantly doing things behind me and like, you know.
I see. Yeah, you've
I got a
obviously
million
bit
things to do a day, and you know, there's never enough time in my day to get done what I need to do. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
yeah.
I'm always trying to, you know, find time, and if I can hold down a conversation in a stream, like right now I'm hosting rescue stream, so I try to, you know what I mean? I try to find time just in between, even if I'm doing, you know, I'm on the internet. So it's hard though. It's hard.
Got some kind of a headset.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just stuck in front of a screen, really. So, you know.
Well, yeah, because I had a headset, but I was working and I bent over and dropped it and it broke. So.
All right.
So it still works, but it's staticky. and you can't really hear what I'm saying. So I kind of
I see.
I gave it to somebody else for free because they needed one because they're
Okay.
a truck driver, and I was like, you can have it, even though it's staticky, you can still do his job. It's just
Yeah. So are you actually at work as such, or at home, or
say it again. I'm sorry.
Are you actually at work, or are you at home, or?
Oh no, I'm not at work. I'm at home.
Is that that's kind of like do you work from home or just?
I know. I take care of my grandparents.
Oh, that's great.
Okay,
yeah.
So therefore, I've been trying to get a job where I can have someone else come and help take care of my grandparents.
Yes.
Therefore, but it's hard to find somebody that's able to do what I can do when I'm here.
Trust, isn't it?
So it's hard. So I sacrificed, my life.
I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, I haven't had any grandparents since I was a kid, really. Mine were very old.
I got a question for you, bro.
Sorry, I missed that.
I got a question for you. Who Al Haller said at the Real King of Possum, ask Tony to explain tea times, please.
Tea time.
Have a good day, Sharon.
Well, the tea time can mean, in the north, it usually means having our evening meal. In the south, it still possibly means more like having a cup of tea at 4 o'clock. But you see, we in the north of England, we call what most people would call their dinner. I think they would call it dinner. We call it our
dinner,
tea.
supper. Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
I apologize. Like dinner. The people call it dinner. Some people call it supper. Like depending on like where you're from. Yeah. around here, but
the meal that most people would have at like 5-6 o'clock in the evening, we would call it tea. We'd say it's tea time in the north. In the south, I don't really know so much now. I'm getting on a bit, but they used to say, scoff at that. They used to laugh at that fact. We're in the north-south divide is more of a jokey thing, really. Do you know what I mean?
It's kind of like how it is here in the United States. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, I can see that.
To a degree, but it kind of is. It's we've let the past in the past, but we still joke and make comments about what happened. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's all part of the culture, isn't it? And But yeah, so anyone north of the Watford Gap here is considered like northern scum.
I told you this before, but my sister is from Ipswich, right?
From Ipswich, yeah. She's the right side of the Watford Gap.
Right, yeah. So it's just weird because, like I said to you the other day, that how my family lived there. And my mom loves British culture, but she was a part of like the punk rock ones.
Oh, wow.
That was the culture at the time she was there. I want to say, okay, my mom was there.
Back in the 70s.
I don't want to screw up. Yeah, I'm thinking like early 70s, late 70s.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember those times. Like I would have looked on your mum and thought, wow, she looks amazing, but being afraid to tell me dad, you know what I mean?
No, she was like she has like black hair, and like dark black hair, so she always wore the leather jacket with the studs on it. And like big boots, you know what I mean? And tight pants. That's how my mom grew up.
Yeah.
She was like hung out like with all the punk rockers. I mean my sister is my half sister, and I hate saying that because she's my sister. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I understand that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But she's still, but I'm just trying to, for the conversation. That's where she was born. So like I said, my mom met a guy while she was there. That was way before I was born. So,
yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was thinking that your mum was, thinking your mum must be a wee bit older than me then. I'm 52.
My mom is 53.
Yeah, I didn't think there'd be very much in it, but yeah, I figured that if she was like, you know, well, I don't know, do you know what I mean? Different people have different lives, don't they? I wouldn't have been allowed to be anything like a punk, you know. I was still a
Well,
little
no,
boy.
it's just she
You know
was
what I mean?
always like now she's totally different. Now she's like a diehard Democrat liberal, you know, like BLM fanatic. And it's
Oh,
weird
really?
because I was like, I tried to explain to her, I was like, Mom, but the way you grew up all the way into your mid 30s was, you know, fight the system, you know, don't conform, you know, answer, you know, ask questions, you know what I mean? Like, let's fight this, you know, this machine that's destroying our lives. And I'm like, they need to switch. I don't understand it. It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just, you know, it's my mom. So what can I do?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's it. You just have to go with the flow, don't you? Is Donkey all right? He disappeared.
Yeah, he dropped off.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's probably got something to handle. No big deal.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I was putting anybody off.
No, I don't think you pissed anybody off.
Oh, that's good. Good. Okay, I've just.
Okay, this is the thing is, don't worry about be yourself, right? Speak, you know what you know, the knowledge you have, and as long as you're not being overly offensive, you know what I mean, and saying some hateful things, or naming people and saying things to people, bro, you're good.
No.
You gotta worry about, you know what I'm saying? Don't act like you're offending everybody by everything you say, because you're not. You're having a normal conversation. Just chill, you know what I'm saying? Just chill, relax, and act like we're, you know, just shooting the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm usually a bit sort of hyper at the best of times, anyway. You know, but but you haven't. You know, I don't engage with all of that shit. I just want them, you know, to be included, sort of thing, to make friends.
Absolutely, but hey, you got to also understand that if somebody else has to drop off, right, because what they're doing in their life, he's in his 18-wheeler. Okay, right here. If you go to private chat, House Donkey said he had a phone call.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah,
You know
like I said, it's really. I don't really mean anything by it. It's just the typical British.
No. I
reserve.
know you don't, brother. I'm trying to calm your worries about how you feel, because listen, it's not like that around here. Hurricane said, we're in Rescue's living room. We're all friends here.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I love it.
You know, you're in your it looks like your living room.
It is. Yeah. It faces the
Okay,
wrong way.
so you know, I'm in my bedroom, but hey, it is what it is. But
Yeah.
ain't no big deal.
Yeah, I just want to kind of be included, and I like to entertain people a bit too, if I can. You know, I'm starting to work on my own silly little videos and things like that as well now, and just having a bit of fun. You know,
What is your videos? What is the content that you are gonna attach to your?
Give a little look around here, if you like. This is some of the stuff that we've been using recently. You can see that it's just.
So you play music.
Stuff. I mean, yeah, it's all about music. It's just humble stuff, really. Do you know what I mean? It's cheap stuff. For years, I've been into recording, but it was only ever with tape recorders and, you know.
But you still do.
But yeah, well, you know, my partner is working with me, and we've done a little thing trying to include my daughter, but she's gone along with it. We've done a little demo, which is actually out there, but she's a bit timid, and I think I don't know if she wants to do it again, you know. But she's 17, she'll come round. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
man. I mean,
it's like having a bit of fun sometimes, right? I've written a lot of my own stuff, and I want to do some of that again at some point. But at the moment, I'm more interested in just learning some covers that I like and doing versions of those. And you know, I've
you like
only
doing
got like
covers, right? You like doing covers or like your own renditions of maybe switch it up a little bit of other people's music. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that because I enjoy it. There's some covers, man, and the people that cover music that they do it so much better than the original art. It just, you know what I mean? It
like I said, I mean, you know, I just want to stress the point that I'm not pretending to be some, you know, some high class recording.
No.
Or any of that shit, you know. I mean, I can plug a few wires in and twiddle a few knobs and things, but as regards to the technicalities of it all, I haven't got the faintest idea, you know. You know, I like to work with reel-to-reel tape recorders most, but the ones that I've got are getting rather old. And one of my favourite ones caught fire one time, so I'm now a bit wary of using them, you know.
Can I stop you and say something, man? Like, say something to you, like,
sure,
can you, like, have some more confidence in your ability, man? In your, you know what I mean? Like, stop doubting yourself. You're a well-spoken individual. You're great for conversation, and you're a musician. In your recording, you record. Stop doubting yourself, man.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I
Like, stop. Come on, brother. You're better. You got this. Like, hey.
Cheers. Thanks. I appreciate it because you've gotten onto the fact they're fast enough.
You know, I rock with you, man. Like, you know, you came up with your person you're with, and came up, and y'all both had a great conversation the other day, and
yeah,
you know what I mean. I enjoyed it. That was a good time. So
yeah, I enjoy it as well. I mean, we're here in various chats as much as we're able, you know. Sometimes I'm just listening and doing other things, and other times but I mean, we were on the scene a little bit, but then the shit hit the fan for a couple of weeks, months really. And you see, I'm a back sufferer. I don't work back suffering. I've got COPD and all kinds of shit wrong, you know. I've lost the thread of what I was trying to say now.
You're good.
Sorry, it's completely gone. But so that's what I'm all about, really. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to get involved in arguments and, you know, and trivialities, really. That, you know, I think I just want everyone to get along and have a good time, and music and fun and laughter and games and whatever else it takes to get through this life, you know.
That's what I'm here for, man, is to have a good time, you know.
Yeah, that's life's too short, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, whether you like the Beatles or not, you know.
You know, by having a good time and talking about, you know, knowledgeable subjects and things that we can, you know, do to change and help, we can do that all while having a good time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
that's right.
We don't have to. It's all good.
Yeah. I mean, my Katie likes to get involved as well, and she's much more sort of knowledgeable generally than I am. You know. You know, I know a fair bit on a practical level, sort of thing. I've always been quite resourceful and stuff like that, so I can usually muddle along. But my field of interest mostly is records and music and more records, you know.
Right.
You know, I love old. I really like old technology. You know, it just fascinates me that people have been able to capture sound and things like that on, you know, starting out with like a cylinder phonograph, and then like onto a piece of wire, and then onto like tape and records, and it's just like, wow, you know, you can preserve this sound. People can listen to you 100 years later or whatever, you know. now we're in this age, and it seems like a shame not to pass on some
It's
stuff.
gonna be so weird when people like 50 to 100 years, like I said, come like look at all these internet videos and see how we were, you know.
Yeah, that's right. We're making history. We're like, oh,
Like-
not, you know.
Imagine what the little, like, you know, say you're like your mom is like 30 some years old and you're an 8-year-old boy or girl, right? And when you grow up and like 40 years later, you're looking on Instagram and you see your mom twerking and doing crazy shit. You're going to be like, what the hell?
Yes, yeah, indeed, yeah.
If you
Goodness
don't,
me.
if they don't already, you know their social media.
Yeah, that's right. Because you know,
The future is going to be weird. It's not going to be, it's going to be weird.
yeah, it certainly is. But all we can do is carry on, isn't it? Carry on regardless, and hope for the best.
Yeah, try to stand on what we know is right and push
Yeah,
that
that's
forward,
right.
and try to, you know, connect as many people as possible and have the right attitude, the positive attitude to try to do something.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that's
whichever
right.
way possible it begin. But it's hard, you know. This internet stuff isn't easy, you know, because there's all types of, you know, conflicts and this and that, and I just don't even care about that, man. Haven't for a long time.
I've tried to sidestep it all as much as possible. You know?
It's kind of, it's just nothing I really care about.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you know, Katie saw some of what went on, you know, that you were talking about earlier, but I don't think I saw any of that. You know, like I say, I just keep my head down and do what I do. You know.
Damn, Plaren, are you confused? Keep hitting the chat with the same emoji.
Sorry, I didn't understand that.
No, I was addressing somebody in the chat.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, sometimes I fail to understand everything that's been said. Sometimes Katie and I, we find that we don't really know much about the subject if it's, you know, more applicable to America than here. You know, some of the stuff that's like what's going on, we don't know, you know. So, but yeah, we always like to be around and keep watching.
Absolutely.
I don't know where Katie's got to actually. I haven't seen her for a bit. I think she might be out in the garden.
Oh yeah. What are you growing in your garden?
Well, all sorts of stuff, I think, but that's Katie's domain, really. I couldn't really tell you what she's got, you know. At the moment, it's all sort of a bit up in the air. It's like we're only in a council house, and when we came here, it was all just a dust bowl, and got a couple of trees going, a willow and some other stuff. Can't remember what. But then, you know, we've sort of allowed grass to grow and all the rest of it, and we don't mind about, you know, I don't mind what grows, you know, weeds and all the rest of it. They're quite welcome, you know. But you know, Katie does it all, but I'm happy to go along with it. We, you know, feed the birds and all the rest of it all the time. It's mostly just pigeons and seagulls around where we are, and, you know, sort of common garden birds. But it's great all the same, you know. But I'll try and take this outdoors.
If you want to. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there she is. She's outside. Katie, you want to show people around your garden a bit? I don't know what we can see here, but we've got. Can anybody actually see anything?
So they go much at the moment.
Don't know. Did anybody see that?
Yeah, we got to see it.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
Like,
no, that was actually bigger than I thought it'd be. You know what I mean?
Really?
Like I did. Yeah. Well, because I don't know what to expect. You know what I mean?
yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, we thought that by American standards, it'd be tiny.
No, but it was bigger. Yeah, it's nice, man. You got a nice little setup there. I like
Yeah,
that.
well, it's getting there, you know.
I do like that
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
because of where you're at in your situation. Because you're not out in the country, right?
It is a country.
Sort of. We're at the
Sort of.
seaside.
Okay, so you're like what we would call suburbs.
We're actually on the coast.
Where-
Yeah, we're on the northeast coast.
Remember, there's people out here that don't even take advantage of their land like that. Don't even have nothing going. That's badass.
Try. It's work in progress.
I like it. Well, that's the thing. You start with something and you go.
Yeah.
Keep moving forward. That's how you go. I mean,
All right then. All right. Yeah. Okay. Katie's gonna roll a cigarette and put the kettle on. I'll stick with you, and then she'll probably actually give you some information that you can use, you know, about what all of that stuff is. To me, it's just plants and more plants and some nice flowers and dicky beds and trees, and it's all good. But what it's called, I couldn't tell you, you know. And I'm happy to play my part and dig holes and do what I can and fetch.
you should learn, though. You should learn.
I should really, shouldn't I? But you know,
Absolutely.
my
You
head
need to get out there and get your hands dirty, bro.
To be honest with you, the more involved in my creative side I get, the less I can focus on anything much else, you know. And I like that because I haven't really been creative for a long time, you know. For one reason
That
or
is
another.
creative, though. That's using God's creations to like.
It is, yeah. But
It's a different, you know, dude. I think you'd like it.
I trust
think you'd like
Katie's knowledge. She's very knowledgeable and she loves all of that stuff, and I like the end results. But you know, as regards to learning all the facts and figures, I think I'm beyond that now. I'm beyond hope, you know. Maybe at some point but I can barely remember a lot of stuff now, you know. I have to take medications, and some of it, like, it's just, you know, I get halfway through a thought and I can't even remember what I was thinking, you know. But we muddle on through. We've got a little bit more at the front as well, but we're not growing any vegetables or anything at the moment. Got some more flowers and things in, but we like to attract the bees and any other insects that are coming along.
To start, but see, that's the thing is you could go and get just one plant, one vegetable plant, no matter what it is, and just grow it. Be easy to take care of. It's just one.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, she's got her plans, and she's certainly going to be planting vegetables and things. But like I said, as to what she's going to plant and what plans are, I don't know. She'll tell you herself, you know. But
We've got some spuds growing.
she's got potatoes, tomatoes, strawberries.
Okay, see.
She's got loads of seeds going. She'll tell you all about it presently. Oh, all right. Okay. It's been too dodgy this year. She hasn't got a lot of stuff going. But yeah, she's right actually thinking about it. The weather has been just crazy. You know, I think the birds and insects and stuff don't know what day it is, you know. It's like, you know, 1 minute.
It's been winter for far too long.
Yeah.
Like snow and ice and whatnot.
Can you hear Katie all right?
Yeah.
Speaking from a distance, yeah. Yeah, you can hear. It's all right. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's just been winter for ages, and now it's started to cheer up a bit, so I'm trying to like catch up.
See, I got started late this year on my garden, so I'm trying to.
Same here.
Yep. Kind of sucked, but yep.
I'm just trying to light is best. That's not too awful. So do you play music as well? And should I address you as a possum or king?
You can call me 1A, a possum, whatever you want.
Okay, 1A. I think it's easiest. A possum is quite a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But no. Basically, what I'm growing this year is I'm growing habanero peppers, serrano peppers.
Peppers.
Yeah, hot peppers. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm growing beefsteak tomatoes. I got some heirloom tomatoes. Small sweet cherry tomatoes. I'm growing sweet Italian peppers, green bell peppers, and I'm thinking about maybe going and getting and growing some lettuce. I don't know. I want to try some lettuce for some reason.
Oh yeah.
And I want to grow some onions. So.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I was hearing you all talking about onions earlier. I was saying to Katie, I wouldn't know one type of onion from another really, except spring onions. I'd know from brown onions, and then there's little onions and big onions, and that's about as much as.
So what's funny is we got wild onions. They're like it's onion grass. That's what I call it. And
oh yeah,
I got some out in the woods that grow like 6 feet tall, probably 5 to 6 feet tall. And listen, when you pull them up, the bulbs on them are literally like that big. Like they're enough to eat.
Yeah.
And you can eat those. So I mean,
they sound nice. Yeah, I mean.
And it's funny though, they just grow wild. They're all over. And there's like probably 30, 40 of them growing in the woods, all in my yard. I cut them down, the ones in my yard, but yeah, pretty good.
What's that like?
Onions, wild onions.
The wild ones, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I've just started looking into edibles like that you can forage. We have got quite a bit of like trees and stuff around us, like an old railway.
Buddy, come on.
And I take the dog down there. I'm on a golf course. So yeah, it's interesting what you can eat, like beech leaves. I didn't know that.
There's so many different things you can eat, like outside that people don't know. Like
yeah.
When I was growing up, I was probably 15, 16 years old. I was in high school. There's a median that goes through the highway, and there was all types of wildflowers and dandelions. And we had a group of like probably about 100 Asian people that moved to our community, and they would go out there and pick different flowers and different dandelions and different, plants.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I didn't know what they were doing at first. And I was young. I was like, what the? And then somebody told me, and I was like, wow, that they were making them, putting them in soup, whatever they were doing with them, they were
doing good.
But they ended up putting up a sign that said, do not pick the wildflowers, and put fences around it. So.
Yeah, well, still on spraying around here. I mean, the council just spray all over the place. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why is because it is kind of public, but it's kind of private. The wildflowers are planted by like a flower reserve that's like 10 miles from our house. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's some type of flower like factory where they just grow flowers out the ass all day. I don't know.
Yeah.
Never been there.
Yeah, well, I'm not really into flowers. I mean, I like looking at flowers, but I don't like cut flowers. and there's so much industry in that, and so much land goes to growing flowers for people to pop them in a vase, and they're already dead. So it's like,
True enough. Yeah.
But anyway, that's just my opinion.
I want to clarify though that the flowers that they were picking, I don't know what flowers they were picking, the people that were in our community. They're still there because, I mean, they own businesses and everything. But I didn't see any problem with it. Kind of felt like if it's there, if it's growing, you know, like what's the big deal? You know, like they were picking dandelions for the most part. So what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I do. Yeah. I mean,
kind of just felt like that rubbed me the wrong way, but there was really nothing anybody could do.
Well, nobody owns
You know, like,
anything technically, do they? So that annoys me as well, to be honest. But
Yeah, I mean,
No, they
everything
don't.
just you only have it until like you don't have it anymore. One way or another.
Don't
You
pay
even
your
own
property.
yourself. Yeah, well, you don't own yourself. You know, we only have it for so long, and then we haven't got it. So
Don't pay your property taxes and see what happens
Yeah.
to your property, even though you own it. You know what I mean? Even though you've owned it, you paid it off. It's yours. You own it. Nobody
oh,
can
yeah.
tell you a damn thing. But you still, if you don't pay that, guess what? You're gonna have a place to live.
And a lot of people don't actually even own it anyway. They own the property, but they don't own the land that it's on.
Well, mineral rights are important because
Well,
if they find oil or any type of minerals underneath your property, they come
Yeah.
right in and take
Yeah.
it.
I want to
Eminent
build a railway
domain.
or
It's a
whatever.
railway.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's theirs when it suits, but
There is that one farm, isn't there, that the motorways goes around.
You usually have to.
To move.
yeah, you get the odd one, don't you? Yeah.
They're telling you they usually have to compensate. Like if they do find minerals, they'll compensate you, but it's not going to be what you think you would get. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be.
I can get away with it.
Eminent domain can work where they can just take it. If you don't take the offer, they can just take it. Like they've done some dirty, shady things with it, and
They have as well.
Yeah, dirty and
just like
shady.
illegal seizures of money. Like that's a big problem in our country. Like if I go and withdraw, say I got $1 million in the bank, right, and I go and withdraw 50,000 cash or 100,000 cash. Okay, if I withdraw, first of all, here in our country, if you withdraw more than, I think it's 5,000 in cash, it automatically alert is sent to the IRS.
Yeah. Right.
How is that? Okay, first of all, that's weird because that's my money. Doesn't matter what the hell I'm doing with it because it's mine. It's legal, right?
It's supposed
You
to
know
be.
what I'm saying? So, and then on top of that, if you withdraw $50,000, $100,000 in cash, that's really going to put a red flag on you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's like, what should that matter?
Well, is it a rhetorical question?
Yeah. It certainly is, isn't it?
Okay, if you're investigating somebody and they're using the money they're putting in a bank, right?
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay, to do something illegal, then absolutely go ahead and
Yeah.
do what you got to do. You know, they're doing something illegal. That's not my problem.
Yeah, but they leave most of them alone.
But see, we have a legal seizure here in our. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
Is we have a legal seizure where like you can be
do
driving down the road, just withdrawed your money, right? $50,000 cash, 20, 30, whatever it is, with a receipt that shows that you just, withdrawed that from your bank. It's obviously yours. It gets confiscated. You may never see that money again.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to go to court and fight it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
okay.
No, it's not okay.
That's not cool.
No.
No.
Well, it's
Because
like
the first thing,
all those terrorists for being against the what's it. That's one of the first things the Prime Minister said when the outbreak happened, that people people that are against the scientists, supposedly, are like terrorists. And it's like, what are you talking about?
Ridiculous.
That was over here.
Is it?
So, and what was it? There was mobile phone data. They used it all. They sold it all, haven't they?
Well, yeah, pretty much so.
They've given it all to the government.
Yeah, that's right.
So they've been spying on us all, and now they've sold the stuff to the government, or giving it to them. So they've got all the mobile phone data from the pandemic to see where people were and what they were doing and everything.
Yeah.
They had all types of, the CDC was tracking people here. So,
Yeah. Well, they were doing it.
Yeah.
They just do things in different ways and use different words, but they're all starting to use the same words.
Hey, Miss J. How you doing? Seen you in a while. Been a long time.
Yeah, somebody's put Boris coffee.
Yeah. Quite right, not to shout it.
Down.
One of the cyber attack taking 2 weeks to sort the shit out. Once I look. Alright, Miss J. Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, we don't want to get Rescue into trouble. He's not here.
I know, he's not here now. We're good. So good.
Yeah, we don't use any keywords.
Yeah, I don't know. You can find shit. I could probably send you 1 billion dandelion seeds. Hoot owl holler. Jesus. Get tired of them.
In the front garden.
Every time I cut the grass, I get tired of them.
Yeah. And nettles, they're good too. They're good fertilizer as well.
Yeah.
Do you have nettles in America?
I've never had it. Like, I've heard of dandelion tea, all types of stuff. Like, you can cook with them, everything. But I've never tried it.
Right.
Yeah. There's a drink as well, isn't it?
Dandelion and bird.
Yeah.
That's an old drink.
Yeah. Have you got that over there?
Burdock, yeah.
Dandelion and burdock. She's
What's up, D-Dog? What's up, brother?
Oh, you're right. Hi, D-Dog.
Hey, D-Dog. So that way. Yeah, dandelion and burdock. It's
you've got attached.
a fizzy drink. It was really nice.
Dandelion coffee, somebody's put. That's good. I've never tried that.
Dandelion
Not so shabby.
Yeah, that's new to me.
Yeah.
Hey, if y'all give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
No worries.
Willow.
Yeah, I got willow in the garden. Yeah. Yeah, cool. That's it. Yeah, make sure nobody put pesticides on them.
Yeah.
But it's been.
Well, it's in the air from
Yeah.
everything in.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Everything's in there.
And obviously, direct contact is slightly more
Yeah.
concentrated.
Yeah, we don't spray anything
I don't
with anything,
use
do we?
anything
Like
like that.
wet water.
Well, yeah. It's probably got something in it, but.
I'm gonna show you my fat cat.
Your fat cat.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh boy.
What's it called?
Her name's Lizzie.
Hello.
Lizzie.
I'm sorry.
Hello, Lizzie.
I know that's not normal. I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you to everybody.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Yeah. You used to have cats, didn't you?
Yeah, I have a bunch of cats.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What's up?
There's a mouse in the garden.
What's that?
No, that cat weighs 14 pounds, and I put it on a diet a long time ago, and it's still fat. It's just, I don't know.
Oh, she's cute anyway.
Yeah, she is. Lovely.
Yeah, I don't like picking her up like that. I just wanted to show how big she was, but
Yeah.
no cat likes people like
It's
that.
like
You know what I mean?
Yoga's cat, isn't she? Yoga's cat's big as well. Have you seen his?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, and then I got, let's see, I got one other inside cat, and yeah, let's see, that one's named Little Girl. My grandfather gave that cat the name, and then I got, let's see, 5 outside cats.
Right.
You got Molly, Jerry, I can't even think of all their names now. Tip, Fluffy,
Oh, yeah.
and you got Mama Cat. But they're all fixed. They've all had, their vaccinations. They've all, been taken care of.
Yeah.
And they're all, you know what I
Yes.
mean? So it's not,
Yeah.
they're all taken care of.
Uh-huh.
If anything's wrong with them, that's, like an emergency,
Yeah.
we take care of them. So.
Oh. Bless.
Yeah, we had. I
We
always
used
had
to have a
cats,
cat
didn't I?
that
Yeah.
lived outside, didn't we? That
Yeah.
I used to feed, and it lived in the shed, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Hmm.
Yeah. We've only got the one dog now. We did have 2 up until last month. Our little one died, but yeah, before that we'd had this big dog and the cat,
Yeah.
and then the little dog had come along and frightened the cat away. That was the end of that. But then we had her for 9 years. It was actually on my birthday that she decided to have it away, Yeah, but these things happen. Now we share a different birthday, so it wasn't all bad. She's really fun.
Hey, I apologize, guys, but I need just 1 minute to do something else. So I'll be right back.
No problem.
I'm gonna get up and do more.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Try and be anything. I don't even know. Well, I did sort of know you were on.
I didn't know how you got to.
No, I said to you, didn't I? You're cleaning the
Oh
phone.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Hoot Owl Holler. I appreciate that. Very humble stuff. And I'm really happy that anybody likes it.
Yeah, it's lovely to be a part of all this.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah, I've got numerous silly ideas popping around in my head. Just best with a few more serious ones. But we'll get there.
Well, so it's work in progress. Everything's work in progress, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had a happy day. I've ordered a copy of a record that I've wanted for ages.
Oh, thanks, not so shabby.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good one.
That way. That's the one. Yeah, so while I'm here and I've got the floor, I might as well indulge in a little shameless self-promotion. Well, on my channel there's also my 6th Cousins playlist, which I want to promote shamelessly here on Prestige channel. While he's asleep. My 6th cousin Tam Duffil only cut one side. One record or 2 sides. Cut one record for RCA in 1962 called Cooley Dooley. That's with You Put the Hurt on Me. Apparently it was doing quite well on the radio, it came just after the payola scandal, and so apparently if you weren't big, you weren't really going to get played, and he was a new boy and didn't really take off, but he is in the Rockabilly Hall of Fame, and that's the playlist is supplemented with some other videos that I found of him later on in his care home, which one of his friends had put up, and some recordings with still images and such like from I think in maybe the 1967 in a club called come on brain, come on, the Bottom of the Barrel Club in Atlanta, Georgia. So there we have it. So tune in to my channel, check out my cousin, my perfect cousin. Except he wasn't perfect, no, but that's an allusion to another record by the Undertones. So now we'll shamelessly plug in the Undertones with my perfect cousin. What I like to do, he doesn't. I'm sounding like a DJ, I know. Terrible. Should be ashamed of myself. And now we'll have a musical interlude with Rescue's music. Sing along, everybody. Gets stuck in your head, doesn't it? Thank you, not so shabby.
I'm not used to doing this.
Yeah, I'm not really accustomed to this sort of thing, but hey ho, we muddle on through. Yeah, when in Rome. Yeah, when in Rome, try not to
Be too Roman.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, here's Buddy. No, we've got Buddy. I don't want to be on screen. You're going to be on screen, Bungle. Yeah. There we are. See, there's the audience. Say, hello, everybody. No? Then suit yourself, then. Suit yourself. Kids and animals will never do on camera, will they?
Alright, I'm back. I apologize.
Hey, you.
Oh, Lord. No, just had to do something for my grandparents, and that ended up taking longer than I expected. So
No, that's fine. Yeah, I just indulged in shameless promotion of my cousin's record. It's only my sixth cousin, really, so there's a mere strand of DNA involved. I think it's a good strand. I like it. I've got to snap out of DJ mode, haven't I?
I decided to go for like an hour, and I ended up going for 2 hours. That's funny.
It's cool. But if you need to get going, then you know.
No, if you guys do, then I will. But if not, then I'm down to talk for a while.
Yeah, I'm good for a while. Yeah. Kitty's gonna stay a wee bit longer. She's gonna give us a bit longer.
This is what I'm going to do is in 14 minutes exactly. That'll be 10 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to shut down the stream.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm supposed to be removing a cover from a fan to clean it before the council come and inspect. I get the gas thing, okay. Yeah. Hi to everybody out there anyway. Milk Maid and Nikki, Full Monty, and many more. All the gang. Yeah, we love
Yeah.
the gang. Yeah. We think we're we think you're very cool. I nearly said I think we're very cool. We have our moments.
That's one thing that's great about doing panels is you have all different types of people.
Yeah. I've got like the lettuce.
What's that? Some lettuce?
Seeds, yeah, like lettuce.
Well, it's multiple seeds. What it has? Mushroom, lettuce,
Quite radish.
tomato.
Yeah, radishes, they're nice. I like radishes.
Peas, obviously. Loads of stuff from the bees and butterflies.
There you
go. Yeah. I've got all sorts.
So is that like a pack that has different types of seeds in it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what I was saying. I was trying to look at the picture and see what type. Because I saw bell pepper on that last one. I saw a yellow bell pepper. I saw
lettuce and different kinds of lettuce, radish and tomatoes. But you can get all sorts. There's loads of different packs. Got carrots, chives. I've got loads of them, like loads and loads of seeds. Just some of them grow, some of them don't grow, but just got to keep trying, aren't you?
Hey, do what you can do. You know, there's nowhere like you guys can't find like a nursery, not say a nursery per se. I mean, I guess, but somewhere around you where people sell plants.
Oh yeah.
You know, like that's
that's where I get compost and stuff. Yeah, we've got little nurseries. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not a very big town. There's only about 6,000 people here, something like that.
That's about we're reaching almost 10,000 where I'm at, but the county is so big that you really don't notice it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're in a tiny place.
Yeah, that's the way we like it.
Yeah. But yeah, there is a little garden centre, isn't there?
Yeah.
And small towns have this like great atmosphere. It's like everybody's just like positive and everyone's like, you know, thank you, you're welcome, you know, like holds doors for people, you know, like everybody still has like men have their chivalry, women or, you know, and I guess the only way I could put it is like respectful, you know what I mean? You know, like you know, like not of people but on themselves, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody just like it has a great attitude and it I see it diminishing and I'm kind of getting sad because I'm like I've grown up here my whole life and I'm seeing it change in front of my eyes and there's nothing I can do about it. I there is things I can do about it, but it's going to take time. It'll take time. If I was like to get people together and try to like get people to run for city council, you know, and like run for things locally, then I could make a change, but that would take time. It's not going to happen overnight. You know what I mean? That's not something I can just pull out my ass. So it's kind of, it's hard. You got to put your money where your mouth is, and I can't really.
Yeah, I mean, I've been up against the council and all the rest of it, and we've we've had like that, so we know how difficult these things can be, to be honest. And how like dodgy it all is as well, to be honest.
And that's where you got to make a change is locally, because if you start there, you can change your community, that community. Now you see other city or like you see other counties or cities, so looking like, damn, they got their shit together. You know what I mean? Like they really made a change. Like they completely, you know, made a change in their community, and they got their things right. You know, the only thing we can do, and that's we got to try to lead by example.
That's right.
We got to watch our words wisely because everybody's listening. Everybody's, you know,
you've got to
like,
pick your battles, haven't you? So, you know, like you say, you've got to pick your time. You've got to get your rally your troops, as they say, and figure out what exactly you know you're trying to achieve and how you're going to try and achieve it, sort of thing. But yeah, local obviously is the way to go because you can see them every day. It just makes sense.
What's the thing is that how you if you got to start at the bottom, because you can't change a machine. This government's been a machine for how long? And it's been getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you know what I mean? You can't stop that. That is something you can't stop until you start at the local level, because then that could change a state. And then if all these states start changing, then that can sway the government and try to get them to change their, what the direction they're taking. We can take control back for the people.
Yeah,
but
you can. I mean, like you said, there are people trying to do shit here as well. But,
of course, yeah.
And we support them.
Yeah. Like I say, everybody's got their place, haven't they? And basically, if you've only got one good punch in you, then throw it at them.
Yeah.
Take it easy, step back.
Sorry, yeah, I find it hard to read chat, and
it's difficult.
Hurricane said that I just taught my son how to help someone. Old lady needed help at the grocery store, and everyone else walked by her. She just needed some celery.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, most people are in their own worlds, aren't they, these days? They don't even see what's going on around them.
We have a lot of absolutely. We have a lot of elderly people where I live, and when I go to Walmart, 'cause that's like the biggest.
Yeah.
Walmart destroyed all our mom and pop stores in our county and it was bad. But let me get past that.
Walmart, but we've got Aldi, Tesco's, and the like, and they did exactly the same thing. And I tried to buy in small shops, but now they're all pretty much gone now. So you have to buy in these big places.
Yeah.
And plus they're loads cheaper, so you can't afford not to.
I'll just make some video and show you around.
Yeah.
Not too much to see, but give you some impression of what it's like.
Hurricane too is teaching, morals and values. You know what I mean? There's morals and values to your kids, so that they grow up with that old school traditional type of thinking, where it doesn't matter the time or place. If you need to help somebody, you do it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's it.
It's about being a good human being, and that's how I was raised in the South.
Yeah, I put myself in danger for other people. I did it without even thinking, and the police were even going to come to help this kid, and they could well have killed him, because there was 6 of them against 1. But I just ran at them, and luckily they ran away. And I chased after them, and they all looked at me and gave me respect after that. It's weird.
Yeah.
But,
you did the right thing. But you also listen. But I know you also learned something from that situation, that next time there's that many people, it may not work out that way.
Well, that's right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
That's something that you learn when you get in any confrontation or fight, and you assess the situation, right, Tony? You look at it on hindsight, back, you start dwell. You look back in the day, you're like, that situation could have really turned out bad for me if it went any other type of direction. I got lucky. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did, Katie, right? Katie, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. You did the right thing, and it worked out, and that's hell yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's amazing. I'm just saying. We learned from, but you still have to have that what would you? Okay, this is a hard question. Holy shit! If there's 5-6 people and they're beating somebody up, and you go over there and you start trying to break it up, and they gang up on you. What are you going to do in that situation? What are you going to do in that situation? You can run. You can call the police. If you were armed, you could take it that way, but that would not work out for you. No type of situation, because it would look bad on you, and it wouldn't be the right move, because it didn't get that far. You know what I mean? You never take it that way. That's a bad thing to do.
In a sense, it was very
And
stupid, you know, but
there's only
it was just what my
no.
instinct told
What
me.
you did was right, and you acted on instinct. And I think a lot of human beings don't have that anymore. That instinct to help, that instinct to care. You know what I mean? So
They don't. No, that's
a good thing to have.
problem. But the problem is that it's the selves that they care the least about, and they don't even realise it by not being like caring.
Yeah.
They're disconnecting themselves.
They're making a
from
run for their
everything.
own back, aren't they?
Yeah, and that. And ours, but
Yeah.
oh well, yeah, that's right. Well, I'm glad there's at least one other person that would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
What type of what are you drinking, Tony? Coffee, tea?
Oh, tea. Yeah. Yeah.
We had coffee last time.
Yeah.
What type of coffee do you drink?
All kinds, really. We.
Normally filter coffee. We've got a cafetiere thing. What do we call them?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking like in terms of which country.
Country.
Yeah, like Colombia or.
Oh yeah.
Or
Well,
Brazil
it depends
or
what there is at the moment.
whatever it is. Yeah.
We'll drink most of the good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get those
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I like.
I drink coffee, but I drink it black.
All right. Yeah, I can drink it back, and there's been times where I have done through necessity. You know.
Yeah, no, I just that's the only way I can drink coffee is black, because I don't like. I don't know. It just make it. I don't know. This is how I was raised, and they know how I drink coffee. It's just.
Yeah, that's the stuff that we've got today.
What does that say? On
Colombian.
Oh, Colombian, yeah. Colombian.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the story. I like it nice and strong. Me, Katie likes it a bit milky, don't you? But I like it nice and strong.
I like my tea weaker as well.
I mean, I've been in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I like to call it motor oil because it has a film on top and it looks like something you don't want to drink. You know, and that's how I drink coffee. Like, and I drink 2, like 24 ounces glasses of it every morning when I wake up.
Yeah, it was terrible at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think
I drink a pot and a half, about a pot to a pot and a half of coffee a day.
Brian Wilson had a terrible coffee problem at one
I've
time.
replaced alcohol with coffee.
Why not?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. I pretty much
stopped drinking alcohol, and I don't drink anywhere. But I take edibles and I smoke weed. But that's about it.
Yeah, same here.
I drink occasionally, but I don't really drink all the
I
time.
can't drink, and it's something I've done for so long, and it's never it wastes money. It sometimes if I drink too much, I become an asshole. Like. I was getting to the point where it was dictating my life, and it was something that I couldn't hold on to any longer because I have so much around me that I love, I care about. I said, fuck that. Excuse my language. I said, screw that. I'm done, and I just stopped. And I've seen so many people ruin their lives that way or die from it, and I got
if
tired
you've
of it.
got an addictive personality, I guess. I mean, Tony had problems with it as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
He didn't know when to stop.
That's right. Hardly ever have it now, do I? Sometimes a couple of years.
It's hard. I mean, listen, I don't judge anybody for what they decide to do because everybody has gone through different things. We think, we feel differently, and the thing is that if people drink or do drugs or whatever they decide to do, as long as it's not affecting people around you, you know what I mean, and it's just something that you're doing, it whatever. When where I disagree with it, and I don't think people, I don't want anybody suffering with addiction or anything. I mean that's horrible. It's just you can't stop free will. You can't stop the choice of a human being.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. As long as there's still a balanced person, really, isn't it? When it's when anything any extreme, isn't it? I mean, you eat too much, you eat too much fat. Any of it's bad for you. I mean,
yeah.
I've always been like, once I got sober and got off drugs and like wasn't really drinking heavy, I was a friend that when I saw somebody taking their habit too far, I'd be like, hey man, you know where this is gonna go? Like, you need to chill. Like, you know exactly what this, you need to chill. You're going crazy, man. Like, chill. And I always got, laughed at or exiled or just like ignored, and it's cool. But I'm always going to be that person. When I see somebody's got something they're going through and it's a problem, I'm going to speak up, man, and I'm going to try to reason with them. I'm going to try to say something, because even if they disagree, they still know deep down I'm right.
Well, that's right.
They still know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It may spark something.
Well, we've got a 17-year-old. We know all about disagreements.
You gotta plant a seed in somebody's mind when you're trying to help them and be like, hey man, like, and it's hard. Like, as somebody that's suffered with things like that, it comes to a point where like you want to help everybody, but you can't, and you find yourself like exerting too much of your energy to other people.
That's right. I mean, what did I teach you about that kind of thing? Just to walk away.
Yeah.
It's hard, man, because you care. You want to care, right, Tony? You want to care, right?
Yeah, but you can't. There's just some things you just have to accept, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, some people won't accept help.
That's right. Yeah.
They're not ready, or you're not the right person for the job, or whatever it is. But some people like are toxic as well, and that's more what I'm talking about, toxic people. But you do have to get rid of, even if you do feel obliged to help. I mean, we've had that, haven't we? And it's done loads of damage to our family, and like gossiped about us, told lies, and all sorts of stuff. And then you just have to get rid of them. I haven't tried to get any revenge on them. That's what I'm sort of saying. I'm just like, right, just walk away and leave them to it. And to be honest, they've been more scared of us, haven't they? They're like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? And I'm like, nothing. And they don't believe me. Well,
yeah. Independent Mini, United. How are you doing?
But yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah, not too shabby, but this is so helpful. Thanks so much. Well, we're just, me really.
I say, Katie. Yeah, I'm good at being silly.
Yeah. I'm not perfect, so how can you expect anybody else to be perfect?
Yeah, that's right.
So
glass houses and stones, isn't it?
Just work in progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hurricane, sometimes people do just need a push. You just, that's why I try to be kind to everyone. Like, man, it's hard when we got people at our Walmart that'll sit there and beg with signs for money. And I got so good from growing up in different places and traveling in impoverished areas and hanging out there a lot, when I was younger. So I did dumb things, that I started to realize when somebody, I hate to say this, I almost started, people can look at somebody and go, okay, I don't think you really hurt to a certain, degree. And I feel like when I say that, I'm judgmental, and I am being judgmental. But then I also feel like, I don't know, I see so many people panhandle, and I feel bad. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna, give them money. And then I always go back and give them money because I know it's the right thing in my heart. You know what I'm saying? I know it's the right thing. Like, even whether I think they need it or not, I need to give it to them.
Yeah.
Because I may be wrong. I could be 100% wrong. And it gets to me sometimes because, you know what I mean? I'm like, damn, like I'll drive by and I'll be like, okay, I got to go back, do U-turn, I'll come right back. And I'm like, I always tell the people I give money to, like, hey, please do the right thing with this. I'm giving this out, the kindness of my heart because I feel like you need this, and you need a little bit of help. And I'm willing to do that. Please, use this to get your life on track, and do the right thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we've lent people money and all that sort of stuff, and given people food when they ask for it or whatever. I always try and help like that. But
yeah, even down to giving a cut.
Yeah, that's right. And he just chucked it on the floor, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, we still do what we can.
You live and learn, don't you?
But yeah, you never know when you're going to be in that situation, do you either?
That's the thing is that you judge and then you realize like I really don't know, and that's the thing, you don't know.
Yeah.
Anybody could be in a situation where they're 1-2 paychecks away from being homeless. You don't know.
Right.
It could be 2 days away from being home. You really don't know. So it gets hard, and especially the way society is and the way that things are at the moment. It's hard to trust people. People are really putting the walls up.
Yeah, that's right. Have you seen what Not Too Shabby has said about the serious cyber thing?
Yeah. That's horrible. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier.
Right. I was probably in the garden, but right. Oh dear.
I must have missed that. I don't know where I was.
Oh well. Yeah. But yeah, you can only do what you can do. That's about it, isn't it?
Yes.
Get my drink.
Yeah. Yeah, I think time's out up anyway, isn't it? Sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, it was good chatting to everybody anyway, and I'll probably see you again soon.
I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah. See you later.
Yeah, take care.
Take it easy, y'all. Have a good day.
Bye.
What's up, brother? Alright. Well, see, I'm at 10:41. I can go 18 more minutes. Round it out at 11. Might as well. Been this long, Had great conversation. Thank you, Tony, and I think it said Katie. Sorry if I meet a lot of people. Apologize. But I appreciate y'all for coming up. Thank you, the mods for Rescue's channel for stepping in and posting all those links. I appreciate that. Because I was trying to do multiple things at once, and I couldn't do that. So thank you. No, India, I haven't, and I've been thinking about that. Saw him kind of reserving himself lately, and I don't know. It's been about 6 days, 5 days. I don't know. I think he's all right. I think he's fine. I don't know. Kind of feel like I don't know. I can't speak for him. All right, y'all. I got to go do something real quick. Be back in about a minute, 2 minutes. Apologize, but we're gonna round this out to 11 hours. Everything will be straight. So how's everyone doing today? Edibles are always fun, but I don't know. To me, they really take me further than I need to be. Let's put it that way.
All right, everyone. Yeah, it's charged. Hurricane. Everything's good with the car now. So, just a hassle this morning, you know. To deal with both, and I didn't expect it, and I had a couple things I needed to do today, run some errands, and you know what I mean. But yeah. It's all good. Put it on hold. Do it tomorrow. It's all good. I was gonna do some, I don't have a channel anymore, so, but I will. Yeah, it was Hurricane, because, I don't know, I look forward to getting out the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look forward to getting away from what I have to do here in my house, because it's just enough to get away and be by yourself, bump some music. I'll smoke a cigarette or two. You know what I mean? Like, just get out the house for a second. I mean, I'm only human. Like, damn. Some things you get overwhelmed with, and you're like, I just need to take a breather and just go on a drive. And you hit with battery problems, and you're like, oh, shit. Here we go. Right. 10 minutes of freedom. Yeah. Damn, almost got it. I feel like every human being, no matter what they're going through, it doesn't matter, because we all just need a break sometimes. Sometimes, we may have to just go grocery shopping, or, to the gas station, or go pay some bills, whatever it is. It's a spot. It's freedom. Just to go out and do your thing. Excuse me. I don't know who's going live right now, or if anybody is live, but we got 6 minutes, you know what I mean, till 11 hours. So shout out Rescue. He did the hard work, you know what I mean. He's the one that came through and did his thing. So y'all show him some love by hitting the sub button, liking. You got 6 minutes. So if anybody in the chat, anybody listening wants to drop their link, wants to say something, ask a question, we got 5 minutes and 30 seconds exactly. Thank you, Huda. Hurricane said my job is a little freedom, so I'm not clean some toilets and sink, right? Just, I feel it. That's why I like music. That's why I like music. So I got a question for the chat before we go. What's everybody growing in their garden? What you got growing in your garden, y'all? Got tomatoes, got onions, potatoes. You got squash, watermelon, eggplant. Shit. It's all types of stuff you can grow. What's everybody else growing in their garden? It's what he does, Hudo. Monty is a man of disappearing. Same as the full Monty, you know what I'm saying? The Hudo is growing tomatoes. So are you growing kale, ginger, aloe, and oregano, Hurricane? Damn, Hudo, you're not allowed to have gardens? Oh my god. Ooh. That'll get me on a rant that'll last 10 damn minutes. I have to let that go. Growing habaneros, serranos, tomatoes. I'm growing beefsteak and this type of heirloom tomato. And then I'm growing can't even think. I got onion. I want to grow onion and lettuce for sure. I gotta grow that. But can't even think. Growing Italian pepper, sweet Italian pepper, cherry tomatoes, green bell pepper. No, I'm in Georgia. Georgia. Oh, just an old sweet song. Georgia on my mind. Yeah, from Georgia. Every time I think about my state, I can't help but think about Ray Charles. It's your fault that you got ferrets. When will my peppers be in? Hudo? Thinking like, okay, the Serranios, that'd be like, I'm thinking like 80 days. Like, see, this is what sucks where I live is my plants will grow all the way up until September, October, November. So, I don't know. Thinking probably 3 months. 3 months. And I'll have plenty. Chickens, that's because you can't have no damn garden by chickens. You got ferrets, you got all types of shit. So you can't shit. Be having all those animals out there where you got a garden. That's not good. Three months I'll have decent amount of peppers. I'll probably have like 300 to 400 probably. Maybe 200 to 300. I want to get ahead of myself and start saying I'm going to be able to have that many peppers. So I don't know what could happen. All right, y'all. Well, I'm 2 minutes past what I said I was going to end it at. I appreciate everyone coming. Everybody on panel. Shout out Rescue. I appreciate it, brother. And everybody in chat, like I said, came through, asked questions, conversated with each other. I appreciate you. And I'll see y'all somewhere sometime this evening. I love y'all. Take it easy.